At the foot of Qingmang Mountain, ancient trees tower majestically, shrouded in mist and clouds, creating an endless and profound vista day. Mountain stream meanders eastward alongside a sloping field, which spans approximately 10 acres, filled with an array of ordinary medicinal herbs, their verdant hues signaling the blooming season that in the field. A youth of 13 or 14, clad in azure garments, possesses an unremarkable appearance that, upon closer inspection, reveals a certain handsomeness, making him rather pleasant to behold. Beads of sweat adorn his brow as he dances his hands in the air, his fingertips swiftly forming intricate seals. After a series of breaths, he thrusts his hands upward with considerable effort, breathing heavily. Above the medicinal field, a mass of spiritual clouds begins to gather, and a fine spiritual rain gently descends upon the crops. The youth collapses onto the ground, lying back momentarily before suddenly stirring, laboriously sitting up and positioning his hands in a 5-point star formation upon his knees. The youth is named Fu Yu, an outer disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Having entered the sect 3 years prior, he has managed to cultivate the sect's foundational technique, the Qingyun Jue, to the 4th level, considered a moderate achievement among the outer disciples. What he had just executed was a technique known as the Linyu Jue, which requires the internal cultivation to reach the 4th level to perform. Fu Yu exchanged 50 contribution points at the sect's scripture pavilion for this technique. The Qingyun Sect is one of the 4 major sects of Qizhou, alongside Huashua Sect, Qingyun Sect, and Qingmang Sect, each governing a vast area of the region. The Qingyun Sect is situated in the western part of Qizhou, nestled against the sprawling and majestic Qingmang Mountain range. Fu Yu gradually circulates the Qingyun Jue, allowing his spiritual energy to flow back into his dantian, replenishing the energy expended during his earlier exertion. He attempts to push his cultivation to the 5th level, but is met with sharp pain in his meridians, prompting him to shake his head and halt his practice. Having only recently broken through to the 4th level, he can only perform the 4th level circulation adequately, attempting to force the 5th level pathways with insufficient energy would be detrimental. Only when he perfects the 4th level can he hope to advance further. Rising from his meditative position, Fu Yu inspects the growth of the medicinal herbs, finding everything in order. The rain produced by the Linyu Jue, rich in spiritual energy, greatly benefits the herbs. He plans to perform the Linyu Jue every half-month to ensure their continued growth. Overseeing the medicinal herbs grants him 10 contribution points each month, a commendable task among the lower-ranked outer disciples. Notably, the medicinal field is situated atop a spiritual vein, making it a low-tier spiritual field, yet boasts a richer energy than the living quarters of lower-ranked disciples. Returning to his stone house on the west side of the field, Fu Yu tidies up, consumes a light meal, and resumes his cultivation practice on this particular day. After performing the Linyu Jue in the medicinal field, Fu Yu leisurely makes his way to the sect's outer affairs hall. Outer disciples are entitled to receive 5 spirit stones and 5 yin soul pills monthly, and today marks the distribution date. Spirit stones serve as the currency within the cultivation realm, imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Drawing energy from these stones can rapidly replenish one's magical power and accelerate cultivation progress. They are also the source of energy for formations and an indispensable resource in the cultivation world. The Qingyun Sect has flourished as one of the 4 major sects of Qizhou due to its possession of a 3rd-tier spirit stone mine. A group of outer disciples dressed in azure garments heads towards the outer affairs hall. Hey Fu Yu, are you here to collect your monthly stipend too? A slightly plump, round-faced outer disciple of similar age greets him. Fu Yu smiles faintly, his heart warming at the familiar voice. This guy is here too, he thinks, responding with excitement. Xiao Peng, I'm here. Aren't you going to pay your respects? The disciple affectionately referred to as Xiao Peng is named Zhao Beifeng. He and Fu Yu entered the sect together and reside in the same area, often supporting each other, forging a strong friendship. Last month, when Fu Yu had just broken through to the 4th level of the Qingyun Jue, it was Zhao Beifeng who sponsored him with 10 spirit stones, allowing Fu Yu to gather a total of 40 spirit stones after much effort to secure the task of overseeing the medicinal herbs from the Outer Affairs Hall's steward. The Outer Affairs Hall is responsible for the daily affairs of outer disciples, primarily focusing on the distribution of monthly stipends, task rewards, and material exchanges. After receiving their monthly allowances, Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng walk 50 meters to the task exchange area. Fu Yu reaches into his pocket, retrieving a square token engraved with cloud patterns. This is the task token for overseeing the medicinal herbs. Upon reaching the counter, Fu Yu bows respectfully. "Thank you, steward. I am here to exchange my contribution points for this month." Steward Xie, a thin middle-aged man with a short beard and a bun, dressed in a moon-white steward's robe, takes a sip from his cup of tea before setting it down. "Hand over the task token," he instructs. Stewards of the Outer Sect are typically inner disciples, and Steward Xie has cultivated the Qingyun Jue to the 9th level of completion. After several unsuccessful attempts at breaking through to Foundation establishment, he has resigned himself to the belief that he may never succeed in his lifetime, and thus took on this role to live out his days in the sect. Breaking through to Foundation establishment is a significant hurdle in cultivation, with countless disciples stuck at this stage. Each failed attempt makes the next even more daunting. Some disciples, seeing no hope for advancement, return to the mortal world to establish families of cultivators, sending their more talented descendants to the sect. Others, like Steward Xie, prefer to remain in the sect, seeking a position to spend their remaining years. Steward Xie takes the task token from Fu Ye's hand, performs a hand seal, and a thin screen about 3 feet wide manifests before them. The screen ripples as various images gradually come into focus, ultimately revealing the medicinal field Fu Yu overseas. Not bad. The Zhejiang grass is thriving, likely due to the multiple applications of Linyu. "It seems you've put in considerable effort," he remarks, waving his hand dismissively, performing a gesture that causes the screen to vanish. He tosses the task token back to Fu Yu. "Now, present your identity token." Fu Yu hastily retrieves his identity token from his waist and presents it with both hands. Steward Xie accepts the token and retrieves a second token from the counter. With a flick of his finger, he combines the 2 tokens, transferring 10 contribution points to Fu Ye's token. The sect maintains a record of each disciple's contributions, ensuring all point transfers are documented. Even stewards would not dare to privately transfer points to their own tokens. Contribution points can be exchanged within the sect for techniques, pills, spiritual artifacts, and various cultivation resources. Disciples earn contribution points by completing tasks and submitting materials. Steward Xie, I would like to exchange for 5 yin soul pills. Point 2. Contribution points are required for each yin soul pill. After deducting 10 points, Steward Xie hands Fu Yu a pill bottle. Upon opening it, Fu Yu finds 5 perfectly rounded purple pills exuding a delightful fragrance. A gentle inhalation fills him with a refreshing sensation. After bidding farewell to the steward, Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng walk side by side out of the affairs hall. In another 6 months, it will be time for the triennial Outer Sect competition. I've heard that the top 50 will gain direct entry into the Inner Sect, and those ranked 50 to 100 with exceptional talent might also be accepted as disciples of elders or registered inner disciples, Fu Yu remarks. Zhao Beifeng interjects, indeed. If I could reach the 7th level of Qingyun Jue, I could also directly seek an elder as my master and become an official inner disciple. I've heard that senior brother Feng Changshan has already attained the 6th level of completion. I wonder if he can break through to the 7th in these 6 months? Alas, senior brother's innate talent is remarkable, but breaking through to the 7th level won't be easy. Nevertheless, I have no doubt he'll be among the top 10 in the Outer Sect competition and gain entry into the Inner Sect without issue. The condensation stage has 2 significant barriers. The 4th level, which allows the practitioner to perform rudimentary techniques that imbue spiritual energy into weapons or armor, enhancing their sharpness and durability. In the later stages, it can even lead to the projection of spiritual energy, forming a formidable edge. Breaking through to the 7th level is even more challenging, representing a major bottleneck in the condensation stage. Once achieved, a practitioner enters the later stages, where their energy pathways are extended. They can utilize flying talismans or flying swords, enabling them to traverse the air, and can manipulate spiritual artifacts for external combat, significantly enhancing their own Strength. Zhao Beifeng falls silent, then clenches his fist resolutely. I must break through to the fourth level. If fortune favors me, I might still have a glimmer of hope to rank within the top 100. Fu Yu gazed at his friend, who had persevered despite the challenges they faced, and a quiet sigh of relief escaped him. He took out the spirit stones and spirit-raising pills from his embrace, presenting them to Zhao Beifeng. Take these. Convert all the spirit stones into spirit-raising pills. If you can gather 30 pills through various tasks, it should suffice for you to challenge the fourth level. You've given me everything. What will you do for your own cultivation? If you cannot reach the fifth level, it will be exceedingly difficult to place among the top 100, let alone enter the inner sect, Zhao Beifeng replied anxiously. Just accept them. The challenge of reaching the fourth level is far greater for you. The fifth level can be easily breached once one's spiritual energy is perfected. Here, in the medicinal fields, the spiritual energy is abundant, far surpassing that of the disciples' quarters. Once you break through to the fourth level, we will both enter the inner sect together. All right, let us strive together, Zhao Beifeng declared firmly, clenching his fists, upon returning to the stone house beside the spiritual fields. Fu Yu did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he sat cross-legged before the stone house, deep in contemplation. The external sect competition in 6 months weighed heavily on his mind. Having gifted all his spirit stones and pills to Zhao Beifeng, he found himself devoid of any resources for cultivation. Although Fu Yu claimed that breaking through to the fifth level was easy, relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy might take a year to fully cultivate to the fourth level, let alone break through to the fifth. It seemed that, in addition to tending to the medicinal herbs, he would have to devise a means to acquire spirit stones and pills. He gazed at the endless expanse of the Qingyun Mountain range and pondered, must I truly venture into the Qingyun Mountain to hunt beasts and gather herbs? However, entering the Qingyun Mountain required at least a latest-stage inner sect disciple to form a team, with Fu Yu's current fourth level prowess. Venturing into the mountain to hunt beasts would be tantamount to courting death. Apart from mastering the internal cultivation technique, the Qingyun Jue, Fu Yu was only familiar with the Linyu Jue, which was an auxiliary technique. This water-based cultivation method allowed its practitioner to summon rain, a mere elementary skill in the eyes of mortals. The Linyu Jue could be divided into 3 stages: minor success, major success, and perfection. Only upon reaching minor success could one wield offensive and defensive techniques. Let's not dwell on that for now. I must first solidify my mastery of the fourth level Qingyun Jue and refine my spiritual power. Then, I shall continuously practice the Linyu Jue, exploring its true essence until I reach minor success. With resolve, Fu Yu sprang into action, leaping across the medicinal fields and arriving at a nearby valley. This shall suffice. He initiated the technique, his hands moving slowly to form the gestures of the Linyu Jue. Moments later, he waved his hands, sending a gentle spiritual rain cascading into the valley. Once more, he executed the Linyu Jue again, repeating the process 3 times until the spiritual energy in his dantian was nearly depleted. After a slight adjustment of the Qingyun Jue, he murmured, "There's still a modicum of spiritual energy left. I shall infuse it." With a soft exhale, he directed the remaining energy into his fist and struck the nearby mountainside. Boom, boom, boom. Fu Yu unleashed the 9 Suns Divine Fist. If a martial artist from the mundane world were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. The power infused into his strike was several tens of times greater than that wielded by an ordinary martial artist. With a silent punch, he struck the mountainside, creating a deep impact that extended several meters into the rock. In the mundane realm, achieving silence in the 9 Suns Divine Fist marked the pinnacle of mastery, a feat only attainable after decades of diligent practice. Fu Yu's initial attempt already exhibited such prowess, far exceeding that of the mundane world, not due to exceptional talent, but because the techniques of the mundane realm were trivial in the eyes of cultivators. While the 9 Suns Divine Fist ranked among the top martial arts in the mundane world, it was inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. Within the library, there were dozens of similar techniques, all coveted treasures in the mundane world, yet unworthy of placement within the scripture pavilion. Any disciple could freely peruse them without needing to contribute anything, since Fu Yu lacked the capacity and sufficient contribution. Points to exchange for genuine cultivation martial arts. He had no choice but to practice the Nine Suns Divine Fist. Using it as a means to expend spiritual energy, he repeatedly practiced the Nine Suns Divine Fist until the spiritual energy in his dantian was entirely consumed. Though utterly exhausted, Fu Yu dared not relax. He promptly sat cross-legged and operated the Qingyun Jue to draw in the spiritual energy from the air. As he continued to circulate the Qingyun Jue, the depleted spiritual energy in his dantian gradually replenished. 2 hours later, his dantian was fully restored. Fu Yu sensed a slight increase in his spiritual energy. Such a training method carried considerable risk. Once a cultivator's spiritual energy was exhausted, they were rendered powerless. Whether high or low-ranking cultivators, facing danger while depleted of energy left them vulnerable. Especially for high-ranking cultivators, depleting their energy without the aid of spirit herbs could take many hours to fully regain their strength. Typically, cultivators engage in continuous practice to refine and consolidate their spiritual power, gradually thickening it over time and expanding their meridians and dantian. Only when their spiritual energy is particularly dense and their power sufficiently accumulated do they prepare to challenge the next level. Due to individual differences among cultivators, each person's meridians and dantian vary. Some possess naturally robust meridians and strong dantian capacity, making them more suited for cultivation. Coupled with high comprehension, their training progresses rapidly, a phenomenon often referred to as possessing good aptitude. When Fu Yu had just broken through to the 4th level, he had a strain to utilize the Linyu Jue while tending to the medicinal fields. He discovered that depleting his spiritual energy and training immediately afterward greatly benefited the refinement of his spiritual power. As a low-ranking cultivator with average aptitude, Fu Yu's progress was unremarkable, blending in with the crowd, devoid of any unique strengths, and living in humble circumstances, rendering him inconspicuous to others. Moreover, being situated in the sect's periphery, the Qingmang Mountain had already been cleared of beasts by the sect, and any that ventured from the inner regions were swiftly hunted down by inner disciples. Thus, Fu Yu's training posed minimal risk that he practiced, expended his energy, and trained. This cycle continued until he could no longer persevere. Completely fatigued, Fu Yu ceased his training. Looking at the sky, he realized that it was already deep into the night, that a crescent moon hung high above, casting a gentle glow over the mountains, draping them in a veil of silvery light. The shadows of trees danced softly in the valley, and as Fu Yu halted his practice, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Weary from his exertions, Fu Yu returned to the stone house, performed a cleansing technique to wash away the dust and sweat from his body, and collapsed into a deep slumber, surrendering to the embrace of dreams. The days of cultivation were monotonous and arduous. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and it was once again time to collect the monthly supply. At this moment, Fu Yu had become adept at tending to the medicinal fields, with each day of tirelessly casting spells and consuming spiritual energy. His mastery of the Rain of Spirit technique had reached an impressive level of proficiency. Achieving such progress in less than 2 months was astonishing. Most individuals would require at least 6 months, if not a year, to attain a similar level of skill. Of course, others did not possess the same relentless dedication as Fu Yu, who practiced the Rain of Spirit day and night. The other disciples had limited opportunities to refine their spiritual energy and practice their techniques, and needed to complete various sect tasks to earn contribution points to exchange for spirit stones or cultivation resources essential for their training. Disciples like Fu Yu, who lacked the support of a familial background in cultivation, found the monthly benefits from the sect utterly insufficient for their daily training needs and had to invest considerable time in completing extra sect tasks, often resulting in a financial deficit. Fu Yu's current cultivation progress was largely attributed to his decision to refrain from exchanging for other techniques, pills, or spiritual artifacts within the sect. Despite the financial strain, he had managed to save up at least 1 spirit stone each month and had accumulated all his contribution points without spending them. Although his training had been mediocre before breaking through to the 4th level, after achieving that milestone, he utilized the spirit stones he had amassed to take on tasks involving the care of spiritual herbs. Additionally, He exchanged his accumulated contribution points for the Rain of Spirit technique, an auxiliary method that most disciples would not bother to acquire. By applying the Rain of Spirit to the spiritual herbs, he enriched the aura of the medicinal fields. Under the nourishing rain, the herbs thrived without the need for irrigation or fertilization, allowing him to balance both cultivation and task completion. Not only was the quality of his care superior to that of ordinary disciples, but the herbs also flourished due to the rich spiritual energy they absorbed. After organizing his thoughts, he hurriedly made his way to the outer affairs hall, blending into the crowd to collect his monthly supply. He weighed the spirit stones and spirit-concealing pills in his hand, pondering how Zhao Beifeng was faring in his cultivation. Not seeing him collect his monthly supply aroused his curiosity. Was he perhaps attempting to break through to the 4th level? Fuyu decided to investigate, turning towards the residence of the outer disciples, a place he knew well after spending nearly 3 years living alongside Zhao Beifeng. He recalled the many challenging days of cultivation they had shared. The outer disciple residence was situated about 10 miles from the outer affairs hall, nestled amidst the hills surrounding the Qingyun Sect. It was the largest complex within the sect, divided into 4 quadrants, east, south, west, and north, housing tens of thousands of outer disciples. The Qingyun Sect employed a free-range strategy for outer disciples. Aside from receiving a free introductory manual, the Qingyun method, every month, along with 5 spirit stones and 5 basic spirit-concealing pills, the remainder of their cultivation resources, including food, clothing, and lodging, had to be earned through completing sect tasks in exchange for contribution points. The sect held a grand competition for outer disciples every 3 years, selecting those who excelled to train in the inner sect. Competing for a place among the top 50 out of tens of thousands of outer disciples was no small feat. Those ranking above 100 might still be chosen by elders, but in total, only 70 or 80 individuals would enter the inner sect every 3 years, making the competition extremely fierce. Once accepted into the inner sect, disciples were no longer obligated to complete sect tasks, and their monthly supplies would significantly increase. Furthermore, all foundational techniques prior to establishing their base were fully accessible, requiring only a minimal amount of contribution points for exchange. While inner disciples could technically view foundational techniques for free, the sect imposed a nominal contribution point fee to deter greedy disciples from overextending themselves. Following the grand competition, some disciples, realizing their hopes of cultivation were futile, chose to return to the mundane world, where they could still achieve wealth and status. Others, however, persisted, continuing their training in hopes of making a better showing in the next competition. After several competitions, those who failed to break into the inner sect often remained within the sect, taking on responsibilities such as cooking, tailoring, and maintaining hygiene. Some, with sharp minds, ventured into commerce within the marketplace. Others formed partnerships, establishing families near the sect to provide various services. Should their children demonstrate talent for cultivation, they would be taught the introductory techniques early on and sent to the sect at an appropriate age to pursue their dreams of cultivation. Following the grand competition, the sect would promptly begin recruiting new disciples, continuously replacing the outer disciples. Through this cycle of elimination and recruitment, the sect gradually absorbed and nurtured elite talents, thereby strengthening its ranks. As Fuyu sped towards his former residence, he was taken aback by a sudden uproar. Drawing closer, he discerned the commotion and felt a surge of anger. Lu Baiyong, it's you again. In the crowd, he spotted Zhao Beifeng caught between 2 disciples, his hair disheveled and his body marked with bruises from the altercation, standing defiantly against them. Lu Baiyong and another disciple, Shang Bufan, had always been at odds with Fuyu and Zhao Beifeng. Their acquaintance had begun when Lu Baiyong and Shang Bufan attempted to extort Fuyu's monthly supply, prompting Zhao Beifeng to intervene. It appeared that since Fuyu had left for the medicinal fields, these two had not ceased their harassment of Zhao Beifeng. Pushing through the crowd, Fuyu leaped into action, executing a powerful strike from the 9 Suns divine fist known as the Sun Ascending. Lu Baiyong, sensing the force behind Fuyu's attack, swiftly sidestepped. Fuyu did not pursue but charged ahead, using his elbow to block Shang Bufan's punch aimed at Zhao Beifeng, pulling him out of the fray. Upon seeing Fuyu's arrival, Lu Baiyong exchanged glances with Shang Bufan. It seems some people have grown increasingly arrogant during our absence. Lu Baiyong was a disciple from a minor cultivation family on the outskirts of Qingmang Mountain. Though he possessed decent talent, he lacked diligence. having only recently solidified his foundation after reaching the 4th level, and had come to stir trouble with Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng. With Fu Yu absent, Zhao Beifeng's youthful impulsiveness had led him to confront Liu Baiyong and Shang Bufan. At the 3rd level of completion, he was no match for them, and after a few exchanges, he was knocked to the ground. Despite his stubbornness and refusal to yield, Liu Baiyong and Shang Bufan mocked him, landing punches and kicks as they drew a crowd of onlookers. The Qingyun Sect generally refrained from intervening in disputes among outer disciples, as long as no one was seriously injured or killed. After all, the realm of cultivation was far from peaceful. Life and death struggles occurred daily, with new sects rising while old ones fell, and countless gifted cultivators perishing in the pursuit of interests. In the world of cultivation, status was determined solely by strength. The stronger one was, the higher their status, and the more resources they could acquire. The so-called wealth, partners, techniques, and territory all depended on the mastery of cultivation resources, which in turn translated to greater power and influence. With Fu Yu's arrival, the situation promised to escalate. It seemed that Fu Yu had also reached the 4th level, though it was uncertain what techniques he had practiced. Moments ago, Liu Baiyong had unleashed the Great Tragedy Fist. Many disciples speculated, it seems precarious. Fu Yu lacks family support like Liu Baiyong and may not have the means to exchange for techniques. Casting a glance at Zhao Beifeng, Fu Yu turned his gaze towards Liu Baiyong, declaring, "Dare to bully my brother? You seek death." Fu Yu was deeply loyal and relatively reserved, seldom vocalizing his sentiments. Over 3 years in the sect, he had few close friends, but he had always cherished Zhao Beifeng's repeated assistance, though he would often endure his own grievances. He could not stand by when a friend was wronged. Seeing Zhao Beifeng's current plight ignited a fury within him. Fu Yu advanced, launching a water dragon strike towards Liu Baiyong. Taken aback, Liu Baiyong crossed his arms defensively, shouting, "Flame of Tragedy." The Great Tragedy Fist comprised 6 forms: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the 5 tragedies strike, which could unleash tremendous power when the 5 forms were perfected and combined. Liu Baiyong had barely mastered the first 5 techniques of the 5 sorrows, although he had not yet achieved minor success, let alone master the 5 sorrows strike. His proficiency in the initial techniques allowed him to rank among the more formidable disciples in the early stages of the meridian consolidation phase. When the water dragon met the sorrow fire strike, a resounding bang echoed, causing Liu Baiyong to stagger back several steps while Fu Yu wobbled slightly. Fu Yu was actually practicing the rainfall technique. The rainfall technique offers no offensive or defensive capabilities unless cultivated to minor success. Could it be that he had indeed reached that level? A murmur of astonishment swept through the disciples. Indeed, he had reached minor success. One cannot unleash the water dragon without it. A disciple asserted confidently. Good heavens, wasn't he Fu Yu of mediocre talent? After merely 2 months in the 4th level, he had managed to cultivate the rainfall technique to minor success. Could he be the legendary genius? One disciple exclaimed. Liu Baiyong steadied himself and disdainfully remarked, "He practices the rainfall technique and has achieved minor success. No wonder he appears somewhat arrogant. Yet, whether he can reach major success remains to be seen." Indeed, while achieving minor success in a technique is relatively straightforward, attaining major success demands an immense investment of time and energy. The rainfall technique, if not cultivated to major success, cannot unleash its full potential and pales in comparison to other minor success techniques. Disciples in the meridian consolidation phase primarily focus their efforts on the cultivation of the Qingyun technique's internal methods, typically requiring 6 months to a year to achieve minor success in a technique, with major success often taking 2 to 3 years. Very few disciples manage to cultivate techniques from the early to mid stages of meridian consolidation to major success. After all, elevating the rank of internal methods is paramount. Without a sufficient rank, even the most outstanding techniques are rendered ineffective. Only when disciples reach the later stages of meridian consolidation, with no hope of breaking through to foundational establishment, do they invest time and energy into cultivating techniques to enhance their strength through the power of the techniques themselves. Now that Fu Yu had attained minor success with the rainfall technique, he could hold some advantage over those who had not reached that level. However, with only 5 months until the outer sect competition, any disciple at the 4th level who had not cultivated their techniques to minor success would likely struggle in the competition. A disciple analyzed, noticing that he could not gain an advantage. Liu Baiyong exchanged a glance with Shang Bufan and tossed out a challenge. "Let us see what you're made of at the sect competition." He swiftly departed with Zhang Beifeng. Coward. He actually ran away. Spat Zhao Beifeng. Fu Yu remained unperturbed and turned to Zhao Beifeng, asking, "How are you?" Zhao Beifeng patted himself down and puffed out his chest, declaring, "I'm fine. Unlike Lu Boyong, that spineless fellow. Let us go." "To your place," Fu Yu said, turning to walk with Zhao Beifeng toward their quarters. As the two parties departed, the other disciples dispersed. Once inside, Fu Yu shot Zhao Beifeng a glare, saying, "What else with the bravado? How could you possibly stand against them alone? Why did you rush out?" Each outer sect disciple possessed an independent training chamber. And except for law enforcement disciples bearing the sect's insignia, no one was allowed to intrude upon another disciple's training space. Interrupting a disciple during their cultivation or breakthrough could be exceedingly detrimental, potentially even leading to demonic deviation. Remaining inside was a guarantee of safety. This was also why Fu Yu felt secure leaving the herb fields. However, he had not anticipated that Zhao Beifeng would be unable to withstand Lu Boyong and Zhang Beifeng's taunts and would rush out to take a beating. Surrounding the herb fields were protective barriers established by the sect, prohibiting unauthorized individuals from entering. Only disciples bearing task tokens were permitted entry. Fu Yu could not take Zhao Beifeng to the herb fields either. Enough of that. Have you begun your breakthrough to the 4th level? Fu Yu inquired. I'm all set. I've refined my cultivation at the 3rd level to perfection and am adjusting my state to prepare for the breakthrough in the coming days. Here, take these spirit-nourishing pills. Fu Yu handed Zhao Beifeng the contribution points and monthly spirit stones he had exchanged for spirit-nourishing pills. No need. The ones you gave me last time, combined with my previous accumulation, should suffice for the breakthrough to the 4th level. Zhao Beifeng insisted. Take them. Better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. Fu Yu pressed the spirit-nourishing pills into Zhao Beifeng's hands. Having already shared his experience with Zhao Beifeng regarding the breakthrough to the 4th level, Fu Yu reiterated his advice for a considerable time. Seeing that Zhao Beifeng was well prepared, Fu Yu finally felt at ease. I'm off. Remember to activate the barriers during your breakthrough to avoid disturbances from outside. Each disciple's training chamber was equipped with a barrier that, once activated, would isolate the interior from the outside world, ensuring the disciple's uninterrupted cultivation. However, activating the barrier required spirit stones, unlike the barriers in the herb fields, which were built upon spirit veins and remained perpetually active. Outer sect disciples were often short on spirit stones and would only activate the barriers during critical moments of cultivation or breakthroughs. Leaving the outer sect disciples' quarters, Fu Yu returned to the stone house in the herb fields and sat in meditation. He patted his chest and found it empty. Not a single spirit stone or pill was left. He hadn't used any spirit stones or pills for cultivation last month, and while his progress was decent, he still had a considerable distance to cover before breaking through to the 5th level. Without spirit stones or pills this month, achieving perfection in the 4th level before the competition seemed unlikely, and whether he could break through to the 5th level remained uncertain. To stand out in the competition and gain entry into the inner sect, Fu Yu needed to attain at least perfection in the 5th level, or even reach the 6th level for assurance. Thus, he must break through to the 5th level within 3 months, leaving 2 months to perfect the 5th level. It seemed daunting. Fu Yu sighed quietly. He had to find a way to procure pills and spirit stones. Otherwise, entry into the inner sect would remain a distant dream. Disregarding everything else, he decided to explore the outskirts of Qingmang Mountain to see if any herbs had been overlooked. Fu Yu rose to his feet. He performed the rainfall technique around the herb field, then stepped into the stone house and pulled out a bundle from beneath the bed. Opening the bundle, he retrieved a dagger and secured it at his waist, checking his belongings before cleaning a few jade boxes and packing several days' worth of food. If only I had a storage bag, Fu Yu lamented. Storage bags could only be crafted by artifact masters and were commonly used items in the cultivation world. Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng had seen some affluent outer sect disciples using them at the sect, and they had often visited the marketplace to admire them. But at a price of 200 spirit stones, they were utterly unaffordable for Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng. They could only dream of acquiring them, often imagining themselves wealthy enough to buy several. With the bundle slung over his back, he headed toward Qingmang Mountain. The Qingmang Mountain range snaked across the Moyan continent, its depths unknown. In the outer regions, powerful creatures were scarce for about 200 miles, but as one ventured deeper into the central area, demonic beasts began to appear. Unlike ordinary beasts, these creatures could absorb the essence of the sun and moon to enhance their physical forms and possessed innate supernatural abilities. As they progressed in strength, their intelligence would awaken, and it was rumored that some powerful demonic beasts could even transform into human forms, becoming demon cultivators in the cultivation world. In summary, even the venerable ancestors of Qingyun Sect, those who had achieved the pinnacle of Dan formation, were said to have never ventured into the deepest parts of Qingmang Mountain. Several hours later, Fuyu arrived at the foot of Qingmang Mountain. From a distance, the mountains rose and fell, shrouded in deep mist with countless peaks standing tall. Ancient trees reaching the sky, and an unending expanse where the end was beyond sight. The afternoon sun cast its rays upon the forest, yet failed to reveal the scenery within, as a layer of fog enveloped everything. Shadows seemed to drift lazily through the towering ancient trees, and a piercing bird call echoed through the mist, abruptly shattering the profound silence. After the cry, silence returned, and an inexplicable feeling of dread began to infiltrate Fuyu's heart. Taking a deep breath, Fuyu grasped the hilt of his dagger, suppressing his unease. His youthful face bore a hint of seriousness, and his dark eyes gazed resolutely into the depths of the forest, reflecting determination and resilience. Without further hesitation, Fuyu stepped forward into the woodland. Upon entering the forest, a sliver of sunlight still pierced through the leaves, illuminating the ground and allowing him to see several dozen paces ahead. Beyond that, the trees obscured his view. The vision is limited, and one must tread cautiously. This time, the primary objective is to scout the surroundings, ensuring not to venture too deep, remaining within a 100-mile radius. Fuyu silently admonished himself. Armed with a dagger, he crouched low, attempting to lighten his footsteps as he cautiously explored the mountainous woods. 2 hours passed, yet Fuyu found nothing of note. It appeared that the periphery of Qingmang Mountain indeed harbored little of interest. With steadfast patience, he continued his search. A day elapsed, and Fuyu had yet to gather even a single ordinary spiritual herb. Although he discovered a few spiritual plants in areas rich in spiritual energy, all were merely seedlings, suggesting that others had already scoured the region, leaving no mature herbs behind. As 6 days slipped by, Fuyu delved deeper, drawing ever closer to the central area. On this particular day, Fuyu sat upon a flat stone, sifting through his meager haul from the past few days. Before him lay 4 rather common herbs, Roxiang Rual, which he had found on the 5th day near a secluded ravine. Aside from these herbs, he had no other discoveries. Though he had marked 6 or 7 locations where seedlings thrived, the past few days had been relatively safe. He encountered some wild beasts but refrained from engaging them. Even when the oblivious creatures attacked, he chose not to retaliate, opting instead to incapacitate them and depart. Mindful that his cultivation level was only at the 4th layer of meridian condensation. Despite being a genuine cultivator, he could easily vanquish most wild beasts, but he wished to avoid attracting more with the scent of blood, which could cause excessive commotion. After resting for a moment, Fuyu organized the herbs in his possession, then stood atop the stone and gazed forward. It seemed prudent not to venture any further. He was nearing the central area. He sighed, realizing that with his current level of cultivation, entering the central region was exceedingly perilous. However, the chance of acquiring rare spiritual herbs without entering that area was exceedingly slim. Alas, better to refrain from entering the central zone and instead explore the surrounding vicinity for 2 more days. Regardless of any findings, it would be time to return. Fuyu leapt down from the stone, determining a direction to continue his search. Several hours passed, and as he lifted his gaze, he noticed the light in the forest dimming. Dusk was upon him. He knew he needed to find a suitable place to spend the night. Surveying his surroundings, he found no appropriate spots and pressed onward, crossing a slope until he spotted a cluster of rocks in the distance, deciding to investigate for a potential refuge. As he approached the rocks, less than 200 meters away, Fuyu suddenly halted. The concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly greater than the surrounding area, and an eerie silence enveloped the space. There were no sounds of insects. Fuyu held his breath, concealing himself within a low bush, peering through the gaps as his gaze descended from the top of the rock. Everything seemed normal, yet a subtle unease lingered in his heart, compelling him to remain motionless. After a quarter of an incense stick's time, just as Fuyu resolved to retreat quietly, he heard a faint rustling from beneath the rocks. Fixing his gaze intently, he observed a stone approximately half a meter in diameter, with soil bulging upwards several inches, before it cracked open to reveal a sharp beast's horn. Suddenly, a scaled creature burst forth. A pangolin, Fu Yu exhaled quietly, realizing that typical beasts and serpents posed little threat to cultivators. The aura of a cultivator enveloped them, rendering them as defenseless as a mere morsel. Here, the abundance of spiritual energy suggested many cultivators had traversed this area. Any exceptional flora would have been discovered and harvested long ago, and any formidable beasts would likely have been hunted down. Wait, if it were merely a pangolin, it wouldn't invoke such a sense of danger. Fu Yu scrutinized the creature more closely, suddenly noticing that its lower jaw bore a patch of dark golden scales the size of a thumb. This peculiar scale, nestled among the dark blue-black ones, was hardly conspicuous. Was it a mutated pangolin or some other beast? Fu Yu pondered. Recalling descriptions of beasts from his sect, a realization struck him. It was a golden armored pangolin, a first-tier demon beast. The golden armored pangolin could evolve to tier 3, and its classification was determined by the scale on its jaw. Dark gold indicated tier 1, equivalent to the strength of a 6th-layer meridian condensation practitioner, while bright gold represented tier 2, akin to a 9th-layer cultivator, and mysterious gold denoted tier 3, capable of contending with foundational stage experts. What should I do? Countless thoughts raced through Fu Yu's mind. Even a first-tier demon beast posed a lethal threat. Fleeing would undoubtedly incite a chase, while confronting it head-on would guarantee failure, given that his cultivation was merely at the 4th layer of meridian condensation, rendering him utterly defenseless against a beast of equal prowess. The distance to the central area was significant. How could a demon beast appear here? Such an occurrence was virtually impossible. Why was it happening to me? Alas, my skills are too lacking. If I could elevate my Qingyun technique to the 7th layer, I could easily defeat it. Then it would be fortune, not misfortune. Once again, Fu Yu felt the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Strength reigns supreme. In the presence of power, danger transforms into opportunity. Yet, with insufficient strength, opportunities become crises, fraught with the risk of death. If mishandled, he could easily become a meal for this golden, armored pangolin. Remaining hidden within the bushes, Fu Yu dared not move, his gaze fixed on the golden, armored pangolin. The creature scanned its surroundings, its eyes narrowing as it adapted to the ambient light, remaining still beside the stone, fixated on the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, another beast emerged from the cave. This creature measured 2 meters in length, resembling a colossal worm, its body as thick as a basin. Its segmented carapace gleamed with a bronze-like sheen, exuding an aura of impenetrability. 2 rows of delicate legs lined its underbelly, propelling its body forward in a wave-like motion. It was a 1,000-legged beast. As soon as the 1,000-legged beast appeared, the golden armored pangolin lunged forward, its sharp claws glinting as they raked across the beast's carapace, producing a piercing sound. The 2-meter-long body of the 1,000-legged beast contracted, shrinking to just over a meter, its segments becoming denser, effectively blocking the pangolin's attack. Then, it lifted its head, revealing a mouth far larger than its body, which suddenly opened wide, a series of soft tendrils rising like blades, lunging toward the golden, armored pangolin. The pangolin retaliated, raising its rear like a spear, barreling toward the 1,000-legged beast. The latter deftly dodged the attack, releasing a hissing sound as a foul, viscous substance spewed forth toward the pangolin. The golden, armored pangolin appeared to flinch, swiftly leaping aside. The 2 demon beasts faced off momentarily before resuming their fierce battle, the sounds of their violent exchanges ringing through the air. Fu Yu, hidden 100 meters away in the bushes, dared not breathe, fervently wishing for the 2 beasts to inflict grievous wounds upon each other, allowing him to seize a moment of advantage. However, before his thoughts could settle, the golden armored pangolin appeared to falter, turning to flee, retreating while continuing to fight, and unfortunately, it was headed directly toward Fu Yu's hiding spot. As the 2 beasts drew closer, Fu Yu's heart raced. Even if they were both injured and fatigued, their resilience and stamina were formidable. Should they discover him, they would likely abandon their conflict to eliminate this human threat first, and Fu Yu would stand no chance against their combined might. In a moment of desperation, Fu Yu steeled himself, deciding to seize the opportunity to strike one of the beasts while they were entangled. It was now or never. Only by stealthily eliminating one beast could he hope to contend with the other. Choosing a more concealed position, Fu Yu gripped his dagger tightly, secretly channeling his Qingyun technique to infuse his weapon and body with spiritual energy. Closer now. The 2 beasts were rapidly approaching. Fu Yu fixed his gaze on the 2 monstrous beasts. The soft scales on the abdomen of the golden armored mountain beast were a notable weakness. Typically, the creature was adept at guarding its vulnerabilities, but in its fierce struggle with the centipede beast, its focus had shifted, leaving an opportunity for a side attack. Fu Yu keenly observed this detail and resolved to take the risk of eliminating the golden armored mountain beast first. He lay in wait, his muscles taut and coiled, ready to spring into action. In the blink of an eye, the two beasts approached his hiding spot. The golden armored mountain beast deflected a strike from the centipede beast, inadvertently exposing its abdomen to Fu Yu. Seizing the moment, Fu Yu thrust his blade forward, piercing the beast's belly. With a swift upward flick, he leapt aside just as a gash opened, blood gushing from the wound as the golden armored mountain beast plummeted to the ground, writhing in agony. Clearly on the brink of death, the centipede beast paused, momentarily stunned and failing to react, giving Fu Yu a fleeting advantage. Clutching his dagger, Fu Yu focused on the centipede beast, which was encased in a series of interlocking segments, leaving no apparent weak points. No wonder the golden armored mountain beast had failed to inflict a fatal blow. The centipede beast emitted a shrill sound, its body arching as it prepared to launch a counterattack, opening its maw to spray a noxious liquid towards Fu Yu, reeking of a foul stench. Fortunately, the toxicity appeared diminished compared to the earlier assault on the golden armored mountain beast, suggesting a limited supply. From the earlier confrontation, Fu Yu understood the peril of the substance and did not dare to block it directly. He sidestepped swiftly, retreating a few paces as the liquid splattered against the grass, sizzling ominously and causing the blades to wither. Indeed, it was highly toxic and corrosive. As the centipede beast charged forward, attempting to bite, Fu Yu evaded while contemplating his next move. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After several exchanges, he realized the dagger was ineffective against the beast's defenses, merely bouncing off its armored segments as if striking steel. Faced with this creature, which was fully encased in protective armor, Fu Yu found himself at a loss for tactics. Fortunately, the centipede beast seemed to be expending considerable energy, and its venomous spray was losing potency. Its limited offensive maneuvers meant that as long as Fu Yu kept a keen eye on its head, avoiding its bites and venom, he could remain relatively safe. However, he needed to channel his energy into his feet for swift dodges, while also coating his body with spiritual energy to prevent any splashes of venom. If he continued in this manner, it wouldn't be long before his stamina waned, and if his spiritual energy ran low, he would inevitably fall prey to the centipede beast. What to do? Fu Yu's heart raced with urgency. Suddenly, he noticed that the centipede beast was missing several legs, some severed at the base and others broken at the joints, likely due to its earlier clash with the golden armored mountain beast. Despite its many legs, this did not hinder its mobility, yet they were also its vulnerabilities. If the golden armored mountain beast could sever so many legs, surely he could do the same with his dagger. If he could break them all, it would be unable to move. With a flash of inspiration, Fu Yu leapt towards the rear of the centipede beast, delivering a powerful kick that sent its tail up. He swung his dagger, aiming to slice through its numerous legs. Two sharp cracks echoed as he successfully severed two legs. Indeed, the connections between the legs and the body, as well as the joints, were the most vulnerable areas. Having discovered this weakness, Fu Yu avoided direct confrontation, continually evading the beast's head while seizing every opportunity to slice off more legs. Half an hour passed, and the once formidable centipede beast lay on the ground, rendered immobile. Fu Yu, panting heavily and nearly exhausted, approached cautiously. The creature writhed uneasily, emitting anxious squeaks that betrayed its fear. Planting a foot on its body, Fu Yu plunged his dagger into the segmented armor and twisted it, cleaving the beast in two. After a series of convulsions, the centipede beast lay lifeless. Regaining a semblance of energy, Fu Yu carefully extracted the hides of both beasts and harvested their cores. Striking it rich. The claws of the golden armored mountain beast and the intact hides of the two beasts would surely yield a substantial number of contribution points. Selling these in the market would provide ample resources for his cultivation. Fu Yu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he caressed the two glistening cores. These were the true treasures. After examining them closely, he retrieved a jade box from his satchel, delicately placing the cores inside for safekeeping. Though the meat of the beasts could also be sold for spiritual stones, his satchel was limited in space. So he quickly cut a few tender pieces of flesh before departing the scene. Reaching the rocky outcrop, Fu Yu sat cross-legged and activated the Qingyun decision. gradually restoring his spiritual energy. An hour later, feeling revitalized, he stood up. At the base of the rock, he scrutinized the surroundings. Aside from the cave from which the golden armored mountain beast and centipede beast had emerged, there were no other peculiarities. How strange, he mused. This place is evidently rich in spiritual energy, yet there isn't a single spiritual herb to be found. It seemed he would have to venture into the cave. Clearing the dirt from the entrance revealed a half-meter wide opening. Peering inside, Fuyu found it pitch black, obscuring his view. With both beasts slain, the danger should be minimal. Though he had no means of illumination, Fuyu felt hesitant, even if he believed there was no threat lurking within the darkness. At just 13 or 14 years of age, having entered the sect merely a few years prior, he had yet to face any perilous situations. The prospect of exploring this unknown, shadowy cave alone filled him with trepidation. Yet tales of predecessors in the cultivation world who had embarked on perilous adventures and returned with untold treasures spurred his courage. Stories of those who ventured into uncharted caves, facing life and death encounters, only to emerge with ancient techniques, elixirs, spiritual tools, and even legacies, resonated deeply within Fuyu. These legends fueled his aspirations. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, one could not afford to falter in the face of adversity, without a fearless heart and a spirit of unwavering determination. Achieving great heights would remain an elusive dream. Resolute, Fuyu steeled his nerves and crawled into the cave. As he entered, the darkness enveloped him, revealing a narrow pathway that led into the unknown. Unable to stand upright, Fuyu crawled forward, feeling the soft, damp walls, evidence of a tunnel hastily excavated by the golden armored mountain beast. As he delved deeper, the tunnel maintained its diameter, plunging into complete darkness. Fortunately, the incline was downward, making it relatively easy to navigate. Fuyu pressed on, estimating that 2 hours had passed. It was likely nighttime outside. He calculated he had traversed several miles when, just as he was beginning to despair of ever reaching the end, he caught a glimpse of faint light ahead. Finally, he thought to himself, I wonder what lies ahead. Continuing forward, as he approached the cave's exit, Fuyu paused to listen intently. There was an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. He checked his belongings, gripped his dagger tightly, and began to circulate the Qingyun decision, moving with utmost caution and grace as he advanced slowly. Just a meter from the cave's mouth, he halted, allowing his eyes to adjust to the light. Peering out, he beheld a vast, enclosed space. The ceiling soared 7 or 8 meters high, and the area spanned over a mile in circumference. The ground was uneven and cluttered with stones, with bioluminescent algae growing along the cave walls. Fuyu inferred that he had stumbled into a hidden cavern deep beneath the earth. Seeing no danger, Fuyu emerged from the cave. He noticed numerous traces of battle at his feet, indicating that the golden armored mountain beast and the 1,000-legged beast had fought here. Cautiously, Fuyu followed the traces forward. After walking several hundred meters, he spotted a small pool, less than a meter in diameter, nestled among the rubble. The air around the pool was rich with spiritual energy, and beside it grew a plant over a foot tall, as thick as a thumb, adorned with 7 or 8 dark green leaves. At the top of the plant was a purplish-red fruit, the size of a baby's fist, emanating a delightful fragrance, clearly ripe. Fuyu gathered a few stones and gently tossed them around the pool to ensure there were no disturbances. He quickly approached and delicately plucked the purplish-red fruit. Aware that it was likely a spiritual fruit not meant to be held for long, he retrieved a jade box from his pack and carefully placed the fruit inside. Upon closer examination, the fruit appeared to lack a skin, resembling a piece of translucent purplish jade, with a faint glow that seemed almost illusory. Turning to inspect the spiritual plant, he noted some signs of withering in the lower leaves. Fuyu understood that the essence of such spiritual herbs resided within the fruit. Once the fruit ripened, the plant would reach the end of its life. Despite not recognizing the plant, Fuyu resolved to harvest it, placing it carefully in an elongated jade box. After surveying the surroundings and the small pool, he found nothing else of particular note. When he dipped his hand into the pool, a shiver coursed through him. The water was exceptionally cold, penetrating to the bone. Even a slight touch made him feel as though he might freeze entirely. Looking around, the silence enveloped him, with no sound but his own presence. Sitting beside the pool, Fuyu opened the jade box containing the purplish-red fruit once more. Should he consume it now or take it back to the sect for contribution points? Trading for contribution points would undoubtedly be unwise, but eating it posed risks as he was unsure of its properties. What if it were poison? However, given the fierce battle between the golden armored mountain beast and the thousand-legged beast over this spiritual herb, it seemed unlikely to be toxic. Perhaps it would be prudent to take it back to the sect for further investigation to ascertain its use before making a decision. Yet, he was uncertain how to preserve it. Merely placing it in the jade box would not suffice for long, and should it spoil, the loss would be significant. After much hesitation, Fuyu finally resolved to consume the spiritual fruit immediately. He held the purplish-red fruit in his hands, scrutinizing it for a moment, memorizing its appearance. Without further hesitation, he bit into it, and a wave of sweetness flooded his senses, enveloping him in an exquisite sensation of bliss, intoxicating him. Before he realized it, the entire fruit had vanished into his belly. Just as he was reveling in this delightful feeling, a sudden warmth surged within him, followed by a searing pain that coursed throughout his body. A thought struck him. He was in trouble. Quickly, he began to circulate the Qingyun technique to combat the pain, repeating the movements with increasing urgency. It seemed to offer a modicum of relief, but in mere moments, the pain intensified. Fuyu mechanically continued to channel the technique. Yet he could not fend off the onslaught of agony. His face flushed. Beads of sweat erupted from his skin as the sensation felt akin to countless ants gnawing at his flesh, veins, bones, and organs. Every part of him was in torment. As the pain grew more unbearable, Fuyu gritted his teeth and persisted in circulating the Qingyun technique. Just when he thought he might endure, a wave of pain surged like a bone-deep agony, crashing against his nerves. Alongside the pain, an overwhelming sensation of heat and expansion intensified. His consciousness began to fade amidst the pain and an explosive feeling, and he fainted, thinking, "I never expected to die like this." Once unconscious, Fuyu could no longer maintain his sitting posture and fell into the small pool. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and slowly, Fuyu opened his eyes. "Oh, am I dead?" As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of relief washed over him, turning his near-death heart into one of joy. Overcome with excitement, he sprang to his feet, waving his arms in the air, unable to contain his laughter. "Ha-ha, I'm still alive. Ha-ha." His laughter echoed throughout the cave. After bouncing around for a while, he gradually calmed his emotions, suppressing the joy that surged within him. Eventually, Fuyu settled, reflecting on his escape from death and the immense joy of surviving. When he looked down, he realized he was standing in the small pool, which was now dry. Its icy water had vanished, leaving only a layer of thick, black, oily residue at the bottom. He did not dwell on the reasons for this. He checked his limbs, finding everything intact and normal, and leapt from the pool. Focusing his energy in the dantian, he circulated the Qingyun technique, feeling a slight tremor throughout his body as a wave of bliss washed over his face. He had not anticipated that consuming an unknown spiritual fruit would lead to such miraculous results. Awakening, he found that his Qingyun technique had remarkably advanced 2 levels, reaching the 6th layer. Moreover, he noticed that his meridians had significantly thickened, and his dantian had doubled in size. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly within him, devoid of the previous sluggishness, and his sensitivity to spiritual energy had increased manifold, as if the spiritual power in the air resonated with his will. As he circulated the Qingyun technique, the energy surged like a river flowing into the ocean. Simultaneously, Fuyu's mind felt as though it had been enlightened. His thoughts were clear and organized, and his understanding and judgment had ascended to a higher realm. The previous complexities and obscurities of the Qingyun technique had vanished, rendering it far simpler to comprehend. As he contemplated this transformation, he felt an immense increase in his comprehension. This mysterious spiritual fruit had proven to be far more potent than he had expected. Sitting down, Fuyu reflected on his experiences, and suddenly, clarity washed over him as he pieced together the events leading to his current state, feeling a surge of gratitude and relief. The immense medicinal power of the fruit was beyond what a practitioner at the 4th layer of the condensation stage could endure. The pain and heat he had experienced were manifestations of his body's inability to handle the overwhelming potency of the spiritual herb. Fortunately, the place he chose to consume the fruit was by the small pool, and when he fainted from the unbearable sensations, he fell directly into the water. It is said that one thing can counteract another. Where there is poison, there is an antidote. The pool's water was unlike ordinary water. Its chilling coldness was bone deep, and Fuyu surmised it must also be a type of spiritual substance, perfectly countering the fiery surge of the spiritual herb. Had he not consumed the fruit, entering the pool would have surely resulted in his freezing to death. The dual forces of these spiritual substances acted upon Fuyu, cleansing and refining him, one cold, one hot. A harmonious balance of yin and yang. His flesh, bones, internal organs, and even the mysterious area of his brain underwent significant enhancement, producing effects far greater than merely consuming the spiritual fruit alone. The thick, black residue at the bottom of the pool represented the impurities expelled through this process. Rising to his feet, Fuyu scanned his surroundings and grasped the entirety of the cave's layout. He explored the cave further, but found no new discoveries. After silently calculating the passage of time, he realized he had been gone for nearly 10 days. It was time to return, as he had responsibilities at the sect and needed to tend to the herb fields. His venture had been remarkably fruitful, and it was time to head back. Without finding another exit, he concluded that only the golden armored mountain beast and the thousand-legged beast, dwelling underground, could navigate this place. It appeared he would have to retrace his steps through the entrance cave. Once again, the journey was arduous, though it was an ascent. At this moment, Fuyu had made significant progress in his cultivation, and he was not slower than when he first entered. After quite some time, Fuyu finally returned to the stone cliff he had once encountered. Observing his surroundings felt surreal, as if in a dream. By the following evening, Fuyu had returned to the sect. The medicinal fields remained unchanged, and taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he employed the rainfall technique to nourish the spiritual herbs. After a substantial increase in his cultivation level, both the speed of his spell casting and the area covered by the spiritual rain saw remarkable improvement, allowing him to irrigate nearly 10 acres in a brief moment. Content: Fuyu returned to his stone cottage and meticulously organized his belongings. The armor of the golden armored mountain beast and the centipede beast, along with the sharp claws of the former and several medicinal herbs, were neatly displayed before him. Looking at these items filled Fuyu with joy. They could be exchanged at the sect for contribution points, which he could then use to acquire techniques. He decided to keep 2 demon cores for the time being, planning to visit the market later to exchange them for spirit stones and procure a spirit weapon. With techniques in hand and a spirit weapon acquired, securing a place in the top 50 of the sect's grand competition would be well within reach, essentially guaranteeing his entry into the inner sect. The thought of becoming an inner sect disciple excited him greatly. Filled with unprecedented confidence about the future, Fuyu organized everything and lay down on his bed, finally able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, the sun was already high in the sky. He stretched his arms, feeling invigorated. Upon arriving at the outer affairs hall, he noted that it was not the day for monthly distributions, and thus, few people were present, only about 20 or 30 engaged in task exchanges and material redemption. Fuyu made his way directly to the material exchange area, where 2 or 3 people stood ahead of him, waiting. At that moment, 3 individuals emerged from the task exchange area. Though all donned the garb of outer sect disciples, it was evident that the one in the center was the leader, flanked by 2 others who wore expressions of flattery. The leader boasted a string of exquisitely translucent jade at his waist, emanating a faint glow. It was indeed a rare dragon seal jade. This jade had immense significance for outer sect disciples, aiding in calming the mind and facilitating rapid immersion into meditation during cultivation. Given that outer sect disciples were typically in their teens with active minds and unstable temperaments, possessing a piece of dragon seal jade greatly enhanced their cultivation. However, its value was exorbitant. Merely a copper coin-sized piece was worth 500 spirit stones, while the string the leader wore was worth at least 3,000 spirit stones. An amount beyond the reach of most outer sect disciples who would be hard-pressed to gather that sum even after numerous attempts. As the trio chatted amiably, one of them remarked, "Brother Jiang, after redeeming contribution points this time, you'll likely seclude yourself to break through to the 7th level of pulse condensation, right?" Another chimed in, "Of course. It is our fortune to train alongside Brother Jiang. We even managed to hunt a Qingchun mongoose, a first-tier demon beast. Without Brother Jiang, we might not have made it back alive. Once we trade the pelt and demon core for contribution points, we can procure spirit-nourishing pills. Enough for Brother Jiang to break through to the 7th level. Indeed, once Brother Jiang reaches that level, he will directly enter the inner sect. At that time, we hope he will assist us, his junior brothers." Brother Jiang merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Junior Brother Chu, Junior Brother Lu, rest assured, once I enter the inner sect, I will not forget my brothers." With the prospect of exchanging the Qingmang mongoose for pills, they congratulated Brother Jiang. Soon, the trio arrived at the exchange area. Just as the previous person completed their transaction, Fuyu was about to step forward when junior brother Lu hurriedly approached him, saying, "Junior brother, step aside and let Brother Jiang exchange first." Fuyu turned to assess Lu, but before he could respond, Lu shouted again, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and move aside." Fuyu, being low-key, had no intention of causing trouble. If Lu had spoken politely, he would have gladly let them go first. However, hearing Lu's reprimand ignited his anger, and he retorted, "Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? I will complete my exchange before you." At that moment, junior brother Chu interjected, "With the trivial items you have, how dare you even think of exchanging them? Brother Jiang possesses a first-tier demon beast, the Qingmang mongoose. Do you understand?" Fuyu raised an eyebrow, but chose not to engage. "Silenced, are we? Step aside," junior brother Chu taunted. Fuyu shook his head, unwilling to prolong the verbal dispute, and stepped forward to the counter. "This kid really doesn't know how to appreciate a good opportunity," Lu exclaimed in anger. "Don't let me encounter you during the grand competition. Look at the worthless rubbish you bring to exchange." At the counter sat an elderly man with an impassive expression, ignoring the bickering among the disciples, as such altercations were commonplace. This elder, known as Elder Qi, had been at the Outer Affairs Hall for over 40 years. "Present your items," Elder Qi stated calmly. As Fuyu began to pull out several medicinal herbs he had gathered, he heard junior brother Chu's derisive voice beside him. "Rosang herb, truly worthless. How dare you bring it out?" Unperturbed, Fuyu continued retrieving items from his bag, while Lu added, "Exchanging some trash, yet you dawdle. Your audacity is astounding. Don't you know Brother Jiang's time is precious? Have you ever seen the Qingmang mongoose he possesses?" As Lu continued his tirade, suddenly the surroundings fell silent, making his voice particularly jarring. After a brief pause, gasps erupted from the crowd. "Ah? The armor and claws of the golden, armored mountain beast." Lu's eyes widened, his face reflecting disbelief, and his voice abruptly ceased, as if cut off. The armor of the golden, armored mountain beast boasted high defense, and its claws could sever metal and stone, moving with swiftness that posed a far greater danger than the Qingmang mongoose, which most outer sect disciples could hardly contend with. Moreover, the beast's burrowing ability made it difficult to capture, even for inner sect disciples. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Fuyu remained undeterred, continuing to retrieve items from his bag. Generally, disciples would present common items first before unveiling those of higher value. As Fuyu reached into his bag again, whispers among the disciples surged. "It must be the demon core of the golden, armored mountain beast. Surely it is. Oh, the demon core is far more valuable. Exchanging it for contribution points would be a loss. Trading it at the market for spirit stones would be much more lucrative." Demon cores contain the essence of the entire demon beast, and they hold vast utility in the cultivation world. They can be used in alchemy, as materials for spirit weapon crafting, or even serve as focal points in formations, enhancing the cultivator's strength. However, demon cores can only be refined from demon beasts, and hunting them is perilous. Without sufficient strength, one would not dare to participate, especially for high-tier beasts, which possess exceptional abilities and can fight evenly against multiple cultivators of the same level. Amidst the disciples' discussions and exclamations, Fuyu finally produced the armor of the centipede beast from his bag. A greater uproar ensued. The armor of the centipede beast. The centipede beast is notoriously troublesome, boasting high defense and rapid movement, even capable of spitting venom. It's nearly impossible to handle, and even a disciple at the 7th level of pulse condensation would have to steer clear. Yet here stood Fuyu, presenting the armor of the centipede beast. Junior brother Lu and junior brother Chu were left speechless. The Qingmang mongoose was docile and posed little threat, making its hunt incomparable to that of the centipede beast. What a face-slapping spectacle. The two wore expressions that shifted from green to white, akin to frostbitten eggplants, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. Upon witnessing Fuyu produce the 1,000-legged beast, a flicker of astonishment crossed the otherwise impassive face of Elder Qi, prompting him to scrutinize Fuyu with newfound interest. A contribution point for 1 specimen of Luo Xiang Yuan, 4 specimens for 4 points, 100 contribution points for the golden armored mountain beast hide, 60 contribution points for the sharp claw, and 200 contribution points for the 1,000-legged beast shell. In total, that's 364 contribution points. Given the good condition of the golden armored mountain beast hide, and the 1,000-legged beast shell, I shall grant you 380 contribution points. Wow, 380 contribution points. I've never earned that much in all my years, exclaimed a disciple, his eyes sparkling in awe. With reverence, he handed his identity token to Elder Qi, who skillfully transferred the 380 contribution points into Fu Yu's token. Upon receiving the token, Fu Yu felt a surge of delight. This would enable him to acquire a profound technique within the sect. After expressing his gratitude to Elder Qi, Fu Yu turned to leave. Hello, senior brother. Some disciples greeted him as he made his way outside. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. They whispered amongst themselves. Fu Yu was a low-key individual, not adept at socializing, and due to his average aptitude and ordinary cultivation, few had come to know him over the past 3 years. As Fu Yu exited, he noticed senior brother Jiang approaching, hands clasped in salute. I apologize for my 2 junior brothers' lack of recognition. Please forgive us, he said. May I ask your esteemed name? Fu Yu was not one to cling to formalities. He had a humble demeanor and responded graciously. I am Fu Yu. You must be the renowned Jiang Lanqing of our sect? Indeed. Greetings, Fu brother. Jiang Lanqing replied with a smile. Jiang Lanqing's parents were inner disciples of the sect who, after failing to break through to foundation establishment, had become life partners and now ran a tea house in the marketplace. They doted on their son, who, endowed with exceptional talent and abundant resources, had already perfected the Qingyun technique to its 6th level at the tender age of 13. Having grown up in the marketplace and the tea house, Jiang Lanqing was well-informed and adept at socializing, possessing a certain charm that attracted many followers among the outer disciples. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Lanqing, Fu Yu excused himself and proceeded towards the scripture repository. As Jiang Lanqing watched Fu Yu's retreating figure, he murmured, Fu Yu, when did such a person emerge from the outer sect? Disciples Lu and Chu, with their cultivation at merely the 5th level of meridian condensation, were unable to perceive Fu Yu's true strength. However, Jiang Lanqing, having been educated in recognizing talent, sensed that Fu Yu's cultivation was at least on par with his own 6th level. He also felt a hint of danger in Fu Yu's presence. Thus, it was only natural for Jiang Lanqing, with his character, to treat Fu Yu with respect and engage him in cordial conversation. The world of cultivation operates on the principle that strength dictates respect. Without it, one is often subjugated, whereas those with power are approached with deference. Setting aside his musings about Jiang Lanqing, Fu Yu arrived at the scripture repository. Situated at the heart of the outer sect, the repository was built on a hillside facing south. Its main building had 3 stories, surrounded by smaller single-story structures. From a distance, the bold characters spelling scripture repository atop the main building were clearly visible, exuding an aura of grandeur and antiquity, rendered in a deep navy blue that captivated onlookers. Fu Yu made his way to the main building, the largest section of the repository, which housed various foundational techniques, basic alchemy, weapon forging methods, and array formation techniques, along with descriptions of various mystical beasts, spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, and other cultivation resources. All items required contribution points for exchange, and each disciple was forbidden from imparting the techniques they obtained to others, lest they face severe punishment from the sect. This policy ensured that disciples earned their rewards through diligent effort and completion of sect tasks, thus maintaining the sect's operations. Fu Yu respectfully greeted an elderly steward at the entrance and presented his disciple token. The steward examined the token and nodded, "You may enter." Access to the repository required a minimum of 50 contribution points, as most foundational techniques were priced at 50 points or more. Each disciple was subject to scrutiny by the steward, ensuring that only those with sufficient points could enter, thus preventing indiscriminate access. After receiving his token back from the steward, Fu Yu bowed again and entered the repository for the 2nd time. Inside, he found a handful of disciples quietly selecting techniques. Fu Yu decided to first choose an offensive technique. If he had points remaining, he would then select a movement technique. Although he was not opting for a defensive technique, he had previously exchanged for the rain shield technique, which would provide him with adequate defense while also covering attack and movement. Approaching the right side of the hall designated for techniques, Fu Yu perused titles such as Fire Fiend Technique, Thunderstorm Technique, Ancient Dragon Fist, Dingqing Swordplay, Moonlit Kick, and Nine Dragon Swordplay. He examined each one carefully. The descriptions provided only a brief overview, and one could only transcribe details after making a selection. He picked up a volume titled 7 Absolute Kill, which described 7 unique forms, each an absolute skill. The technique comprised 4 levels, with 3 bottlenecks corresponding to breakthroughs from the 3rd to the 4th, 5th to the 6th, and 6th to the 7th. While the power of the first 3 forms was relatively similar, the transformation upon reaching the 5th was significant, enhancing attack, speed, strength, and critical strike. It was said that few could rival one who attained the 7th absolute, yet it was also rumored that no one had ever reached that level. Only an elder had reportedly cultivated to the 6th absolute, but never surpassed it. For ordinary disciples, the 6th and 7th absolutes remained mere legends, and most recognized their limitations, leading to a lack of interest in pursuing this technique. Fuyu placed the volume back down, contemplating whether to select it later if he found nothing more suitable. As he continued browsing, just as he was about to transition to movement techniques, he noticed an old, dark green book tucked away in a corner, its edges frayed and bearing an ancient appearance. Curious, he retrieved it and read the title, Cold Phoenix Flame Technique. A chill washed over him as he opened the first page, where the 5 archaic characters emanated an icy aura that suddenly ignited into a fiery intensity. Upon closer inspection, however, nothing seemed to transpire, and a spark of inspiration flashed through Fuyu's mind. This was the technique he had been searching for. Next, he selected a volume titled Wind Whirl Instant Step, a technique designed for short-distance maneuvers, ideal for close combat. Fuyu considered that with the sect's great competition looming just 2.5 months away, 2 techniques would suffice. It was wiser not to be greedy. As he approached the exit of the repository with his chosen techniques, the steward's expression tightened, and he furrowed his brow. Cold Phoenix Flame Technique. Young man, why did you choose this technique? Fuyu's heart raced. May I inquire, esteemed steward, is there a problem? Not exactly a problem, but as far as I know, no one has ever successfully mastered the Cold Phoenix Flame Technique. I suggest you reconsider your choice. Fuyu hesitated and inquired. Is there an issue with the cultivation method since no one has mastered it? The elder chuckled. Let me put it this way. This technique was supposedly brought back by the former sect leader, who stumbled upon it during a perilous journey into a mysterious realm. Initially, the sect leader cherished this method as a priceless treasure, allowing only the Grand Elder and himself to study it. However, despite their best efforts, they could not succeed in mastering it. In desperation, they permitted ordinary elders and core disciples to attempt it, yet still, no one could cultivate it. Ultimately, the sect leader stored it in the scripture repository of the inner sect. Surprisingly, countless inner sect disciples flocked to it, eager to cultivate it. Many talented disciples devoted immense effort to mastering it, but alas, for a century, not a single individual has succeeded. To avoid wasting the inner sect disciples' training time, the sect moved it to the outer sect scripture repository, placing it in the main hall for any disciple to attempt, hoping that perhaps one disciple might succeed. After all, with the vast number of outer sect disciples, losing a few to this endeavor would not significantly impact the sect's strength. However, I have witnessed numerous outer sect disciples try their hand at it, and none have succeeded, squandering precious time in their cultivation. You, being humble and skilled, unlike some outer sect disciples who either lack talent or are arrogant, I cannot bear to see you waste your valuable time on this method. I advise you to abandon it. After hearing the elder's words, Fuyu felt a wave of apprehension. It was disheartening that no one had mastered this technique in 100 years. Yet, deep within, he sensed an inexplicable affinity with this method. The intense sensation of cold turning to warmth he felt when first opening the book was all too real. After a prolonged silence, Fuyu took a deep breath and respectfully said to the elder, I have made my decision. I wish to pursue this method. Please lift the restrictions on it. The elder was taken aback. It seems my words were in vain. Think carefully. This concerns your future. Do not assume you can simply switch to another method if this one proves unsuccessful. In the cultivation world, falling behind even a step can lead to a cascade of failures. Having made up his mind, Fuyu followed his heart without hesitation, affirming, Thank you, elder. I still wish to give it a try. The elder, seeing Fuyu's refusal to heed his advice, grew irate, saying, Very well. If you will not listen, then so be it. It appears you are determined to hit a wall before you turn back, wasting my good intentions. The elder lifted the restrictions on the 2 techniques in Fuyu's hands and deducted 100 contribution points from Fuyu's token. Upon inspecting the token, Fuyu exclaimed, Elder, did you deduct enough? The Wind Whirl Instant Step costs 100 contribution points. The elder sighed, You are quite honest, but why be so stubborn? The Beifeng flame technique requires no contribution points, and unlike other methods, it cannot be copied. No one can successfully transcribe it. Even the elders fail to capture its essence. Anyone allowed access to the scripture repository can borrow it for free for 6 months, but it must not be taken outside the sect. After an hour, Fu Yu completed transcribing the Wind Whirl instant step, bade farewell to the elder, and exited the scripture repository. Upon leaving, Fu Yu decided to visit the sect's marketplace, as he still possessed 2 monster cores and wished to exchange them for items that would enhance his strength. The marketplace was located to the west of the sect, less than 10 miles away, with tens of thousands of outer sect disciples and an unknown number of inner sect disciples. Approximately 80 new members joined every 3 years. Some exceptionally talented individuals were directly taken in as core disciples by the elders. Over the millennia, Qingyun Sect has nurtured countless cultivation families, creating intricate relationships. Furthermore, some influential elders directly send promising disciples to the inner sect. Through generations, the total number of disciples in and out of Qingyun Sect has approached nearly 100,000. To facilitate exchanges among disciples and gather resources from cultivation families and wandering cultivators, the sect permits both cultivation families and disciples with no future in cultivation to operate in the marketplace. Merchants in the marketplace pay a monthly tribute to the sect, consolidating various cultivation resources. The marketplace is maintained by a law enforcement team dispatched by the sect, ensuring safe transactions for outer sect disciples, preventing any incidents of theft or harm. After several hours, Fu Yu arrived at the marketplace, bustling with activity. Numerous disciples dressed in the outer sect's garb mingled with those bearing the insignia of cultivation families, and occasionally, he spotted a few inner sect disciples. It was said that sometimes, even foundational-level experts would appear in the marketplace. Fu Yu had previously strolled through the marketplace with Zhao Beifeng, but those visits were merely for enjoyment, as they had little to spend. Over the years, they had only made a single purchase in the marketplace, Zhao Beifeng buying 2 talismans for less than 10 spirit stones to complete a sect task. As he moved with the throng towards the center of the marketplace, Fu Yu passed by various shops, general stores, crafting houses, clothing shops, alchemy pavilions, and weapon forges, all bustling with customers. He entered a shop named Qingyun, primarily catering to lower-tier disciples, making it suitable for those in the pulse condensation stage to trade. Qingyun shop offered a wide array of services, including purchasing, selling various spirit weapons, talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and ores, essentially functioning as a large general store. Upon entering, a handsome young attendant greeted him. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to Qingyun shop. How may I assist you today?" Fu Yu replied candidly. "I wish to sell something first before we discuss further." The young attendant, quick-witted, responded cheerfully, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, Qingyun shop values reputation above all else. Whether buying or selling, we guarantee you a satisfactory price." Having worked in the shop for a long time, the attendant had developed a keen eye for discerning individuals. Though he could not perceive Fu Yu's cultivation level, he noticed Fu Yu's intent to sell first, and that he bore no burdens. Deducing that he either possessed a storage bag or was selling valuable items easy to carry, he led Fu Yu to a private room with a smile. The attendant respectfully seated Fu Yu and efficiently served him a cup of tea. After Fu Yu took a couple of sips, the attendant inquired with a smile, "What items do you wish to sell, esteemed guest?" Fu Yu retrieved a jade box containing the monster cores and said nonchalantly, "2 first-tier monster cores. How much are they worth?" "Ah, monster cores," the attendant exclaimed, his smile broadening. He carefully took the jade box, placed it on the table, opened it to confirm the contents, then respectfully said, "Indeed, these are monster cores. Please wait a moment. I will summon the shopkeeper." In the marketplace, attendants primarily greet customers and sell items at fixed prices, while those responsible for purchases handle inquiries and initially assess items before calling specialized appraisers to determine their authenticity and value, finalizing the transaction. However, since the attendants are not cultivators, they lack the ability to assess the authenticity of spiritual herbs, monster materials, and ores. Moments later, the attendant returned with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Upon entering the private room, the man greeted warmly, "Ah, a sect disciple. I am Zhang Yu. I once cultivated in the sect, but lacked talent and prospects, so I opened this small shop for a living. I hope you will consider my services." Zhang Yu, possessing the cultivation of the 6th layer of condensation veins, upon entering and seeing Fu Yu, a disciple of the sect, realized that despite Fu Yu's youth and his outer disciples' attire, he was of comparable cultivation. Zhang Yu understood that individuals like Fu Yu were destined to rise as the pillars of the sect. Thus, he felt a desire to befriend him. Casting a glance at the two demon cores, Zhang Yu warmly inquired, "Young brother, would you mind sharing where you hunted these demon cores?" Being a seasoned veteran, Zhang Yu was keen to ascertain whether Fu Yu had hunted them solo or in collaboration with fellow disciples, or if they had been bestowed upon him by his family or an elder. Depending on the circumstances, he planned to adopt different strategies to win Fu Yu over. Naturally, he could not ask Fu Yu outright. Instead, he opted for a more roundabout approach to glean insights from Fu Yu's response. Fu Yu smiled slightly. "There is nothing to conceal. I hunted these near Qingmang Mountain." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes, and he laughed heartily. "Young brother, you are truly exceptional, not only in your profound cultivation but also in your impressive abilities. To independently hunt the golden armored mountain beast and the thousand-legged beast with your sixth layer of condensation veins is remarkable." Fu Yu remained silent with a smile, pondering how Zhang Yu would react if he were to learn that Fu Yu had only recently advanced to the fourth layer of condensation veins less than 2 months prior when he hunted those beasts. Zhang Yu's smile grew even brighter. "Young brother, the demon core of the golden armored mountain beast is valued at 110 spirit stones, while the thousand-legged beast's core is worth 150 spirit stones, totaling 280 spirit stones. What do you think?" Fu Yu recognized that this price was slightly higher than the standard, indicating Zhang Yu's intention to offer him a favorable deal. Aware of Zhang Yu's motives, Fu Yu bypassed the question and chuckled. "I wonder if you have any suitable spirit artifacts for me?" Zhang Yu replied, "Of course. My Guanyuan shop offers a wide array of items. With the sect's grand competition approaching, do you seek offensive or defensive artifacts?" Fu Yu had already made up his mind. "I would like a sword." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yu instructed a nearby attendant, "Go to the back courtyard and fetch the Luyun sword from my room." Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with a sword case. Placing it on the table, Zhang Yu personally opened the case and revealed a 3-foot-long sword, entirely dark silver in color, with the hilt adorned with patterns reminiscent of flowing clouds. This sword, known as the Luyun sword, was the first weapon forged by Master Bai Wu after advancing to the foundation establishment stage, crafted from luminous or sourced from the depths of the Qingmang Mountains. It possessed excellent conductivity for all attributes of spiritual energy and was exceptionally sharp. It was said that this sword had slain a powerful beast when it was first forged. Taking the Luyun sword into his hands, Fu Yu caressed the blade, feeling a sharp aura emanate from it. As he infused spiritual energy into the sword, a 3-inch blade of light suddenly shot forth from its tip. Satisfied, Fu Yu asked, "How much is it worth in spirit stones?" Zhang Yu candidly replied, "To be honest, this sword is part of my collection and was not intended for sale. However, seeing your extraordinary talent and promising future, it would be a waste to keep it here. Since you have just sold 2 demon cores, shall we settle the matter at that price?" Fu Yu was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After finalizing the transaction, the two exchanged pleasantries, with Zhang Yu intentionally fostering a pleasant atmosphere, ensuring both parties enjoyed the encounter. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu and leaving Guanyuan's shop, Fu Yu wasted no time in strapping the Luyun sword to his side and made his way back to the sect. There was one more matter to attend to before he entered seclusion for cultivation. With over 100 contribution points at his disposal, Fu Yu aimed to elevate his cultivation from the 6th layer of condensation veins to the perfect state. He needed to refine his spiritual energy, consolidate his cultivation, and strengthen his foundation without seeking further breakthroughs or consuming spirit-enhancing pills, especially since he still had the residual effects of a mysterious spiritual medicine within him that had yet to be refined. He decided to allocate his contribution points to Zhao Beifeng. Upon finding Zhao Beifeng, who had recently broken through to the 4th layer of condensation veins, he was about to share his joy with Fu Yu. Having searched for Fu Yu in the medicinal fields several times without success, Zhao Beifeng was elated to see him. He embraced Fu Yu's shoulder, chatting excitedly for a while, before finally realizing, "Where have you been these past few days?" Before Fu Yu could respond, Zhao Beifeng exclaimed in shock, "When did you break through to the 6th layer? Are you really Fu Yu?" Fu Yu looked at his friend, speechless, and replied, "What? Are you envious, jealous, and resentful?" Zhao Beifeng was momentarily stunned, then slapped his forehead. "From what you just said, you really are Fu Yu." Fu Yu chuckled indeed. Recently, I've come into a bit of fortune, and now I'm here to share it with you. Hand over the token." He transferred all the contribution points from his token to Zhao Beifeng's, instructing him to first exchange for a cultivation method at the scripture pavilion and, if there were any points left, to acquire spirit-enhancing pills in hopes of breaking through another layer before the sect's grand competition. To Fu Yu's surprise, Zhao Beifeng did not decline this time. After discussing his intention to enter seclusion, Fu Yu promised to meet again during the sect's grand competition before heading towards the medicinal fields. Holding the token tightly, Zhao Beifeng gazed at Fu Yu's retreating figure. His lips pressed together as he fought to suppress his excitement. A faint red hue and mist appeared in his eyes, and a resolute promise resonated within him. "Brother, I, Zhao Beifeng, have chosen you for life. I will intensify my cultivation to enter the inner gate alongside you. Together, we shall explore the realms of cultivation." With everything in place, Fu Yu settled in the stone house of the medicinal fields, laying out the 3 cultivation methods before him: Linyu Decision, Wind Whirlwind Step, and Beihand Qingyun Decision. The Linyu Decision was already cultivated to a minor completion, capable of forming a water dragon for offense and a water shield for defense, though neither was particularly powerful. To reach major completion would require dedicated practice, likely taking 2 to 3 months, but with only 2 months remaining until the sect's grand competition, he might not achieve it in time. The Wind Whirlwind Step, centered on the Yongquan acupoint, involved the coordination of the Qiushu and Zuqiao acupoints, creating a micro-vortex of spiritual energy at the Yongquan acupoint. Mastering the explosive power and speed while controlling the spiritual energy at the Qiushu and Zuqiao acupoints to change direction posed 2 significant challenges. The first was to open the Yongquan, Qiushu, and Zuqiao acupoints, which required passing through the Damai, Shiguan, and Jigou channels, each belonging to the Yin and Shaoyang meridian systems, involving numerous supplementary acupoints, making it quite difficult. The second challenge lay in coordinating the forces of the 3 acupoints, as operating both feet simultaneously without extensive practice could lead to chaos. The most inscrutable was the Beihand Qingyun Decision. Besides the initial shock of feeling an extreme cold followed by extreme heat when first opened, it appeared ancient and lacked any discernible abnormalities. The Beihand Qingyun Decision was a mere 20 pages long, thin in appearance, with the first page stating, "Heaven and earth possess yin and yang. The yin occupies half of all things while the yang occupies the other half. From yin and yang, the principles of heaven are formed. Alone in yin, all things decline. Alone in yang, all things rise. One yin, one yang, one world. Yin and yang give birth to heaven and earth." Following this were various meridian pathways and techniques for cultivation, complicated in their application, with many aspects being obscure. How to arrange his cultivation? Fu Yu pondered. The Beihand Qingyun Decision was not feasible for immediate practice, nor could he achieve rapid progress with the Linyu Decision. However, he could begin training in the Wind Whirlwind Step, despite its challenges. Nevertheless, with Fu Yu's perfected 6th layer of condensation veins, entering the inner gate should not pose much of an issue, so there was no need to rush to master them all. After careful consideration, Fu Yu decided to focus on cultivating the Wind Whirlwind Step, while practicing the Linyu Decision during his time in the medicinal fields. Whenever his spiritual energy ran low, he would recover while contemplating the Beihand Qingyun Decision. Fu Yu once again arrived at the mountain hollow adjacent to the medicinal field, commencing his training regimen. Each day, a figure could be seen darting through the hollow, occasionally colliding with trees or cliffs, accompanied by a resounding thud, only to surge upwards before losing control and tumbling back to the ground. At times, he was observed sitting cross-legged in the hollow, a book placed before him, utterly motionless, as if in deep meditation. Occasionally, he could be seen tirelessly practicing the rainfall technique in the medicinal field, and as days passed, the area affected by the spiritual rain expanded significantly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. On this day, Fu Yu roused from his meditation, murmuring to himself, "Unbeknownst to me, the time for the grand competition of the sect has arrived." By this point, Fu Yu had mastered the rainfall technique to great perfection, while the wind spiral instant step had reached a minor accomplishment. He had even grasped portions of the obscure and complex blue cold phoenix flame technique. Although his cultivation had not yet transcended the 7th level, an intentional restraint on his part, his spiritual energy was continuously consumed and refined, rendering it exceptionally solid and deftly controlled. It could be said that his progress was remarkable, with his strength having multiplied several times compared to 2 months prior. This achievement was beyond Fu Yu's expectations, indicating that the mysterious spiritual fruit he had consumed had yet to reveal its full benefits. As Fu Yu engaged in his training, his meridians remained stable and robust, allowing for a smooth circulation of spiritual energy, making his practice exceedingly pleasurable, particularly in advancing the wind spiral instant step S acupoints. Furthermore, Fu Yu discovered that his comprehension of the techniques had become significantly easier. The rainfall technique was now fully integrated within him, allowing him to draw parallels and even rectify 2 deficiencies within the technique itself. The modification of the technique, which would normally be impossible at his level of cultivation, demonstrated the extent of Fu Yu's heightened understanding. While his physical body could still be refined through arduous effort or the use of spiritual herbs, the enhancement of one's comprehension in the realm of cultivation was notoriously challenging, typically only improving alongside the elevation of one's cultivation level, especially when crossing major boundaries. It was said that there existed a pill capable of enhancing a person's comprehension, yet its effects were not enduring. Once the medicinal properties dissipated, comprehension would revert to its original state. Moreover, such pills were exceedingly rare, and one could only consume them once in a lifetime, as subsequent use would yield no effect. Thus, it could be asserted that in the later stages of cultivation, comprehension is the decisive factor in determining how far one can progress and what achievements one can attain. The external competition was held in the central plaza before the Star Source Hall. This hall served as a significant venue for the outer sect, where most decisions, celebrations, and activities took place. Constructed atop a curved mountainside, the Star Source Hall was 7 stories high, built entirely of rare spiritual Nanmu wood. The main hall spanned over 1,000 square meters, accommodating up to 5,000 individuals simultaneously. Below the hall, on the gently sloping hillside, tiered stands made of white Qilin stone were erected, capable of hosting at least 100,000 spectators. Below these stands lay an expansive plaza. At this moment, the plaza had transformed into a multitude of zones, densely filled with numerous competition platforms, allowing up to 2,000 disciples to compete simultaneously. Amidst the throng, Fu Yu located Zhao Beifeng, who, after 2 months of intense training, had achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level of great perfection. Zhao Beifeng was not disheartened by his failure to reach the 5th level of meridian condensation. Rather, he was exhilarated, as progressing from the initial stage of the 4th level to great perfection in just 2 months was commendable. This was largely due to the ample supply of spirit-infusing pills. Without Fu Yu's support, Zhao Beifeng might have remained at the early stage of the 4th level. Furthermore, he had exchanged for the Golden Spear 18 forms at the Scripture Pavilion and had even cultivated it to minor success. At present, his strength was commendable among the outer disciples, and as long as he did not encounter those vying for the top 50 positions, he would be able to hold his own in battle. Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng moved towards the eastern district amidst the throng of people. Due to the numerous outer disciples, the competition was divided into 4 zones: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, with each zone determining the top 100 participants. Ultimately, the 4 zones would converge to select the top 100 among 400 disciples. The eastern district alone had over 10,000 participants, necessitating 250 competition platforms and 20 rounds of matches for everyone to compete at least once. Each platform hosted 40 contestants per group, from which the top 5 would emerge. The competition lacked strict regulations. Any participant could ascend to the platform if they believed in their strength. Winning 3 consecutive matches would secure a ranking, and if one displayed exceptional prowess without a challenger daring to contest within a half-instance duration, they would also automatically gain a ranking. Participants could challenge those on the platform, and regardless of whether they were defending or attacking, each disciple had 2 chances to fail. Upon the second failure, they would lose their eligibility to compete. Fu Yu was assigned to the 179th platform. Upon his arrival, many had already gathered, none of whom he recognized. This anonymity was preferable, as it spared any potential awkwardness. With his cultivation at the 6th layer of condensing veins, he felt confident about the preliminary rounds without a hint of anxiety. Suddenly, a drumming sound resonated from the entrance of the Qingyun Hall, echoing majestically. The rhythmic beats carried a surge of spiritual power skyward, clearing the clouds and revealing a brilliant blue sky. The sun leaped into view, casting golden rays upon the Qingyun Hall, which appeared even more imposing. radiating an aura of solemnity and grandeur. The outer disciples' grand competition of Qingyun Sect is now commencing. A powerful, resounding voice emanated from the hall, devoid of superfluous embellishments, yet ringing clear and distinct in the ears of every spectator and disciple present, as if spoken right beside them. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, all struck by the resonance of the voice. Fu Yu felt a tremor within him, recognizing the speaker's towering presence, akin to an unfathomable depth, commanding complete submission with merely a voice. This evoked an immediate sense of reverence within him. Soon, he emerged from this emotional wave, clenched his fists, and with unwavering determination, gazed at the illuminated Qingyuan Hall, vowing to himself, "I shall become such a formidable force." After a moment, the crowd regained their composure. Some looked on with admiration, others with awe, while some trembled, displaying various reactions. At that moment, a voice called from the edge of the platform, "Let the competition begin." The speaker, clad in the garb of an inner disciple, appeared youthful, perhaps 18 or 19, exuding vitality. He was the referee for the matches and inquired, "Who will be the first to step onto the platform?" The disciples exchanged glances, hesitant to volunteer, as the strength of their peers remained uncertain. Fu Yu was the first to gather his thoughts. He had refrained from stepping forward earlier, contemplating the essence of cultivation, the pursuit of transcending the mundane, extracting the essence of the universe to enhance oneself. Ultimately, this journey entailed defying the heavens. While patience and humility are virtues, passivity and inaction would not lead to greatness. One must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Only by showcasing one's strengths can one attract attention and receive better guidance from the sect. Take the initiative to shine. Fu Yu silently urged himself. With a vigorous leap, he announced, "Who dares to challenge me?" As his words faded, a youth of about 14 or 15 propelled himself onto the platform with agility, executing a graceful move. "Allow me to test my mettle." Fu Yu introduced himself. "I am Fu Yu," bowing slightly in greeting. The referee reiterated the competition rules. Only one rule: no malicious harm. Once an opponent concedes, all attacks must cease immediately. Offenders may face penalties ranging from labor in the mines to expulsion from the sect. The disciples acknowledged, understood. With the referee's command, the competition commenced. Fu Yu stood resolutely, unarmed, arms relaxed at his sides, and addressed his opponent. "You may attack first." The challenger wasted no time, unleashing his energy, revealing a fifth layer of condensing veins. No wonder he dared to step forward first. He lunged forward, drawing his sword with a flourish, executing a move called sword flashing through the clouds, striking from 3 angles in rapid succession, reaching Fu Yu in an instant. Fu Yu's fingertips trembled as he conjured a water spirit shield before him, blocking the incoming strikes. In an instant, he infused his feet with spiritual energy, employing the gentle breeze step to silently maneuver to the right of his opponent. A water dragon surged towards the youth's side, who, taken aback and unable to evade, braced for impact, exclaiming, "My life is forfeit." He never anticipated he wouldn't even have the chance to concede. However, when the water dragon struck, it merely splashed against him, wetting his clothes without causing any harm. In mere moments, the victor was clear. The display of Fu Yu's prowess astonished the entire audience. Recovering from his shock, the youth approached Fu Yu, offering a respectful bow. "Thank you for your leniency, senior brother." He then gracefully exited the platform. 6th layer of condensing veins achieved. Mastery of rainfall technique. Proficient in gentle breeze step. Such precise control. The onlookers marveled at Fu Yu's cultivation, while the referee, an inner disciple at the 9th layer, possessed a discerning eye that quickly grasped the intricacies of Fu Yu's abilities. Not only did the other disciples express admiration, but even the esteemed referee regarded Fu Yu with newfound respect, offering a humble smile as he declared, "Fu Yu is the victor." Henceforth, no other disciple dared to challenge Fu Yu. After half an incense's time, he seamlessly secured his place in the next round of the competition. As he descended from the platform, a robust figure, towering at nearly 2 meters and wielding dual hammers, bounded onto the stage, bellowing, "Let me, Niu Hanqing, give it a try." The burly man, muscular and imposing, was clearly a practitioner of physical cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, most individuals focused on internal energy, harnessing spiritual power to enhance their abilities. However, some chose the path of physical enhancement to prolong their lifespan and cultivation, known as body refiners. This practice was particularly popular among early-stage disciples, allowing for rapid strength gains. Yet as one progressed, many body refiners were surpassed by those mastering internal energy. After all, body refiners lacked long-range capabilities, while higher-level cultivators often engaged in battles from great distances, with legends of flying swords striking from miles away. Moreover, advanced body refining techniques were exceedingly rare. Existing methods were either too demanding in terms of training conditions or required scarce resources for further advancement. Internal energy cultivation, on the other hand, merely required the absorption of spiritual power and internal circulation to gradually strengthen oneself, rendering it less dependent on external spiritual materials. The sturdy figure appeared to have practiced some body refining techniques, albeit not of the highest caliber. Advanced body refining methods typically did not result in such bulkiness. In fact, some could even sculpt a more ideal physique suited for agility. This man likely practiced the commonly seen Arhut diamond technique among outer disciples, which suited those with robust builds and allowed for swift progress, characterized by increasingly muscular development. Immediately, a disciple ascended the stage to battle. This disciple practiced a footwork technique known as the phantom steps, and after a fierce engagement lasting nearly a stick of incense, the victor was finally determined. However, both combatants were greatly exhausted. The robust man narrowly claimed victory, only to be swiftly overthrown by another disciple who mounted the stage shortly thereafter. The intensity of the ensuing matches escalated, as numerous disciples clamored for the remaining 4 spots. It was only close to evening that the final 4 contenders were established. Among these, 2 had reached the 5th level of pulse condensation, one of whom was the young lad Luo Qianrong, who challenged Fu Yu. Another, having attained the pinnacle of the 4th level, was none other than the stout Lu Hanqing. He had refrained from participating until the last spot, and when the energy of the remaining disciples was nearly spent, he surged forward to successfully challenge and defend his position, ultimately securing the final quota. With the conclusion of the first round, over 10,000 disciples from the Eastern District had dwindled to just over 1,000. The day's contests revealed numerous young prodigies, many akin to Fu Yu, whose formidable presence intimidated the entire group, allowing them to advance effortlessly. A few even stood out with their prowess at the 6th level of pulse condensation, while others, despite not reaching that level, showcased their robust and well-honed spiritual energy, adept control, and powerful spiritual artifacts, earning them respect in the arena. Among the most acclaimed was Jiang Lanqing, who had previously interacted with Fu Yu. Her talent was second only to the senior disciple Feng Changshan within the Eastern District. Zhao Beifeng, utilizing his proficient golden spear 18 styles, also progressed smoothly. The judges declared the conclusion of the matches, with the tournament set to continue the following day. After a night of recuperation, Fu Yu arrived at the arena, where he observed that the 200-plus competition platforms had been removed, leaving only a few expansive stages. He marveled at the power of cultivators. Overnight, the multitude of platforms had vanished silently, replaced by larger, newly constructed ones. Based on the previous day's performance, the Eastern District deemed Fu Yu and his companions as seed competitors, distributing them across more than 40 groups to avert early clashes among the strong and eliminate promising disciples prematurely. The day's competition aimed to determine the top 100, comprised of 2 rounds. The first round followed the same rules as the previous day, with 5 contestants advancing from each group to yield a total of 200 disciples for the subsequent round, ultimately deciding the top 100. In the first round, nearly all 40 seed competitors advanced. Fu Yu stood on the platform for half an incense stick's duration without anyone challenging him. After all, each contestant had only 2 opportunities and would not foolishly waste one. The competition for the remaining spots was particularly fierce, with judges frequently intervening to rescue those caught in perilous, mutually damaging duels. In such contests, the strong held a significant advantage, expending less energy, while the struggle for subsequent spots grew increasingly taxing. Even with the judges' protection, some sustained minor injuries, as intervention was reserved for truly life-threatening moments. By the end of this round, only 200 remained, an exceptionally high elimination rate. Zhao Beifeng, having exerted himself considerably, fought valiantly to earn his opportunity. Once the first round concluded, the judges announced a brief respite, allowing disciples to recuperate and channel their spiritual energy to mend their injuries. This intermission was invaluable, as those in optimal condition could potentially excel in the second round. Fu Yu approached Zhao Beifeng, expressing concern over the intensifying competition. Noting that those remaining were far from weak, Zhao Beifeng, with a sly grin, reassured him, revealing a stack of talismans from his robes. He swiftly tucked them away and mischievously remarked about waiting for others to deplete themselves before he would intervene, confident that once he entered the top 100, he would immediately strive to break through to the 5th level of pulse condensation. He urged Fu Yu to anticipate their journey into the inner sect together, playfully addressing the enchanting beings within. Fu Yu, bemused by Zhao Beifeng's self-indulgence, felt some of his worries dissipate upon witnessing his friend's confidence. "Allow me to assist you," Fu Yu declared, clapping his hands together. A continuous stream of spiritual energy surged from his palms and flowed into Zhao Beifeng's meridians, empowering him with the force of a 6th-level practitioner. The compatibility of their cultivation methods facilitated this exchange, allowing Fu Yu to clear the blockages caused by battle. After a short while, Zhao Beifeng emerged revitalized, shedding his earlier fatigue. "Remarkable, remarkable. After experiencing the workings of the 6th-level technique, I find myself eager to break through to the 5th, Zhao Beifeng exclaimed exuberantly, drawing envious glances from surrounding disciples, as not everyone had the fortune of receiving assistance from someone of a higher rank. "Ah, to be a junior like Zhao Beifeng," one disciple sighed. "Indeed, one must befriend Fu Yu." Another chimed in, pleading for Fu Yu to accept him as a disciple. The atmosphere lightened as the previously solemn arena filled with light-hearted chatter. After an hour's respite, the second round commenced. This round featured 20 platforms, each hosting 10 disciples, with a lower elimination rate. Defeating just 2 opponents assured advancement to the next round, and losers retained 2 additional chances. Still, no challengers emerged for the disciples at the 6th level of pulse condensation, as the reputation of the 4 in the Eastern District had spread widely. When Fu Yu and his peers took the stage, it was merely a formality, easily securing their positions, yet there remained 96 spots for others to contend. Subsequently, several evenly matched bouts unfolded, leading to a series of minor skirmishes, as disciples who had displayed formidable strength at the 5th level of pulse condensation effortlessly claimed their places. However, those who recklessly challenged opponents without gauging their strength soon faced elimination, prompting a more cautious approach among the remaining disciples. As the sun set, the matches concluded, revealing a stark contrast to the previous round. Many disciples were visibly fatigued, some sporting injuries, and a few suffered severe wounds due to the judges' inability to intervene in time. Zhao Beifeng, without surprise, secured a valuable spot, yet he had exhausted all his resources, including the contribution points Fu Yu had gifted him, all spent in the pursuit of victory. Following the conclusion of the matches, a 3-day break was announced. During this time, Fu Yu only returned to the medicinal fields once, dedicating the remainder of his days to accompany Zhao Beifeng. On the 2nd day of rest, Zhao Beifeng prepared to challenge the 5th level of pulse condensation, and Fu Yu resolved to act as his protector. That evening, after several hours of cultivation, Zhao Beifeng optimized his condition and began his ascent to the 5th level. Fu Yu had unconsciously broken through during his own trials, lacking the experience to guide Zhao Beifeng. So he relied on his own superior cultivation level and profound spiritual energy to assist in the breakthrough, while also remaining vigilant in case any unforeseen complications arose during the process. Zhao Beifeng activated the Qingyun decision, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. As his dantian vibrated rapidly, compressing the energy further before channeling it into his meridians, repeating this process until he could no longer condense or compress the energy. At this point, Zhao Beifeng subtly indicated that he had reached his limit. Beside him, Fu Yu, upon witnessing the scene, silently exclaimed in his heart and swiftly struck out with a palm, directing his energy straight towards Zhao Beifeng's dantian. The surging power of 6 layers of condensed spiritual energy surged forth, merging seamlessly with the spiritual energy already residing within Zhao Beifeng's dantian. Fu Yu executed the Qingyun decision, further compressing the energy within Zhao Beifeng's dantian, layer by layer, rendering it increasingly solid and heavy. As the energy continued to condense, Zhao Beifeng was overwhelmed by waves of excruciating pain that seemed to tear through his entire being, as if each cell were being ripped apart. The intense agony assaulted his nerves, threatening to drown him in its tide, and beads of sweat the size of pearls soaked through his garments. The forcibly condensed spiritual energy exploded within the confines of his dantian, expanding relentlessly. Time slipped by, And just as Zhao Beifeng felt on the verge of an explosive rupture, Fu Yu bellowed, "Charge!" He infused a surge of spiritual energy, guiding Zhao Beifeng towards the barrier of the fifth layer. With unstoppable momentum, they broke through. And as the intense pain made Zhao Beifeng tremble, he could only instinctively circulate the Qingyun decision. He understood that he must not falter, gritting his teeth. He maintained a sliver of clarity as his spiritual energy followed Fu Yu's lead, continuously assaulting the fifth layer barrier. At that moment, Zhao Beifeng's tenacity shone through. Though he often appeared carefree and frivolous, deep within, he shared Fu Yu's unwavering resolve towards their shared objectives. No matter the hardships, retreat was not an option. Of course, this was also a testament to Zhao Beifeng's absolute trust in Fu Yu. There was no hint of doubt or wariness in him. Letting Fu Yu manipulate his dantian so freely meant that if Fu Yu harbored even a fraction of ill intent, he could easily bring about Zhao Beifeng's demise without a trace, making it seem like a mere accident during cultivation. Just as Zhao Beifeng felt as if his body might burst apart, he faintly sensed a gentle sound within him, as if something had shattered. Subsequently, the sensation of impending explosion vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. Though his dantian felt emptier, the sensation of boundless energy coursed through him, compelling him to rise and shout in exhilaration. Suddenly, Fu Yu's commanding voice pierced through. "Focus your mind and circulate your techniques. I shall assist you in solidifying your cultivation." Upon hearing Fu Yu's words, Zhao Beifeng suppressed his urge to shout in release and calmed himself, operating the Qingyun decision. Fu Yu's spiritual energy continued to pour in, and Zhao Beifeng's previously vacant dantian gradually filled at a perceptible pace under the influence of the Qingyun decision. Several hours later, Zhao Beifeng's cultivation was finally solidified. Fu Yu withdrew his hand, his voice laced with exhaustion. "It is done. Your cultivation has been stabilized. Now practice the 18 golden spears to familiarize yourself with the control of spiritual energy." At this moment, Zhao Beifeng felt no elation at having broken through to the fifth layer. Instead, he was profoundly moved. He understood that Fu Yu had expended a great deal of energy and inner strength to assist him in this breakthrough and would likely take days to fully recover. With the external competition approaching in 2 days, the risk of encountering formidable opponents loomed large. Having stabilized his cultivation, Fu Yu decided to head to the medicinal fields to recuperate. After offering a few parting words, he departed. Zhao Beifeng watched Fu Yu leave, then immediately plunged into intense training, repeatedly practicing the 18 golden spears, as if he wished to transform his gratitude towards Fu Yu into strength. Train, become stronger. I must enter the inner sect alongside Fu Yu. With such thoughts consuming his mind, Zhao Beifeng lost track of all else. Unbeknownst to him, he entered a rare state of epiphany, a state of cultivation seldom achieved by practitioners, one that even Fu Yu had never experienced. The 18 golden spears were executed over and over, becoming increasingly refined, intricate, and perfect. The spiritual energy within him was continuously consumed and replenished from the air around him. An endless cycle. 18 golden spears, small success. Mid-stage, small success. Late-stage, small success. Perfection, great success. Qingyun decision, early fifth layer. Mid-stage, fifth layer. Perfect fifth layer. It was not until the dawn of the second day, with the sun casting its brilliant rays from the mountain peaks, that Zhao Beifeng suddenly awoke from his training. 3 days of recuperation had passed in the blink of an eye. Disciples from the east, west, south, and north districts had gathered early before the Star Source Hall, each vying for a place among the top 100. As the competition approached, the elite disciples from each district had become known, and discussions erupted in the stands. "Look, the one from the north district wearing the purple gold belt. They say his name is Yun Xiaoya. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer, just 1 step away from breaking into the 7th layer of condensing veins. Did you see that belt? It's a low-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Moreover, he previously displayed formidable strength, employing the Lingqi breaking spear technique for offense and the Chushan flame shield for defense. His movement technique is also highly profound. Reportedly, the Linyu step. With his high cultivation, his offense and defense are flawless. He is a strong contender for the championship. I believe Feng Chanshan from the East District also has a chance at victory. He is highly esteemed among the disciples of the East District and has a great deal of support. It is said he reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of condensing veins long ago, but has hesitated to break into the 7th layer. not wanting to enter the inner sect with that level of cultivation. Is he foolish? Isn't it better to enter the inner sect directly? Why suppress his cultivation and participate in the competition? What do you know? He possesses extraordinary talent. Suppressing his cultivation is to lay a better foundation. A solid foundation allows one to go further. This world of prodigies is beyond your comprehension. Indeed, I've heard that Feng Changshan has already caught the attention of the sect, and there are whispers that a certain elder has secretly taken him as a disciple. What difference does it make whether he enters the inner sect or not? Moreover, it is said he is currently practicing not the Qingyun decision, but an ancient cultivation method bestowed by that elder, which is exceedingly profound and not something an ordinary person can cultivate. Isn't the championship already his? Not necessarily. Zhang Chong from the West District is also a remarkable figure. He hails from the illustrious Zhang family, a prominent family in the realm of cultivation, never lacking in pills, techniques, or spiritual artifacts. Moreover, he possesses exceptional talent, rumored to be a rare wood element body. He came here specifically to practice the wood yin evergreen decision. Otherwise, he would have joined another major sect long ago. This generation is truly filled with talent. From the East District, there is Jiang Lanqing, Fuyu. From the South District, there is Shun Liuqi, Jiang Shihuai, Yan Huan. And from the West District, there is Lu Quan, Han Suzhen. And from the North District, Imo Mingyuan and Wang Xiaoyu. All at the 6th layer of condensing veins, each with the potential to compete for the championship. 400 disciples stood in neat rows before the Star Source Hall. A steward descended from the hall and stood beside a row of rosewood tables and chairs, declaring loudly, "Today marks the final day of the external sect competition. From among you, 50 inner sect disciples will be chosen. The top 50 disciples will directly enter the inner sect. Of course, those who do not make the top 50 should not be discouraged. Today, 10 elders from the sect will be here to observe. Showcase your strengths to the fullest. And if you catch an elder's eye, you may also enter the inner sect." Fu Yu and the others remained dispersed across various arenas, while the other disciples drew lots to determine their matchups. Fu Yu was assigned to arena number 16, and after a brief wait, all the disciples had gathered. The steward's voice rang out once more. Today's competition will consist of 2 rounds. In the first round, each of the 40 arenas will have 10 participants, and the top 5 will emerge. Challenges are free. Each person can challenge up to 9 times, and can also be challenged 9 times. Each individual may only challenge the same opponent once, and after accepting a challenge, they cannot accept another for 1 hour. Winning 5 matches will secure a place. Now, let the competition begin. Fu Yu wasted no time, leaping onto the stage and pointing towards the disciple on the far left, saying, "I invite this senior brother to offer guidance." The disciple's expression darkened as he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I humbly concede, I admit defeat." One after another, 3 disciples stepped back without a challenge. Fu Yu shifted his gaze to another disciple, who appeared to be quite forthright. "I have already exceeded my expectations by reaching this place. Therefore, allow me to test my senior brother's prowess on behalf of everyone." The disciple stepped onto the stage, clasped his hands in salute, and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Liang, a disciple from the Southern District. I seek your guidance, senior brother." Fu Yu reciprocated with a bow, saying, "I am Fu Yu, a disciple from the Eastern District. Please." Zhao Liang, undeterred by formalities, launched an attack with the Flame Strike, a technique favored by outer disciples for its destructive power, particularly effective against demon beasts, most of which fear fire. This technique significantly weakens them. The flames consume the opponent's spiritual energy, enhancing its potency rather than depleting it. When both combatants are of equal strength, those trained in the flame technique generally emerge victorious. Fu Yu gently flicked his fingers, summoning a water dragon from the rain technique. This dragon, though not as large as those he could summon at a higher level of mastery, was about a meter long and the thickness of a teacup. Its features were exquisitely refined. Its head, horns, claws, tail, and especially its eyes appeared vividly lifelike, leading one unfamiliar with the situation to think Fu Yu had unleashed a young dragon. The water dragon surged towards the flames, biting down, tearing apart, and sweeping its tail, extinguishing Zhao Liang's fiery onslaught entirely, leaving no trace of smoke or embers. The mastery of the rain technique was evident, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Outer disciples seldom have the time or energy to cultivate a technique to such a high level, had they the time. they would have already advanced to the 7th level of the Azure Cloud technique and been accepted into the inner sect, thus avoiding this trivial outer sect competition altogether. One disciple thought angrily. As the water dragon dissipated Zhao Liang's flames, it twisted midair like a glimmering living entity, turning to charge at Zhao Liang, who quickly dodged and retrieved 3 talismans from his robe, hurling them at the water dragon in haste. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 explosions reverberated, shaking the entire stage as the talismans detonated, finally dispersing Fu Yu's water dragon. What a waste. One disciple cursed bitterly. If he couldn't win, he should have conceded instead of clinging on. Such waste of 3 talismans. Look at Fu Yu. He likely hasn't even exerted half of his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Zhao Liang wouldn't have had the chance to use his talismans. Another remarked. Indeed, Fu Yu is truly a seed candidate. Not only does he possess the cultivation of the 6th level of the meridian condensation, but the water dragon he just unleashed was so lifelike, and he could control its attacks with such finesse. Unlike us, who merely send our techniques straight ahead, not perturbed by the destruction of his water dragon. Fu Yu decided to escalate the confrontation, having only exerted about 40% of his strength thus far. He flicked his fingers again, conjuring a water-colored long sword in the air, exuding a sharp aura. Gripping the sword with his hand, he hurled it towards Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's expression changed dramatically as he realized the vast disparity in their strengths. He turned to flee the stage, but before he could take 2 steps, he felt a chill run down his spine. Despair gripped him as he closed his eyes, regretting not conceding like the previous disciples. He hadn't anticipated that such provocation would cost him his life. Standing on the stage, Zhao Liang remained motionless for a moment until he heard laughter from the crowd. Opening his eyes, he discovered he was unharmed, touching his back to find no injuries. Realizing Fu Yu had held back, he stepped down from the stage, still shaken, the near-death experience lingering in his mind, rendering him indifferent to the laughter of his peers. Demonstrating formidable strength, the disciple who had been challenged by Fu Yu conceded without even stepping onto the stage. Thus, Fu Yu became the first to secure a place in the next round. As the competition progressed, spots were filled rapidly, and within just 2 hours, over 50 places had been claimed. The remaining disciples, primarily at the 4th level of completion, found themselves increasingly anxious as the number of available spots dwindled. The atmosphere grew tense, as if suppressing something. Subsequently, a wave of fierce duels erupted on the stage, with combatants exchanging blows, wielding blades and swords. To seize victory, they unleashed their most potent techniques, consuming pills and activating talismans, each striving to vanquish their opponents in the quest for the limited spots. From the audience, gasps and cheers erupted intermittently, with the excitement of those securing spots contrasting sharply with the despondence of those eliminated. This scene unfolded repeatedly. By noon, after a series of intense battles, the first round concluded. 100 disciples stood before the Star Source Hall as a steward approached, proclaiming, "Congratulations to all." After several days of competition, those standing here are the elite of the outer sect. We will now proceed to the ranking matches for the top 100 disciples. This is the final round, and your rankings and performances will determine your eligibility to become inner disciples. Therefore, I urge you all to showcase your talents. The disciples proceeded to draw lots in front of the grand hall, with numbers ranging from 1 to 100. The number drawn would serve as their temporary ranking. If any disciple found their ranking unsatisfactory, they could challenge those above them, with each having 3 opportunities to do so, and being challenged no more than thrice. A successful challenge would result in a position swap, while failure would maintain their original ranking. As the disciples took turns drawing lots, Fu Yu glanced at his number, 53. He intended to inquire about Zhao Beifeng's number, but was interrupted by the steward's call. The drawing is complete. All disciples, return to your positions. Once the disciples lined up again before the Star Source Hall, the steward bowed toward the hall, announcing, "The top 100 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect welcome the elders for their guidance." The sound echoed, and the arena fell silent. Moments later, a blue light flashed from the direction of the Star Source Hall, revealing an elder in a blue robe. Before the crowd could clearly discern his features, he swiftly seated himself on a sandalwood chair that had been prepared. The steward hurried forward, exclaiming, "Welcome, Elder He." No sooner had he spoken than another figure appeared, accompanied by a clear voice. "Ah, Elder He, you're quite early." In an instant, a slender figure appeared among the seats, with features as exquisite as a painting, skin as fair as snow, and an enchanting visage, resembling a celestial maiden, descended to earth. Elder, he remarked, Elder Xia, you are not late either. Have you found any promising disciples? Elder Xia smiled enigmatically. I merely came to observe, hoping to find a few disciples to tend to the spiritual herbs. As they spoke, 2 more elders arrived, prompting Elder He to greet them. Elders Zhang and Lin, you have also come. Shortly after, 4 elders settled into their seats. Elder He leaned toward Elder Lin and inquired, I've heard that this time, that esteemed figure will also recruit disciples? Elder Lin glanced at the central seat, non-committally replying, You've heard correctly. I assume that figure will make an appearance. I wonder who will catch their eye. As they conversed, yet another elder arrived, prompting the assembly to Greetings, Elder Ji. Elder Ji took his place in the central seat, addressing the others, Greetings, fellow disciples. It seems we are all seeking promising talents among the disciples. I wonder who has caught your interest. Elder Zhang responded, I have yet to decide. I will wait until after the competition. I've heard that several exceptionally gifted disciples have emerged this time, including one with a wood affinity. Has anyone else heard of this? Elder Lu interjected. It appeared that Elder Lu had come specifically for this disciple, having practiced the Azure Wood Spirit technique. A disciple with a wood affinity would be most suitable for cultivation. However, word was that another esteemed figure would also be attending. It remained uncertain whether they were drawn to the same disciple. Elder Lu's expression darkened as he feigned nonchalance, saying, If he favors a disciple with a wood element physique, then that is merely the disciple and Apos' fortune. How could I possibly vie with him? Elder Ji waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on this. The truth will reveal itself in due course. Just then, a clear and resonant voice echoed, esteemed seniors. I have arrived a bit late. From the depths behind the Star Source Hall, a streak of light traversed the sky. In the blink of an eye, a man, appearing to be in his 40s, stood before the assembly. This man had a strikingly handsome visage, with deep, unfathomable eyes reminiscent of stars, a straight nose, and lips that curved slightly upward, exuding an aura of profound confidence. His long hair was casually tied, lending him an air of unrestrained elegance. Standing there, he seemed to be the very epicenter of the universe, with countless gazes fixated upon him, as if he had existed harmoniously for eons. Yet there was a fleeting sense that he might vanish at any moment. As the man turned to glance at the disciples in the arena, a mere sidelong glance sent a jolt of extreme danger coursing through Fu Yu's heart, penetrating deep into his soul and causing it to tremble. This individual was extraordinarily powerful, dangerous. Exceedingly so. It felt as if a mere look from him could obliterate Fu Yu from existence. Such power was not merely a reflection of his cultivation level. It stemmed from a lifetime spent on the precipice of death, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. The elders rose in unison, greeting him. Greetings, Junior Brother Qin. Elder Ji beckoned. Junior Brother Qin, come and take a seat. Once Junior Brother Qin settled down, Elder Ji smiled amiably and remarked, I did not expect you to come this year to recruit disciples. I wonder which fortunate disciple has caught your eye. Elder Ji, being quite shrewd, sought to glean information, hoping to have a plan in place should Junior Brother Qin select a disciple of interest, thereby avoiding a potential conflict over the same candidate. Upon hearing Elder Ji's words, the other elders turned their gazes toward him, sharing the same sentiment. There was no need to jeopardize relationships with Junior Brother Qin over disciple selection, especially for Elder Lu, who was particularly attentive. Though his demeanor appeared calm, he harbored a subtle anxiety, for a disciple with a wood element physique was exceedingly rare. Junior Brother Qin replied, I have not particularly focused on anyone. It is merely that the sect leader has brought it up several times. As per our sect's tradition, the elders bear the responsibility of transmitting the sect and Apos' legacy. Each elder has disciples, with some having over 10, while others only 2 or 3. Yet I have not taken any for several generations. Alas, I have been quite vexed by the sect leader and Apos' incessant nagging, so I had no choice but to come. The elders were left speechless, and Elder Lu inwardly sighed with relief. Elder Ji surveyed the surroundings and turned to Junior Brother Qin. Since everyone is present, shall we begin? Observing Junior Brother Qin nod in agreement, Elder Ji addressed the attendant standing beside him. We may commence. Understood, the attendant replied respectfully, then turned to the 100 disciples standing before the main hall, announcing, the preliminary round for the top 100 disciples begins now. 20 competition platforms had been prepared, allowing for simultaneous matches between 20 pairs of disciples. Each platform was overseen by 2 inner disciples at the 9th level of the condensation realm, with an additional referee to enhance safety, as the intensity of the duels would surely escalate, rendering them more perilous. Fuyu refrained from challenging anyone immediately, and no one chose to challenge him either. After all, being number 53 drew little attention, while those in the top 10 became prime targets for challengers, effectively becoming the focus of many. This format assessed the disciples' self-evaluation of their strength. Regardless of their draw, the first selection of opponents depended primarily on their own capabilities, challenging those who matched their ranking. Upon successful challenges, they could utilize their remaining opportunities to strive for a higher rank, which represented a more cautious and prudent approach. Some even opted out of further challenges after achieving a suitable ranking to avoid being challenged by significantly weaker opponents, thus safeguarding their position. As the attendant announced the commencement, Jiang Shihui leapt onto the stage, calling out, "The fellow who drew the first number, come forth. I, Jiang Shihui, challenge you." The disciple who drew the first number wore a rueful smile, knowing he could not hold on to his rank. However, with the elders watching, he dared not concede outright, lest he be perceived as timid, and thus stepped onto the platform, declaring, "I am Su Hu. I humbly request guidance from my senior brother." Despite his utmost efforts, the disparity in strength between the two was monumental. Under Jiang Shihui's overwhelming assault, Su Hu could only evade for a brief moment before conceding defeat, recognizing his inadequacy with grace. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoye silently cursed Jiang Shihui for seizing the initiative, and thus shifted her focus to the second-ranked disciple, Feng Changshan, Zhang Chang. And others, unwilling to be outdone, set their sights on the top 10 for challenges. After the first round, the majority of the stronger disciples advanced into the top 20. As the second round commenced, Fuyu resolved to make his move, setting his sights on the 6th-ranked disciple, Shun Liuqi, and respectfully stating, "I seek your guidance." "Senior brother Shun," Shun Liuqi thought to himself, "am I the easiest opponent in the top 10? Humph, let me show you my prowess." He leaped onto the stage and replied, "I welcome you, Senior brother Fu." Both Shun Liuqi and Fuyu were at the 6th level of the condensation realm, and Fuyu did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Although he felt confident in his ability to defeat Shun Liuqi, he was acutely aware of his lack of combat experience. Since entering the 6th level, Fuyu had not engaged in many battles. Previously, he had sparred with Zhao Beifeng and had several bouts with Liu Baiyang, but those encounters lacked any real structure and were akin to brawls with common folk. He had never truly executed his techniques in a serious combat scenario. In this match, Fuyu approached with caution. Shun Liuqi advanced swiftly, launching a move known as Mountain's Descent, imbued with a heavy, oppressive force directed toward Fuyu. This technique was a part of the Mountain's Earth collection, which, according to legend, was developed by a golden core elder during a pilgrimage to a mountain named Mountain's Descent, where the Earth's attributes were profoundly strong. After observing the interplay of day and night on the mountain for a time, inspiration struck, leading to the creation of the technique. The Mountain's Earth collection is a technique centered on Earth attributes, emphasizing weight, control, suppression, and defense, resulting in the generation of 8 distinct maneuvers. When activated, it slows opponents' movements under equal cultivation levels, forming an Earth-dominant aura that suppresses and controls techniques of other attributes, making it arduous for opponents to channel their spiritual energy. Even when facing stronger opponents, it can create a hard defensive layer, akin to a turtle's shell, rendering the adversary's attacks ineffective. Fuyu immediately sensed a shift in the surrounding energy, a compressive force emanating from all sides. Not daring to take it lightly, he activated his Rain of Spirits technique, rapidly forming several hand seals. A water dragon, as wide as a bowl, soared into the air, charging straight toward the descending mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The arena reverberated with deep, resounding collisions, resonating with a heavy bass that even startled the disciples at the other platforms. All eyes in the audience were drawn toward Fuyu and Shun Liuqi's stage. This should be a duel between the top 10 disciples, truly extraordinary. Look, it is Fuyu from the East District and Shun Liuqi, the first from the South District. Both are at the 6th level of the condensation realm. Who will prevail in this clash of titans? Shun Liqiang was already renowned for his prowess, a seasoned warrior among the outer disciples, whereas Fuyu remained relatively obscure until the grand competition, where he unveiled his formidable strength at the 6th level of meridian condensation. It seems a fierce contest is imminent to determine the victor. I believe Shen Liqiang has the upper hand. After all, he has been at the 6th level of meridian condensation for quite some time, honing his spiritual energy. He once ventured deep into Qingmang Mountain under the guidance of his elder brother, Shen Liqiang, an inner disciple, engaging in frequent sparring sessions that enriched his combat experience, undoubtedly making him stronger than the emerging Fuyu. Not necessarily so. You have overlooked Fuyu. His innate talent is exceptional, although he did not shine in previous matches. His complete mastery at the 6th level of meridian condensation indicates he has been suppressing his true potential. His spiritual energy is remarkably refined, and judging by his 2 prior matches, it is evident that his combat aptitude is extraordinary, with an unparalleled ability to grasp the dynamics of battle. Should Shen Liqiang exhibit even a hint of negligence, he risks suffering a significant defeat at the hands of Fuyu. As Shen Liqiang attempted to unleash his mountain-toppling technique, Fuyu swiftly countered, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered above, conjuring spiritual rain that enveloped the arena. What kind of technique is this? Isn't this the foundational method of the rain of spirits, typically used for nurturing spiritual herbs? What purpose does it serve in this competition? Murmured the disciples in the stands. Haha, Elder Xia, weren't you looking to recruit some disciples to tend to the spiritual herbs? This lad has mastered the rain of spirits. He must have tended to the herbs in the outer sect, remarked an elder beside Elder Xia with a smile. Indeed, this technique is utilized well. Just as Shen Liqiang employed the mountain-toppling technique to control the battlefield, Fuyu immediately cast the rain of spirits over the arena. Although earth counters water, Shen Liqiang's mountain-toppling technique comprises 7 parts earth and 3 parts fire, with water countering fire. Removing 3 parts of its fiery essence while infusing it with 2 parts of water essence complicates the execution of Shen Liqiang's technique. Moreover, Fuyu's fully mastered rain of spirits, which requires minimal energy consumption, significantly undermines Shen Liqiang's mountain-toppling technique, praised Elder Ji. The elder's words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. As the spiritual rain shrouded the arena, Shen Liqiang found it exceedingly awkward to execute his mountain-toppling technique, feeling an indescribable discomfort. With a roar, he transformed his approach, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body. Drawing a long blade from his waist, he gripped it with both hands and charged toward Fuyu, eager for close combat. However, Fuyu did not grant him that opportunity. With a swift sidestep, he evaded, positioning himself behind Shen Liqiang. Concentrating his spiritual energy, he conjured a short sword, concealed within the spiritual rain, and lunged silently at Shen Liqiang. As Shen Liqiang turned, he sensed an eerie danger and, without clearly identifying the source of the attack, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, erecting a series of defenses around himself, while simultaneously darting forward. A sharp sound pierced the air as the unseen short sword penetrated his defenses, leaving a crimson line across his shoulder. Shen Liqiang, propelled forward by instinct, lamented internally. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience and frequent sparring with his elder brother, combined with his trials in Qingmang Mountain, enabled him to react swiftly. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, that ghostly short sword would have struck a vital point, incapacitating him. With renewed determination, Shen Liqiang focused all his energy, yet was deeply frustrated. His favored mountain-toppling technique was countered by the rain of spirits, preventing him from unleashing his full combat potential. The pervasive spiritual rain severely restricted his senses and mobility, rendering him powerless. Frustration, an overwhelming sense of frustration. Escaping from danger, Shen Liqiang maintained his momentum, charging forward until he reached the edge of the stage, creating distance from Fuyu while remaining cautiously vigilant. Shen Liqiang has been defeated, proclaimed an elder from the stands. Before the words fully settled, Fuyu leapt into the air, launching himself at Shen Liqiang. As he soared, he continuously cast hand seals, drawing surrounding spiritual energy toward him. The rain amassed in the arena coalesced into a torrent, striking Shen Liqiang with tremendous force, as if to knock him off the stage. As the spiritual rain dissipated, Shen Liqiang regained clarity, only to be confronted by the oncoming torrent. With no time to evade, he firmly anchored his feet on the stage, hastily executing a series of rapid techniques: mountain-toppling press, mountain-toppling support, mountain-toppling earth defense. Just barely managing to block the oncoming deluge, Shen Liqiang, still catching his breath, suddenly felt a chill at his throat. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a water sword as thin as a cicada's wing pressed against his jugular. A moment of disorientation washed over Shun Liqiang. I have lost. I have yet to showcase my true strength, and yet I am defeated. A solemn silence enveloped the disciples below, as the likes of Yun Xiaoya, Feng Changshan, Jiang Lanqing, and Lu Quan regarded Fu Yu with a mix of gravity and apprehension. Fu Yu is indeed a born combat genius. His strategic planning, rhythm control, and timing are all remarkably precise. An elder in the stands remarked in admiration. Indeed, in just 3 short years, not only has he reached the 6th level of meridian condensation, but he has also mastered one technique to perfection and another to proficiency, an achievement few could attain without exceptional insight, added another elder. The remaining duels continued, and after a round of challenges, the standings were becoming clearer. Disciples, confident in their abilities, began to vie for higher ranks, eager to seize their opportunities. Due to the presence of many at the 4th level of meridian condensation, the competition was fierce, leading to prolonged matches, with injuries occurring more frequently. The stands echoed with gasps of astonishment. As 20 matches concluded, the top 20 positions were solidified based on strength. The top contenders included Jiang Shihuai, Yun Xiaoya, Feng Changshan, Zhang Chong, Jiang Lanqing, Fu Yu, Han Suzhen, Imo Mingyuan, Yan Huan, and Lu Quan, all of whom possessed the 6th level of meridian condensation. In the subsequent rounds, disciples ranked 30 to 50 faced frequent challenges. With few exceptions, most succeeded in their endeavors. Like Fu Yu and the other top 10 disciples, all possessed the potential to claim first place, yet they chose to challenge for more secure rankings first, planning to utilize their remaining 2 challenge opportunities to ascend even higher. As 2 to 3 rounds passed, the lower-ranked disciples gradually ceased their challenges, shifting their focus to the top 20. A palpable atmosphere of tension and anticipation enveloped the disciples in the stands. The most formidable disciples of the outer sect were finally poised to contend for the top 10, heralding the most intense and high-level matches yet to come. The top 20 disciples also solidified their challenge rankings, with those at the 6th level of meridian condensation and exceptionally gifted 5th-level disciples casting their gazes toward the current leader, Jiang Shihuai. A heavy sense of impending conflict was etched across their faces. Fu Yu contemplated the situation. Jiang Shihuai was bound to be challenged. Among the disciples, Yun Xiaoya and Feng Changshan were the strongest. If Fu Yu aspired to claim first place, he would inevitably face fierce opposition from both. Should he challenge Jiang Shihuai now, or wait for Yun Xiaoya and Feng Changshan to succeed in their challenges? Fu Yu felt a twinge of hesitation. Should he be the first to challenge Jiang Shihuai? Even if successful, he would likely face challenges from Yun Xiaoya and Feng Changshan. Jiang Shihuai was no weakling. Defeating him would surely deplete considerable spiritual energy and reveal some of his hidden cards. In turn, when facing Yun Xiaoya and Feng Changshan, he could easily be unseated. The two had likely refrained from challenging Jiang Shihuai for fear of exhausting themselves, leaving room for others to benefit, an inclination shared by all. Nonetheless, the Outer Sect's grand competition was merely a trivial experience on his path forward. Overanalyzing gains and losses would hinder his journey in the realm of cultivation. Now that he had secured a place in the top 10, he was assured entry into the Inner Sect. It was time to embrace the fight wholeheartedly. As for whether or not one can attain the first position, it matters little. What is truly significant is the exhilarating combat experienced in this competition. Fu Yu leapt forth. Ascending the stage, Brother Jiang, dare you engage in battle? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Shihuai did not show any signs of weakness. Soaring onto the platform, since junior brother Fu Yu possesses such spirit, I, Jiang Shihuai, shall accompany you to the end. A grand confrontation was imminent. With a swish, Jiang Shihuai gripped his spear, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that caused the weapon to hum ominously, its tip gleaming menacingly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a dazzling flash of electric light from the spearhead, striking towards Fu Yu's chest with the speed of lightning. This technique, known as the electric thorn stab, not only boasted incredible velocity, but also controlled the surrounding aura with his spiritual power, effectively immobilizing his opponent if mastered deeply, allowing the spear to penetrate without resistance. Fu Yu's expression remained unchanged as he deftly flicked his hands, summoning a water dragon that danced around the spear, avoiding direct confrontation. With a commanding shout, he commanded, "Bind." The water dragon slithered in, wrapping around the spear just 7 inches from its tip, turning back with the momentum towards Fu Yu's right side. Simultaneously, Fu Yu waved his right hand, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy that lunged towards the spear's shaft. The spear, propelled forward by its own momentum, accelerated further as it was drawn by the water dragon and Apos' force. Jiang Shihuai felt a tremendous tug on the spear, struggling to maintain his grip. Alarmed, he realized that Fu Yu was on the verge of seizing the weapon, and with a swift motion, he firmly grasped the spear, channeling all his strength to retreat forcefully. Fu Yu smiled slightly, pushing forward with his palm as spiritual energy surged from his hand. The water dragon, shaking its head, propelled the spear back into Jiang Shihuai's grasp. At that moment, Jiang Shihuai, having redirected all his power backwards, was unexpectedly pushed by Fu Yu's water dragon, causing him to stumble backward over 10 meters before regaining his stance. Indeed, Fu Yu possesses exceptional talent. Not only is his control of spiritual energy remarkably precise, but his combat prowess is also formidable. With a simple pull and push, he has already forced Jiang Shihuai, who is equally at the 6th level of spiritual consolidation, into a disadvantageous position. An elder in the audience remarked with admiration. Observing Fu Yu's effortless dominance over Jiang Shihuai, Yun Xiaoye and Feng Changshan exchanged solemn glances, both filled with gravity. While they were confident in their ability to defeat Jiang Shihuai, achieving such effortless grace was beyond their reach. Despite Fu Yu's lack of a follow-up attack, Jiang Shihuai no longer dared to be careless, brandishing his spear defensively. Fu Yu activated the wind spiral instant step, advancing with a leap, then spinning leftward as he concentrated his spiritual energy into a colossal fist, hurling it forcefully towards Jiang Shihuai. Having perfected the rainfall technique, Fu Yu could manipulate spiritual energy into various forms of attack, swords, spears, or halberds at will. However, he favored the dragon form, which was significantly more challenging to materialize than conventional weapons. To condense spiritual energy into a living creature required an exceptionally refined mastery of one's energy. Through years of practicing the rainfall technique, Fu Yu's control over spiritual energy had greatly enhanced, allowing him to summon the water dragon with such ease. Jiang Shihuai attempted to deflect the fist with a thrust of his spear, forcefully pushing it aside, intending to distance himself from Fu Yu. Yet, Fu Yu's foot surged with energy, following Jiang Shihuai closely, manifesting a flying sword aimed directly at Jiang Shihuai's back. Jiang Shihuai swiftly turned, bending low and shouting, executing a counterattack with his spear that shattered the flying sword. He then unleashed a series of rapid strikes, 3 consecutive spear techniques: the returning horse spear, the pursuing wind spear, and the penetrating heart spear, each faster than the last, forming a relentless torrent of attacks. The moment these techniques were unleashed, anyone behind him was engulfed within, creating a vortex that limited their movements and techniques. This was Jiang Shihuai's signature move, and few could withstand it. Many disciples had fallen to these very strikes. Oh no! Fu Yu has fallen into a trap. It seems evasion is impossible. Jiang Shihuai smirked, realizing that Fu Yu would find it exceedingly difficult to counter this ultimate technique. Without a hidden card of his own, Fu Yu would likely succumb to Jiang Shihuai's onslaught, revealing the formidable nature of the top 10 competitors. Fu Yu, taken aback by Jiang Shihuai's display, had initially intended to conserve energy, leveraging his superior footwork to defeat Jiang Shihuai with minimal effort, believing he could easily overcome him from behind. However, he had unwittingly encountered Jiang Shihuai's trump card. With a resigned sigh, Fu Yu recognized that defeating Jiang Shihuai would require revealing some hidden strengths. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing resonated through the air as the flowing cloud sword emerged, radiating a formidable brilliance. With swift movements, Fu Yu deftly sliced through the oppressive force of Jiang Shihuai and Apos' spear techniques, his wrist twisting skillfully as he conjured 7 blooming sword flowers before him, embodying the essence of the rainfall technique's spring rain bloom. As the delicate rain fell, Jiang Shihuai felt as if his spear was piercing through cotton, devoid of any traction. Although the tip was mere inches from Fu Yu, it could advance no further, as if countless small hands were pulling him back. Just then, Jiang Shihuai's eyes brightened as he beheld the 7 vibrant sword flowers flourishing before him. Momentarily lost in a daze, feeling as though he were ensconced in the gentle spring rain, watching the blossoms unfold, his heart filled with a sense of tranquility and contentment. Suddenly, Jiang Shihui jolted back to reality. Wasn't he in the midst of battle? Yet, it was too late. A cold blade was pressed against his throat. He had lost. Just like that, after having once held the upper hand. The realization of his utter defeat left Jiang Shihui feeling helpless. Remarkable. This young man has indeed mastered the rainfall technique to such an extraordinary level. Elder Qin interjected for the first time. Fuyu. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Zhao Beifeng exclaimed loudly. How little time has passed, yet he has become so powerful. I must strive harder. Zhao Beifeng mused inwardly. Wow, that move from Fuyu was incredible. Jiang Shihui had no chance to react. The disciples remarked in awe. I had no idea Fuyu was holding back. Otherwise, my defeat would have been even more humiliating. Shen Liuqi lamented. Yun Xiaoya and Feng Changshan exchanged glances, their hearts heavy. For years, they had been subtly competing against one another, each unwilling to falter, hoping to outshine the other in this grand competition and secure a place in the inner sect. Yet, they had not anticipated the emergence of such a prodigious talent in Fuyu. The strength he had displayed sent shivers through them. Both understood that they were not substantially stronger than Jiang Shihui. Facing his 3 consecutive spear techniques would necessitate revealing all their hidden cards, and they might still suffer injuries. How could they match Fuyu's effortless and fluid dismantling of Jiang Shihui's ultimate move, forcing him into a corner with a mere flick of his wrist? It was something they could not replicate. It was utterly beyond them. After Fuyu's challenge to Jiang Shihui, fierce battles erupted across the other arenas. Shun Liuqi faced defeat against the beautiful Han Suzhen, breaking into the top 10, while Wang Xiaoyu fell to Mo Mingyuan. Another round of competitions commenced, and at last, Yun Xiaoya stepped forward. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stood tall, gracefully leaping onto the stage, exuding an unspoken elegance that elicited wild cheers from countless female voices in the audience. With a calm demeanor, Yun Xiaoya declared, though Fuyu's strength is terrifying, I still wish to give it a try. Come, Fuyu, let me see just how strong you truly are. As soon as Yun Xiaoya's words fell, the audience erupted in a chorus of excitement. Brother Yun must win. Go, Brother Yun. It was evident that Yun Xiaoya was immensely popular among the outer sect disciples. Fuyu and Apos' lips curled into a slight smile as he ascended the stage. Please, please. Yun Xiaoya, also renowned for his spear techniques, gripped his spear firmly and bellowed, Breakthrough Spear of the Feathered Dawn. With intense fervor, it surged directly towards Fuyu. Fuyu, not daring to be negligent, summoned a water shield before him using Linyu Jue, drawing his sword and infusing it with spiritual energy. The autumn rain of Linyu Jue, somber and desolate, propelled his sword, imbued with a chilling aura, towards Yun Xiaoyu. The clash of their strikes emitted a piercing roar, sending ripples through the air, causing even the arena's defenses to tremble. The protective barrier of the arena, crafted by the ancestors of the Foundation establishment stage, was designed to allow outer disciples to unleash their abilities without causing damage, yet the collision of their strikes strained it considerably. Yun Xiaoyu, aware of Fuyu's prowess, initiated his attack with the most adept technique, the Ling Qi Puju Spear. He understood that preserving his strength before Fuyu would only lead to a swifter and more disastrous defeat. Thus, he unleashed his full power without reservation. Fuyu silently admired Yun Xiaoyu's move. The energy erupting from this strike rivaled Jiang Shihui's 3 consecutive attacks, infused with the flames of fire and the swiftness of wind. The Ling Qi Puju Spear was inherently an offensive technique, and Fuyu, having perfected Linyu Jue, found little advantage against it. Good, Fuyu bellowed. Summer rain destruction. Unlike the weaker forms of Linyu Jue, which many disciples would neglect, mastering it to perfection unveiled 4 formidable techniques: spring rain shower, summer rain destruction, autumn rain desolation, and winter frost cold sword. The spring rain shower primarily focuses on trapping and confusing the enemy, while the summer rain destruction embodies the heavy and relentless onslaught of water, leaving no room for the enemy to maneuver. The autumn rain desolation strikes silently and quickly, aiming to eliminate foes unnoticed. The winter frost cold sword condenses cold air into water, forming a sword of frost flowers that strikes with the agility of a flying sword, capable of splitting into numerous blades at critical moments, overwhelming opponents with its chilling presence. However, Fuyu had only just grasped these 4 techniques, their power still limited. Otherwise, who among the outer disciples could withstand them? The summer rain destruction surged towards Yun Xiaoyu. Realizing the ferocity of the attack, Yun Xiaoyu knew he could not evade it. Otherwise, he would fall into a continuous onslaught, ultimately succumbing to defeat. He thrust his spear into the ground, swiftly executing several incantations with both hands, declaring, Mountain Staff Flame Shield. A translucent defensive barrier rose around Yun Xiaoyu. The summer rain destruction struck the barrier with explosive force, causing it to flicker as it absorbed Fu Yu's assault. Observing that he could not breach Yun Xiaoyu's defense, Fu Yu withdrew his spiritual energy, employing wind rotation instant step to create distance between them. Although Yun Xiaoyu had dissipated Fu Yu's attack, his own energy was considerably drained, and he refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. The two remained locked in a tense standoff, circling each other on the arena. Though Fu Yu had attained a minor proficiency in wind rotation instant step, Yun Xiaoyu practiced the more advanced Linyu step. However, he too had only reached a minor level of mastery, rendering their advantages relatively equal. Both were seeking opportunities to strike. Fu Yu's mind raced, facing Yun Xiaoyu, who wielded the Ling Qi Pai Ju spear for offense, the Mountain Staff Flame Shield for defense, and the sophisticated Ling Yun step for mobility. He found himself slightly at a disadvantage in both defense and movement. To overcome Yun Xiaoyu, he needed to engage in direct combat, launching a powerful assault with his perfected Linyu Jue. If he attacked first, Yun Xiaoyu could focus on defense with his shield, making it difficult to breach his barriers. It seemed the only chance lay in provoking Yun Xiaoyu into an offensive move. Fu Yu slowed his movements to conserve energy while gradually infusing his spiritual power into the Luyun sword, ready to counterattack once Yun Xiaoyu initiated an assault. Observing Fu Yu's decelerated pace, Yun Xiaoyu mistakenly believed that Fu Yu's wind rotation instant step was faltering, and he felt a surge of excitement. The opportunity had arrived. Seizing upon Fu Yu's momentary lapse, he executed the Ling Yun step with great speed, swiftly closing the distance between them. With a flick of his spear, he unleashed the Pear Blossom 18 strikes, causing the spear's tip to multiply into numerous illusory images aimed at Fu Yu's vital points. Fu Yu had anticipated this. With a swift motion, he employed the Winter Frost Cold Sword, disregarding which of Yun Xiaoyu's 18 strikes were illusions and which were real, conjuring 18 icy swords to confront him directly. The sounds of slicing filled the air as 17 spearheads disintegrated, while one icy sword clashed with the remaining spear tip, teetering precariously. Fu Yu then redirected 10 of the icy swords to shatter the illusory spearheads, while the remaining 7, imbued with chilling energy and lethal intent, surged towards Yun Xiaoyu's vital areas. Yun Xiaoyu was alarmed, taken aback by the unexpected cunning of Fu Yu's assault. His heart raced as he swiftly retreated using the Ling Yun step, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into his purple-gold belt. Although he reacted in time, 6 icy swords were intercepted by the belt's defense, yet one still struck his left arm. Upon impact, the icy sword shattered, and a wave of freezing energy enveloped his left arm, rendering it temporarily useless. For a spear wielder like Yun Xiaoyu, this was a significant handicap. Wielding the spear with one hand severely limited his techniques, which required both hands for thrusting, sweeping, and parrying. Employing the Lingyun step, Yun Xiaoyu relied on its defensive strength and superior mobility to adopt a guerrilla tactic, while Fu Yu, now in the advantageous position, remained patient at the center of the arena. Should Yun Xiaoyu pause, he would close in for an attack. However, if Yun Xiaoyu chose to retreat and maintain distance, Fu Yu would remain stationary at the center to gradually replenish his energy. As time wore on, Yun Xiaoyu realized that if this continued, he would inevitably exhaust his energy and lose without Fu Yu needing to act. Clenching his teeth, he retrieved a talisman from his robe and invoked the incantation, transforming it into a fire spirit directed at Fu Yu. Only a talisman master could craft such talismans, mimicking the principles of the natural order and inscribing various incantations into specially designed molds, storing spiritual energy within them for later use. The consumption of spiritual energy to utilize a talisman was minimal, enabling lower-ranked disciples to unleash spells beyond their own capabilities. Noticing Yun Xiaoyu producing a talisman, Fu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly erected another layer of defense around himself and executed a swift movement away from the arena's center. The fire spirit hurtled towards his position, exploding with a resounding bang, flames erupting outward, accompanied by the sizzling sound of burning air. Fortunately, Fu Yu's reflexes were sharp, and since Yun Xiaoyu required time to invoke the talisman, he managed to evade a direct hit. though the explosive flames still engulfed him. The layered defenses of Linyu Jue diminished under the onslaught, and as Fu Yu distanced himself from the explosion's center, he hastily conjured water shields while frantically casting incantations, summoning a rain of spiritual energy above him. With all his might, he ultimately managed to deflect the talisman, though a flicker of anger stirred within him. Despite the absence of restrictions on talisman usage in the competition, as a prominent figure among the outer disciples, resorting to such powerful talismans for victory seemed rather unseemly. More critically, in a contest among peers, such actions could easily lead to injuries. A sharp glint of coldness flashed in Fu Yu's gaze. After the explosion, when Yun Xiaoyu saw Fu Yu unscathed, a wave of discouragement washed over him. He realized that using talismans required considerable time. Unlike those adept in talisman use who could invoke them instantaneously, he still possessed a few talismans, but he had always been reluctant to expend them, making it impractical to practice with such extravagance. Moreover, Fu Yu's precautions would likely diminish the talisman's impact. As time wore on, it became evident that Fu Yu would soon find the opportunity to defeat him. Proud by nature, Yun Xiaoyu preferred to concede graciously rather than face defeat at Fu Yu's hands. With a deep sigh, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Fu Yu, declaring, "Senior brother Fu, you are formidable. I concede." Fu Yu, taken aback, had not anticipated Yun Xiaoyu would surrender so readily. He had been prepared to unleash an all-out assault, regardless of the energy cost, only to watch helplessly as Yun Xiaoyu exited the arena. It was surprising that even Yun Xiaoyu was unable to contend with Fu Yu. Indeed, even with the use of talismans, Brother Yun was unable to secure victory in this competition. I wonder if anyone else dares to challenge him? Aside from Brother Feng, I doubt anyone else can match Brother Fu Yu. As this round of the competition concluded, Han Suzhen challenged Lu Quan and advanced into the top 10, while Mo Mingyuan's challenge against Feng Changshan ended in failure. Yin Huan and Jiang Lanqing were evenly matched, yet ultimately, Jiang Lanqing emerged victorious. Zhao Beifeng challenged the 16th rank and effortlessly triumphed, owing to his mastery of the Golden Spear 18 techniques. Gradually, the disciples exhausted their opportunities for challenges, and in the final rounds, those ranked in the top 10 faced no challengers, while those ranked from 10 to 20 endured frequent challenges. With fierce competition raging between the 40th and 50th ranks, many disciples, in their fervor to break into the top 20 and top 50, spared no expense in utilizing their trump cards, talismans, medicinal pills, and spiritual artifacts. Lu Quan, wary of further challenges to the top 10, only dared to challenge the 12th rank in order to secure a place in the top 20. Zhao Beifeng, having faced 3 challenges himself, managed to maintain his ranking with relative ease, thanks to the formidable power of the Golden Spear 18 techniques. Observing that Fu Yu sustained minimal exhaustion, Feng Changshan lost all desire to challenge further. Securing a position in the top 10 and entering the inner sect was a certainty, making it unnecessary to contest fiercely for the first place. Finally, the outer sect disciples competition came to a close, with Fu Yu, Yun Xiaoya, Feng Changshan, Zhang Chong, Jiang Lanqing, Shun Liuqiang, Jiang Shihuai, Mo Mingyuan, Yin Huan, and Han Suzhen securing the top 10 positions. As the competition concluded, the elders in the stands exchanged satisfied remarks, rising with smiles as they conversed. At this juncture, a steward approached respectfully, bowing and stating, "Please, esteemed elders, allow me to serve you tea in the Star Source Hall." After bidding farewell to the elders, the steward announced the conclusion of the triennial outer sect competition, while the top 50 disciples awaited their summons with excitement. Those ranked 51 to 100 were filled with anxiety, uncertain if any elder had taken notice of them. The elders did not return to their respective peaks, but instead entered the Star Source Hall. The steward welcomed the elders, respectfully guiding them to the head of the hall, where they were presented with spiritual fruits and tea, and then stood to the side with bowed heads. Elder Ji, seeing everyone seated, chuckled heartily and remarked, "You all witnessed the competition. I trust each elder has a favored disciple in mind. Let us discuss our choices to avoid any unnecessary disputes before the disciples." A silence enveloped the elders, and Elder Ji, glancing around, realized that with Elder Qin present, no one wished to offend him, understanding that if Elder Qin remained silent, the others would likely refrain from making their selections. Elder Ji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In previous years, the elders had argued passionately over disciple allocations. which is why they decided to discuss their choices before inviting disciples into the hall to maintain the dignity of their positions. Unexpectedly, with Elder Qin present, everyone was reticent. Elder Ji turned to Elder Qin with a smile and asked, "Elder Qin, might I inquire which disciples have caught your eye this time?" The other elders displayed keen interest, wondering if their favored disciples were also noted by Elder Qin. Elder Qin responded, "I am typically rather lazy and had no intention of recruiting disciples. However, as it is the sect's custom, I shall make an exception and select 3. A tremor ran through the hearts of the other elders, silently questioning whether he would select all from the top 10. By convention, each elder typically picks 1 disciple from the top 20, with those in the 10th to 20th positions also receiving 1 selection each. The remaining choices depend on the elders' preferences, with most selecting around 7 or 8 disciples, occasionally even 10. However, Elder Qin's capricious nature, combined with his formidable strength and disregard for convention, made him notoriously difficult to contend with. Anyone who crossed him, from elders to disciples, faced his wrath without consideration for their dignity, earning him a fearsome reputation within the sect. Despite his notorious temperament, Elder Qin had displayed unwavering loyalty to the sect, having extricated it from peril on multiple occasions, earning both respect and exasperation from his peers. If he chose to disregard tradition, there was little anyone could do about it. Elder Qin continued, "First, I shall select the disciple who wields the spear, the one who has mastered the golden spear 18 techniques. What is his name again?" The other elders were momentarily at a loss for words. Cultivators typically possessed remarkably sharp memories, and yet Elder Qin could not recall the name of a disciple, illustrating his habitual carelessness. Nonetheless, the others felt a slight relief, as he had not chosen from the top 10. Elder Lu chuckled, "That disciple is Zhao Beifeng. At the 5th level of perfection, with considerable comprehension, he has mastered the golden spear 18 techniques." Elder Ji internally scoffed, "You're being so eager. Lest Elder Qin choose a disciple with a wood-type constitution." Under the scrutiny of the other elders, Elder Qin stated, "Next, I shall select the disciple ranked 45, named Qianfengxing, and 1 more." Elder Qin glanced toward Elder Xia, contemplating selecting the top-ranked Fu Yu. However, noticing the exceptional progress of Lin Yu's cultivation, he surmised that Elder Xia would be quite fond of him. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish, so he chose the disciple ranked 69, Yixiangting, instead. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Elder Qin was not as detached from humanity as rumored, particularly Elder Lu, whose smile broadened, while Elder Xia's expression radiated delight. After a round of selections, Elder Ji chose Feng Changshan, Elder Zhao selected Yin Xiaoya, and Elders Lu and Xia were equally pleased with their choices of Zhang Chong and Fu Yu. After deliberation, a total of 87 disciples were selected by the elders. Meanwhile, outside the hall, the waiting disciples buzzed with excitement, exchanging congratulations and sharing insights. Those ranked beyond the 50th position appeared anxious, awaiting the verdict of fate, while some among the audience wore expressions of profound sorrow. Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng were together, with Zhao Beifeng brimming with pride, his face flushed with excitement as he animatedly recounted his accomplishments to Fu Yu. Having surged to 16th place, his entry into the inner sect seemed assured. However, for him, the greatest joy lay in entering alongside Fu Yu. At that moment, the steward announced loudly, "The top 50 disciples, please enter the hall. Zhao Lu at 51st, Lu Ziyuan at 52nd. The steward proceeded to announce the names of over 30 disciples. Those selected wore expressions of elation, while the others succumbed to despair, some even weeping openly. Fu Yu and his fellow disciples entered the Star Source Hall in turn. Within the Grand Hall, the 10 elders sat regally at the head. The steward guided the disciples in their formal greetings and then proclaimed, "Congratulations. You have officially become inner sect disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Please proceed to me shortly to complete your inner sect registration. Now, let me introduce you to the esteemed elders. This is Elder Qin, and this is Elder Ji." After introducing the elders, the steward continued, "Now I announce your masters, Zhao Beifeng, Qianfengxing, and Yixiangting. Please step forward to pay your respects to Elder Qin." Zhao Beifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated being the first called. He promptly stepped out from the crowd, quickly joining Qianfengxing and Yixiangting in front of Elder Qin. Bowing deeply, disciple Zhao Beifeng, Qianfengxing, Yixiangting, pays respects to the master. Elder Qin nodded slightly. "Good, rise." Zhao Beifeng and the others stood behind Elder Qin. The steward, having completed the greetings for Elder Qin, called out, Feng Changshan. Step forward to pay respects to Elder Ji. When it came time for the fifth elder, the steward finally called out Fu Yu. As he approached Elder Xia, she smiled warmly, Excellent. Fu Yu, from now on, you shall train under my guidance. You will surely become a pillar of our sect. All 87 disciples completed their formalities. The steward declared, ceremony concluded. All disciples bow and bid farewell to the esteemed elders. The crowd bowed respectfully. The elders laughed heartily, their figures shimmering as they vanished from the hall. After the elders departed, the steward announced, Fellow disciples, please come to me to complete your entry procedures. The formalities have been completed, and everyone has 2 days of respite. You are to submit your external sect tasks and training locations to the outer sect. Report to the respective elders in 2 days. As the crowd proceeded to handle their paperwork, when it was Fu Yu's turn, the attendant cheerfully said, Junior Brother Fu, please hand me your outer sect disciple token to exchange for your inner sect disciple token. Faced with such a prodigy as Fu Yu, the attendant was keen to cultivate a good relationship, exhibiting an exceedingly amiable demeanor. Upon completing the formalities, in addition to the token exchange, each disciple received a storage bag. Fu Yu had long aspired to possess a storage bag, and to his surprise, each individual was granted one upon entering the inner sect. This treatment was remarkably superior, a stark contrast to his experience in the outer sect. It was no wonder that so many were willing to strive tirelessly to gain entry into the inner sect. Inside the storage bag, there lay a map, a jade slip, and 2 sets of inner sect disciple robes. The map provided a detailed portrayal of the inner sect's terrain, marking the forbidden areas, various administrative locations, and the peaks of each elder, thoroughly comprehensive. Picking up the jade slip, Fu Yu pressed it to his forehead, infusing it with his spiritual energy. Middle-level Qingyun technique. It was a cultivation technique surpassing the 7th layer of the Qingyun technique. Now, he no longer had to worry about his cultivation methods. Fu Yu stepped out of the Star Source Palace, where the audience had mostly dispersed. However, a few remained behind. And upon seeing Fu Yu and his companions emerge, they approached with warm greetings. Among them, those who had secured positions within the top 10 and the disciples favored by the elders were particularly prominent. A throng of admirers encircled them, leaving Fu Yu and his group somewhat taken aback, unsure of the cause for such attention. Just then, a middle-aged man pushed through the crowd. It was Zhang Yu, the proprietor of the Guangyuan shop, his face adorned with a broad smile. Congratulations, Brother Fu, on winning first place in the outer sect competition, and on your promotion to the inner sect, Zhang Yu exclaimed. Fu Yu cupped his hands in acknowledgement, replying with a smile. Ah, it's Master Zhang. Zhang Yu continued. I have been closely following your progress in the competition, Brother Fu. I knew you would certainly shine brightly. Your reputation now echoes throughout the outer sect. As the crowd noticed Zhang Yu conversing with Fu Yu, they quickly turned their attention to other disciples. Seeing the puzzled expression on Fu Yu's face, Zhang Yu explained. This is customary after competitions. These individuals are merchants from the marketplace, and there exists an unwritten rule. Once someone engages in conversation, others refrain from intruding. After all, you are cultivators, esteemed inner sect disciples, and your status is vastly different. It would be inappropriate for everyone to swarm around you. Zhang Yu then produced a gift box from his storage bag, saying, Now that you have joined the inner sect, I have prepared a modest gift as a token of my respect. As Fu Yu was about to decline, Zhang Yu quickly interjected, Please, Brother Fu, do not refuse. In the future, just look after my small shop. Whatever surplus we earn will be a mutual benefit. Continuing, Zhang Yu elaborated, As you engage in transactions at my store, I gain the profit margin, and since the items traded by inner sect disciples hold considerable value, my gains would be substantial. Hence, it is only right for you not to decline. Fu Yu shook his head, replying, I will certainly consider your shop for future transactions, but I cannot accept this gift. Zhang Yu, sensing Fu Yu's courteous refusal, became increasingly anxious. Brother Fu, please allow me to finish. What I truly desire is to establish a steady trading relationship with you. The resources needed for cultivation in the inner sect are far more rare, and many cannot be purchased with spirit stones. As inner sect disciples, your primary focus should remain on cultivation. You cannot afford to waste time searching for materials. Fortunately, I run a shop and have access to various channels and information. Just a word from you, and we can help procure what you need, essentially making my shop an extension of your own efforts. When necessary, a word from you would suffice. Fu Yu contemplated this, recognizing the wisdom in Zhang Yu's proposal. Indeed, it is crucial not to become distracted from one's cultivation. Zhang Yu seemed astute enough not to exploit his name for personal gain, and it would be wise to engage in long-term transactions with Qingyun shop instead of haggling with other merchants. As Zhang Yu had suggested, he could also assist in gathering cultivation resources when needed. It was apparent that Zhang Yu was keenly aware of the potential benefits Fu Yu could bring him. Having come to this understanding, Fu Yu laughed heartily. I can see you are quite eager, Master Zhang. I will undoubtedly engage in long-term transactions at your shop. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy, and he promptly presented the gift box with enthusiasm. I have reserved a table at the Qingmang restaurant to celebrate your achievement, Brother Fu. You must honor us with your presence tonight. Having agreed to a long-term collaboration with Qingyun shop, Fu Yu readily accepted the invitation. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu, he sought out Zhao Beifeng to arrange to attend the banquet together. Upon hearing the name of Qingmang restaurant, Zhao Beifeng and Apos' face broke into a wide smile. Insisting they must go, Qingmang restaurant was the most luxurious and largest establishment in the marketplace. Within the Qingyun Sect, any venue bearing the name Qingmang was supported by elder-level figures. At Qingmang restaurant, the tea was spirit tea, the wine was spirit wine, and all dishes were primarily made from monster beasts and spiritual herbs, prepared in a unique manner. Not only were they delicious, but they also contained spiritual energy, greatly benefiting cultivators. The most affordable meal would cost no less than 100 spirit stones. Previously, Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng had only admired the restaurant from a distance, never dreaming they would one day dine there. Together, they made their way to the outer sect disciples' residence. Inside Zhao Beifeng's room, the two engaged in a lively conversation until dusk approached, prompting them to head towards the sect's marketplace. Upon arriving at Qingmang restaurant, they found Zhang Yu waiting at the entrance, ready to welcome them inside. As they entered the grand hall, they were met with a vibrant atmosphere, filled with guests. The restaurant was constructed from the finest spirit wood, adorned with intricate carvings, and suffused with spiritual energy. The walls were embedded with moonlight stones, illuminating the hall as brightly as day, revealing every detail. Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng could not help but marvel at the opulence surrounding them. Zhang Yu, eager to foster good relations with Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng, led them directly to a private room on the second floor. The decor in the room was even more extravagant, with tables and chairs inlaid with precious Qiyuan copper. The ceiling featured spiritual patterns crafted by a talisman master, designed to purify the air, maintain temperature, and prevent eavesdropping. Antique bronze lanterns adorned the walls, filled with luminous pearls, casting a soft yet brilliant light throughout the room. In one corner, an incense burner emitted fragrant sandalwood, creating a serene ambience. Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng felt as though they had entered a grand paradise. Expressing their admiration in hushed tones, Zhang Yu went to great lengths to ensure their dining experience was exceptional. They enjoyed a sumptuous feast, indulging in spirit wine and making hearty promises to support Qingyun shop in the future, treating Zhang Yu as a brother. This dinner marked the most extravagant meal Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng had ever experienced, especially as they had just entered the inner sect, filling them with elation. They returned home thoroughly satisfied. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Fu Yu returned to the herb field from Zhao Beifeng's place, intending to tidy up and transfer the responsibility of overseeing the herb field back to the sect. Standing in front of the stone house, he reflected on the past few months spent worrying over the competition, during which he had scarcely taken a moment's rest. In the blink of an eye, he had become an inner sect disciple. The herb field thrived with vitality, and gazing at the lush greenery, he was reminded of the time he first learned the rain decision, standing amidst the plants and struggling to cast the technique. Suddenly, he felt as though he had lost himself in the hustle of recent months. Indeed, his singular focus had been on breaking into the top 50 in the competition. All his thoughts and efforts had been consumed by this ambition, as if he were being controlled by an unseen force, tirelessly striving towards it. He realized that in losing himself, he had succumbed to an excessive desire for success, forsaking the essence of cultivation. A shudder coursed through him, and he broke into a sweat, understanding that such obsession could ultimately sever his path in cultivation. Indeed, lacking extraordinary encounters, he could still cultivate diligently, akin to when he had just broken through to the 4th level, steadily absorbing the insights gained from his practice and growing closer to the world around him, step by step, ensuring he would continue along the path of cultivation. Even if he were to be eliminated from this competition and unable to enter the inner sect, persistence in his true aspirations would lead him to progress through the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels with relative ease, albeit with added challenges and hardships. In the grand scheme of the long journey of cultivation, what did those trials and tribulations truly amount to? With this newfound clarity, Fu Yu felt as though he had released a burden, and the anxiety and worries that had plagued him dissipated. It was as if a veil had been lifted from his heart, leaving him with an indescribable sense of enlightenment. Although Fu Yu had claimed first place in the competition, exhibiting remarkable talent, Elder Qin, a revered figure in the sect, had opted not to select him, instead allowing Elder Xia to take him under her wing. Perhaps Elder Qin, with his discerning eye, had already perceived the issues within Fu Yu's mindset. In contrast, Zhao Beifeng, with his carefree demeanor and pure heart, naturally attracted Elder Qin's favor. While this experience may not have constituted a profound epiphany, it nonetheless proved immensely beneficial for Fu Yu. His cultivation entered a state of enlightenment, significantly enhancing his comprehension of techniques, and it was likely that his cultivation would advance rapidly. Moreover, Fu Yu's realization marked a transformative shift in his mindset. For someone like him, whose power had surged dramatically in a short period, an unstable mindset could greatly hinder future cultivation endeavors. It can be said that from this point onward, Fu Yu would be free from the torment of inner demons before establishing his foundation, and his cultivation would proceed smoothly. Fu Yu stood by the stone house for a full 2 hours, appearing more ethereal, with an innate grace in his every gesture. Walking through the medicinal fields, he focused intently on performing the rainfall technique, meticulously watering the plants with each application, deepening his understanding of his recent insights. Eventually, Fu Yu arrived at the valley where he practiced, standing in contemplation for a while before returning to the stone house to gather his daily necessities into his storage bag. After closing the door, he crossed the medicinal fields and glanced back, realizing that this might be the last time he would visit this place. Pausing for a moment, he turned and made his way toward the outer affairs hall of the sect. Upon completing various tasks at the outer affairs hall, Fu Yu returned the Baihan Phoenix Flame technique to the outer sect's scripture pavilion. He had already committed the technique entirely to memory. Further study would suffice for his cultivation, rendering its physical presence unnecessary. As nearly half a year had passed, it was indeed time to return it. After finalizing all matters, Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng proceeded toward the inner sect. The inner sect lay deeper within the Qingmang Mountain. After traversing the ridge of the Qingyun Hall, Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng followed the map westward. The journey through ancient woods and towering waterfalls became increasingly infused with spiritual energy. They chatted and laughed along the way, feeling no fatigue even after walking for 3 hours. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng ventured deeper into the forest. "What is going on? There's nothing here," Zhao Beifeng exclaimed, holding the map in one hand and scratching his head in confusion. "Yes, the map clearly indicates this location," Fu Yu replied, equally perplexed. While pondering, Fu Yu suddenly noticed that Zhao Beifeng's inner sect token seemed to emit a faint glow. Rubbing his eyes to confirm his sight, he informed Zhao Beifeng of his observation. "Indeed, that's impressive. Brother, yours is glowing too," Zhao Beifeng exclaimed, his exaggerated expression causing Fu Yu a slight headache as he wondered about the glowing tokens. Suddenly, a thought flickered across Fu Yu's mind, but he managed to grasp it. Perhaps this inner sect disciple's token was the key to entering the inner sect. Fu Yu pulled the token from his waist and moved around, discovering that the glow intensified when the token faced a particular direction. Following this direction, he approached a cliff, and as he neared, the cliff seemed to dissipate like air. Fu Yu turned to beckon Zhao Beifeng. "Come. The path is here." They continued forward, feeling as if they had passed through a thin membrane. The scenery before them transformed, leaving them awestruck. Before them lay an expansive and profound mountain range, dotted with peculiar peaks, with streams of spiritual energy soaring into the sky. Occasionally, figures could be seen flying on swords or riding cranes, a scene reminiscent of celestial beings. One towering peak stood impressively high, adorned with various uniquely shaped structures, some perched by waterfalls, others on cliffs, and some hidden among ancient trees. From a distance, a grand archway, several hundred meters high, marked the entrance of the Qingyun Sect, inscribed with its name. Midway up the main peak, an imposing hall could be seen, its entrance bearing the words Dragon Rising Hall, visible even from miles away. Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng hastened to the mountain gate, where two disciples clad in moon-white inner sect uniforms stood guard. As the newcomers approached, one disciple called out, "Are you new disciples? Please present your tokens." Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng handed over their tokens. The guard infused spiritual energy into the tokens, revealing their identities, and after confirming the information, he greeted them warmly. "Ah, you are Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng. I am Kai Daoqi. Upon entering the inner sect, you must first change into the inner sect uniforms. Please follow me to the changing room." Kai Daoqi led Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng to a nearby building. After they changed, he continued, "The information about your arrival from the outer sect's Qingyun Hall has already been transmitted to the inner sect, so there's no need for further registration. You can head directly to your respective master's mountain peak to report. The map you possess indicates the locations of each elder's peak, making it easy to find. As for your responsibilities, I will not escort you further. Please proceed." Grateful for Kai Daoqi's assistance, Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng moved forward. As they walked a few meters away, they overheard another guarding disciple remark, "Kai, why are you being so polite to those two? Not even a mention of benefits. Should we treat these new disciples with such courtesy?" Kai replied, "Ma, is this your first time on guard duty? Don't underestimate this position. There are many nuances to it. Being cautious can sometimes avert great calamities. There have been instances where older disciples created difficulties for new ones, only to unwittingly provoke a genius. Once this genius achieved success, they remembered those who had wronged them, and one such elder mysteriously disappeared without a trace." Kai continued, "Do you know who those two are? One is the champion of the outer sect competition, and the other was the first disciple selected by Elder Qin. To make things difficult for them is akin to courting death." Fu Yu and Zhao Beifeng exchanged a knowing smile, aware that in any realm, lacking strength or connections made life challenging, though it was an unalterable truth. Looking at the map, Fu Yu suggested, "Let's part ways here. We'll report in and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings before reconnecting." After bidding farewell, they hurried toward their respective masters' mountain peaks. Fu Yu felt a mix of excitement, uncertainty, and longing as he headed toward a towering peak to the north, known as Qixia Peak, the domain of Elder Xia. Each elder had the privilege of selecting a spiritually rich mountain peak as their teaching site, and once chosen, the sect would establish a gathering array of spiritual energy on these peaks, where disciples would cultivate alongside their masters. Generally, the closer an elder and Apos' peak was to the sect and Apos' main peak, the greater their influence within the sect. However, this was not absolute. Some eccentric elders preferred more secluded locations for their practice. Upon entering Qixia Peak, Fu Yu beheld cascading springs and an array of exotic flora flourishing freely, with several medicinal fields scattered throughout the area, abundant with various herbs, many of which he had only seen in outer sect texts. Some were even centuries old, and many he had never encountered before. The architecture of Qixia Peak was situated atop the summit, and as Fu Yu ascended, he was continuously awed, feeling that he had never experienced such wonder before. Arriving at the entrance of Qixia Peak, a disciple approached to inquire about his purpose. Upon learning that Fu Yu was a new disciple reporting for duty, the disciple warmly welcomed him. "Greetings. I am Wang Hanzhong, a disciple who joined 3 years ago. Please allow me to assist you with your registration." Fu Yu politely replied, "I am Fu Yu. Thank you for your help." "Ah, so you are Fu Yu. That's wonderful. The champion of the competition. Our peak is the first to receive the outer sect's top disciple. This year, Wu Tao Peak, Qifa Peak, and Jue Peak have finally not snatched away the top 3 disciples," the disciple exclaimed. It turned out that Wu Tao Peak, Qifa Peak, and Jue Peak were renowned for their focus on combat and martial arts, serving as the primary training grounds for the sect's martial prowess. Many external affairs requiring force were typically handled by disciples from these 3 peaks. In contrast, Qixia Peak primarily concentrated on alchemy, with disciples mainly engaged in cultivating spiritual herbs and producing intermediate and low-level pills to assist elders in crafting higher-grade elixirs. Generally, the top 3 disciples from the competition would be selected by these 3 peaks, but considerable negotiations, often involving spirit stones or cultivation resources, were necessary for other peaks to concede. The allocation of disciples often led to heated debates. The disciple was unaware that this allocation of disciples was remarkably harmonious, arguably the most gracious distribution since the establishment of the sect. However, throughout the millennia of the sect's history, only Elder Qin had emerged. When Elder Qin declared that he would not contend with Elder Xia, It was evident that even he refrained from competing for Fu Yu, leaving no room for other elders, who were all astute individuals, to foolishly believe themselves more deserving than Elder Qin in vying with Elder Xia. An unspoken understanding prevailed, and naturally, Fu Yu became associated with Qixia Peak. Upon hearing Wang Hanzhong's reflections, Fu Yu couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking how misplaced this all seemed, as if he were not meant to be at Qixia Peak. After completing the registration, Wang Hanzhong informed him that some disciples had already arrived and were gathered in the Dharma Hall. Junior brother Fu, you may wait there until all the brothers have assembled, after which the master will come to conduct the formal apprenticeship ceremony. Fu Yu arrived at the Hall of Transmission, where 5 disciples awaited him, 3 males and 2 females. Upon his entrance, the disciples warmly approached him. Having secured first place in the outer gate competition, Fu Yu had gained considerable notoriety, and all the new disciples recognized him. After exchanging introductions, one of the disciples, a sprightly youth of about 16 or 17, named Wan Lu, remarked, "Brother Fu, as we all entered the sect together, we should unite as one, facing challenges and triumphs together. Your formidable strength makes you our leader, and we, your junior brothers, hope you will guide us in our endeavors." Fu Yu smiled inwardly, thinking to himself that Wan Lu was not a trustworthy character. To claim leadership over him seemed self-serving, as he would expect Fu Yu to take the fall should anything go awry. Instead of answering directly, he smiled gently, "Let us not fret. We shall all be comrades under the guidance of our master here on Qixia Peak. I trust that our master will resolve any issues we may face." A tall disciple, with a deep voice, chimed in, "Brother Fu is right. We are all brothers and sisters, and assisting one another is indeed the way." Nung Kuan, the tall disciple, expressed his belief that they would coexist harmoniously in the future. Wan Lu, however, wore a disdainful expression, internally scoffing at the naivete of the tall disciple, thinking he would face many hardships ahead. As Fu Yu took a seat, the disciples engaged in conversation, eagerly awaiting the arrival of others. One by one, more disciples entered until the last disciple arrived, bringing their number to 9. At that moment, another disciple announced, "All brothers and sisters are gathered. We shall now proceed with the apprenticeship ceremony." 2 disciples appeared at the back of the hall, removing a screen to reveal a set of steps crafted from spiritual jade, emanating a soft luminescence. At the center of the steps sat a chair, intricately carved from jade, flanked by 2 incense burners that, once lit, filled the hall with a fragrant aroma. On the wall behind, a portrait of a distinguished middle-aged man, the founding patriarch of the Qingyun Sect, hung majestically. With a resounding clang, a disciple struck the ancient bell at the entrance, its majestic sound echoing throughout Qixia Peak, a signal that was anything but ordinary. It was a high-quality spiritual artifact, unlike the lesser artifacts used by Fu Yu and his peers. Each peak possessed such a bell, while the main peak boasted an even larger one, capable of summoning all disciples unless they were in seclusion. 3 chimes of the bell summoned the disciples, and soon over 200 gathered, showcasing the thriving community on Qixia Peak. Among them stood Qi Shaodong, who had evidently completed his mission of hunting down the 6 notorious bandits. He approached, clad in a flowing robe and riding a flying sword, appearing to be in his mid-20s, with an extraordinary countenance that radiated charm and approachability. "Look, Sure Hao has also arrived," someone remarked, noting his recent success in refining a spirit recovery pill, destined to become a key figure in the sect due to his remarkable alchemical talent. The disciples exchanged greetings, inquiring about each other's cultivation progress and sharing stories of their experiences, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Suddenly, a streak of light darted from afar and swiftly reached the entrance of the hall. The chatting disciples fell silent, their gazes converging on the doorway. "Ah, the senior brother has arrived. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother," they exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him, with some of the female disciples visibly enamored, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The senior brother strode in, exuding an air of confidence. Though dressed in the same attire as the other inner disciples, it fit him impeccably. He appeared to be around 24 or 25, standing tall with striking features, his eyes glimmering like stars, emanating a magnetic allure that captivated those around him. His name was Qi Changfa, and true to his name, his long hair flowed freely, epitomizing a carefree elegance that drew everyone's attention. Qi Changfa entered the hall, leading the others to line up respectfully. The earlier disciple, seeing the assembly complete, instructed Fu Yu and the others to stand at the foot of the steps, announcing, "We invite the master to take her seat. All disciples, pay your respects." The disciples bowed in unison, and at that moment, a figure emerged gracefully from the side of the hall. It was Elder Xia. Clad in an elegant robe and adorned with exquisite footwear, she smiled warmly. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Rise." She then seated herself in the grand chair. With an authoritative yet melodic voice, Elder Xia declared, "Let us commence." The standing disciples promptly announced, "The apprenticeship ceremony for the new disciples of Qizhou Peak begins." They guided Fu Yu and the others through the elaborate rites of bowing, offering tea, presenting incense to the ancestors, and reciting the sect's regulations, which took 2 hours to complete. Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, Elder Xia, sitting with an air of solemnity, addressed them, "From this day forth, you are all official disciples of Qizhou Peak. You must know my name. I am Xia Heef, also known as the Immortal of Danha. You are the elite selected from the outer disciples, the hope of our sect, and you shall bear the weight of our future. Your actions must adhere to the sect's regulations. Any transgressors will face the disciplinary hall, with penalties ranging from confinement to expulsion or even worse. However, as long as you are not at fault, Qizhou Peak will stand as your support, and I will advocate for you." Fu Yu felt reassured by Elder Xia's words, recognizing her protective nature towards her disciples. It was evident that she was not one to nitpick over trivial matters, and being placed in Qizhou Peak seemed fortuitous. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about Zhao Beifeng's situation, feeling a surge of concern for his friend. "Take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another. I shall take my leave now." With that, Elder Xia vanished from sight. Fu Yu marveled at her prowess, contemplating how long it would take him to reach such heights. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief knowing that someone of her caliber would guide him on his path of cultivation. The disciple standing beside Elder Xia introduced Fu Yu and the others, and soon they dispersed, some engaging in conversation while others sought tasks, filling the hall with lively chatter before gradually departing, leaving only Fu Yu and his companions. The same disciple gathered everyone together, saying, "Brothers and sisters, let me introduce myself. My name is Qi Fangming, and I will now explain the situation of Qizhou Peak to you." Our disciples, aside from practicing the Qingyun method, also learned various other techniques, primarily for alchemy and herb cultivation. These techniques are available in the main peak's scripture pavilion, and each new disciple may select 2 to study. Typically, disciples of Qizhou Peak choose fire, wood, or water attributes, fire for alchemy, while the others are mainly for herb cultivation. However, each individual's constitution varies. Only those techniques that align with your innate qualities will be easier to cultivate. When the master selected you, she considered your previous proficiency in these 3 attributes, ensuring you had a certain level of skill. Remember, once you select your techniques, you cannot change them. Any future selections will require contributions to the sect. If you already possess a suitable cultivation method, you may also choose from other types of techniques, as any method within the first level can be freely selected. Having discussed the cultivation methods, I shall now elaborate on the daily affairs of our disciples within the sect. The inner and outer sects are fundamentally similar. Contributions are earned through task completion. However, unlike the outer sect, there is no compulsion for inner disciples to undertake tasks, as the duration of their meditation periods is uncertain. One might experience a sudden epiphany and feel compelled to enter seclusion, rendering the timely completion of tasks inconsequential. Yet, it must be noted that without undertaking tasks, relying solely on the meager benefits provided by the sect, one may spend a lifetime in cultivation without ever breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. As you have just transitioned from the outer sect, you may assume that the inner disciples enjoy abundant benefits. But you will soon discover that these provisions are woefully insufficient compared to the demands of cultivation. Our Qizhou Peak specializes in alchemy, and thus the tasks we undertake are particularly advantageous for us. For instance, tasks related to concocting lower-grade elixirs or tending to spiritual herbs are exclusive to the disciples of Qizhou Peak. After a somewhat disorganized discourse, Kefangming produced a map and stated, "In truth, you will come to understand these matters after spending some time in the sect. Now, let us proceed to select your residences." Each inner disciple is afforded a private dwelling for their cultivation, with those marked in red indicating selections already made, while the gray ones remain available. Fu Yu stepped forward to examine the map, which was a vivid depiction of Qizhou Peak's terrain, revealing a realm that seemed almost alive. with flowing springs and cascading waterfalls appearing to dance upon the page. Upon close inspection, Fuyu noted that most residences near the Qizhou Hall were marked in red, with the gray options situated further from the center. After a prolonged contemplation, he found two locations to his liking. One offered an expansive terrain, oriented south to north, with a broad vista, and was not too distant from the Qizhou Hall. The only slight disappointment was its proximity to the main thoroughfare, which lay just 100 meters away. The other location was more secluded, nestled beneath a towering cliff, where a waterfall cascaded into a deep pool, bordered by a vast expanse of grass. Nearby, a small canyon allowed the tranquil waters to meander through, creating a serene and picturesque atmosphere. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in this area was relatively low, which was a critical factor to consider when selecting a cultivation residence. Undoubtedly, had the spiritual energy been more abundant, such an exquisite locale would have been claimed long ago. After much deliberation, Fuyu remained indecisive. The first location would suit someone who relished a lively environment, but Fuyu, with his reserved and steadfast nature, preferred solitude. In truth, those who are dedicated to their cultivation often shy away from bustling distractions. Only by enduring solitude and maintaining a tranquil heart can one achieve success in their practice. After a moment of resolve, Fuyu pointed to the second location. Qifengming glanced at him but could not resist advising, "Disciple Fu, the spiritual energy here is lower than elsewhere. No matter how beautiful the scenery, if your cultivation stagnates, it will be of little consequence." Fuyu replied, "I shall choose it nonetheless." Once Fuyu made a decision, it was typically immutable, a trait that could be seen as either tenacity or stubbornness. Yet, without a touch of madness, one cannot achieve greatness. Many historic figures have persevered in their own paths, unwavering even in the face of widespread dissent, ultimately becoming revered masters. Adhering strictly to the opinions of the masses would ensure a lifetime confined within the constraints of predecessors' legacies. Recognizing Fuyu's resolute demeanor, Qifengming conceded, "Very well. Please bestow a name upon your residence." Fuyu pondered for a moment and declared, "In the long journey of cultivation, I shall roam freely and without worry. For only then can I be unafraid. I shall name it Taoran Residence." With a few swift hand gestures, Qifengming inscribed the name upon the map, transforming the designation from gray to red. He then requested Fuyu's token, merging it briefly with the map, allowing a thread of spiritual energy to flow from the map into Fuyu's token. "All done. From now on, only you shall have access to the Taoran Residence's defenses." After all 9 disciples had selected their abodes, Qifengming continued, "Each peak has a dining hall that remains open all day, allowing you to dine free of charge whenever you wish. Now, please proceed to your residences to settle in and contemplate your future cultivation arrangements. Tomorrow, you may visit the scripture pavilion to select your cultivation methods. Beyond participating in essential sect affairs, your cultivation schedule will be entirely at your discretion. Remember, if there are no pressing matters, the master will deliver teachings at the Qizhou Hall around mid-month, addressing any questions regarding your cultivation. Do not miss this opportunity." Bidding farewell with a heart full of anticipation, Fuyu hurried to his Taoran residence. After approximately an hour, he arrived and found the place to be as depicted on the map. Stepping onto the lawn, he estimated the area to be around 10 acres, and the pool size seemed equally ample. The spring cascaded down the rocks, producing a continuous roar, and as he approached the pond, a wave of humidity enveloped him. Peering into the water, he observed its deep azure hue, leaving its true depth a mystery. Gazing upward, he marveled at the towering ancient trees and the lush underbrush that thrived even in late autumn. The vibrant greens exuded life, while 2 peaks flanked the valley, creating a clearing approximately 20 yards wide, adorned with verdant grass and a myriad of wildflowers. The water from the pond flowed through the valley, meandering gracefully, encountering the mountains only to turn back, continuing its gentle journey eastward. A profound sense of joy surged within Fuyu as he realized that such a beautiful place was now his. A feeling of contentment and tranquility enveloped him, and his mind gradually entered a state of ethereal calm, free from worries. The anxiety and pressure stemming from the unknowns of entering the inner sect, along with the apprehensions of being surrounded by more accomplished cultivators, began to dissipate from his heart. This negative sentiment is a common experience for any outer disciple transitioning to the inner sect, often taking a considerable time to adjust. Many disciples find that it is only after 3 years, when new disciples arrive and they become accustomed to their environment, that they can alleviate these feelings. This period greatly impacts their cultivation, yet few recognize this phenomenon, including Fu Yu, who remained oblivious to it. Fortuitously, the environment of Taoran residence had stirred something within him, inducing a subtle emotional shift that unknowingly alleviated his burdens. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, Fu Yu finally returned to the present, noticing that dusk had fallen. He entered his residence, which was a multifunctional building featuring a training room and alchemy chamber on the first floor, with a lounge on the second. Employing a dust-clearing technique, Fu Yu banished the dust from his surroundings and took a moment to organize his cultivation plans. Having reached the 6th level of meridian condensation for a while, he felt his spiritual energy refinement was nearly complete, and he should prepare to break through to the 7th level. This barrier would likely require a significant investment of time to overcome, and he realized this would be his primary focus. As for his cultivation methods, while the rainfall technique had reached a proficient level and required no further practice for now, the wind step technique had room for improvement. However, its low rank would likely render it less useful as his cultivation progressed. The flame of the cold phoenix technique remained incompletely comprehended, making it impossible to practice at present. It seemed prudent to carefully consider his selections at the scripture pavilion tomorrow. If the flame of the cold phoenix technique could be cultivated, it would likely possess fire attributes. However, he must keep this to himself. Otherwise, the sect might subject him to experimentation. Thus, he needed to choose a fire attribute technique as a cover. The rainfall technique sufficed for now, so he did not need to select another water attribute method. The wood attribute was uncertain whether it could be cultivated. Both the water and wood attributes could nurture spiritual herbs, making a choice unnecessary. However, the ancestral teachings of the sect were rooted in wood attribute cultivation. Without mastering these techniques, future opportunities would be lost. After much contemplation, Fu Yu ultimately decided against selecting the wood attribute technique. His energy was finite. Spreading himself too thin would lead to mediocrity. For now, he opted for a fire attribute technique and another for an elixir formula. Although he was not yet adept at alchemy, he would undoubtedly need it in the future. He could peruse it when time allowed, or revisit it when he was ready to concoct elixirs. Moreover, if he wanted to switch formulas later, it would require a significant amount of contribution points. Having clarified his thoughts, Fu Yu ceased his deliberations and began practicing the Qingyun decision. He was now on the brink of a breakthrough, and his spiritual energy refinement was nearing its peak. The following day, Fu Yu awoke from his meditation and promptly made his way to the scripture pavilion. After verifying his token, he gained entry. The first floor of the pavilion was far grander than the outer sect, with a more intricate classification system. The techniques were categorized into dozens of types, clearly labeled as fist, leg, sword, knife, and spear, providing a clear direction for his search. However, the techniques here were not found in books, but in jade slips. Numerous disciples were selecting techniques, most of whom were newcomers. Fu Yu searched for Zhao Beifeng, but found no trace of him. As he navigated the categories, he discovered an abundance of fire attribute techniques, such as the burning wood decision, blazing flame decision, meteor fire rain, and source spirit clear fire decision, amounting to dozens. Finally, he spotted a technique named the glass fire 9 flames decision. The glass fire 9 flames decision. This technique was not difficult to cultivate. It merely required gathering spiritual fire seeds and refining them into one's own spiritual energy, thus harnessing the properties of that fire. It could be used for alchemy, offense, or defense. Different spiritual fires possessed unique effects and characteristics. The principle of this technique was simple. Continuous refinement of fire seeds would naturally enhance its power, allowing for the coexistence of up to 9 types of spiritual fire, each exhibiting distinct attributes. Furthermore, any one of the 9 could consume others of the same attribute to enhance its potency. Was this not a flawless technique? 9 attributes, perpetually upgrading, truly extraordinary. Fu Yu was elated. Yet, he wondered why such a high-level technique was present here. As he continued to examine it, he soon grasped why this technique was displayed on the main floor. It bore 2 critical flaws. First, spiritual fire seeds were exceedingly rare and highly sought after, making them nearly unattainable without immense fortune. They occasionally appeared at auctions, igniting fierce competition among various sects, often resulting in bloodshed, with countless spirit stones expended in vain. Second, the refinement process was arduous and perilous, Attempting to refine spiritual fires that one could fully suppress would yield minimal gains, while higher-level fires posed a risk of backlash. Many had suffered grievous injuries or even lost their lives from failed attempts at forced refinement. It was, in essence, a rather impractical technique. Nevertheless, Fu Yu primarily sought a technique to complement the Bihan Fengyan decision. He had an intuitive sense that once he comprehended the Bihan Fengyan decision, he would undoubtedly succeed in its cultivation. With its diverse attributes, the glass fire nine flames decision could easily accommodate whatever nature the Bihan Fengyan decision ultimately took. Thus, he made his choice without hesitation. There was another technique to select, and having decided on an elixir formula the prior day, Fu Yu made his way to the alchemy section. He found formulas for the spirit nourishing pill, health preservation pill, chi source pill, and vitality pill, all pertaining to lower tier elixirs. To his surprise, he also discovered a formula for the expansion pill, suitable for use in the latter stages of the condensing veins phase. After reaching the 7th layer, the spirit nourishing pill's effectiveness diminished during the later stages. It was crucial to continually expand the meridians for a more potent flow of spiritual energy, enabling the execution of powerful techniques. The body refining pill formula enhanced physical resilience, fortifying muscles and invigorating cells, yielding a formidable physique capable of enduring prolonged expansion of the meridians, thus significantly aiding cultivation. This was particularly favored by body cultivators who prioritized physical refinement. There were numerous other options, such as healing pills, recovery pills, and yuanhua pills, reflecting the wealth of the inner sects collection. After perusing the selections, Fu Yu ultimately chose the expansion pill, recognizing its future utility and the substantial quantity he would require. Mastering its refinement would drastically reduce his cultivation time and conserve a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, thinking of spirit stones caused Fu Yu to furrow his brow. Alas, his pockets were empty. Remembering Qi Fengming's words, he noted that there were still more than 10 days until the new moon, and the sect's benefits were uncertain. It seemed prudent to return early and focus on reaching the 7th layer of the condensing veins phase. At that level, many tasks would become available, and with Fu Yu's current cultivation, undertaking them would be time-consuming and laborious. Once he reached the 7th layer, he could traverse freely, wielding more powerful techniques. After copying the glass fire 9 flames decision and the body refining pill formula at the deacon's office, Fu Yu returned directly to Taoren residence. He settled into his training chamber, activated the Qingyun decision, and entered a state of cultivation. Days turned into more than 10. With Fu Yu dedicating himself to the Qingyun decision, aside from necessary rest and meals, he had not yet examined the techniques and formulas he had chosen, but the Bihan Fengyan decision remained a daily focus for 2 hours. Fu Yu had been contemplating the Bihan Fengyan decision for over 3 months, a duration longer than any other technique he had encountered. He could grasp the others with relative ease, yet with his continuous introspection, his confidence in this technique grew. He sensed that upon completion of his understanding, he would undoubtedly succeed in its cultivation, perhaps even surpassing his current comprehension of its level. One day, Fu Yu reached a critical juncture in his Qingyun decision practice, sensing a breakthrough was imminent. The 6th layer of the Qingyun decision surged swiftly through his meridians, ultimately returning to his dantian. With each cycle, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, condensing and compressing it, leading to an increasingly potent accumulation in his dantian. Fu Yu gritted his teeth, his complexion slightly flushed, with a hint of blood in his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his body. The spiritual energy swirled faster, causing waves of pain to ripple through his meridians, as his dantian seemed on the verge of bursting from the pressure. Yet, Fu Yu held firm, refraining from rushing into the 7th layer, the most formidable barrier of the condensing veins phase. It was best to break through in one go, otherwise, future attempts would be even more arduous. Another half-hour passed, and the sensations from his dantian shifted from pressure to excruciating pain, as if it might explode at any moment. At that moment, Fu Yu finally activated the 7th layer of the Qingyun decision, unleashing streams of spiritual energy from his dantian into the meridians of the 7th layer. One by one, the meridians were breached, 1/5, 2/5, 3/5, continuously expanding, while the spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. As Fu Yu nurtured the expanded meridians with his spiritual energy, he simultaneously directed more energy from his dantian to further extend them. He knew he could not afford to pause. Failure to maintain the energy flow would jeopardize the breakthrough. The newly opened meridians would gradually close without the nourishment of spiritual energy, leading to greater difficulty in future attempts. The sounds of spiritual energy racing within his dantian echoed as it surged toward the seventh layer's meridians, surrounding the Tao Ran residence. Apart from the soothing sound of cascading waterfalls, there existed an absolute silence. Within this tranquil atmosphere, the ethereal energy in the air gradually flowed toward the residence, intensifying the spiritual essence within. A luminous aura enveloped Fu Yu, continuously drawn to him. His dantian absorbed the energy, refining it only to expel it again. Akin to a high-speed water pump, the meridians, through which the energy coursed, expanded rapidly under the relentless pressure, leaving Fu Yu in a state of excruciating agony. The 7 layers of meridians began to rupture, wave after wave of impact pushing toward the final barrier, now reduced to 1/5 of its original state. He continued to marshal the energy, urging it forward with force. Sweat streamed down his body, drying and then soaking anew. The rosy hue of his face had long faded to pallor. The intense pain caused his brows to knit tightly, his teeth gritted, a trickle of blood seeping from the corners of his clenched mouth. The existing meridians expanded, pain. New meridians ruptured, pain. Fu Yu remained silent, his focus solely on the manipulation of spiritual energy, pressing forward with the onslaught, now to 1/10. Summoning an even more potent force of energy, he surged forth. The meridians ruptured again, success. All 7 layers had been fully expanded. The spiritual energy finally surged against the last barrier. The critical moment had arrived. While nurturing his meridians, Fu Yu rapidly circulated the energy, nearly depleting the reserves in his dantian. A surge of formidable energy, under Fu Yu's command, rushed toward the final barrier. Many had faltered at this last hurdle. The reasons for failing to breach the 7-layer barrier were often due to insufficient energy after the meridians had been expanded. Some, eager for quick success and unable to endure hardship, would fail to widen their meridians adequately. The broader the meridians, the more intense the pain endured. If they were too narrow, the energy available for the final push would be minimal. This was a common plight for pampered youths who, despite having ample resources in elixirs and spirit stones, lacked the necessary grit and thus faced limited opportunities during breakthroughs. Fu Yu had pushed himself to the brink during the previous expansion, achieving remarkably wide meridians. This time, he summoned all his spiritual energy for a decisive strike, sending it racing from his dantian, propelling the energy through his other meridians as it surged toward the 7-layer barrier. A torrent of spiritual energy threatened to tear his meridians apart. The newly expanded 7-layer meridians were once more tested. If Fu Yu succeeded, it would greatly enhance his future cultivation, as the wide meridians established a solid foundation for him. The energy surged forward, finally crashing into the barrier with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. Fu Yu felt an upheaval within him, followed by a piercing pain that shot through to his very core, causing him to tremble violently, drenched in sweat. On the brink of unconsciousness. Was failure imminent? If he were to fail now, who knew how long it would take to find another opportunity for breakthrough? A wave of despondency washed over him. Yet, just as Fu Yu's mind teetered on the edge of despair, a pure wave of spiritual energy erupted from deep within his flesh. The residual potency of the mysterious spiritual fruit he had consumed earlier rapidly coalesced within him, merging with the energy he commanded and charging toward the barrier. It was as if a shackle had been suddenly released. All pain vanished in an instant, replaced by a euphoric sensation. A feeling of lightness and transcendence engulfed him. Fu Yu's heart soared with joy. He had finally breached the 7th layer. Suppressing the surge of elation that threatened to overwhelm him, Fu Yu immediately began to circulate the Qingyun Jue's 7th layer techniques. As he did so, the surrounding energy flocked to him, swiftly entering his dantian. He noticed the speed of refining energy had nearly doubled. While nourishing his meridians, he focused on condensing the energy. 2 hours passed, and at last, he restored the energy within his dantian. Fu Yu finally took a moment to assess his condition, even without moving his eyes. He sensed the state of his body, an instinctual awareness that brought him great delight. Expanding his consciousness, he perceived his surroundings with astonishing clarity. Every detail of the cultivation chamber was vividly apparent to him. Extending his perception further, he could sense the grass, the waterfall, and the ravine, reaching an astonishing range of 200 feet. Ants in the grass, fish swimming in the pond, birds flitting through the trees. Even the earthworms burrowing underground were all within Fu Yu's awareness. The hallmark of reaching the 7th layer of meridian condensation was the awakening of one's spiritual consciousness, though the intensity varied among individuals. Generally, upon breaking through to the 7th layer, one would require time to hone their consciousness externally, which typically extended only about 50 feet. Fu Yu, however, had managed to achieve an extraordinary 200 feet upon his first breakthrough, an accomplishment likely reserved for only the most exceptional talents. Fu Yu pondered this extraordinary phenomenon, recognizing that his unremarkable aptitude could not solely account for such an astonishing result. The mysterious spiritual fruit played a vital role. After its refinement, part of its essence settled within his body, while another part surged through his neural pathways, likely imparting unknown benefits when he had fainted. With a flicker of his consciousness, the flowing light sword materialized before him. Go! The sword transformed into a radiant arc, soaring beyond the residence and crashing into a massive rock by the pond, shattering it into fragments. Return. The sword pivoted and instantly returned to Fu Yu's hand. Excellent! 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 Fu Yu exclaimed thrice in delight. The prowess of his spiritual consciousness was remarkable. Under its influence, he could control the flight of the sword effortlessly. This was the essence of manipulation through consciousness. Furthermore, executing any technique now required but a thought. The speed vastly outstripped that of when he was at the 6th layer. It was no wonder that disciples at the 7th layer initially exhibited limited capabilities. The transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. Stepping outside, Fu Yu leaped onto the flowing light sword, guiding it skyward. Though it was his first attempt, his formidable consciousness allowed for steady control. Unlike those who had just entered the 7th layer and struggled to master it. Gaining confidence, Fu Yu stood in midair, hovering above the waterfall, gazing into the distance. An indescribable sense of ease filled him, a feeling of being one with the universe. With a powerful roar, he disrupted the cascading waters, startling the birds in the gorge into flight. Regaining his composure, Fu Yu returned indoors, sitting in meditation for a while to calm his racing heart, realizing that he could not continue his cultivation in such a state. However, this moment provided a perfect opportunity for relaxation. Cultivation required a balance between tension and ease, and one must maintain a long-term perspective, avoiding the pitfalls of hastily advancing at the expense of foundational stability. Taking out the Li Hua Jiu Yen Ju, he swept his consciousness over it, beginning to contemplate the cultivation methods. With his spiritual consciousness, he no longer needed to press the jade tablet against his forehead to glean its contents. Moments later, Fu Yu tucked the Li Hua Jiu Yen Ju away. Having comprehended its techniques thoroughly, every detail was now clear to him. This rapid understanding was a testament to his heightened comprehension, a pace that would surely astonish many. Yet, Fu Yu felt indifferent about it, as it paled in comparison to his grasp of the Baihan Feng Yen Ju. The key to mastering the Li Hua Jiu Yen Ju was the pursuit of a fire seed. Without it, cultivation was impossible. Fu Yu resolved to first seek out some ordinary fire seeds to refine, perfecting the Li Hua Jiu Yen Ju without concern for its potency for the time being. He set off toward the sect. Fu Yu stepped onto the flowing cloud sword, transforming into a streak of light heading toward the main peak. Upon arriving at the affairs hall, he found only a handful of people at the task distribution area, while the rest of the hall was sparsely populated. Typically, only a few individuals could be seen. These were inner disciples, exchanging tasks, forming teams, and trading resources. As Fu Yu approached the task release area, he was met by several individuals who, upon closer inspection, shook their heads in disapproval. Only at the 7th level of pulse condensation. Their faces were unfamiliar, likely new disciples from this year. Alas, after waiting for so long, our team has yet to be formed. Ignored by others, Fu Yu felt quite at ease, standing before the task board and gazing at the offerings. 10 feathers of the Qizhou, contribution points 200, spirit stones 1000. The Luosha Shaili grass, each plant yielding contribution points 300, spirit stones 1500. Second tier wind attribute demon cores, contribution points 500, spirit stones 15,000. A plethora of materials like diamond ore, pure copper ore, and starfire ore, each piece granting contribution points 100, spirit stones 500. Tasks for herb gathering, stone mining, and demon core collection were abundant, with hundreds of tasks on display. Some even sought answers to cultivation-related inquiries, while others had the more bizarre request of escorting someone from the secular world to care for their loved ones. Truly, There were no limits to the imagination, only limitations in execution. As Fu Yu surveyed these tasks, he found himself utterly bewildered. Many items were entirely unfamiliar to him, and he was ignorant of the geographical locations mentioned. To hunt for demon cores, one must at least know the rank of the demon beast, the locations where they dwell, and their attack methods. To gather spirit herbs, one must be aware of their growth environments and the proper methods for collection and preservation. Entering the outer sect at the tender age of 11 or 12, Fu Yu had drifted through his time there without guidance from elders or family, rendering the realm of cultivation a complete mystery to him. His 3 years in the outer sect were spent in a relentless struggle for survival, never having left the sect even once. Having only been in the inner sect for a brief half-month, he had been solely focused on his training. Suddenly, Fu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of ignorance. If he were to accept a task in such a state of confusion, failing to complete, it would be the least of his worries. A careless mistake could lead him into a den of demon beasts, into forbidden territories, or even into the realms of dark forces. The possibility of losing his life was real. After all, the world of cultivation was not a peaceful haven but a realm rife with bloodshed and slaughter. "Junior brother, are you here to accept a task?" someone inquired. Fu Yu shook his head and turned away, heading straight for Qizhou Peak. As always, Qizhou Peak was bustling with activity. Some disciples were in seclusion, others were completing tasks, and some were refining pills. Upon arriving at Qizhou Hall, Fu Yu noted that it was not Elder Xia's lecture day, and few people were present. Only 2 disciples, responsible for daily affairs, were idly sitting at the entrance. Fu Yu recognized them from the initiation ceremony, Li Xiulin and Zhang Ji. As Fu Yu approached, Zhang Ji called out, "Isn't this Fu Yu? My, after just over 10 days, you've already broken through to the 7th level of pulse condensation. It seems the title of the outer sect's best is well-deserved." Li Xiulin chimed in with a smile. "Fu Junior brother, what brings you here? Come. We were just feeling bored. Let's chat." Fu Yu bowed respectfully and said, "I was hoping to ask both seniors where I might find information on spirit herbs, ores, and demon beasts within the sect." Li Xiulin and Zhang Ji exchanged glances and laughed heartily. It appears Fu Junior brother has returned from the main peak after facing difficulties in accepting tasks. "Haha." Fu Yu, curious, asked, "How did you know?" Li Xiulin replied, "It seems Fu Junior brother, like us, lacks guidance from senior sect members and is unaware of the sect situation. Zhang Ji, why don't you enlighten him?" Zhang Ji explained. Many disciples unfamiliar with the world of cultivation rush to train once they enter the inner sect. Upon reaching the 7th level of pulse condensation, their first instinct is to accept tasks, lured by the substantial contribution points and spirit stones promised for gathering spirit herbs, mining ores, or hunting demon cores. However, without understanding the risks involved, they often find themselves either facing penalties for failing to complete tasks or returning gravely injured. Many have lost their lives due to such naivety. Fu Yu was taken aback. Why doesn't the sect inform disciples about these dangers in advance? Li Xiulin scoffed. If one cannot see through such a simple matter, it speaks volumes about their ignorance. The sect's silence serves to ensure that these disciples experience the harsh realities of the cultivation world firsthand, fostering a lasting memory. After all, a disciple who knows only to bury their head in training without being aware of the world around them will find themselves unprepared to handle any future challenges, ultimately proving detrimental to the sect. Fu Yu fell silent, realizing the brutal truth of the cultivation realm. Li Xiulin continued, "In truth, everyone is aware of this unspoken rule. Those with connections within the sect will often share insights beforehand. However, Fu Junior brother, your inquiry indicates that you are not entirely oblivious to the nuances of adaptation." He added, "Regarding your earlier question about resources on spirit herbs, ores, and demon beasts, you can access this information for free in the building adjacent to the scripture pavilion. There, you will find not only data on spirit herbs, ores, and demon beasts, but also introductions to the 4 major sects of Qizhou, Huaxua Sect, Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect, and various other forces, including secret lore and insights into hidden realms. Additionally, there are travelogues from past elders, resulting in an extensive collection of texts. Our Qizhou Peak also has some resources, particularly more on spirit herbs. You can find them in the Songzhu Pavilion, located behind the main hall. And it too is open for free access." "Ah, I see. I wonder whether to deem this cruelty or benevolence towards the disciples," Fu Yu mused inwardly. In the following days, Fu Yu engaged in training while exploring the resources available at Qizhou Peak and the main peak. The diversity of spirit herbs, ores, and demon beasts in the cultivation world was astonishing, and Qizhou Peak had a rich collection. Fu Yu devoted himself to studying these materials, gradually clarifying his understanding of the cultivation realm. Simultaneously, he was taken aback by the vastness of the cultivation world. Qizhou, where the Qingyun Sect was located, was merely a small corner of the Moyang continent, which itself stretched thousands of miles with countless similar regions. The Moyang continent spanned millions of miles, a boundless expanse. Qizhou was remote, with the 4 major sects governing this territory. Beyond Qizhou lay a multitude of sects, and at the heart of the Moyang continent resided even more powerful sects, with just one of their vassal sects surpassing the 4 major sects of Qizhou in strength. Beyond the Moyang continent lay even more extensive lands. Fu Yu was both astonished and intimidated by the sheer vastness of this world, which completely upended his prior perceptions of the cultivation realm while simultaneously igniting his aspirations. He fantasized about one day gallivanting across this boundless expanse, a thought that filled him with a sense of grandeur and freedom. During this period, Fu Yu attended one of Elder Xia's lectures, which opened his eyes and greatly expanded his knowledge. Many of his doubts regarding cultivation were clarified through Elder Xia's insightful explanations, a stark contrast to his solitary struggles in the outer sect. With guidance, Fu Yu gradually began to appreciate Qizhou Peak. Although cultivators possess exceptional memories, Fu Yu dedicated over 2 months to thoroughly digest the materials at Qizhou Peak and spent nearly half a year reviewing the texts at the main peak. Of course, he did not neglect his training in the Qingyun art, and by this time had perfected it to the 7th level, with the 8th level within reach. He had maintained contact with Zhao Beifeng a few times, but both were preoccupied with their training and familiarization with the cultivation world, resulting in no outings together. One day, Zhang Dalian, a disciple on duty at Qizhou Peak, sent a message to Fu Yu, summoning him to Qizhou Hall for arrangements. Fu Yu mounted his flying sword and swiftly arrived at the hall entrance. "Senior brother Zhang, may I inquire what I have been summoned for?" Fu Yu asked. "Oh, I cannot divulge that information. You shall follow the sect's arrangements, which likely won't involve anything too arduous," Zhang Dalian replied with a chuckle. At that moment, 2 more individuals arrived, both fellow disciples who had entered the inner sect alongside Fu Yu, one named Lin Ji and the other Peng Longqing. Upon seeing Fu Yu, they greeted him from a distance. "Greetings, Fu senior brother. Have you also received a summons?" As Zhang Dalian observed the 3 of them, he promptly interrupted their pleasantries, saying, "Follow me." A group of 4 individuals made their way towards the rear of Qizhou Hall. Beyond the hall lay a field abundant with medicinal herbs, and upon closer inspection, Fu Yu discovered that it was filled with relatively rare spiritual medicines. The air here was rich in spiritual energy, vibrant with life. Following the main path for about 2 miles and rounding a bend, they encountered a cluster of buildings. This was the place where the sect conducted alchemical processes, the alchemy hall. There are many powerful restrictions here, so please tread carefully and do not wander off. Follow my lead to avoid triggering any traps. Should the restrictions activate, our current cultivation level would lead to our immediate obliteration, leaving no trace behind, Zhang Dalian warned, producing a token from his storage bag. Fu Yu and the others felt a shiver of apprehension. The site of alchemy was undoubtedly a sacred ground for the sect, heavily fortified. Without a token, approaching too closely could provoke a fierce attack. They followed Zhang Dalian into the compound, moving in unison. Upon entering, they were greeted by a potent aroma of herbs, a scent that lingered in the air due to the ongoing alchemical activities. Fu Yu felt invigorated, as if the essence of the surroundings was far superior to consuming spirit-nourishing pills. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but silently marvel at the scene. Disciples bustled about in the rooms, attending to various tasks. Some were organizing materials, others were classifying herbs, while a few were engaged in the drying process. The atmosphere was one of industriousness. After navigating through this hive of activity, Zhang Dalian led the trio to a grand hall. "You will wait here. Do not stray, especially towards that row of buildings over there." He gestured towards a series of larger, tightly shut rooms nestled against the mountain, fortified with additional restrictions and formations. "That is the alchemy chamber. Do not approach without summons or permission," Zhang Dalian instructed before departing. Understanding the gravity of their situation, Fu Yu and his companions sat quietly in the hall, acutely aware that they were in a place of great significance, where many prohibitions were unknown to them. The hall was unassuming, lacking in opulence or intricate carvings, yet it was not devoid of character. A few paintings depicting alchemical scenes adorned the central wall. The figures in the paintings wore light blue robes, engaged in various tasks, sorting herbs, adding ingredients to cauldrons, controlling flames, and one figure seated in meditation before a cauldron. Each movement reflecting a different aspect of concentration and fluidity, exuding an almost ethereal quality. Aside from these paintings and 2 rows of seats, the hall held no further embellishments. After exchanging glances, the trio fell into a contemplative silence, waiting patiently. Their eyes roamed the hall aimlessly until they returned to the paintings, scrutinizing them for a considerable time without discerning anything remarkable. Just then, as Fuyu shifted his gaze, he thought he saw the hand of the figure in the central painting tremble slightly. He focused intently, but there was no further movement. Rubbing his eyes, he examined the painting closely, yet it appeared unchanged, as if nothing had occurred. Perplexed, Fuyu turned to Lin Ji and Peng Longqing. Did you notice anything unusual about these paintings? I could have sworn the figure in the center moved its hand just now, he said uncertainly. The 2, intrigued by Fuyu's assertion, scrutinized the paintings again. There's nothing there. Perhaps you imagined it, Lin Ji remarked, his voice laced with skepticism. Fuyu, detecting their doubtful expressions, chuckled awkwardly. Maybe I did just see things. Yet, deep down, Fuyu felt a lingering curiosity. Cultivators possess an acute sensitivity to their surroundings. Their vision and hearing surpass that of ordinary individuals, and their thoughts are markedly clearer. It was unlikely that he could have simply imagined it. He remembered that when he had shifted his gaze, he had caught a glimpse of the trembling hand from the corner of his eye. Even though his focus had shifted away from the painting, he pondered deeply, reflecting on the nature of perception, how a lack of focus can lead to an illusion of seeing without truly seeing, as if observing yet not observing. With his gaze fixed on the paintings, he allowed his mind to empty, letting the images imprint themselves on his consciousness. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment struck him. He remained still, eyes locked on the 4 paintings, his pupils dilating as he allowed his gaze to wander across the images, his mind ceasing to engage in any thought processes. In this state of mental void, the paintings began to crystallize within his mind, eventually transforming into a 3-dimensional experience. Time seemed to stretch, and the figure in the blue robe became vividly clear. The sequence of actions depicted, sorting herbs, controlling flames, and the entire alchemical process, unfolded before him as if a master was personally instructing him in the art of alchemy. Fuyu felt a haze lift, and the techniques flowed into his mind with unparalleled clarity, imbuing him with knowledge that felt as if it were being etched into his very being. Eventually, the outlines of the paintings morphed into an ethereal manuscript on alchemical techniques, solidifying in Fuyu's consciousness. It felt as though an eternity had passed before he emerged from this trance-like state. What time is it? He wondered, noticing that Lin Ji and Peng Longqing were still seated, seemingly undisturbed. It hasn't been long. What happened to you? Ever since we arrived, you've been in a daze. Is everything all right? Lin Ji inquired, an amused expression on his face. Fuyu placed a hand on his forehead, at a loss for words, his heart still racing with excitement. He had not anticipated that merely sitting here would lead to such an extraordinary encounter, an experience that would be hard to believe if recounted. At that moment, 2 disciples entered the hall. Greetings, esteemed junior brothers. We apologize for the wait. One of them, a round-faced disciple, said, You must be Fuyu, Lin Ji, and Peng Longqing. He continued, indicating his companion. Allow me to introduce Lu Qibin. I am Feng Longyuan. We have a task that requires your assistance. Recently, the sect had discovered a hidden valley within the Qingmang Mountains, rich with spiritual herbs suitable for concocting advanced elixirs. Many of these herbs were ripe for harvest, and the sect had dispatched numerous disciples to gather them. The first batch had already been returned, and in order to maximize their potency, the sect aimed to refine all of them into elixirs swiftly to enhance their overall strength. Despite mobilizing all the experienced disciples from Qizhou Peak, they found themselves short-handed and were compelled to select a few new disciples to assist. Among the recent entrants, some were out on missions while others were on the brink of breaking through to the 7th level, leaving only Fuyu and his companions available for the task. Thus, they were brought into the alchemical area. Feng Longyuan handed each of the 3 individuals a token. This is the token for entering and exiting the alchemy hall. Keep it safe. Without it, you will be subject to restrictive attacks upon entry. He then led them into a spacious room, approximately 200 square meters in size, filled with numerous waist-high platforms where around 20 disciples were busily engaged. They were meticulously handling various spiritual herbs, sorting and preliminarily processing them according to the requirements for alchemical concoctions, arranging them in the prescribed order to form a complete set of spiritual herbs. Soon, you will also be engaged in such tasks. Work diligently. Opportunities like this are rare. For each properly processed set, you will earn 2 contribution points. Once you become familiar with the process, you could potentially earn 20 contribution points a day. Lin Ji exclaimed joyfully. Lu Qibin smiled faintly, dismissing Lin Ji's enthusiasm as he approached one of the platforms and addressed Fu Yu and the others. You will primarily be responsible for organizing the herbs for the expansion pill. I trust you are aware of the efficacy of the expansion pill. It requires 10 contribution points to exchange for 1, making it the most commonly used pill by disciples without a foundation. The demand from the sect is immense. First, familiarize yourselves with the various herbs required and their sorting criteria. I will give you half an hour to memorize and comprehend them. Afterward, I will demonstrate the sorting and processing for you to attempt. Lu Qibin handed Fu Yu a simple recipe for the expansion pill. Upon examining it, Fu Yu discovered it contained only the initial portions of the recipe, detailing the required herbs and processing methods, while the latter parts concerning the refinement techniques and control of fire were absent. Earlier, Fu Yu had regretted exchanging for some expansion pill recipes outside, thinking he could easily obtain them here, but it turned out he still had limited access. Due to the tight schedule for cultivation, Fu Yu had not thoroughly studied the recipe, but he now focused diligently on committing the recorded methods and key points to memory. Half an hour passed, and Lu Qibin began demonstrating the sorting sequence for the expansion pill. This step was relatively straightforward. It involved matching all the required herbs according to their ages. Each type of herb possesses varying degrees of medicinal properties, and the primary goal of sorting is to group herbs with similar properties together. This significantly conserves resources. For instance, if one herb can only yield 5 expansion pills while another can produce 8, failing to sort them would result in the entire batch only yielding 5, leading to considerable waste. Given the large volume of herbs processed, sorting is essential. However, for particularly rare and precious high-end herbs, gathering a complete set can consume an immense amount of spirit stones and effort. Thus, the significance of sorting diminishes, and most opt to choose auxiliary herbs based on the properties of the main herb. The essence of herb sorting lies in pairing herbs with suitable properties. The majority of lower-tier herbs are managed by junior disciples who lack the ability to assess the medicinal properties contained within a single herb. They generally rely on age and integrity for matching. Judging a herb's age is relatively simple, as most herbs grow in a predictable manner. With careful observation, one can discern the age of a herb based on its characteristics, such as the complexity of its leaves, the density of its stems, the color and size of its flowers, and the condition of its roots. The simplest method is to determine the growth rings, akin to counting the years of a tree's growth. However, to preserve the integrity of the herb and prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating, one cannot dissect the herb to examine its growth rings. There are 11 types of herbs required for the expansion pill, and Lu Qibin meticulously explained how to assess the age of each variety to Fu Yu and his companions, who diligently correlated this with the methods documented in the recipe. Once the discussion on herb ages concluded, Lu Qibin proceeded to elucidate the processing of herbs, detailing that each type has its own unique method, which generally includes removing impurities, cleaning, soaking, roasting, and drying. Lu Qibin provided thorough explanations and demonstrated the rainfall technique for rinsing and soaking the herbs, as well as the spirit fire technique for drying them. Fu Yu and the others remained focused on their learning. Finally, Lu Qibin stated, having covered all the sorting and processing methods for the herbs, you may begin your work here. However, be cautious, do not ruin the herbs, or else it will result in deductions from your contribution points. In truth, sorting and processing herbs is relatively straightforward, merely the preliminary work in alchemy. Typically, precious herbs are not handled directly by alchemists, but are instead entrusted to their disciples. Thus, Fu Yu and his companions commenced their tasks of sorting and processing herbs, following Lu Qibin's methods to assess the age of each herb one by one. Fu Yu picked up a primary herb for the expansion pill, the blood vine, and carefully examined its appearance, foliage, and stems to determine its growth age, concluding it to be approximately 50 years old before selecting suitable auxiliary herbs. Initially, Due to his lack of experience, it took Fu Yu a full 2 hours to complete the selection for one batch of the expansion pill. Next came the processing stage, which proved somewhat challenging for Fu Yu. The rinsing and soaking of herbs were manageable for him, given his mastery of the rainfall technique. But he struggled with the drying phase since he had not practiced fire-related techniques extensively. Recently, he had acquired the spirit fire technique and, after a moment of contemplation, managed to apply it effectively. His prior study of the Ice Phoenix fire technique and his unexpected acquisition of the Azure Flame alchemy technique in the main hall had greatly aided his rapid adaptation to the spirit fire technique. However, mastering it to the point of effortless control would require practice. Fortunately, with his exceptional aptitude and strong spiritual sense, Fu Yu's ability to control spiritual energy exceeded that of ordinary disciples, allowing him to correct mistakes swiftly and avoid damaging the herbs. After much trial and error, Fu Yu finally completed the processing of one set of herbs for the expansion pill. The effort left him utterly exhausted. Hours of intense concentration on the herbs had drained his mental energy, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the task. He reasoned that with practice, he would improve. However, he found himself in a better position than Lin Ji and Peng Longsheng, who had yet to complete even a single set. Lin Ji, in particular, was near tears, having burnt one of the auxiliary herbs during the drying process. With no contribution points earned yet, he would face deductions instead. As evening fell and fatigue set in, Fu Yu and his companions settled in for the night at the alchemy hall. Upon reaching their temporary quarters, Fu Yu meditated briefly to recover before continuously practicing the spirit fire technique to enhance his familiarity with it. He contemplated the two primary challenges hindering his efficiency in processing herbs for the expansion pill: his lack of familiarity with the various herbs and insufficient experience in discerning their ages, coupled with his awkwardness in controlling the spirit fire during the drying phase, which consumed considerable time and effort. The ability to discern herb ages could only be honed through extensive practice, while mastering the spirit fire would require focused repetition. Thus, Fu Yu diligently practiced the spirit fire technique, and as his spiritual energy waned, he utilized the recovery time to study the Ice Phoenix fire technique and the Azure Flame alchemy technique. Over the following days, Fu Yu devoted his days to sorting and processing herbs and his nights to cultivating the Azure Cloud technique, the spirit fire technique, and furthering his understanding of the Ice Phoenix fire technique and the Azure Flame alchemy technique. Before long, half a month had passed. In the herb processing hall, Fu Yu stood before a platform, swiftly selecting herbs with fluid motions. 11 herbs were arranged in order on the workstation. He picked up one herb, flicked his fingers, and a sphere of spiritual water enveloped the herb. With a slight movement of his spiritual sense, the water began to swirl, appearing chaotic at first glance, but in reality, multiple streams of water were meticulously cleansing the leaves, stems, and roots of the herb. After a brief moment, Fu Yu flicked his fingers again, and the spiritual water vanished, revealing a thoroughly cleaned herb. Lin Ji stood by, astonished, his eyes gleaming with envy. This was a technique devised by Fu Yu, derived from his formidable spiritual consciousness and mastery of the rainfall technique, enabling him to achieve an astonishing speed in selecting and rinsing spiritual herbs. However, his mastery of the fire technique was only at the initial stage, leaving ample room for improvement. Nonetheless, accomplishing such a feat in merely half a month was indeed remarkable. Currently, Fu Yu processed up to 20 batches daily, far exceeding the combined output of Lin Ji and Peng Longqing. Even the senior disciples marveled at Fu Yu's speed in handling the herbs. Consequently, every time Lin Ji and Peng Longqing witnessed Fu Yu sorting and rinsing the herbs, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, silently cursing, "What a monster! How is his speed so incredible?" Amidst their busyness, a month flew by, and the processing of the spiritual herbs reached its conclusion. A few senior disciples, led by an alchemist, arrived in the hall to announce the end of the task. Everyone felt a lingering desire for more, as opportunities to earn contribution points this safely and swiftly were rare. All disciples, please line up in order and come to the front to receive your contribution points based on your completed batches, a disciple beside the alchemist commanded. Each person complied, stepping forward in sequence. Bai Haoran, 620 contribution points. Ling Fong, 605 contribution points. Fu Yu and his companions, being new disciples, humbly positioned themselves at the back of the line. Ah, those senior brothers are truly impressive. Over 600 contribution points, while I only have a little over 400. Lin Ji lamented upon hearing the announcements. I might have around 500, Peng Longsheng chimed in excitedly, though he was usually reticent. Qiu Shirquan, 710 contribution points, the disciple declared, prompting a wave of astonished gasps from the crowd. Indeed, senior brother Qiu has exceeded expectations, surpassing the 700 mark. One disciple remarked. Of course, senior brother Qiu has mastered the purple flame fire and attained a high level. How could his speed not be remarkable? I've heard he is on the brink of breaking through to the 9th layer. Another added. If only I could accumulate 700 contribution points. I could exchange them for the purple flame fire. Someone else sighed. You wish to cultivate the purple flame fire? That requires 1,200 contribution points. Senior brother Qiu only exchanged for it after reaching the 8th layer of meridian condensation. They debated enthusiastically. Zhou Cheng, 588 contribution points. Wang Xiaoxiao, 622 contribution points. The announcements continued, but none surpassed the 700-point threshold, with the highest being 664. Fuyu, how many contribution points do you think you have? Lin Ji inquired curiously. At least over 600. Peng Longqing asserted confidently. Fuyu mentally calculated, estimating his points to be over 720 in the last 10 days. As he became increasingly adept at the fire technique, he consistently handled over 20 to 30 batches of spiritual herbs daily, undoubtedly surpassing Qiu Shirquan's speed. Lin Ji, 406 contribution points. As expected, Lin Ji sighed and stepped forward to collect his points. Peng Longqing, 524 contribution points. Fuyu, the disciple called out. Pausing to scrutinize Fuyu, astonished that a newcomer had garnered more contribution points than all the senior disciples. 766 contribution points. An astonishing figure erupted from the disciple's lips. The hall fell into a stunned silence, with all eyes turning towards the disciple. Some disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, while others gaped, unable to articulate their thoughts. A few even let out a shout, only to abruptly stop, as if suddenly choked. Could there be a mistake? How could it be so high? Isn't Fuyu one of the new disciples? They murmured in disbelief. The hall erupted into a cacophony, voices overlapping in astonishment. Silence. A commanding voice boomed. As the alchemist standing in the center demanded order, the disciples immediately quieted down. The alchemist's authority was not to be trifled with. Stand in line, he ordered coldly, his voice imbued with an undeniable pressure. The disciples straightened up, forming an orderly line. After arranging them, the alchemist retrieved a chair from his storage ring, placing it in the center of the hall. Fuyu's eyes gleamed at the sight. Storage rings were far more valuable than storage bags, with even the smallest ones offering considerable space. The alchemist then turned towards the entrance, announcing, "Please welcome Elder Xian." At that moment, 3 figures entered from the doorway, 2 of whom exuded a powerful presence, imparting an unspoken pressure. Foundation establishment cultivators. The disciples gasped. Such figures were rarely seen, particularly among the lower-level disciples sorting herbs. Aside from Elder Xia, this was Fuyu's second encounter with Foundation establishment cultivators, and he sensed they were formidable, rivaling Elder Xia's strength. The 2 stood flanking an elderly man in a green robe, who appeared quite ordinary, with a thin face and deep-set eyes, wearing a serene smile, exuding an air of tranquility. The elder walked directly to the chair and sat down, flanked by the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Who is this person? The disciples wondered internally. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they stood at attention, refraining from uttering a sound. There was no statistical error. Fuyu had processed over 380 batches of meridian expansion pills, with the latter batches showcasing exceptional quality. The alchemist turned, smiling warmly at Fuyu. "I am Qingyun Jue. Please come forward to receive your contribution points." The disciples were taken aback. When had an alchemist been so amiable? The once arrogant demeanor of the alchemist seemed to vanish. A few disciples pinched themselves, questioning their senses. Is this real? When could an alchemist be so kind to me? "Ah, you are Master Qin?" Qiu Shirquan stammered. While other disciples were unfamiliar with Qin Ziyuan, Qiu Shirquan knew him well. He had learned through discreet channels that Qin Ziyuan was a third-tier alchemist, and Elder Xia's senior brother, renowned for his remarkable alchemical skills and rarely seen in the sect. Alchemists and artifact masters were exceedingly rare professions in Moyang continent. Becoming an alchemist required not only outstanding talent, but also a keen sensitivity to spiritual herbs and a refined control over spiritual power. Most importantly, one needed a profound understanding of fire and wood attribute techniques. Fu Yu's rapid mastery of the fire technique and adept control over spiritual energy aligned perfectly with the qualities of an alchemist. Qingyun Jue had observed Fu Yu's handling of the herbs, noting that each batch was flawless and exemplary, a level of proficiency even he had not achieved in his youth. Upon learning that Fu Yu was a newly admitted disciple, Qingyun Jue was immediately impressed by his extraordinary talent and considered taking him as a personal disciple. However, just as this moment of opportunity arose, the wandering elder Qingyan Qiqian returned to the sect. After Qingyun Jue mentioned Fu Yu, he casually inquired about him. As a pillar of the sect, even a single word from Qingyan Qiqian prompted immediate action, and a report on Fu Yu swiftly reached him. Fu Yu's background, his entrance into the sect, his various undertakings, actions, personality, and preferences are meticulously recorded, perhaps even more comprehensively than he himself is aware. When old Qingyan assessed Fu Yu's situation, he could not help but express his admiration. This lad has endured hardships, possesses great perseverance, and demonstrates exceptional comprehension. Whether in cultivation, combat, or the meticulous preparation of spiritual herbs, he is adept at employing his intellect, exhibiting a steady demeanor while remaining adaptable. Although his innate talent may not be extraordinary, he harbors an unwavering heart dedicated to the path. This young man is sincere with friends, willing to go to great lengths for them. He is not a devious or malevolent individual. If the sect treats him sincerely, he will undoubtedly reciprocate with loyalty, making him a worthy candidate for cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Qingyan Qiqian turned to Qingyun Jue and said, "I happen to have a few years to spend in the sect, and I have no disciples of my own. Let us take this young man as my apprentice." Qingyun Jue felt a bitter pang and dared not propose taking Fu Yu as a disciple again. He lamented inwardly, wishing he could slap his own face for inadvertently praising Fu Yu, only to have him slip away. Finding a good master is challenging, but discovering a commendable disciple is even more arduous. Qingyun Jue felt utterly despondent, knowing he would likely have to address Fu Yu as junior brother in the future, and that Fu Yu would be the sole disciple of old Qingyan, potentially rivaling his own status. Qingyun understood that the sect had long desired for old Qingyan to cultivate several disciples to preserve his formidable alchemical legacy, having previously presented many talented individuals to him, none of whom piqued his interest. If he insisted on taking Fu Yu as his disciple, he surmised that someone of old Qingyan's stature would not contest him. However, should the sect discover that he was vying for a disciple against old Qingyan, countless elders would undoubtedly criticize him, and even the reclusive elders practicing in the sect's hidden chambers might emerge to reprimand him, leaving him with little dignity to stand upon within the sect. Despite his inner turmoil, Qingyun Jue resolved to adjust his mindset. Since old Qingyan rarely considered taking on disciples, this was undoubtedly a boon for the sect. Although he could not claim Fu Yu as his apprentice, facilitating old Qingyan's continuation of his legacy would ultimately benefit the sect. With that minor regret set aside, he proactively began making arrangements for old Qingyan to accept a disciple. Today, their purpose was solely for Fu Yu. Qingyun Jue beckoned Fu Yu to step forward before old Qingyan and said, "Kneel. You, young man, are fortunate. Old Qingyan wishes to take you as his disciple." From the earlier atmosphere, Fu Yu had already discerned old Qingyan's extraordinary nature, and he speculated on their purpose for coming. It was merely a routine task involving low-ranking disciples concluding their assignments with spiritual herbs, typically requiring an elder to verify and distribute contribution points. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, he could never have anticipated that they had come to accept him as a disciple. Upon hearing Qingyun Jue's words, Fu Yu's heart trembled with exhilaration, but he swiftly subdued the surging emotions, kneeling respectfully before old Qingyan to pay his respects. Old Qingyan noted the shifts in Fu Yu's expression and nodded slightly. Most disciples, upon receiving such an unexpected opportunity, would likely struggle to contain their joy, overwhelmed with elation. The talented individuals previously presented to him had either been overly cautious or exuberantly delighted, unsure of how to proceed. Even the other disciples in the hall were taken aback. Some rendered speechless, while others displayed intense envy. Qiu Shiquan inwardly lamented. It was only a temporary task. How could Fu Yu be so fortunate as to catch the eye of an esteemed elder? He did not even hope to attract the attention of other elders. How wonderful it would be if Master Chen could take him as a disciple. In contrast, Fu Yu, after a brief moment of surprise and joy, swiftly regained control over his emotions, conducting himself with poise and grace. Old Xian grew increasingly fond of him, and, once Fu Yu had completed his bow, exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent. From now on, you shall be my disciple, Xian Qiqian. As long as you diligently follow my teachings, your future accomplishments will surely rival my own." Lifting Fu Yu, old Xian turned to Qingyun Yuan and stated, "If Fu Yu encounters any grievances within the sect, I shall hold you accountable." Qingyun Yuan was left speechless. How could this be? Having only just taken on a disciple, he was already expected to shield him? If Fu Yu were to experience any discord with his fellow disciples, would he also bear the repercussions? Though he felt unjustly treated by old Xian's words, he dared not express it, meekly assuring, "I will certainly keep a watchful eye on junior brother Fu Yu." Old Xian rose and instructed Fu Yu and the others, "Come, follow me." With a grand gesture, Fu Yu felt a sudden rush, as though soaring through the clouds, and moments later, he heard the declaration, "We have arrived." Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a cave dwelling. Old Xian sat upon an ancient wooden chair, with Qingyun Yuan standing to the side. Noticing Fu Yu surveying his surroundings, old Xian chuckled, "This is my cave dwelling. You are welcome to visit often, whether for cultivation or alchemical inquiries. Feel free to seek my guidance with any questions you may have." With a motion of his right hand, old Xian summoned Fu Yu's token, inscribed several incantations upon it, and then tossed it to Fu Yu, saying, "You may use this token to access this place. However, do not wander into other areas without my permission. Triggering the warding mechanisms may jeopardize your life. Take heed." Old Xian then retrieved a book from his storage ring and handed it to Fu Yu. "This is a volume on basic alchemy. It contains my annotations. You must study it diligently. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, focus solely on the elixirs detailed within this text and refrain from hurrying to concoct advanced potions. It is imperative to solidify your foundation, as a strong base will enable you to progress further in the future." After inquiring about Fu Yu's cultivation progress and expressing satisfaction, old Xian remarked, "You have done well. Before foundation establishment, it is crucial to solidify your foundations, and you have shown commendable persistence in this regard, avoiding the temptation to pursue the destructive power of offensive techniques. Continue to practice the Qingyun method. Do not underestimate it. Although its advancement may not be rapid, it is a balanced and stable method that solidifies your foundation and possesses strong adaptability, allowing for a seamless transition to other methodologies post-foundation establishment." The sect's endorsement of it as the primary method for disciples prior to foundation establishment is not without reason. Fu Yu respectfully replied, "I shall diligently heed my master's teachings." After addressing some of Fu Yu's cultivation inquiries, old Xian turned to Qingyun Yuan and instructed, "Take Fu Yu out to familiarize him. Return to me if anything arises." Qingyun Yuan smiled, "Junior brother Fu, let us go. I will guide you through the alchemical area." Together, they exited the cave dwelling, traversing a picturesque expanse before flying for several miles until they arrived at the alchemical facilities. This area was far more imposing than where Fu Yu had sorted spiritual herbs, with formidable wards established throughout. Unauthorized individuals approaching would be met with immediate hostility. As they walked, Qingyun Yuan explained the layout. The facility housed over 40 alchemical chambers of various specifications. There were 20 low-level chambers for concocting elixirs below the foundation establishment stage, 15 intermediate chambers primarily for foundation establishment elixirs, and 5 advanced chambers accessible only to sect elders, producing exceptionally rare potions. These alchemical chambers were constructed atop a volcanic vein, with each chamber drawing from the earth's fire below, controlled by intricate wards to ensure safety and efficiency in alchemical processes, thereby conserving substantial spiritual energy for the alchemists. This arrangement allowed even those without fire-based cultivation techniques to engage in alchemy. Of course, high-level practitioners could directly employ their own spiritual flames when refining ordinary potions, albeit at a higher energy cost. The specifications of the alchemical chambers varied. The more formidable the wards, the more powerful the volcanic fire employed. The higher-tier elixirs were produced exclusively within these secure chambers. Disciples of Qizhou Peak could utilize the low-level chambers free of charge, while those not affiliated with Qizhou Peak would need to pay contribution points for access. Qingyun Yuan said to Fu Yu, "Your token grants you free access here, but you may only utilize the most basic alchemy chamber without charge. In the early stages of your alchemical studies, the basic chamber will suffice. However, the materials required for alchemy must still be acquired with contribution points. After imparting some additional precautions, Chen Ziyuan departed. As Fu Yu exited the alchemy chamber, he traversed through layers of structures until he arrived at the sorting area for spiritual herbs. He then left the complex and returned to Taoren residence. Over the past month, Fu Yu had accumulated a significant number of contribution points and unexpectedly became the direct disciple of the esteemed elder Xine Qiqian, resulting in a substantial shift in his identity and status. After a day of bustling activity, he returned to his abode and sat in quiet contemplation, gradually calming his mind. Rather than hastily engaging in cultivation, Fu Yu took a leisurely stroll around Taoren residence. He stood beneath the waterfall for an extended period, listening to the thunderous roar of cascading water and allowing the refreshing mist to envelop him, savoring the essence of nature. It was only when the sun set and the moon rose, casting a serene glow over the land, that Fu Yu returned to Taoren residence. After a day of tranquility, he finally quelled the restlessness and tumultuous emotions stemming from his sudden change in status. At Fu Yu's age, achieving such composure in the face of unexpected joy and a shift in social standing was indeed remarkable. Typically, disciples confronted with such circumstances would struggle to maintain their equanimity, either displaying overt joy or feigning profundity, or becoming excessively proud. For an elder like Xine Qiqian, who had encountered countless prodigies, the quality of one's innate talent was no longer the sole determinant of success in the realm of cultivation. Often, it is one's temperament that dictates everything. An unstable mind filled with distractions and excessive desires can lead to one's downfall, resulting in demise and loss of the path. In this world, who is devoid of desires? Some covet wealth, others yearn for treasures, some seek beauty, while others aspire for rapid advancements in their cultivation. Many bear the burdens of love, hatred, and familial obligations. These aspirations can be eloquently termed pursuits, ideals, responsibilities, and commitments. Every individual harbors their own hopes. Such is the nature of desire. The interplay of good and evil, the path of righteousness and the allure of darkness. Both mortals and cultivators are driven by desires. Where there is action, there exists desire. These yearnings accompany one throughout life. If not managed properly, a flawed disposition can lead to madness in cultivation or render one susceptible to manipulation, resulting in reckless actions. These are all reasons for a cultivator's downfall. As one ascends the ranks of cultivation, the emphasis on self-cultivation and emotional stability becomes paramount for further advancement. Perhaps this is why Elder Xine observed Fu Yu with such interest. In a moment of introspection, Fu Yu organized and planned his cultivation. Currently, he was primarily focused on the heart method, Qingyun Jue, which required unwavering dedication. He pondered over Linyu Jue, Feng Xin Shun Bu, Li Hua Jiu Yin Ju, by Han Feng Yin Ju, and Qing Ran Dao Xian alchemy technique, as well as basic alchemical techniques. Linyu Jue and Feng Xin Shun Bu were nearly perfected, with no further advancements possible for now. They would suffice temporarily, though as Fu Yu's cultivation progressed, they would eventually become inadequate. He could afford to familiarize himself with them occasionally. Fu Yu held high hopes for Han Feng Yin Ju, which he had yet to fully comprehend. He surmised that it would only be cultivable at the foundation establishment stage, thus he could afford to take his time, dedicating an hour each day to its understanding, ensuring completion by the time he reached that stage. The Qing Ran Dao Xian alchemy technique was quite profound, and many techniques were beyond his current capability to execute, yet they remained firmly lodged in his mind, not forgotten despite his inability to practice them. As for Li Hua Jiu Yin Ju, he could practice it, but without spiritual fire at hand, he was unable to progress. Fu Yu couldn't help but chuckle wryly at his predicament. Either he struggled to comprehend these techniques or found them beyond his reach. The few that he could practice were hindered by a lack of necessary resources. Alas, Fu Yu sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of his circumstances. Having finally secured a modestly esteemed master, the sole direct disciple, he wondered why he was not bestowed with a few million spirit stones. Instead, he was merely handed a basic alchemical text. It seemed that this frugal master would not provide him with any resources, and he would have to earn what he needed for cultivation through his own efforts. However, Fu Yu was unaccustomed to relying on others. He valued the fruits of his own labor. Having a master to guide him was already a significant advantage. Thus, he resolved to begin with the basic alchemical technique. The foundational alchemy technique is primarily divided into three sections: the properties of herbs, pharmacology, and basic alchemical techniques. Many annotations and descriptions by Elder Xin filled these sections, providing insights not covered in the basic alchemy text, effectively serving as exclusive secrets. The properties section primarily discusses the characteristics and effects of various spiritual herbs on the human body, detailing over 800 commonly used low-tier spiritual herbs and their variations over the years. While these 800 herbs are merely a drop in the ocean of countless spiritual herbs on the vast continent, they are the most commonly utilized, and their properties have been thoroughly explored through the efforts of countless predecessors over millennia. Mastery of the properties of these herbs encompasses all the commonly used herbs during the Foundation establishment period. It is essential to understand that discerning the properties of a single spiritual herb is no trivial task. If one fails to grasp the properties comprehensively, overlooking even a couple of characteristics may not pose a problem during routine alchemical practices. However, should these neglected properties interact with the herbs during the alchemical process, it could very likely result in failure, leading to the loss of hard-earned materials. If successful, the resulting pill might not be a potent elixir but rather a lethal poison. Of course, favorable outcomes are also possible, enhancing the pill's efficacy, but such results are left to fate. The unpredictable nature of these elixirs leaves one to wonder what consequences might arise from their consumption. Who would dare to test such uncertainties? The pharmacology section builds upon the properties, focusing on the changes in characteristics that occur when various properties are combined. Pharmacology encompasses complex content, yet the foundational alchemy technique provides detailed explanations of property combinations, starting with 2 properties and gradually expanding to 3, 4, 5, and even 20, for the common pills used during the Foundation establishment and condensation periods. The number of required spiritual herbs ranges from 4 to 5 for simpler concoctions and can exceed 18 to 20 for more complex formulas. The pharmacology section covers these combinations, but even with just a dozen combinations, the variations can be extraordinarily intricate. Slight alterations in quantities or age of the herbs can lead to a cascade of changes. As for the advanced pharmacology involving dozens of properties, the foundational alchemy technique does not address it, as such knowledge would likely overwhelm a beginner, prompting thoughts of abandoning the pursuit of alchemy. Fortunately, cultivators possess formidable memories. With effort, they can forcibly commit these complex details to memory. The basic alchemical techniques primarily elaborate on several commonly used methods. Although only a handful of techniques are presented, these foundational methods are crucial as any advanced technique is built upon them. Each technique consists of several steps: preparing the herbs, controlling the fire, adding the herbs, separating the pills, and collecting the finished product. While the sections on properties and pharmacology can be memorized and understood through diligent study, mastering the techniques requires continuous practice and familiarity through hands-on experience, consuming vast amounts of spiritual herbs in the process. This is why the profession of alchemist is exceedingly rare. Particularly at higher levels, few cultivator families or sects can afford to cultivate them. Even the prestigious Qingyun Sect in Qizhou boasts only 2 or 3 3-star alchemists, with Elder Xin likely being the only high-level alchemist. In the Qingyun Sect, no more than a dozen disciples enter the Qizhou peak every 3 years. Upon their arrival, they are not immediately taught the art of alchemy. Instead, most disciples engage in cultivating spiritual herbs and sorting and refining them. Only those with innate talent are permitted to assist alchemists in managing the cauldron's flames and handling various tasks. Whether they acquire the techniques of alchemy depends on their discernment and fortune. Occasionally, those who display exceptional promise are nurtured by the sect. Every day, Fuyu dedicates 2 hours to studying the fundamentals of alchemy, primarily familiarizing himself with the properties and pharmacology of spiritual herbs. He occasionally contemplates alchemical techniques, aware that his foundational knowledge of alchemy is rudimentary, and he has yet to commence the actual crafting of pills. Aside from practicing the Qingyun decision, he also exchanges for 2 inexpensive seeds of spiritual fire at the affairs hall, embarking on the study of the Li Hui Jiu Yan Ju. One seed is the commonly used Qingmu flame, known for its gentle nature and ease of control, requiring minimal spiritual energy to manipulate, which he obtained for 50 contribution points. This is a privilege for inner disciples. If auctioned externally, it would fetch a much higher price. The other seed is the white-hot flame, characterized by its fierce combustion and bright luminescence, which can enhance the spiritual energy of those who cultivate fire-based techniques, costing Fuyu 300 contribution points. It is not that Fu Yu wished for a cheaper spiritual fire. Aside from the Qingmu flame, this was the most economical option. A month passed in this manner. One day, while practicing the Qingyun decision, Fu Yu, having achieved the 7th level of perfection a few days prior, suppressed any urge to break through. Diligently refining his spiritual energy, he employed previously learned methods, repeatedly executing spells such as the Linyu decision, Wind Swirl Instant Step, and Li Hua Jiu Yan Ju, each time exhausting his spiritual energy to enhance his capabilities. Today, after depleting his energy and replenishing it, he felt a wave of comfort envelop him, as if his entire being was being massaged, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Simultaneously, his meridians surged with spiritual energy, cleansing his muscles and veins. Despite his attempt to hold back, he realized it was futile. He had entered a state of breakthrough to the 8th level, no longer restraining himself. He seamlessly transitioned into the 8th level's energy flow, experiencing an unimpeded surge that fully opened his meridians in less than the time it takes to burn a joss stick. After completing a full cycle, he effortlessly entered the 8th level of pulse condensation. This breakthrough was astonishingly smooth, a stark contrast to the arduous challenge of reaching the 7th level. It was no wonder so many were stalled at that threshold. With the breakthrough to the 8th level, Fu Yu's spiritual energy became more robust, allowing him to execute various techniques with far greater ease. He had nearly mastered the basics of alchemy and had mentally rehearsed numerous techniques, prompting him to contemplate attempting alchemy himself. Having solidified his cultivation, Fu Yu mounted his sword and headed towards the alchemy hall. The management of the alchemical rooms was overseen by Steward Qian, who had been introduced to Fu Yu by Chen Ziyuan. Fu Yu respectfully greeted him, saying, "Steward Qian, greetings. I am Fu Yu and wish to borrow a low-level alchemy room, if one is available." Steward Qian promptly replied, "Ah, Fu Yu, there happens to be an empty room. I shall arrange it for you." At that moment, a disciple rushed in, exclaiming, "What is going on? I was just here, and there were no vacant low-level alchemy rooms. How is it that he arrives, and one becomes available? Elder Qian, are you abusing your authority?" Fu Yu was taken aback, not expecting such a confrontation. Steward Qian, unfazed, responded, "Mingli, what are you shouting about? This is a privilege for the elders of the sect. Do you, as an inner disciple, wish to enjoy such benefits?" Mingli pointed at Fu Yu. "He is just a 15 or 16-year-old brat. How can he be considered an elder of the sect?" "Elder Qian, you are truly muddling right and wrong." Steward Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, ominously replying, "Even Master Chen Ziyuan refers to him as junior brother. What are you, that you think you can compare? Come over and pay your respects to your uncle." What? Master Chen's junior brother? Mengli was stunned. In the eyes of low-tier alchemists, Chen Ziyuan was a figure akin to a deity, and anyone associated with him was certainly extraordinary. Mengli felt utterly defeated. Who was this young boy that he had inadvertently provoked? He inwardly lamented, regretting his earlier words. With a flustered demeanor, Mengli approached Fu Yu and respectfully bowed. Fu Yu was astonished. He had never witnessed such a display, quickly stepping aside and saying, "I cannot accept such grand gestures of respect." Mengli was bewildered. Feeling increasingly distressed, this young master would not accept his apology. Did that mean he would not relent? He feared the worst. However, Fu Yu said, "You need not apologize. If you are eager to use the alchemy room, I shall yield it to you." Mengli quickly responded, "No rush, no rush. I merely wish to practice a bit. It's not urgent. Please, you go ahead." Seeing Meng Li's demeanor, Fu Yu felt it inappropriate to decline further. He exchanged contribution points for 10 portions of materials for the spirit-nourishing pill and completed the necessary formalities with Steward Qian before heading to the alchemy room. Meng Li wiped a cold sweat from his brow, watching Fu Yu depart. With a grin, he turned to Steward Qian, asking, "Who is this young master?" "Steward Qian, do share some information." Steward Qian shot him a glare. "Weren't you just making a fuss about me abusing my authority? How come you're suddenly all submissive?" Meng Li chuckled. "Ah, Steward Qian, you are magnanimous. I promise not to lose my temper with you again. Please, reveal a little something." Steward Qian replied, "You've shown some sense. If you wish to know who he is, I can tell you his name, Fu Yu. As for his status, I am not entirely certain. However, Master Chen personally escorted him and introduced him to our alchemy hall. You can ponder that for yourself." Upon hearing Steward Qian's words, Meng Li felt a wave of trepidation. Master Chen had personally guided him and introduced him to the alchemy hall. How could he, of all people, have contended for an alchemy room with such a distinguished figure? Steward Qian chuckled, Now you know to be afraid." He had more to say. Contemplating. "Had I not been perceptive, I would have known this young master would eventually seek to use the alchemy room. I have been reserving one daily, for fear that if he came and found no room available, it would offend him." Shifting away from the discussion between Steward Qian and Meng Li, Fu Yu located the designated alchemy room, the first of the low-level alchemy rooms. Upon entering, he closed the door and activated the protective barrier to shield himself from external distractions. This alchemy room spanned 3 zhang, housing a medicinal cauldron that stood 3 feet tall with a diameter of approximately 2 feet. Beneath it was a fire door. When opened, the earth fire would surge forth. Surrounding the cauldron was an array of control formations, which, when embedded with spirit stones, could be activated. During alchemical processes, only a small amount of spiritual energy was needed to manipulate the array, conserving substantial energy and effort for the alchemist. This was the advantage of utilizing earth fire. Adjacent was a small chamber for rest, and apart from that, there was nothing else. Fu Yu approached the medicinal cauldron, seated himself on a slightly elevated platform beside the control formation, and carefully observed the cauldron, which had 3 legs, a rounded body, and a lid resembling an umbrella. 3 magnificent dragons ascend from the base of the cauldron, entwining themselves around its body and extending towards the center of the lid from 3 distinct directions. At the center of the lid, the 3 dragon motifs converge, forming a spherical shape reminiscent of 3 dragons playing with a pearl. The remaining blank spaces are adorned with various cloud patterns, lending the cauldron an aura of antiquity and profound elegance. Inscribed in the center of the cauldron's body are the 3 characters, Qinglong Ding. With a sweep of his consciousness, Fu Yu sensed that the interior of the cauldron was imbued with intricate formations. Though he had not delved deeply into the study of such formations, he understood their general purpose: to evenly distribute the heat and enhance the cauldron's effectiveness, thereby increasing the efficiency and success rate of alchemical processes. Upon opening the fire door, a torrent of searing geothermal energy erupted, igniting at the base of the cauldron. He placed 5 spirit stones into the control formation and experimented with manipulating the flames. As Fu Yu guided the fire, he quickly mastered the art of controlling the geothermal blaze. After sealing the fire door, he retrieved the ingredients for the spirit essence pill. This particular elixir is primarily utilized by novice disciples, with its concoction predominantly overseen by inner disciples, making it a fundamental potion for alchemical apprentices. Inner disciples are permitted to view the formula for the spirit essence pill, and Fu Yu had meticulously rehearsed its composition in his mind countless times prior. The materials required for crafting the spirit essence pill include 5 types: Luo Xiang Zhu, Ku Ma Tong, Long Dan Xiao, Huang Qi, and Yun Luo Qiao. He did not rush to begin the alchemical process according to the formula. Instead, Fu Yu carefully examined each herb, discerning their age, shape, and weight. While perceiving the potency contained within them, he analyzed their pharmacological properties in conjunction with the spirit essence pill's formula. In truth, one could successfully concoct the pill simply by following the steps outlined in the formula, without needing to fully understand the pharmacological interactions. However, Fu Yu was not content with mere competence. He demanded that for every type of elixir he brewed, he must grasp the underlying reasons for its preparation and comprehend the changes in the properties of the various herbs throughout the process. After an incense stick had burned down, Fu Yu commenced his work. He opened the fire door and manipulated the formation to control the geothermal flames, ensuring the cauldron reached the appropriate temperature. When the heat was sufficient, he deftly lifted the lid, swiftly adding Luo Xiang Zhu into the cauldron. With a resounding clap, he sealed the lid once more. Using his left hand to regulate the flames, he extended his consciousness into the cauldron, observing as the Luo Xiang Zhu dissolved and separated. Droplets of green liquid oozing from it like beads of sweat, ultimately coalescing into a single mass. At this moment, Fu Yu struck the cauldron, expelling the residue of Luo Xiang Zhu with a swift motion, and with lightning speed, he introduced Ku Ma Tong into the mix. As Fu Yu controlled the flames with his left hand, he simultaneously refined the Ku Ma Tong while extracting the essence from the Luo Xiang Zhu. With his consciousness guiding the process, the 2 streams of spiritual energy operated harmoniously. After refining the Ku Ma Tong, he continued by adding Long Dan Qiao, splitting his focus to manage the 2 masses of spiritual liquid along with Long Dan Qiao. The alchemical process hinges on 2 crucial elements, both requiring meticulous control of spiritual energy. The first is the regulation of flame intensity, Each herb necessitates a different level of heat for proper refinement, which must be managed through the output of spiritual energy. The second is the control of the refinement of different herbs within the cauldron, as each mass of spiritual liquid requires distinct temperatures for extraction and precise timing. Mastery over these elements is essential, demanding a steady temperament, formidable consciousness, robust spiritual energy, and exquisite manipulation. After successfully refining Long Dan Chao, Fuyu promptly added Huang Qi and Yun Luo Chao, which was a pivotal moment requiring simultaneous refinement of both herbs. Fortunately, Fuyu's consciousness and spiritual energy were ample, allowing him to concentrate on the refinement of these two herbs while simultaneously merging the three masses of spiritual liquid. The challenge in crafting the spirit essence pill lies in maintaining focus during the refinement of the herbs while seamlessly merging the other three spirits, as any imbalance in the fusion could lead to catastrophic failure. Fully immersed in the task, Fuyu divided the flames into several streams, managing the refinement of the herbs while merging the spiritual liquids. His right hand pressed against the cauldron, pure spiritual energy surging forth, continuously compressing and blending the liquids through the cauldron's formation. His consciousness was finely attuned to all changes occurring within the process. As his spiritual energy and consciousness waned, a flush crept across Fuyu's face, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At last, the final two herbs were refined. Now, Fuyu exclaimed, forcefully expelling the residue. He swiftly directed the newly refined liquids toward the previously merged spirits. The moment of truth had arrived. Fuyu understood that any misstep could result in disaster, and he needed to manage the integration of the liquids with utmost precision. If he could successfully merge the various liquids, the spirit essence pill would likely be a success. As the liquids collided, an immense force of repulsion surged forth. A slight movement of his right hand brought forth a moment of dread. Just as the thought flickered through his mind, a faint pop echoed, and several masses of liquid erupted, scattering across the bottom of the cauldron, quickly turning to ash. Failure. Fuyu's countenance paled, exhaustion evident in his demeanor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he began to recuperate his spiritual energy while reflecting on the errors of his previous attempt. The primary reason for this failure was his underestimation of the repulsive force generated during the merging of the liquids. Although the formula had cautioned against such forces, the magnitude of the repulsion had taken Fuyu by surprise. Coupled with his earlier depletion of spiritual energy and consciousness, he found himself unable to manage the explosive reaction. As he replayed the entire process in his mind, he diligently corrected his shortcomings, refining his control over the flames and the output of spiritual energy. Once he had fully regained his strength, Fuyu resolutely returned to the arduous task of alchemy. This was a cycle of continual correction and experimentation, a monotonous and laborious endeavor as he toiled alone in the alchemical chamber. On his second attempt, he again failed during the merging of the spiritual liquids. Despite being better prepared and increasing his output and control, he inadvertently overexerted himself, hastening the merging process and causing the herb's reactions to lag, resulting in failure to form the pill. In his third attempt, Fuyu successfully merged the liquids, but as he reached the final stages of solidifying the pill, his spiritual energy fell short, leading to an uneven distribution and preventing the materials from compressing into a solid state, ultimately resulting in a powder. In his fourth attempt, Fuyu learned from his previous mistakes, producing 2 spirit stones and utilizing the intervals of energy consumption to absorb power from the stones, ensuring his spiritual energy remained robust. He successfully merged the liquids, divided the pill, and solidified it. As the pills took shape, Fuyu clapped his left hand, sealing the fire door. After nurturing the concoction for a brief moment, he opened the cauldron, releasing a fragrant aroma. Several perfectly round spirit essence pills rolled out, and he promptly caught them in a pill bottle. A wave of joy surged through Fuyu's heart. He had finally succeeded in personally crafting a spirit pill. Holding one of the pills in his hand, he scrutinized its appearance, noting a slight whiteness with a hint of purple. It was a low-grade spirit essence pill. The classification of spirit pills includes low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, top-grade, and the legendary perfect grade. The elixirs refined by Fuyu exhibit a hint of purple, categorizing them as inferior quality. Upon ingestion, they yield merely 40% of their potential efficacy. Medium-grade elixirs offer 60%, while superior ones achieve 80%. Anything surpassing 80% is deemed extraordinary, and a perfect elixir, attaining 100% efficacy, is the ultimate aspiration of all alchemists. However, it has never been reported that anyone has succeeded in crafting a flawless elixir. To achieve complete efficacy, an elixir must be devoid of any impurities, a feat that is fundamentally unattainable. Alchemists may employ various techniques to meticulously eliminate impurities during the refinement of spiritual liquid, some utilizing spiritual energy as a net, while others adopt oscillation methods. Regardless of the approach, the purification must occur before the fusion process, which is exceedingly brief. Some spiritual liquids must be merged immediately after their formation, leaving no time for impurity removal. Take the spirit-infusing pill as an example, the latter two medicinal ingredients, astragalus and rhizoma actinidiae, must be fused with the previous 3 tinctures immediately after their refinement, unless a remarkably unique technique allows for instantaneous impurity removal. Yet, even with such methods, it remains impossible to completely cleanse the impurities from the liquid. This is the crux of why perfect elixirs cannot be concocted. Nonetheless, despite the impossibility of crafting a flawless elixir, every alchemist relentlessly pursues this goal. The fewer impurities present, the higher the purity of the elixir, resulting in superior quality and enhanced potency, thereby minimizing the risk of toxic side effects upon consumption. Elevating the purity of elixirs is a lifelong ambition for every alchemist. Although Fu Yu's initial attempt resulted in an inferior spirit-infusing pill, he still glimpsed hope. After a period of reflection, he rejuvenated his spirit and immersed himself back into the intense process of alchemy. Ultimately, after exhausting the materials for 10 spirit-infusing pills, he halted his alchemical endeavors. From 10 batches of materials, Fu Yu successfully refined 4 times, yielding a total of 19 spirit-infusing pills. In the subsequent attempts, Fu Yu aimed to increase the quantity of the elixirs, but mismanaged the process, leading to failure. The division of elixirs is a crucial step in alchemy. Once all medicinal herbs are refined, the alchemist extracts the essence from the spiritual liquid, necessitating the division of the liquid into multiple portions prior to the final solidification. The methods of division vary, with each technique yielding a different number of elixirs. Theoretically, each portion of the refined essence can be transformed into an elixir. However, individual control abilities differ, and not all divided portions may successfully solidify into pills. Managing the solidification of 10 portions of spiritual liquid is far more challenging than controlling merely 4 or 5. Each additional portion increases the complexity of the process. Many novice disciples initially manage to produce 4 or 5 elixirs, which is already commendable, while those who achieve 7 or 8 are considered exceptionally talented. Diverting attention across multiple portions significantly complicates the process. Imprecise control of spiritual energy and insufficient reserves can lead to failure in solidification. This intricacy is closely tied to one's cultivation level, proficiency, and the nuanced manipulation of spiritual energy. Upon exiting the alchemical chamber, Fu Yu presented his token to Elder Qian. Observing Fu Yu's pale complexion and expressionless demeanor, which suggested exhaustion, Elder Qian assumed Fu Yu had failed in his endeavor. He cheerfully reassured him, "Junior brother Fu, it is entirely normal not to achieve success on your first attempt. Very few succeed in their initial alchemical attempts without hundreds of practices to hone their skills. Here at Qizhou Peak, no one has succeeded in their first attempt." Fu Yu, at a loss for words, could only inquire, "Is it possible to exchange spirit-infusing pills for materials? How many pills would be needed for 1 portion of materials?" Elder Qian replied, "Certainly. 4 spirit-infusing pills can be exchanged for 1 portion of materials. How many would you like to exchange, junior brother Fu?" Fu Yu calculated silently. "I crafted 19 spirit-infusing pills from 10 portions of materials, which seems insufficient to exchange for even 5 portions. If I aim to produce 5 pills each time, I would need an 80% success rate to break even. To engage in extensive practice, I must rely on contribution points to procure materials until my success rate and output improve. However, given the substantial consumption of energy today, it would be unwise to continue alchemical efforts." He resolved to rest and recuperate for a day before returning. Determined, Fu Yu bid farewell to Elder Qian. Back at Taoran residence, he practiced the Qingyun technique to restore his spiritual energy. To his delight, he discovered progress in his cultivation, indicating that alchemy had a positive impact on his training. Although the recovery was not as rapid as continuous meditation, the high demands of alchemy on spiritual energy control significantly enhanced his capacity for manipulation. The spiritual energy cultivated in this manner was already remarkably dense and robust, flowing freely and naturally, yielding excellent results in his cultivation techniques. Reducing the time spent on the Qingyun technique and adopting a dual approach of practicing alchemy while cultivating seemed beneficial. Yet Fuyu pondered why other disciples did not follow suit. A sudden realization struck him: materials. Without sufficient resources, sustaining such an integrated approach to cultivation was unfeasible. Considering the outcomes of his alchemical efforts today, he recognized that producing 5 elixirs each time from 10 batches of materials required 8 successful attempts to break even. Otherwise, he would have to rely on contribution points for procurement. If he continued this cycle without improving his output, it was inevitable that he would incur losses. To successfully implement this dual practice approach, he needed to enhance both his output rate and success rate, which could not be achieved overnight. In truth, among the disciples of Qizhou Peak who had dabbled in alchemy, at least 8 or 9 out of 10 entertained similar thoughts to Fuyu's. However, none had managed to sustain such practices over time, ultimately resorting to completing sect tasks to earn contribution points for material exchanges. Many of these contribution points were spent on acquiring techniques and spiritual artifacts, leaving scant resources for furthering alchemical skills. The foundational technique for dividing elixirs is known as the 3-string cutting method, which involves manipulating spiritual energy to slice the refined liquid 3 times horizontally and 3 times vertically. This straightforward technique is easily controlled, making it suitable for beginners. After the horizontal and vertical cuts, the liquid is divided into 16 portions, with the 4 central portions being the most uniform and thus easiest to solidify into pills. The remaining 8 portions, while slightly irregular, may yield results under skilled control, whereas the corner portions, due to insufficient liquid, offer little chance for solidification unless one possesses advanced skills. Fuyu's successful attempts involved selecting one portion from the 8 and refining it, while the others were disregarded. In later attempts, he sought to control an additional portion but failed to maintain control during the solidification process, resulting in a failed alchemical endeavor. As long as the spiritual liquid is not solidified, it will evaporate when subjected to heat, posing no threat to the other liquids being refined. However, solidifying the liquid requires the precise manipulation of spiritual energy to compress, heat, and mold it. If control falters, the mixture may explode, unleashing a powerful shockwave that disrupts other refining liquids and leads to failure. The risks escalate with high-tier elixirs, where explosive spiritual energy can even result in the destruction of the alchemical vessel. Pursuing a higher output rate could jeopardize the success rate, making it challenging for all alchemical apprentices to achieve the required 80% success rate. Improving output and mastering the division and solidification processes are crucial, as these stages demand exceptional control over spiritual energy and awareness. Any weakness in either aspect could lead to failure. Many apprentices find themselves hindered at the awareness stage. By the time their cultivation improves and their awareness expands, refining low-tier elixirs like the spirit-infusing pill no longer contributes to their growth. Fuyu's awareness is significantly more robust than that of his peers, enabling him to manage the alchemical process with just enough spiritual energy and awareness for refining spirit-infusing pills. With additional practice, he should be able to enhance both his output and success rates. If he could consistently produce 7 or 8 elixirs per attempt, a mere 50% success rate would suffice to break even. Fuyu meticulously replayed the process of alchemy in his mind, correcting each of his mistakes and continuously refining his technique. After a considerable time, he finally emerged from his reverie. Success rate, yield rate. If only I could practice with 50 more sets of materials, I would surely achieve a balance between input and output, perhaps even a slight profit, he mused inwardly. I still possess several hundred contribution points. Converting them all into materials for practice would allow me to attain an 80% success rate. Determined, Fuyu resolved to practice alchemy while simultaneously cultivating. Despite numerous well-meaning individuals urging him to avoid taking a misguided path, he remained resolute. With this decision, he took a leisurely stroll around the courtyard of Taoran residence, listening to the soothing sounds of the waterfall, the cheerful chirping of the birds, observing the growth of the wild grass, and gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky, calming his mind. Although there was a resting area within the alchemy chamber, rich in spiritual energy, Fuyu found that the tranquility of Taoran residence allowed him to relax more easily, harmonizing with nature. The restlessness that arose during his cultivation dissipated as he wandered about, unwittingly restoring his composure. Even though traveling back and forth to the alchemy chamber consumed time, Fuyu preferred to return to Taoran residence. The following day, Fuyu arrived at the alchemy hall once more, exchanging 10 sets of materials for spirit-nourishing pills, and began his work anew. By evening, he emerged looking pale and exhausted. Steward Qian greeted him warmly, encouraging him not to lose heart. Day after day, Fuyu emerged from the alchemy chamber, his face wan and bearing the signs of overexertion. Generally, disciples learning to concoct spirit-nourishing pills succeeded with 30 to 60 sets of materials. Those who succeeded emerged brimming with excitement. Steward Qian, having served here for many years, could effortlessly discern success from failure. Each day, Fuyu's pallid visage indicated his continued lack of success. Steward Qian began to wonder how Fuyu had already used nearly 100 sets of materials without achieving any successful concoctions. Could it be that Fuyu lacked the innate talent for alchemy? Throughout these days, Fuyu diligently practiced during the day and returned to Taoran residence at night to reflect on his successes and failures in alchemy, cultivating the Qingyun technique and pondering the Bihan Fengyan technique. His progress over these 10 days was remarkable, exerting himself fully in every attempt. On the first day, he succeeded 6 times, producing 31 pills. On the second, 6 times with 34 pills, and by the third, 7 times yielding 36 pills. By the 6th day, his success rate soared to 80%, producing 42 pills, achieving a balance between input and output. By the 10th day, Fuyu maintained a steady success rate of 80%, consistently producing 6 pills each time. If he solely focused on concocting spirit-nourishing pills, he could guarantee daily profits. However, Fuyu primarily concentrated on strengthening his foundational techniques, deliberately enhancing various methods, resulting in a stable output of around 5 pills in the following days. On this day, Fuyu prepared to exchange for more materials for spirit-nourishing pills as usual. Over the past few days, Steward Qian had observed Fuyu's pale complexion, indicating excessive fatigue, and had come to the conclusion that Fuyu possessed little talent for alchemy. When Fuyu approached to exchange materials again, Steward Qian kindly advised him, "You've been at this for over 10 days. It's been quite taxing. Why not take a break from alchemy for a while?" Of course, Steward Qian could not bluntly tell Fuyu that he lacked the talent for alchemy and should refrain from wasting his energy and time. "Look, your contribution points are nearly depleted as well," he noted. Fuyu had been using contribution points to acquire materials, storing the pills he concocted in his storage pouch. With Steward Qian's remark, he suddenly recalled that his contribution points might be running low. However, spirit-nourishing pills could also be exchanged for contribution points or materials. Thus, he decided to convert the pills he had successfully crafted into materials and contribution points today. With a wave of his hand, 20 or so pill vials appeared on the counter. Upon seeing so many vials, Steward Qian was taken aback, unsure of Fuyu's intention. "Steward Qian, these are the spirit-nourishing pills I have concocted over the past few days. Could you please help me exchange them for 10 sets of materials and contribution points?" "What? You concocted these?" Steward Qian had assumed Fuyu had not succeeded, and hearing this took him a moment to process. "Ah, you succeeded?" He was momentarily speechless. "Indeed, if you would be so kind," Fuyu replied. "Ah, very well." Steward Qian was still reeling from the shock. As he picked up the vials and inspected them, he was utterly astonished to find each vial contained 20 spirit-nourishing pills, over 400 in total. In just 10 days, Fuyu had achieved such an impressive output. What remarkable efficiency! With only 100 sets of materials, he had produced over 400 pills. Was this truly the work of a novice alchemist? Steward Qian was astounded, unable to fathom how Fuyu had accomplished this feat. A genius? No, a prodigy, a true marvel. Steward Qian, having served for over 20 years, had encountered many talented individuals. Yet even those groomed by the sect had often struggled through countless trials before achieving success, with their yield rates pitifully low. Fuyu, however, had produced such a staggering number of spirit-nourishing pills from just 100 sets of materials, showcasing an extraordinary talent. It was no wonder Master Chen treated Fuyu with such respect. He was indeed exceptionally gifted and destined to become a key figure within the sect, Steward Qian mused. Yet, if Steward Qian had known that Fuyu had succeeded on his 4th attempt, he would have been even more astonished. Noticing Steward Qian's dazed expression, Fuyu inquired, "Excuse me, Steward Qian, how many contribution points can I exchange for these spirit-nourishing pills?" "Ah." 448 spirit-nourishing pills can be exchanged for 112 sets of materials. As he spoke, Steward Qian inhaled sharply. This was the first time he had seen a novice alchemist bring such a large quantity of pills for material exchange. With the materials acquired, Fu Yu immersed himself once more in the art of alchemy. The process was arduous and tedious, yet Fu Yu persevered. After utilizing each set of materials, he exchanged all the spirit-nourishing pills he had created for more materials. Each time he exchanged pills for materials, Steward Qian was left in awe. The quantity of pills Fu Yu was producing grew exponentially, and the materials he acquired increased correspondingly, while the quality of the pills improved, all without a significant increase in the time taken. This indicated a rapid advancement in Fu Yu's alchemical skills, with both his success rate and speed on the rise. Steward Qian became somewhat numb to the progress, struggling to find words to adequately describe Fu Yu's extraordinary talent. He also marveled at Fu Yu's resilience, deeply impressed by his formidable willpower. The tedium of alchemy and the exhaustive drain on spiritual energy and focus typically required individuals to rest and recuperate after producing a batch before embarking on the next. Yet Fu Yu showed no signs of stopping. 3 months swiftly passed, and even Steward Qian had grown accustomed to Fu Yu's rhythm of bringing in more spirit-nourishing pills every few days in exchange for greater quantities of materials. Due to his continuous occupation of the first-level alchemy chamber, Fu Yu's reputation began to spread among the alchemy disciples. Everyone was aware of the alchemy fanatic who had tirelessly concocted pills for 3 months. How long until Fu Yu stops? One disciple inquired. I think it will be soon. It's been 3 months now. Even a robust individual would struggle to endure. Another replied. Indeed, even if Fu Yu's body can withstand it, how can his mind cope? I can't fathom how he manages to continue. Whenever I finish a batch of pills, I'm completely exhausted and must rest for a while to nurture my spirit and recover my focus. Pushing through would only lead to failure in alchemy. As Fu Yu continued his alchemical endeavors day by day, the disciples calculated the number of days he had been refining pills. 95 days, 98 days, 99 days, 100 days. Good heavens! It had been a full 100 days, and Fu Yu was still at it. One disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Did Fu Yu not know fatigue? I am truly in awe. Another disciple remarked. He is hardly human. What is he made of? Yet Fu Yu pressed on. In truth, after several consecutive days of alchemy, Fu Yu felt incredibly weary. Nevertheless, he persevered, returning to Tao Ranju each evening after his pill refining sessions. Although the spiritual energy there was not particularly dense, the scenery was breathtaking. Waterfalls, towering mountains, deep pools, canyons, grassy fields, and forests, all exuding the essence of nature. Upon returning each day, Fu Yu did not immediately resume his cultivation. Instead, he would stroll across the lawn, watching the droplets cascade from the waterfall and the little birds flitting through the trees, sometimes darting into the canyon to chase the fish in the flowing waters. As the sky became painted with the hues of dusk and the stars began to twinkle, he would finally relax his mind before returning to the cultivation chamber to practice the Qingyun technique. Gradually, Fu Yu adapted to this rigorous lifestyle of cultivation, his spirit growing ever stronger, and his consciousness recovering with remarkable rapidity. In truth, this habit of Fu Yu's resonated perfectly with the natural way of things, balancing tension and relaxation, allowing him to inadvertently touch the fringes of the Tao. Why do mortals refer to cultivators as immortals? This is because many advanced practitioners, upon reaching later stages in their cultivation, often develop flaws in their character. In their quest for further enhancement, they engage in various practices to refine their character and perfect their inner selves. Some brew tea and wine, some sing songs of the world, and others travel across the land. To the ordinary person, these individuals appear to be capable of anything, living carefreely and retaining youthful appearances. Are they not immortals? Fu Yu's state mirrored that of these esteemed predecessors, perhaps even surpassing them in its naturalness and efficacy. The difference lay in the fact that while the former approached their practices with intention, no matter how relaxed they aimed to be, a thread of obsession persisted, preventing perfection. Fu Yu, however, was entirely unintentional, at one with nature, free of thought and desire. This is precisely why he could persist for so long, though even he remained unaware of this truth. Of course, had Fu Yu consciously sought to achieve this state, the results would likely have been diminished. Now, Fu Yu had become quite adept at refining the spirit-nourishing pill, achieving a success rate of 100%, producing no fewer than 8 pills each time. He had mastered every technique of basic alchemy. One day, after completing a batch of spirit-nourishing pills, Fu Yu resolved to consult his master. He had certain thoughts regarding his path in alchemy, yet his limited experience made it prudent to seek guidance from his mentor. With a swift leap upon his flowing cloud sword, he transformed into a streak of light, heading to Elder Xian's cave dwelling. Standing before the cave, Fu Yu respectfully bowed and announced, "Disciple Fu Yu requests an audience with Master." He soon heard Elder Xian's voice beckoning from within, "Come in." Upon entering the cave, Fu Yu saw Elder Xian seated in the living room, smiling at him. Fu Yu quickly performed a bow, saying, "Disciple pays respects to Master." "Sit," Elder Xian instructed. After Fu Yu took his seat, Elder Xian scrutinized him and remarked, "Not bad. Your cultivation has progressed during this time, and your spiritual energy is robust and undisturbed. It seems you have put in considerable effort." Elder Xian sipped his tea and asked, "What brings you here?" Fu Yu hurriedly replied, "Disciple has been diligently studying alchemy these past few months, having grasped the fundamentals of basic alchemy. I wish to seek Master's guidance on the path of cultivation." Elder Xian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing through, as he spoke with slight severity, "You've mastered the fundamentals of basic alchemy?" While initially pleased with Fu Yu's progress and spiritual energy, Elder Xian felt a flicker of anger at Fu Yu's assertion of having mastered the basics. In Elder Xian's view, it was simply an exaggeration and a case of aiming too high. He had little patience for such ostentation. His fondness for Fu Yu diminished in an instant. Fu Yu insisted, "Indeed, Disciple has been practicing basic alchemy for 3 months, primarily refining spirit-nourishing pills, having completed over 1,000 attempts." Over 1,000 attempts in 3 months? The words ignited Elder Xian's fury. As a master alchemist, he could hardly believe Fu Yu's claims. Did Fu Yu think himself an alchemical master? Elder Xian scolded Fu Yu. In both cultivation and life, one must be grounded and not self-deceptive or ostentatious. Taken aback by Elder Xian's sudden anger, Fu Yu could only muster the courage to explain. "For these past 3 months, I have been studying in the low-level alchemy chamber, and Elder Qian is well aware of my progress." Elder Xian, still incensed, retorted, "If you have indeed mastered the basics of alchemy, demonstrate it before me, so I may guide you. However, if you do not meet the standards you claim, do not return to me." With a wave of his hand, Elder Xian opened the alchemy chamber within the cave. "Come in, and let me see your alchemical prowess." Elder Xian stepped into the chamber, and Fu Yu had no choice but to follow. Elder Xian flicked his finger, summoning a 3-foot-high cauldron that descended from his storage ring, settling atop the fire vein in the center of the chamber. "What pill are you practicing?" Elder Xian inquired. "The spirit-nourishing pill," Fu Yu replied. "Do you have the necessary low-level materials?" Elder Xian pressed. "Alas, I have exhausted all my materials," Fu Yu admitted. Elder Xian shot Fu Yu a scornful glance and took out a communication talisman, speaking into it. "Ji Yuan, bring me 10 sets of spirit-nourishing pill materials immediately." The communication talisman was a common tool in the cultivation world, embedded with a sound transmission array that varied in range based on its strength. Generally, low-level talismans were limited to 100 miles, while higher-grade ones could reach thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. Fu Yu discreetly observed Elder Xian's talisman, noting its ancient elegance, adorned with numerous intricate patterns, undoubtedly a high-grade talisman. As for its transmission distance, it was beyond Fu Yu's estimation. Moments later, Ji Yuan arrived at Elder Xian's cave with the materials in hand. "Very well, the materials have arrived. Let us begin." Elder Xian's tone carried an undeniable sternness. With an uneasy heart, Fu Yu stepped forward, stating, "Disciple will now demonstrate." As Fu Yu approached the cauldron, a sense of realization began to dawn upon him. He surmised that the sudden change in Elder Xian's demeanor stemmed from his earlier claim of having mastered the basics of alchemy after merely 3 months. Having devoted himself entirely to alchemy, Fu Yu had not engaged in much conversation with others and was unaware of their learning experiences. Was there a significant difference between his alchemical practices and theirs? Sitting beside the cauldron, he resolved to set aside his concerns and focus on successfully refining the pill. Fu Yu calmed his mind, closing his eyes to carefully scan Elder Xian's cauldron with his consciousness, then gently placed his hands upon it, channeling his spiritual energy to feel its flow within. He could not help but marvel at the quality of Elder Xian's cauldron. It was crafted from an unknown material, extraordinarily transparent, allowing spiritual energy to circulate without hindrance. The array within amplified the energy remarkably, a stark contrast to the cauldron Fu Yu had used in the alchemy hall. What a fine tool! Using this cauldron would undoubtedly enhance his success rate and yield. After thoroughly absorbing the sensations, Fu Yu drew the fire gate. With a sizzling sound, a flame surged forth from below, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. What pure fire! Fu Yu executed a spell upon the control formation, and as his spiritual energy flowed into it, the flames immediately became docile. He continuously adjusted the intensity of his energy, causing the flames to fluctuate in size. Excellent. Indeed, this is a remarkable tool. A surge of satisfaction welled up within Fu Yu. Closing the fire door, he took out 10 sets of materials for the spirit-nourishing pill, holding each herb delicately in his hands, savoring their medicinal potency. What is Fu Yu doing? It's been nearly half an hour, and he still hasn't begun. Chun Ziyuan remarked. He has already started. Elder Xian interjected, his demeanor now less severe, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At last, Fu Yu commenced his work. He opened the fire door once more, casting a spell with his left hand on the control formation, allowing the flames to burn evenly at the base of the cauldron. Shortly, the temperature within the cauldron rose, and with a clap of his right hand, the lid opened in response, allowing Fu Yu to gently flick a spirit herb into the cauldron. Excellent. His technique was deft, without a hint of disorder. His foundation was solid. Chun Ziyuan's eyes brightened. As a master alchemist, he recognized that although Fu Yu employed fundamental techniques, simple to learn, achieving mastery was exceedingly challenging. Many disciples, once they learn, neglect to hone their skills further, opting instead to practice more complex methods. While Fu Yu's techniques had yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery, they exuded a sense of steadiness and meticulousness, instilling a profound sense of reliability, a clear indication of extensive practice. Fu Yu remained focused, controlling the flames to extract the medicinal essence from the spirit herbs. Moments later, a vivid azure liquid swirled within the cauldron. The second herb, the third, the fourth and fifth herbs followed, as Fu Yu methodically processed them. Today, utilizing Elder Xian's cauldron and alchemy chamber, both exceptional tools, Fu Yu felt certain he would concoct superior pills. Merging the elixirs, refining and purifying, Fu Yu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, and instantly, the flames roared to life. Several elixirs coalesced into a single mass, rolling and tumbling within the cauldron as impurities were gradually extracted. At that moment, Fu Yu struck the cauldron, directing his consciousness and energy toward the mass of elixirs. The three-string partitioning method, the fusion, separation, and solidification of the elixirs are crucial and the most challenging steps in alchemy. Many failures occur during these phases. However, Fu Yu had already refined the spirit-nourishing pill over 1,000 times, becoming adept at managing the liquid S repulsion, the delicate separation, and the control of energy necessary for solidification. With Elder Xian's cauldron and chamber at his disposal, the chances of success were undoubtedly enhanced. Fu Yu had never entertained thoughts of failure. His aim was solely to showcase the skills he had diligently cultivated over the past 3 months. Solidify, Fu Yu commanded internally, swiftly casting his spell. Observing Fu Yu's adeptness, Chun Ziyuan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, his talent was extraordinary. In just 3 months, Fu Yu's alchemical prowess had advanced remarkably. Watching him, Chun Ziyuan felt as though he was witnessing a seasoned master of alchemy rather than a novice. Elder Xian also nodded slightly, his earlier sternness dissipating. Suddenly, Fu Yu uttered a low command. Open. The lid flew open, and a dozen spirit-nourishing pills soared from the cauldron. Fu Yu beckoned, and the pills gracefully landed into their bottles. Wonderful. Truly. Fu Shidi is a prodigy in alchemy, achieving such mastery in just 3 months. Chun Ziyuan exclaimed loudly. At this moment, a broad smile illuminated Elder Xian's face. Fu Yu presented the bottles. Please provide your guidance, master. With a gesture, Elder Xian summoned a spirit-nourishing pill from the bottle, placing it in his hand. The pill was perfectly round, its quality uniform, rich in medicinal potency, exhibiting dual hues of spirit essence. Quite good. A mid-tier spirit-nourishing pill. Chun Ziyuan was astonished. This was no small feat. How long had Fu Yu been practicing alchemy? Even the most talented alchemists gathered by the Qingyun Sect over the decades could not produce a mid-grade pill within 3 months. Haha. Congratulations, Elder Xian, on acquiring such a rare talent in alchemy, Chun Ziyuan remarked, glancing toward Elder Xian. The elder beamed, his gaze towards Fu Yu unusually gentle. "It seems I underestimated your talent and misjudged you." Fu Yu humbly responded, "I request your continued instruction, Master." Elder Xian replied, "Let us sit in the parlor and converse at length." Once settled in the parlor, Elder Xian inquired, "Please share your experiences over this period." Fu Yu recounted his 3 months of training and alchemical endeavors, articulating every question and contemplation that arose during his practice. Chen Ziyuan listened, astonished. What a genius! For 3 months, he continuously practiced alchemy, refining over 10 sets of materials daily without fail. Was his resolve forged of iron? Reflecting on his own early days of alchemical study, where he practiced one day and rested the next, his own achievements paled in comparison to Fu Yu's. Moreover, Fu Yu's inquiries were profound, delving into the essence of alchemy itself. Even Chen Ziyuan found himself pondering deeply before formulating answers to such intricate questions. One after another, Fu Yu posed questions that sent shivers down Chen Ziyuan's spine, revealing the extent of Fu Yu's remarkable insight. Were it not for the fact that Fu Yu's questions touched upon the essence and laws of alchemy, concepts formulated by generations of alchemists succinctly expressed, Chen Ziyuan would not have been so astounded. Yet, Fu Yu's descriptions, albeit vague, still conveyed a sense of understanding that was remarkable for someone with only 3 months of experience in alchemy, suggesting a powerful intellect and comprehension of the craft. An hour later, Fu Yu concluded his discourse. Chen Ziyuan finally exhaled in relief. Had Fu Yu continued, he feared for his own heart's endurance. As alchemical skills advance, alchemists learn, comprehend, and apply these laws. For someone like Fu Yu, who had independently grasped these principles, understanding them further would yield profound insights and facilitate effortless application. Such a foundation would undeniably lead to extraordinary achievements in the realm of alchemy. After listening to Fu Yu's recounting, Elder Xian felt an immense sense of satisfaction, a deep sense of pride. Having weathered countless storms and witnessed numerous exceptional talents throughout his life, and being endowed with remarkable gifts himself, he found Fu Yu's extraordinary talent in alchemy to be a rare gem, especially as this prodigious talent belonged to his own disciple. Given Fu Yu sufficient time, he would undoubtedly shine brightly, carving a legendary saga in the annals of alchemy. Elder Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. The more he observed Fu Yu, the more he felt gratified. Patiently and meticulously, he addressed Fu Yu's queries, elaborating on various aspects of alchemical theory, the control of different flames, the changes in medicinal properties, the complex conditions for pill formation, and external influences. He spoke of intricate methods for discerning and testing herbs, as well as techniques for controlling their potency, all with clarity and depth. Elder Xian did not dictate how Fu Yu should proceed or how to execute techniques. Instead, he emphasized the underlying principles, elucidating the rationale behind each action. Once Fu Yu comprehended these concepts and engaged in hands-on practice, the challenges would naturally resolve themselves. In that moment, Fu Yu felt as though many of his uncertainties had been unraveled, revealing a clear path ahead in the realm of alchemy. He was eager to dive back into his practice and validate all he had learned. Even Chen Ziyuan, seated nearby, found himself greatly enriched by the exchange. Attaining such a level as he has, the intricacies of alchemical techniques often pale in comparison to the profound understanding of their underlying principles, even drawing parallels from seemingly simple matters. This lecture spanned several hours, filled with deep solace for the heart and delightful intrigue for the mind. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had begun its descent. Finally, Master Xian advised, return and contemplate these teachings. In the future, come to me for 2 days each month, and I shall personally guide you in your alchemical endeavors. After bidding farewell to his master and Chen Ziyuan, Fu Yu made his way back to Taoran residence. He diligently revisited the pharmacological principles imparted by Master Xian, committing them to memory, comprehending, validating, and ultimately assimilating them. Fu Yu felt that his understanding of alchemy had deepened significantly. The following day, with great anticipation, Fu Yu hurried to the alchemy hall, procured materials, and promptly entered the alchemical chamber. After calming his emotions, he began to validate his ideas. Several hours later, a look of joy illuminated his face as he emerged from the chamber. All his queries had been resolved, and many of his notions had been substantiated. Today had proved immensely fruitful. In the days that followed, aside from attending Elder Xia's teachings on cultivation principles mid-month and receiving guidance from Master Xian for 2 days, Fu Yu persistently engaged in the art of alchemy. After 3 months had passed, Fu Yu had progressed from refining spirit-enhancing pills to the more challenging clear spirit pills and meridian-expanding pills. During this time, he also gifted some of his meridian-expanding pills to Zhao Beifeng, while occasionally consuming a small quantity himself, gradually elevating his cultivation to the 9th layer of meridian condensation. One day, as Fu Yu prepared to head to the alchemy hall, a communication talisman flickered to life, and Master Xian's voice resonated. "Come visit me." Fu Yu rose and took to the skies on his sword. Upon arriving at Master Xian's abode, he found the master comfortably seated in the parlor, savoring tea. Seeing Fu Yu enter, Master Xian beamed with satisfaction. Under his tutelage, Fu Yu's alchemical skills had flourished remarkably, and his cultivation had not lagged behind, now reaching the 9th layer of meridian condensation with a solid foundation. Once Fu Yu had saluted and taken his seat, Master Xian spoke. "You have been in the inner sect for nearly a year now and are familiar with some of its circumstances. Every 3 years, a grand competition is held in the inner sect, and the next one will occur in 2 years. Your current cultivation is at the 9th layer of meridian condensation, bringing you closer to foundation establishment. However, breaking through to foundation establishment is no easy feat, although, given my capabilities, I could procure a few foundation establishment pills for you. It is crucial to solidify your foundation through self-cultivation. A firm foundation greatly benefits future cultivation and determines the extent of one's journey." Master Xian took a sip of tea, his expression turning serious as he continued. "I hope you refrain from consuming foundation establishment pills and instead strive to break through your own efforts." Fu Yu felt a stir of determination to break through my own cultivation. Master Xian's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he affirmed, "Indeed, only in this manner can your foundation be perfected. Though this path is fraught with challenges, few dare to tread it. Even within the vast Qingyun Sect, many talented individuals have faltered after 2 or 3 years, ultimately relying on foundation establishment pills to make their breakthrough. However, those who succeed through their own cultivation establish the most resilient foundation. In the future, consuming any pills will not lead to resistance, allowing for the abundant intake of auxiliary pills to rapidly enhance your cultivation, paving a smoother path for your journey ahead. I urge you to take this leap." Meeting his master's hopeful gaze, Fu Yu grasped his hand and solemnly vowed, "Very well, I shall venture down this unexplored path." Master Xian declared, "I grant you 2 years. If you cannot break through your own efforts within this time, I will prepare foundation establishment pills for you, but I sincerely hope you never have to use them." 2 years in the realm of cultivation can lead to stagnation, allowing peers to surpass you significantly. In the competition for resources, you will receive far less. And as time passes, the gap will widen, perhaps rendering you indistinguishable from the masses. No genius dares to slacken their efforts. Once the aura of brilliance fades and the sect abandons you, reclaiming your standing will require extraordinary fortune. Fu Yu responded, "I shall exert every effort." "Excellent. Before the competition, venture out into the world for training. Return before the competition, secure the first place, and then establish your foundation. My disciple cannot remain inconspicuous," Master Xian declared with fervor. Master Xian handed Fu Yu a storage bag, saying, "I have prepared some items for you. Examine them." Fu Yu accepted the storage bag and, using his spiritual sense, scanned its contents, revealing a collection of spirit stones, 2 jade slips, and a 5-inch square box. Master Xian explained, "1 jade slip contains the breath concealment technique. Quite simple and easily learned. The other outlines the methods for 3 types of binding seals. Remember them well, then destroy the slip." In the box, there is an exploding pill, possessing tremendous lethality. It could save your life, but do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. If a foundation establishment cultivator is struck, they may perish. Even those in the later stages of foundation establishment would sustain injuries, provided you can land the hit. It is best to avoid provoking foundation establishment cultivators. Master Xian also elaborated on numerous precautions for traversing the cultivation world, including taboos and formidable figures from both righteous and sinister paths to avoid. Fu Yu committed each detail to memory. Finally, Master Xian instructed, "Go now. Prepare yourself for departure." Upon returning to Taoran residence, Fu Yu first extracted the jade slips for the breath concealment technique and the binding seals, deciding to learn them first. The breath concealment technique is a method for masking one's presence, preventing detection by spiritual senses. It involves contracting the pores of the skin, calming the blood flow, altering breathing patterns, and reducing vital signs to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it appear as though the cultivator is simply part of nature. Following the instructions, Fu Yu practiced the technique and, within an hour, successfully mastered it, just as Master Xian had promised. Next, he took out the other jade slip and, upon probing it with his spiritual sense, a wealth of information flooded his mind. The sealing techniques described therein are widely used in the cultivation realm, with various applications. Some are designed to seal spiritual objects, others to conceal auras, and some to bind items or elixirs. There are even techniques capable of sealing a person's spiritual energy, rendering them unable to resist. It is said that legendary figures could seal entire realms, an unfathomable concept. The defensive seal operates similarly to defensive formations, but its effectiveness depends on the practitioner's skill. This seal utilizes spiritual energy in place of the formation's base and focal points, diminishing over time and typically employed for temporary protection. The alerting seal serves to detect situations and preemptively guard against threats, often set in a concealed manner, revealing its presence only to the one who cast it. These three types of seals are treasures preserved by Master Xian, inscribed with his unique techniques, making them more precious than commonly used seals in the cultivation realm. Ordinary seals are easily deciphered, but these three contain Master Xian's exclusive methods, hence his insistence on their destruction after memorization to prevent them from falling into the hands of others. These seals are exceptionally practical, particularly for navigating the cultivation world, and could potentially save Fu Yu's life in critical situations. Master Xian refrained from inscribing offensive seals in the jade slip, recognizing that Fu Yu's current capabilities would likely render any offensive seal less effective than a direct attack. Many offensive seals are set in the core areas of sects or caves, requiring extensive time and coordination with formations to unleash their full power, making them impractical for Fu Yu at this stage. Fu Yu meticulously memorized the methods for implementing the three seals, confirming their correctness before crushing the jade slip in his right hand, reducing it to a fine powder. He then procured some healing and spiritual recovery elixirs from the sect and returned to the task release center, now more knowledgeable than when he had initially broken through to the 7th layer of meridian condensation. In the Sunfire Mine, a contribution of 200 points is required for a single piece. The inner pill of the earth rhinoceros demands 500 contribution points. The phoenix feather herb requires 700 contribution points. And to protect the Lu family of Yinshan for a year, 1,000 contribution points are needed. Numerous tasks remain available, and as Fu Yu perused them, one particular notice caught his attention: the hunt for the 4 fierce beasts of Qingmang Mountain, rewarding 1,200 contribution points. Qingmang Mountain lies within the borders of the Xiaoming Kingdom, a daunting distance of 8,000 miles from the Qingyun Sect. The treacherous terrain of Qingmang Mountain is riddled with ravines and intricate paths. Its spiritual energy is patchy, making it unattractive to established sects. Thus it has been overrun by scattered cultivators and bandits, giving rise to numerous small strongholds that form a considerable force in the secular world. They rarely engage with the cultivation sects, which turn a blind eye to their activities. Among these forces is the Tiger-dominant stronghold, led by 4 masters, all at the 9th level of the pulsation realm. The chief, Zhou Taowu, has achieved perfection at this level, while the second chief, Fu Keheo, is at the mid-stage, and the third and fourth chiefs, Niu Zhendong and Li Fangran, are at the early stage. Together, they have amassed a following of scattered cultivators, dominating a mountain ridge abundant in spiritual energy. They frequently ambush passing merchants and prey upon solitary disciples from lesser cultivation families. Recently, the heir of a Li family in Xiaoming was assassinated by the third chief, Niu Zhendong. The Li family possesses only 2 cultivators at the 9th level, leaving them powerless for revenge. Desperate, the family head, Li Chang'an, traveled far to seek help from the Qingyun Sect. Yet, the sect remains indifferent to the rise and fall of ordinary cultivation families, as daily killings permeate the cultivation world. They have no time to intervene in such trivial matters. With no assistance from the Qingyun Sect, Li Chang'an sought guidance, and someone suggested he offer resources to the sect in hope that a member might undertake the task for revenge. After much deliberation, Fu Yu decided to accept the task. With his own mastery at the 9th level of the pulsation realm, he could hold his ground in a one-on-one confrontation. However, facing 4 seasoned warriors, each bloodthirsty and battle-hardened, along with their band of followers, would undoubtedly prove challenging unless he could lure them out one by one. Fu Yu approached to accept the mission and set forth towards the Li family in the Xiaoming Kingdom. Traveling from the Qingyun Sect to Xiaoming Kingdom would take him over 10 days, even without rest. Fortunately, the task allows a generous time frame of 1 year for completion, so there is no need for haste. Instead of taking the main road, Fu Yu opted to navigate through the central region of the Qingmang Mountain, seizing the opportunity to train and familiarize himself with his techniques. After all, Fu Yu had little combat experience, regardless of his innate talent. Without real battles, he would lack practical knowledge. Aware of this, Fu Yu understood that confronting the 4 fierce beasts of Mang Mountain head-on would likely lead to his downfall, given his current level of combat experience. On the periphery of the Qingmang Mountain central region, a figure clad in green moved stealthily through the underbrush, silent and undisturbed by any wildlife. This figure was Fu Yu, practicing the concealment technique bestowed upon him by Elder Xin. He marveled at its effectiveness, noting that not a single beast had been startled during his journey. On one occasion, he passed within mere feet of a blue mountain leopard without causing it any alarm. As he continued onward, Fu Yu found his mastery of the concealment technique increasingly refined. Suddenly, he heard a ferocious roar echoing from nearby, brimming with a palpable sense of violence that startled the surrounding birds. Fu Yu's heart raced. Demonic beasts. He had been moving swiftly through the forest when the thunderous roar halted him in his tracks. Leaning against a towering tree, he focused intently on suppressing his presence, drawing upon the concealment technique to its fullest extent while unsheathing his Luyun sword, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body. After preparing himself, Fu Yu cautiously extended his spiritual sense. Another roar reverberated through the air, causing the very stones beneath his feet to tremble, as if trees were crashing down around him. Panic surged within him. He distinctly sensed a colossal figure approaching his hiding spot. Suddenly, he detected 4 or 5 individuals fleeing rapidly in his direction. Cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of the pulsation realm, their faces etched with terror. Behind them, a massive demonic beast followed in relentless pursuit, the rampaging giant elephant. This second-tier beast is enormous, with a tough, armored hide that offers formidable defense, making it one of the most feared creatures among low-level cultivators. With each thunderous step, the ground shook beneath Fu Yu's feet. His eyes narrowed in caution as he prepared for the looming confrontation, an intense fighting spirit igniting within him. In an instant, the fleeing group rushed past Fu Yu's refuge, the rampaging giant elephant close behind. Fu Yu infused his feet with spiritual energy and executed the wind spiral instantaneous step, appearing behind the giant beast, leaving a faint trace in his wake. He unleashed a binding attack, a water dragon, approximately 10 feet long, coiling around the rear legs of the charging, rampaging giant elephant. The beast stumbled, its massive form swaying perilously as it crashed into a nearby tree. Seizing the moment, Fu Yu stepped forward, swinging the Luyun sword, imbued with potent spiritual energy, aiming for the exposed abdomen of the elephant. A howl of pain erupted from the rampaging giant elephant as it broke through several trees, finally freeing itself from the water dragon's grasp and regaining its footing. It turned its bloodshot eyes, brimming with murderous intent, upon Fu Yu, revealing a gash across its abdomen. 2 sharp tusks jutted from its massive head, stained with remnants of blood. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it lowered its head and charged directly at Fu Yu. The ground erupted in dust and debris, as trees were effortlessly cleaved by its tusks. Fu Yu felt a fierce gust of wind crashing towards him, the pressure mounting as if to pin him in place. He channeled the Qingyun technique, summoning a water shield around him, and infused his feet with spiritual energy, darting sideways just in time. Before he could stabilize himself, a powerful gust swept in, the elephant's trunk slicing through the air. Fu Yu quickly dodged to the side, feeling the rush of wind as the trunk grazed his water shield, producing a sharp crackling sound. He poured all his energy into maintaining the shield, continuously evading. Over the past 6 months, Fu Yu had honed his alchemical skills, granting him exquisite control over his spiritual energy, which had become rich and robust. Despite the relentless onslaught from the rampaging giant elephant, he narrowly escaped each blow. Realizing that his initial attack had failed, the giant beast stomped its front legs down, sending shockwaves through the ground, causing the very air to ripple around it. Fu Yu, caught in the tremors, struggled to maintain his footing. The rampaging giant elephant opened its massive jaws, forming a vortex in its throat as it summoned surrounding spiritual energy, gathering immense power within the swirling void. With a chilling roar, a radiant beam of spiritual energy surged forth, aimed directly at Fu Yu, threatening to tear him apart in an instant. In the face of such a formidable assault, Fu Yu remained utterly vigilant, retreating swiftly to widen the distance between himself and the giant beast. The ground erupted in chaos, leaving a large crater where he had stood moments before. Refusing to let his guard down, Fu Yu swiftly gestured, unleashing the rainstorm technique, enveloping the forest in a shrouded mist. He then reappeared to the right of the elephant, channeling intense spiritual energy into his Luyun sword, which glimmered ominously with a blade of over a foot in length. Autumn rain fell silently around them. The flowing cloud sword transformed into a cold stream of light, swiftly piercing towards the right eye of the raging giant elephant. The elephant, momentarily disoriented in the rain mist, sensed the impending threat and, in a panic, closed its large eye just in time. Clang! The flowing cloud sword struck against the elephant's eyelid, leaving only a faint white mark. Such formidable defense. Indeed, this second-tier beast was renowned for its protective capabilities, and Fu Yu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He had exerted 7 or 8 layers of his strength in this strike, yet failed to penetrate even its eyelid. It seemed that only its abdomen had a weaker defense. The raging giant elephant fixed its gaze on Fu Yu, its massive body stirring up a whirlwind as it charged forward, relentless in its pursuit. Fu Yu danced amidst the rain and mist, occasionally targeting the elephant's eye. However, the beast was acutely aware of his attacks, its strong defense thwarting any chance of penetration. Fu Yu's strikes merely caused a brief pause in the elephant's relentless chase. Fortunately, he could evade the elephant's assaults using the wind spiral instant step, and his speed slightly surpassed that of the beast. Thus, the battle fell into a stalemate. Half an hour passed, and Fu Yu felt a sense of urgency. Although his spiritual power was slightly denser than that of his peers, if this stalemate continued, even if he ultimately defeated the giant elephant, he would likely be too exhausted to continue fighting. In the Qingmang Mountains, excessive depletion of spiritual power could lead to peril if unforeseen circumstances arose. A swift resolution was imperative. While evading, Fu Yu rapidly pondered a wild idea. He continuously executed the rainstorm technique, spiritual energy surging from his hands, enveloping the forest in dense rain mist. As Fu Yu persisted in employing the rainstorm technique, the concentration of mist thickened, rendering everything within 3 feet indistinct to the naked eye. At that moment, Fu Yu flicked his right foot, grasping a 2-meter-long piece of wood. He then infused it with a layer of spiritual energy, swiftly waving his arm to propel the wood outward. Subsequently, he activated the concealment technique, instantly suppressing his aura to the utmost. The raging giant elephant hesitated momentarily before pursuing the piece of wood. Now was the moment. Fu Yu darted to the side, positioning himself behind the elephant, and thrust the flowing cloud sword deep into the previously inflicted wound, slicing through the beast's abdomen with all his might. Fueled by the full power of his 9th layer of coagulated veins, the giant elephant's abdomen was split open, revealing a wound over 2 meters long, with blood gushing forth alongside fragments of shattered innards. With a deep, agonizing roar, the beast turned its massive head, its eyes bloodshot and contorted with pain, glaring at Fu Yu with a murderous intent, as if it would stop at nothing to kill him. The giant elephant trembled violently, staggering toward Fu Yu in its death throes. In that moment, Fu Yu deftly evaded the attack. Moments later, the colossal body of the raging giant elephant collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a spray of mist. Its crimson eyes gradually lost their color, ultimately closing in a final, reluctant surrender to death. The group of cultivators that had once been present had long since vanished without a trace. Fu Yu extended his spiritual awareness, finding no one within a radius of 500 feet, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After the fierce battle, he had depleted a significant portion of his spiritual power, and had those cultivators surged forward, he would have had to pay a hefty price to escape, benefiting from the mysterious spirit fruit that enhanced his cerebral capacity. Fu Yu's spiritual awareness was already far superior to that of ordinary individuals when he broke through to the 7th layer of coagulated veins, and now, at the 9th layer, he could sense the surroundings within a 500-foot radius. The second-tier raging giant elephant was worth considerably more than a first-tier beast. Fu Yu approached and dissected the elephant's head, extracting a grayish-blue demon core, which he carefully stored in a jade box. He also removed 2 of its tusks. The hide served as excellent material for crafting armor. But regrettably, Fu Yu's storage bag was too small, compelling him to keep only the sturdiest piece of leather. Finally, he cut away 2 portions of exquisite meat for sustenance over the next few days. Fu Yu swiftly departed. After traversing a distance of 10 miles, he finally discovered an abandoned cave. Entering, he performed the dust purification technique to clear the area and set up a simple alert barrier 50 feet inside, along with a defensive barrier at the entrance. With everything in place, Fu Yu sat down, cultivating the Qingyun technique to gradually replenish his spiritual power. In the Qingmang Mountains, dangers lurked at every turn, hence caution was paramount. 2 hours later, his spiritual power fully restored, Fu Yu did not rise immediately, but meticulously reviewed the battle process, transforming it into valuable experience. Today, his victory over the raging giant elephant was largely due to the effectiveness of the rainstorm technique. The rain he conjured had a significant impact on lower-tier beasts, yet its efficacy against cultivators was far less pronounced. After all, cultivators could extend their spiritual awareness, rendering even the densest mist ineffective against their perception, much like Fu Yu in the rain. It appeared that all techniques must be tailored to suit the environment and the adversary at hand. The more strategies one possessed, the easier it became to secure victory in battle. While ensuring steady progress in his cultivation, Fu Yu recognized the necessity of occasionally honing additional techniques. Otherwise, if he found himself unable to overpower an opponent in combat, defeat and retreat would be his only options. Should his agility prove insufficient, he might even face pursuit to his demise. Currently, the techniques Fu Yu wielded were those learned during his outer sect training, the rainstorm technique and wind spiral instant step, which were gradually becoming inadequate for his growing power. The Li Hua Jiu Yin technique, cultivated after entering the inner sect, suffered from the mediocrity of the 2 spirit fire seeds he had refined, lacking in potency. Time was indeed of the essence. Both alchemy and technique cultivation demanded significant investment of time. For over 6 months, Fu Yu had devoted himself to alchemy studies. Though he had not neglected the Qingyun technique, he had found little opportunity to pursue other skills. His master had likely arranged this experience for Fu Yu to foster a comprehensive understanding of his future cultivation path, enabling him to establish a somewhat long-term plan and discover his own trajectory. The significance of alchemy was self-evident. As one's cultivation advanced, so did the demand for resources. A powerful alchemist could gather resources without needing to toil personally, as they would be delivered by others. However, to become a high-tier alchemist required not only years of arduous practice, but also a substantial backing, with a steady supply of spirit herbs for refinement. If Fu Yu were not an inner sect disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he would not have access to such an abundance of spirit herbs for his cultivation. Yet, he remained merely an apprentice alchemist without even a rank, concocting pills suitable only for those at the foundation building stage and below. One could only imagine the resources required to nurture a proficient alchemist. It was no wonder that alchemists were so scarce in the realm of cultivation. Despite the arduous journey ahead in alchemy, Fu Yu possessed a potent talent for it, and with the support of his sect, he should be able to achieve success given time. He must persist on the path of alchemy. Beyond alchemy, Fu Yu harbored considerable ambitions, a dream shared by every cultivator, to one day stand atop the realm of cultivation, commanding respect and influence. This was a path without a return, traversed by countless cultivators over millennia, enduring blood and fire, facing life and death struggles. How many could truly stand at the pinnacle? One must possess formidable strength. Yet here was Fu Yu, merely at the 9th layer of coagulated veins, far from the foundation building stage. Regardless of circumstances, strength was essential. How could he enhance his own power? Fu Yu fell into deep contemplation. Presently, he lacked even advanced techniques. Even if he wished to cultivate, there was nothing available. The rainstorm technique and wind spiral instant step had both reached maturity, leaving little room for enhancement. The Li Hua Jiu Yin technique held limitless potential for advancement. Yet where could he find high-tier spirit fire seeds? Fire seeds. An epiphany struck Fu Yu as he recalled the tremendous effort he had expended in reviewing the sect's vast library of texts. Perhaps he was the only one who had undertaken such a task. Within those texts was a note from an elder, mentioning, in a secluded valley within the Qingmang Mountain range, traces of a spirit fire were once discovered. However, upon a hurried glance, it was deemed of low grade. suitable only for early foundation establishment, and the time required to harvest it was considerable, rendering it of little use. The elder, preoccupied with coordinating with other elders of the sect to hunt a peak-level 4th-grade beast, neglected to collect the spirit fire. In the aftermath, he returned to the sect, made a note of it, and cast it into the sect's archives, never to revisit the matter. Countless years have since passed, and that elder has long become a figure of history, while his notes remain quietly in the sect's library, untouched by any mention. As the years rolled on, Fuyu remained uncertain whether the spirit fire still existed. Perhaps it had already been discovered and collected by others. Nevertheless, as he was out for training, he decided to investigate. If it remained, he could absorb and refine it into the Linyu Jue, which might significantly enhance his strength. Success in this endeavor would make the hunting of the 4 fiends of Qingmang Mountain considerably easier. Having thoroughly reviewed the elder's account in his mind, Fuyu exited the cave, discerned his direction, and made his way towards the hidden valley. Throughout his journey, Fuyu employed the concealment technique. Though its efficacy diminished while moving, it was sufficient to evade typical wild beasts and birds. He expanded his consciousness, proceeding at a measured pace, collecting some ordinary spiritual herbs along the way, which would serve well for practicing alchemy. After traversing several mountain ridges, Fuyu ventured deeper into the central region, traveling for 4 to 5 hours until he finally neared the valley described by the elder. Fuyu lingered on the ground for a while before soaring to the treetops, searching diligently until he finally discovered the valley's entrance. It appeared that the valley was best revealed from above. Deep within the Qingmang Mountain range, soaring through the air, one would soon find themselves besieged by countless flying beasts. The aerial dominators, although the central region lacked high-level beasts, still housed numerous creatures capable of challenging early foundation establishment practitioners. No one dared to fly with a sword in this mountain range. It was more akin to a death wish than training. The entrance to the valley lay nestled between 2 towering cliffs, each reaching a height of 1,000 feet, and merely 2 zhong wide. The tops of the cliffs leaned against each other, while the valley's mouth was densely shrouded in tall trees, thoroughly concealing the entrance. Had it not been for the elder's account, Fuyu would have found it nearly impossible to spot this valley. Indeed, it was well concealed. Seeing this, Fuyu felt a surge of joy rather than concern. The more hidden it was, the lesser the chance of discovery by others. Thus, the possibility of the spirit fire's existence grew stronger. Descending from the tree, he took a moment to calm his excitement before stealthily approaching the valley's mouth. Upon arriving, the high cliffs and trees cast a deep shadow, rendering the light exceedingly dim. Stepping cautiously over the dry branches, he finally entered this long-abandoned valley. As he advanced, the darkness thickened, with water droplets continually falling from the cliffs, their rhythmic patter echoing in the narrow gorge, imparting a sense of oppressive gloom that tightened Fuyu's chest. Carefully extending his consciousness ahead, he confirmed the absence of danger before proceeding slowly. After traversing over a mile, he finally spotted light ahead, indicating the end of the gorge was near. The further he walked, the brighter the light became, until he finally emerged from the valley's mouth. Gazing into the valley, Fuyu found it to be as the elder had described, approximately 10 miles long, with a large depression at its end, from which searing energy continuously surged. Even from where he stood, he could faintly feel the heat. The valley's vegetation was sparse, with only a few low trees near the entrance, nourished by the dripping water from the cliffs. Otherwise, it would be as barren as the depths of the valley. Continuing towards the vast pit, Fuyu harvested over 10 stalks of blazing grass, a rare spiritual herb thriving in arid, geothermal, and spiritually abundant environments, all fully matured. It was clear that this place had gone long undisturbed. The entire gorge was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the heat waves emanating from the pit, suggesting a dearth of life. Even beasts could not linger here for long, which alleviated some challenges. Finally arriving at the edge of the massive pit, a rich aura of spiritual energy mingled with waves of heat that surged forth. Fuyu erected a protective barrier of spiritual power around himself to ward off the searing heat, fearing that even his garments might ignite. Peering into the depths of the pit, he found it unfathomably deep, surrounded by ash, with only a dim red glow flickering at its center. A thrill of joy surged through Fuyu. The spirit fire was still present. However, how to collect this spirit fire seed required careful consideration. The seed represented the essence of the spirit fire. To gather it, one must gradually diminish the fire's intensity, allowing its power to wane before finally capturing its core. Of course, those of elevated cultivation could effortlessly absorb such lower-grade spirit fires, extinguishing their flames with their superior prowess, leaving only the seed. Such an approach would render the collected spirit fire seed useless to them, often merely collected for the benefit of their juniors, a privilege Fuyu could not afford. Unsure of the spirit fire's exact grade, Fuyu stood at the edge of the pit, unable to discern its nature. It appeared that descending into the pit was the only viable option. Fuyu mounted his flowing cloud sword, enveloping himself in layers of spiritual energy, and began his descent. As he descended, the temperature soared, and his spiritual energy dwindled rapidly. As he approached the base of the pit, he waved his hand to disperse the ash, revealing a blazing spirit fire at the center, from which Fuyu felt waves of spiritual energy being drawn in. Remarkably, there was a spiritual vein beneath the ground. It was no wonder this spirit fire thrived. Had it relied solely on absorbing ambient spiritual energy, it would have either diminished or faced challenges in advancing. This spirit fire resided at the end of the spiritual vein, indicating it may have indeed increased in grade since the Elder's discovery. Typically, powerful spirit fires either resided on spiritual veins or underground fire veins to facilitate their growth and advancement, and this spirit fire was no exception. Fuyu scrutinized the spirit fire, noting its dark red hue. Unremarkable yet devoid of impurities, resembling a lump of dark red amber, extraordinarily refined, with a gelatinous transparency that concealed its terrifying heat. Molten gold dark flame. Fuyu gasped inwardly, his heart trembling slightly. This was indeed a mid-level spirit fire. Elation surged within him at the prospect of harnessing this spirit fire, as it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon in his arsenal with the Li Hui Jiu Yanju. However, he was troubled. The fire's immense power, coupled with its growth in proximity to a spiritual vein, posed a challenge in wearing down its intensity. Without diminishing its heat, he would surely fail to collect the spirit fire seed. Attempting to employ the rain of blessings technique on the spirit fire, a cloud of mist erupted, only for the generated rainwater to evaporate instantly, intensifying the spirit fire's heat. Fuyu's expression darkened, feeling his spiritual energy continuously eroded by the heat. He realized that lingering any longer would be futile and thus soared out of the pit. Returning to the valley's mouth, he sat down to recover his depleted spiritual energy while contemplating a solution. Fuyu recalled the information he had perused in the sect's archives, seeking methods to draw inspiration. During his research, he had encountered several accounts regarding the collection of spirit fires. After much contemplation, Fuyu could not help but feel a wave of despondency. The records indicated that the powerful spiritual flames were gradually consumed through immense cultivation, with the longest duration extending to 6 months before the fire was extinguished. Moreover, the spiritual flames collected were significantly inferior to their own cultivation level. In the case of the molten gold dark flame, if Fuyu attempted to extinguish its power directly, the rate of extinguishment would likely not keep pace with the energy it absorbed from the spiritual vein. To collect the essence of the spiritual fire, it was essential to diminish its power. Were the molten gold dark flame not situated on the spiritual vein, Fuyu could potentially extinguish its power using his perfected rain of spirits technique. However, the flame thrived precisely upon the spiritual vein. Indeed, had it not been for this location, the molten gold dark flame would have likely perished naturally long ago. Thus, the spiritual vein was both a boon and a bane. Fuyu activated the Qingyun technique and sat in meditation for several hours, gazing helplessly at the vast pit before him. His strength was insufficient. As night fell, Fuyu resolved to wait until dawn, and if no viable solution presented itself, he would depart. Spiritual vein, he murmured softly, when suddenly a thought struck him. Upon confirming this notion, excitement surged within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. If he could sever or temporarily seal off the spiritual vein upstream, the molten gold dark flame would be deprived of its energy, allowing him to employ the rain of spirits technique to extinguish its fire, wouldn't he it? Rising to his feet, Fuyu mounted the flowing cloud sword and soared into the depths of the pit. At a distance of 5 zhang from the bottom, he struck the cliff wall with his fist, creating a space to shelter himself. He then flicked his fingers, sending forth numerous afterimages. As he unleashed the rain of spirits, torrents of water dragons surged toward the molten gold dark flame, while his consciousness enveloped the flame's vicinity. Indeed, as the water dragons collided with the molten gold dark flame, Fu Yu immediately sensed the intense heat emanating from it, which evaporated the water dragons upon contact. The spiritual energy from the vein continued to flow into the spiritual fire, sustaining its vigorous flames, seemingly unyielding. Fu Yu persistently employed the rain of spirits, while the molten gold dark flame continued to siphon energy from the spiritual vein. At that moment, Fu Yu's consciousness finally detected a subtle current of spiritual energy. A wave of joy flooded his heart, and he released the rain of spirits with greater urgency, enveloping the molten gold dark flame in a torrent of water dragons, progressively diminishing its power. The flame's absorption of the spiritual energy from the vein quickened. Finally, Fu Yu discerned the direction of the spiritual vein. Having established this, he ceased expending energy and halted the flow of spiritual power. The crucial step was now to determine whether he could sever the spiritual vein from the molten gold dark flame. This separation could not be too close, as proximity would still allow the flame to absorb energy from the vein. Fu Yu remained patient, opting to restore his energy before proceeding. Preparing to carve a passageway at a diagonal angle toward the spiritual vein, he aimed to sever it 20 zhang away from the molten gold dark flame. After an hour, Fu Yu commenced his task. Spiritual energy surged forth as he gripped the flowing cloud sword, striking the rocky ground beneath him. The rocks, having been subjected to the relentless heat of the molten gold dark flame, were exceptionally sturdy, yet under the influence of the empowered flowing cloud sword, they shattered with ease. 2 hours elapsed before Fu Yu finally carved out a downward sloping passage. This feat was achievable only due to his cultivation reaching the 9th layer of the condensed vein stage. Had it been another cultivator at the same stage, they would have likely accomplished only half the work. Even so, Fu Yu completely exhausted his spiritual energy. Nevertheless, for the sake of the molten gold dark flame, he willingly embraced the role of a miner. Upon reaching the spiritual vein, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him like a deluge. Merely inhaling a deep breath seemed to enhance his cultivation slightly. Fu Yu mused that even if he could not capture the molten gold dark flame, spending some time cultivating here would surely elevate his prowess. He sat cross-legged upon the spiritual vein, activating the Qingyun technique as spiritual energy surged into him like a tidal wave. His meridians felt a slight pressure, rendering it unnecessary to draw in energy as he would in other locations. The spiritual vein appeared to have accumulated energy over countless years, its richness almost overwhelming. The influx of energy was too rapid to refine, prompting Fu Yu to slow the pace of his Qingyun technique, allowing his dantian to rotate at high speed to refine the energy in the most efficient manner. Within less than an hour, his dantian brimmed with spiritual energy. Leaving Fu Yu astonished, it was nearly equivalent to consuming a recovery elixir, which did not require refining. Resolute, he decided that regardless of whether he succeeded in capturing the molten gold dark flame, he would cultivate here for a time. Such a rare opportunity, if squandered, would be a grave misfortune. Contemplating the exceptional conditions for cultivation, he realized that even the sect leader would not enjoy such privileges. If the leader were to cultivate directly upon a spiritual vein, the remaining energy would scarcely suffice to meet the demands of the vast sect. The leader's cultivation area only tapped a small portion of the vein, supplemented by high-level gathering formations to create a rich environment for practice. Furthermore, the sect's spiritual veins were continuously drained, their potency nowhere near that of an untouched vein. Although this vein might not match the leader's in grade, even a dozen Fu Yes could cultivate here without issue. With his energy replenished, Fu Yu now focused on the task of severing the spiritual vein. He had formulated a plan in his mind, but it needed to be tested for efficacy. Seal of imprisonment, Fu Yu chanted, his hands weaving through intricate gestures as spiritual energy coalesced into seals adorned with mysterious patterns. Go, he commanded, sending the seals toward the spiritual vein. These seals merely rested against the edge of the vein, and Fu Yu understood that a single seal would not suffice to contain it. He needed to place numerous seals along this stretch of the vein. Given that the pressure remained consistent on both sides, placing the seals was relatively straightforward. As a novice in sealing techniques, Fu Yu lacked the ability to create powerful seals and thus relied on sheer quantity. The spiritual vein resembled a long, still channel filled with water. Fu Yu continued to cast spells, layering the seals intricately to divide the vein into 2 segments. For 3 consecutive days, he exhausted his spiritual energy, only to recover upon the vein, and then resumed placing seals. In total, He inscribed over 1,000 seals along this stretch of the spiritual vein. Once he regained his strength, Fu Yu thought to himself that the success or failure of his endeavor now hinged on whether these seals could control the upstream energy. He swiftly returned to the pit. Standing at the mouth of the passageway while gazing at the molten gold dark flame at the bottom, his eyes aflame with intensity. "Rise," he commanded, unleashing the full force of the rain of spirits. Instantly, waves of water dragons surged toward the inferno, accompanied by frost flowers cascading onto the molten gold dark flame. The flame's fiery intensity waned gradually, but the abundant spiritual energy from the subterranean vein was swiftly absorbed, maintaining the molten gold dark flame's vitality. Fu Yu remained composed. To extinguish the molten gold dark flame, he first needed to deplete the spiritual energy beneath it. As long as the seals he had set took effect and severed the energy's source, he would ultimately claim the molten gold dark flame. Fu Yu felt a surge of gratitude. Had he not learned the Rain of Spirits technique, which many were reluctant to master, he would have found it nearly impossible to extinguish the spiritual fire's power swiftly. Employing other techniques to diminish the molten gold dark flame's strength would have proven futile, as even in the absence of the spiritual vein, it could still absorb energy from the atmosphere. Aside from practitioners of ice-based techniques, none could rival his speed. While casting spells, Fu Yu remained attuned to the shifts in the spiritual vein, and with the passage of time, he finally sensed a slight decrease in the energy contained within. Excellent. It is indeed effective. Fu Yu's heart swelled with exhilaration. Spring rain nourished the blossoms. Summer rain unleashed a tempest. Autumn rain evoked a melancholic ambience, and winter frost wielded its chilling blade. As this stalemate persisted, Fu Yu's spiritual energy waned considerably, and the vast pit was enveloped in a thick mist, some of it conjured by Fu Yu, and some emanating from the searing dark flames of molten gold. After more than an hour of rapid incantations, Fu Yu finally depleted his spiritual energy. He descended through the passage to the designated sealing area, briefly sensing the varying concentrations of spiritual energy before and after the seal. As he had anticipated, the concentration of spiritual energy behind the seal was noticeably different from that ahead. The sealing barriers were indeed functioning. Sitting upon the spiritual vein, Fu Yu quickly replenished his energy, then resumed his efforts to extinguish the searing dark flames. This cycle of restoration and consumption continued. Fortunately, the sealing barriers had severed the flow of spiritual energy along the vein, allowing the molten gold dark flames to absorb only a segment of energy from the vein's terminus. Approximately 20 zhang. Each time Fu Yu returned to replenish his energy, he noted the gradual depletion of the energy from this segment of the vein, which filled him with hope. Positioned 20 zhang away from the molten gold dark flames, this distance was a necessary compromise. Fu Yu wished to place the seal closer, but feared that the flames could siphon away the energy from the seal's forefront, rendering it ineffective. It was a stroke of fortune that the molten gold dark flames thrived at the vein's terminus. Had they grown in the middle, seals would have been required at both ends, effectively doubling the energy he needed to extinguish. Nonetheless, even this short distance of 20 zhang proved to be exceptionally arduous. The energy contained within this segment of the vein far surpassed Fu Yu's expectations. After 10 grueling days, Fu Yu finally expended the energy from this segment. At this point, Fu Yu's face was ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, and his eyes were reddened, devoid of their usual vibrancy, replaced instead by a numbing dullness and profound fatigue. At this juncture, only his unwavering resolve sustained him through the repetition of his efforts. Once more, he descended to the passage's base to replenish his energy. Sensing the exhaustion of the spiritual energy behind the sealing barrier, a flicker of brightness crossed Fu Yu's eyes. He had finally endured until this pivotal moment. Rising resolutely, he advanced towards the vast pit. The rainstorm technique. Over these days, Fu Yu had lost count of how many times he had invoked it. Torrential rain, pouring down, water dragons, howling as they entwined and constricted, frost, seeking to solidify all flames. Fu Yu held nothing back, seemingly unleashing all his toil from these past days. Executing every technique of the rainstorm with fervor, the pit's depths became a swirling mist of dust and water, obscuring all vision. Fu Yu expanded his consciousness, enveloping the molten gold dark flames, which were swiftly diminished by his efforts. However, their inherent ferocity could not be extinguished in an instant. Finally, upon returning for the third time to replenish his energy from the sealing barrier, the flames were reduced to a mere flicker. When Fu Yu paused, a fiery seed, no larger than an infant's fist, lay quietly at the center of the pit. Fu Yu leaped down, and a relieved smile broke through his previously numb visage. He swiftly enacted 4 sealing barriers to contain the fiery seed, then carefully placed it within a jade box, followed by 2 additional seals atop the box. Fu Yu understood that this small ember, if left unsealed, would find no vessel upon his person. With the ember secured, the weight of his perseverance lifted. Fu Yu found himself unable to remain upright. An overwhelming weariness washed over him, compelling him to succumb to slumber. He stored the jade box in his spatial bag and fell into a deep sleep beside the spiritual vein. Time passed unmeasured before Fu Yu finally awoke from his slumber. Feeling the rich spiritual energy surrounding him, he experienced an unparalleled sense of well-being. His consciousness sank into his dantian, where the spiritual energy of the 9th layer of the vein showed signs of overflow, merely a thought away from entering the mid-phase. Though Fu Yu had not long ascended to the 9th layer, he had been actively consuming spiritual energy, and the alchemical processes greatly aided in refining it. Over the past days, Fu Yu had pushed himself to the limits, and being situated atop the spiritual vein made his rapid advancement entirely reasonable. After all, this was merely a modest elevation in rank. Setting aside other considerations, Fu Yu activated the Qingyun technique and began his breakthrough into the mid-phase of the 9th layer. In less than half an hour, a tremor coursed through his being as the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him. Unsurprisingly, he effortlessly transcended into the mid-phase of the 9th layer. Several hours later, Fu Yu solidified his cultivation in this new phase. Clenching his right hand, he felt the air ripple around him, and sensing his newfound strength, a smile of satisfaction graced his features. The hardships of the past days had borne fruit. Fu Yu's thoughts deepened as he grasped the sealed jade box in his hand. It was time to refine the fiery seed of the molten gold dark flames. Previously, Fu Yu had practiced the Qingyun Jue, which had merely refined 2 low-level fire seeds, a process devoid of any risk. However, refining those 2 low-level fire seeds had imparted some experience to Fu Yu. As he opened the seal on the jade box and gazed at the molten dark flame imprisoned within, a grave expression settled on his face. This was a mid-level spiritual fire, and a top-tier one at that. The molten dark flame was not to be underestimated, for it had existed for countless years, making its refinement a formidable challenge. The molten dark flame possessed a powerful refining effect, capable of swiftly dissolving and refining various spiritual materials, making it one of the most coveted spiritual fires among artifact crafters. Naturally, it also proved highly effective for alchemy, as certain medicinal pills required not only spiritual herbs, but also various spiritual materials. Even if one were neither an artifact crafter nor an alchemist, refining the molten dark flame would yield immense benefits. In combat, if unleashed recklessly, it could easily melt an opponent's spiritual artifacts and armor. Once their weapons and defenses were compromised, the outcome of the battle would be self-evident. With such extraordinary efficacy and rarity, the molten dark flame would inevitably incite fierce competition whenever it appeared in the cultivation world. Fu Yu knew he needed to refine it swiftly. He adjusted his state to its optimal condition and began to slowly operate the Qingyun Jue. With a sharp motion, he unleashed his spiritual power, breaking the seal on the molten dark flame. Instantly, a wave of heat coursed through his body, causing his blood to surge rapidly. Observing the viscous, dark red molten flame, Fu Yu was acutely aware of the immense heat it contained. His gaze intensified as he enveloped the molten dark flame with a surge of spiritual power and raised his hand, swallowing it whole. As the fire seed entered his mouth, he felt as if he had consumed a burning ember, and upon its descent into his abdomen, it felt akin to a red-hot iron piercing through him. The overwhelming pain and burning sensation threatened to shatter his very consciousness. In a frenzy, Fu Yu desperately activated the Qingyun Jue, striving to refine the molten dark flame. The raging heat erupted within him, crashing against his meridians, incinerating his spiritual power and causing his body temperature to soar. Within moments, his garments turned to ash, and his hair scorched to a yellow hue, as if he might ignite at any moment. The air around him crackled under the oppressive heat. The molten dark flame continued to unleash waves of heat and spiritual power, overwhelming Fu Yu's attempts to refine it. The surging heat seared through his flesh and cells, and in a matter of moments, he could feel himself visibly withering away. A desperate cry escaped his lips, and the force of his breath scorched the rocks nearby, turning them black. If this continued, he might not only fail to refine the fire seed, but also risk being reduced to ashes himself. Recalling the grim fates of those who had failed to refine high-tier spiritual fires, a chill ran through Fu Yu's heart. He realized he had underestimated the challenge before him. Success was the only option. Failure would lead to utter ruin. He roared inwardly, yet his throat was parched and scorched, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. If the Lihua Qingyun Jue could not succeed, what of the Bihan Fengyan Jue? With a determined resolve, Fu Yu simultaneously initiated the Bihan Fengyan Jue while continuing with the Lihua Qingyun Jue. Operating two techniques concurrently demanded an exceptional level of skill, as many of his meridians would be engaged simultaneously. Should he mismanage this delicate balance, the resulting chaos could lead to failure or even backlash. Moreover, Fu Yu had never practiced the Bihan Fengyan Jue before. He had yet to fully comprehend certain aspects of it. Were it not for his current predicament, he would never have dared to attempt such a risk. The Bihan Fengyan Jue required a high caliber of spiritual power, consuming significant amounts of energy. Fu Yu estimated that only after reaching the foundation establishment stage could one hope to practice this technique, as the spiritual power during the foundation establishment phase far surpassed that of the condensation phase. Nevertheless, at this moment, practicing it could serve to dissipate the violent energy raging within him. Though on the brink of despair, Fu Yu maintained a sliver of clarity, harboring great hope that the Bihan Fengyan Jue could help him navigate his current crisis. As the Lihua Qingyun Jue operated at high speed, Fu Yu steadily progressed with the Bihan Fengyan Jue. A thread of spiritual power emerged from his dantian, traversing through his body along the unique pathways of the technique, guiding the chaotic energy within him into a more manageable form. Fu Yu felt a surge of elation as he focused on directing this spiritual power along the pathways of the Bihan Fengyan Jue. The collected energy became the means by which he could breach the new meridians. These pathways were beyond the reach of his current level of spiritual power, but the unmanageable energy within him became an invaluable resource at this moment. Though the process of breaking open these pathways was excruciatingly painful and brutally forceful, it was a relief compared to the torment of the fire seed consuming him from within. Wherever the meridians flowed, the energy was redirected, significantly alleviating Fu Yu's suffering. With each area he opened, he felt a little lighter. At last, all the pathways of the Bihan Fengyan Jue were unblocked, and the violent energy within Fu Yu was largely exhausted. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had finally endured. After circulating the Bihan Fengyan Jue for another round, he had gained complete control over the energy within him and ceased its operation. Now, he directed all his efforts into the Lihua Qingyun Jue, absorbing the molten dark flame as fire seed. An hour later, the molten dark flame was successfully refined, becoming Fu Yu's third spiritual fire, merging seamlessly with his spiritual power, ensuring it would no longer harm him. As long as Fu Yu continued to nourish the fire seed with his spiritual power, its formidable capabilities would be unleashed. Indeed, refining a high-tier spiritual fire was perilous. Looking at his withered hand, Fu Yu mused quietly. At this moment, he resembled a mere skeleton, his flesh nearly entirely consumed. Should someone happen upon him, they would surely mistake him for a desiccated corpse. Seated upon the spiritual vein, Fu Yu began his recovery. This time, he had reaped tremendous rewards, undergoing a metamorphosis. Although much of his flesh had been scorched away, the impurities within his body had been incinerated as well, rendering his muscles, organs, bones, and even essence as if they had been tempered anew. With fewer impurities, his body was now more suitable for cultivation. Having refined the molten dark flame not only provided him with a formidable offensive capability, but the Lihua Qingyun Jue, once unleashed, boasted not only tremendous power, but also the terrifying ability to melt anything it touched. In battle, should an opponent's spiritual artifact become ensnared by this flame, it would swiftly be obliterated. Facing such a fiery onslaught, no adversary would remain untroubled. Moreover, he had unexpectedly opened the pathways of the Bihan Fengyan Jue. Though he had not yet had the chance to properly nurture it, and some smaller branches remained unrefined, the main channel was now clear. With some time devoted to nurturing the meridians and refining the branches one by one, he could wield its formidable attack. The prospect of mastering a technique reserved for the foundation establishment stage, while still in the condensation phase, was exhilarating. Days passed, and Fu Yu finally regained his vitality. His flesh was once again plump, shedding a layer of old skin. Examining his fair and even complexion, which surpassed that of many beauties, Fu Yu chuckled wryly to himself, realizing he would need to bask in the sun more often once he stepped outside. Not dwelling on his appearance, he retrieved a set of garments from his storage pouch, concluding his arduous ordeal over the past few days. Delving into his inner consciousness, he discovered, as expected, that his cultivation had progressed. He had now reached the mid-stage of the 9th level of the condensation phase, on the cusp of breaking into the later stage. In less than a month, one ascended from the initial stage of the 9th layer of pulse condensation to the consummate mid-stage, a rate of cultivation that, if divulged, would surely astonish many. Likely only achievable by those legendary prodigies. However, it would indeed be peculiar if such a potent seed of fire were refined without any advancement in cultivation. Having slightly stabilized his cultivation, Fu Yu exited the passage and stood over the vast pit. Employing the Leaf Fire 9 flame technique to hurl a dark red fireball at a greenish-black stone at the pit's edge. With a soft puff, the stone was punctured, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Fu Yu couldn't help but rejoice, integrating the molten gold dark flame into the Leaf Fire 9 flame technique. He had effortlessly penetrated the stone with a mere fireball spell. It is worth noting that this stone had endured countless years of tempering by molten gold dark flames, thus exhibiting an extraordinarily high resistance to fire attribute attacks. Anything else would likely have been reduced to ashes. This Leaf Fire 9 flame technique would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon for Fu Yu. With a flicker of thought, he began to operate the Baihan Phoenix flame technique, intending to cast another fireball spell. However, he soon felt a rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. A minuscule scarlet fire spark began to coalesce in his palm at an excruciatingly slow pace, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. A tremendous, ancient pressure emanated from the flame, akin to an ancient beast awakening in Fu Yu's grasp. The swift consumption of his internal spiritual energy left him teetering on the brink of danger. He sensed that even exhausting all his energy would not suffice to complete this seemingly simple fireball spell. Furthermore, attempting to force it would likely result in self-inflicted burns. Indeed, only after establishing a foundation could such feats be performed. Resigned, Fu Yu ceased the fireball's formation, watching the scarlet flame dissipate slowly. The inability to execute even a fireball spell stemmed primarily from his incomplete comprehension of the Baihan Phoenix flame technique, with several subtle meridians yet to be cleared. Additionally, the quality of his spiritual energy in the pulse condensation stage was still subpar, rendering the execution exceedingly strenuous. One could only imagine the immense power a simple fireball spell would unleash once Fu Yu fully comprehended the technique and cleared all meridians. His anticipation for the Baihan Phoenix flame technique grew ever stronger. Instead of continuing his training, Fu Yu left the passage and wandered through the valley for half a day. Although spiritual energy absorption allows cultivators to forego sustenance for extended periods as their cultivation advances, Fu Yu decided to prepare a barbecue with the prime meat of a raging giant elephant from his storage bag, relishing the indulgence and thoroughly relaxing from the anxiety of recent times. Not feeling an urgent need to depart the valley, which remained hidden and devoid of any beasts, he appreciated the presence of a spiritual vein at the valley's base, deeming it an excellent place for secluded cultivation. Fu Yu resolved to train here for a while longer, as the deadline for his mission to hunt the 4 fiends of Mongshan was within a year. Sharpening his skills would undoubtedly facilitate the completion of his task. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. Fu Yu had secluded himself in a tranquil corner of the Qingmang Mountain region. At this juncture, he had not deliberately sought to elevate his cultivation, but focused on refining his spiritual energy. Here, he opted not to deplete his energy in the pursuit of consolidation. Instead, he repeatedly practiced the Qingyun technique, gradually honing his skills. Although this location was exceptionally secluded, he remained wary of the potential intrusion of others or beasts, which could pose a danger if he were to exhaust his spiritual energy. Moreover, meticulous refinement would render his energy more exquisite. Over the past 6 months, Fu Yu dedicated a significant portion of his time to accelerating his understanding of the Baihan Phoenix flame technique, spending 4 months to finally grasp it fully. From the moment he acquired the technique until its eventual comprehension, nearly 2 years had passed, marked by relentless day and night study. It could be said that Fu Yu had invested the most effort into this technique, even surpassing the time spent on alchemy. The Baihan Phoenix flame technique comprises 5 moves: flame attachment, blood burning, spirit consumption, heart flame summoning, and the final move, flame fusion explosion. Regrettably, Fu Yu could not execute these techniques, but he could manage to perform basic spells like Fireball and Fire Dragon, albeit at a tremendous cost of spiritual energy. However, the destructive power unleashed was astonishing. A simple fireball spell incinerated a black stone in the pit to ashes. Additionally, the molten gold dark flame had been nurtured daily by Fu Yu's spiritual energy, and he had now mastered it proficiently. Despite not actively pursuing an increase in cultivation, the rich spiritual vein facilitated a natural growth in his strength, bringing him to the late stage of the 9th layer of pulse condensation. During this time, Fu Yu occasionally ventured out of the valley to hunt various beasts, successfully slaying over 10 second-tier monsters and gathering numerous spiritual herbs. On one occasion, he even narrowly avoided an encounter with a group of adventurous cultivators. Fu Yu's spiritual awareness extended far beyond that of these cultivators, enabling him to detect them early, prompting him to conceal himself in a large tree and refrain from making contact. In the wilderness, no one would likely care whether he was a disciple of the Qingmang Sect. Approaching them could yield unpredictable consequences. Though his progress in cultivation had been slow over the past 6 months, the refinement of his spiritual energy had become remarkably profound. The spiritual energy in his dantian was far superior to that of his peers. As Fu Yu intended to rely solely on his own efforts to break through the foundation stage, eschewing any reliance on foundational pills, without refining his energy to the utmost. Even achieving the consummate 9th layer would not suffice for a breakthrough into the foundation stage. One day, while repeatedly refining his spiritual energy, Fu Yu felt a growing difficulty. The effects of seclusion were diminishing, and he understood it was time to depart. Now, with significant advancements in his cultivation, he sought to test his strength against the 4 fiends of Mongshan. Exiting the spiritual vein, Fu Yu struck the passage's rocky edge with a palm, obliterating the entrance. Standing in the secluded valley, he noted the evident changes that had taken place over the past 6 months. Since Fu Yu had harnessed the molten gold dark flame, life had gradually returned to the valley. Combined with the underground spiritual vein, the area was now overgrown with vibrant greenery, and it would not be long before various plants flourished, blending seamlessly into the surrounding environment, making it difficult to discern from the air. After exiting the valley, Fu Yu blocked the entrance with stones. Given its inherent secrecy, this additional concealment should prevent detection. Fu Yu harbored a cautious thought. Should circumstances permit, he might return here for future retreats, as cultivating directly on a spiritual vein far surpassed the benefits of training within the sect. Casting a final glance backward, Fu Yu pressed onward without hesitation, propelling himself toward the periphery of the Qingmang Mountain range. Upon exiting the central region, he mounted his flowing cloud sword and, armed with the mission map, soared directly toward the Li family, tasked with hunting the 4 fiends of Mongshan. 2 days later, Fu Yu arrived at the entrance of the Li family estate. The Li family represented a formidable force within the Xiaoming kingdom, boasting 2 cultivators at the 9th layer of pulse condensation, a significant deterrent in the realm. However, the Li family understood that their power only allowed them to dominate the secular world, holding little weight in the realm of cultivation. Thus, they maintained a low profile, refraining from oppressing the populace and occasionally punishing the most heinous offenders, earning them a commendable reputation. The Li family estate resembled a small town, home to at least 10,000 residents. Fu Yu found himself positioned at what could be described as the estate's entrance, akin to a town gate. Observing the bustling activity of countless individuals, he felt a sense of bewilderment. This hardly resembled a traditional cultivation family. Fu Yu had envisioned such families residing deep in the mountains, with a few grand houses and a handful of individuals, living in seclusion and devoted to their practice. It is not surprising that Fu Yu is astonished and perplexed. In truth, Fu Yu himself remains unaware of his own origins. He only recalls a time in his childhood when his homeland was engulfed in chaos and war, forcing his parents to flee with him in their tender years. In his confusion, he could not ascertain whether his parents perished from illness or starvation, and it seemed as if he suddenly became an orphan, wandering aimlessly for 2 or 3 years until a disciple from a sect discovered his potential for cultivation and brought him into the sect. After being evaluated, he was deemed to possess moderate aptitude, not excellent, yet not entirely lacking, and was consequently left to fend for himself in the outer sect. This marked Fu Yu's first venture outside the sect, and witnessing the circumstances of the Li family left him utterly astonished. Most cultivation families operate in a similar manner, as many descendants lack the aptitude for cultivation. These families continue to proliferate, occasionally nurturing those with potential. As the population grows, so too do the families, which allows for the coexistence of common folk, gradually forming larger towns. Standing at the city gate, Fuyu took out a communication talisman and uttered a few words. Moments later, a group hurriedly approached, led by Li Chang'an, who had posted the mission in the Qingyun Sect. For months, Li Chang'an had been consumed by worry. The mission he had announced had been taken up for over half a year, yet no one had come forth. He feared that the individual who accepted the task had ventured directly into Qingmang Mountain, only to be killed by the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain. Li Chang'an had also inquired from various sources and learned that the one who accepted this mission was an inner sect disciple at the initial stage of the 9th level of the condensation veins. If that disciple had indeed gone straight to Qingmang Mountain and met a grim fate, it would be of little consequence. However, if it became known that the mission had originated from the Li family, given the temperament of the four fiends, they would likely harbor no qualms about retaliating against the Li family, even if they dared not provoke the Qingyun Sect. As time passed, Li Chang'an increasingly regretted announcing this mission and had been restless, wearing a worried expression, fearful that the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain might soon come knocking at his door. Upon receiving Fuyu's message, he breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to meet him. When he saw Fuyu, he was taken aback. In just 6 months, Fuyu's cultivation had rapidly advanced from the initial stage of the 9th level of the condensation veins to the late stage, exhibiting profound spiritual energy that was both fluid and substantial, devoid of any superficiality. Li Chang'an could not help but marvel at the depth of the Qingyun Sect's heritage and the emergence of such talent. Fuyu, though still young, was already on par with him, and it was likely that his techniques and methods far surpassed his own. Should they ever face off, Li Chang'an feared he would suffer more defeats than victories. The others present also gasped in astonishment at Fuyu's cultivation. After a brief moment of distraction, Li Chang'an approached respectfully, wearing a warm smile. As the head of the family, though his cultivation was not particularly high, he was a shrewd individual who had long navigated the intricacies of family matters. He understood that someone like Fuyu was not to be trifled with. Such a genius regarded foundation establishment merely as a starting point, with the golden core as their ultimate pursuit. It was likely that in less than a decade, Fuyu would ascend to the ranks of foundation establishment seniors. Li Chang'an warmly welcomed Fuyu to the guest hall in the center of the town, where, after the host and guests were seated, he dismissed everyone except for an elder of the family at the 9th level of the condensation veins and 2 middle-aged men at the 8th level. After receiving Fuyu's message, Li Chang'an had initially breathed a sigh of relief and decided to offer Fuyu some form of compensation, abandoning the pursuit of the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain. However, upon witnessing Fuyu's cultivation, his thoughts shifted. With Fuyu's talent, he would undoubtedly be a focus of attention and cultivation within the sect, possessing numerous hidden cards to play. It seemed plausible that he could hunt down the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain. If Fuyu were to fail this time and return in defeat, it was in the nature of cultivators to regroup and seek revenge against the four fiends to fulfill their ambitions. Even if Fuyu met with failure and was killed by the fiends, the Qingyun Sect would certainly not stand idly by, and the four fiends would likely find themselves facing the wrath of the sect. In any case, it appeared that the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain had truly stepped onto a path of no return. As countless thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Chang'an's smile grew even brighter. He personally poured a cup of tea for Fuyu and amiably remarked, "Brother Fu, it has been a long journey, and you must be weary." Fuyu glanced at Li Chang'an, unaware of the multitude of thoughts that had just raced through his mind, and politely replied, "It has been over half a year since I accepted the mission. My delay is regrettable. Please do not hold it against me." "Not at all. The important thing is that you have arrived." Li Chang'an laughed heartily. After exchanging pleasantries and introductions, Fuyu directly inquired about the situation with the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain. With a shift in attitude, Li Chang'an detailed the terrain and layout of Qingmang Mountain, the distribution of various strongholds, the overall strength of each faction, and their interrelations, particularly focusing on the cultivation levels, spiritual weaponry, and magical techniques of the four fiends. The three Li family cultivators seated nearby exchanged glances, realizing that Li Chang'an's intentions seemed to contradict their previous understanding. Initially, they thought he would offer compensation to the mission taker to abandon the pursuit of the four fiends. Now, It appeared that the clan leader was encouraging this remarkably youthful Fu Yu to continue the mission. They hesitated to interject in Fu Yu's presence. After gathering sufficient information about Qingmang Mountain, Fu Yu began to formulate a plan. He then stated directly, "I will be staying at your residence for the time being. Please keep me informed of any movements from the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain, and notify me immediately if anyone emerges." Li Chang'an asked, "Do you have any strategies to deal with the four fiends, Brother Fu? Will you require our assistance?" "No need. As soon as the four fiends emerge, I will confront them directly. Once I have dealt with them, the remaining fiends will undoubtedly retaliate. As long as you defend the city, you can assist in subduing them, and we shall surely eliminate the four fiends." Seeing Fu Yu's composed demeanor, Li Chang'an felt a twinge of doubt, but refrained from questioning further, laughing heartily. "Then everything shall proceed as you say, Brother Fu." With that, they ceased discussions regarding the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain. Li Chang'an gestured grandly, "Bring in the gifts." A beautiful maid entered, carrying a jade platter containing a jade box. Li Chang'an opened the box, revealing a precious spiritual herb within. Fu Yu's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the herb with his alchemical knowledge, causing a tremor in his gaze. It was the purple peony Qi. This was a spiritual herb only usable during the foundation establishment phase, exceedingly rare and highly coveted by cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It could be used to concoct the Qi Chong Dan, which significantly eased the transition from the initial to the mid-foundation establishment stage without any side effects. However, the difficulty of refining Qi Chong Dan was considerable, with a notably low success rate. Yet, regardless of the low odds, anything that could aid in advancement was irresistibly sought after by cultivators in the initial stage of foundation establishment, often leading to fierce bidding during auctions. Fu Yu had not anticipated that the Li family possessed such a spiritual herb. Li Chang'an pushed the jade box towards Fu Yu, smiling, a humble token of appreciation. "Please accept it." Fu Yu pondered for a moment and understood Li Chang'an's intentions. He chuckled lightly. "Ah, I have yet to achieve any merit. How could I accept such a generous gift?" Li Chang'an replied, "It is merely a token of our meeting. I hope you will graciously accept it." Understanding that refusing the gift would leave Li Chang'an uneasy, and recognizing the herb's immense value, Fu Yu finally agreed. "Then I shall not be polite." Seeing Fu Yu accept the gift, Li Chang'an's heart soared with joy, knowing that matters had finally been settled. The subsequent feast, lavishly arranged by Li Chang'an, was indeed extravagant. The table was laden with the meats of spiritual beasts, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and spiritual wines, though not of the highest quality. Such a banquet represented the utmost effort of a cultivation family like the Li family. Although Fu Yu hailed from the Qingyun Sect, this was his first experience with such indulgent fare. He had heard that similar dishes were prepared using spiritual meats, herbs, and fruits in the sect's marketplace. Yet he had lived a life of austerity, often struggling financially. Only after beginning his alchemical pursuits did he experience some relief, but he had never truly indulged before. A banquet is indeed a delightful occasion for both hosts and guests. After the feast, Li Chang'an and his companions escorted Fu Yu to a tranquil courtyard for rest. Li Chang'an, adept at discerning the sentiments of others, had arranged for a beautiful maid named Pinner to present gifts. She was not only stunning in appearance, but also possessed an extraordinary grace. When the maid presented the gifts, Li Chang'an observed Fu Yu's reaction closely. Noticing that Fu Yu remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the maid's beauty, he discerned that Fu Yu was a person devoted to rigorous cultivation, solely focused on enhancing his abilities, with little concern for worldly matters. Thus, he refrained from arranging any entertainment or attendance for Fu Yu and took his leave after delivering him to the guest reception room. Upon returning to the parlor, Li Changping, a member of the Li clan at the 9th level of condensation, could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Elder brother, were we not to present him with gifts as compensation to persuade him to abandon his task?" Your actions seemed to encourage Fu Yu to continue. Li Chang'an smiled faintly, imbued with meaning, and replied, "Changping, how do you perceive Fu Yu's talents?" Li Changping, perplexed, responded, "What relevance does that have?" Nevertheless, Fu Yu indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Having advanced to the later stages of the 9th level of condensation at such a young age, he must surely be a core disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Precisely, Li Chang'an affirmed. This young man is exceptionally gifted. Since he dares to undertake this task, he must possess confidence. Although he too is at the later stages of the 9th level of condensation, The profound resources of a major sect are unparalleled, and his means will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Do you know what his cultivation level was when he accepted the mission? 6 months ago, he was merely at the initial stage of condensation, and now he has already reached the later stage. Given time, he will surely surpass our generation. Moreover, Fu Yu is a person of steadfast resolve. Observe how his gaze remained unfazed upon seeing Pinner. He is certainly not a frivolous individual, and his dedication to his path is unwavering. Persuading him to abandon his task would be nearly impossible. If we were to attempt such persuasion, we might offend him. Then why present the gifts so early? If he intends to continue with his task, we need not compensate him. Li Changping lamented the expense of the precious Zishao Qihuang. Li Chang'an chuckled, indeed. Zishao Qihuang is valuable, but would Fu Yu even desire it? Furthermore, we have no use for it ourselves. If this gift can forge a bond of goodwill and friendship with a cultivator destined for foundation establishment and golden core prospects, he will undoubtedly become a significant figure within the Qingyun Sect. At that time, a single word from him could alter the fate of our Li family. Li Changping conceded. You remain ever so thorough in your considerations, elder brother. Indeed, Li Chang'an replied. Now is the perfect moment to present the gift. Should we delay? Even 100-fold offering would be deemed inconsequential. Let it be known throughout the family that everyone must treat Fu Yu with the utmost respect. Any act of disrespect will incur the family's wrath. Li Chang'an refrained from sharing his initial thoughts upon meeting Fu Yu. He then proceeded to arrange for personnel to closely monitor the whereabouts of the 4 fiends of Mongshan from the tiger-dominant stronghold. Fu Yu entered the small courtyard, appreciating the swaying bamboo forest and tranquil surroundings, feeling quite satisfied. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by an interior decorated with rustic elegance, adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings gathered from the mundane world, exuding a certain charm. Regardless of the affairs of Li Chang'an and his brethren, Fu Yu settled himself in the room, gradually entering a state of cultivation. During this period, Fu Yu's progress in cultivation had been remarkable. However, he was not anxious to elevate his realm, but focused on continuously operating the Qingyun decision to refine his spiritual power. Having perused a vast array of texts in the sect, his insights had significantly broadened, making him aware that rapid advancement could lead to instability of the mind. Thus, he neither forced his cultivation nor obsessed over how much his realm would elevate. Instead, he diligently practiced, allowing his cultivation to rise at a slow yet steady pace. This gradual approach helped him consolidate his previous rapid gains and eliminate the mental turbulence caused by his earlier swift progress, fostering a foundation for future endeavors. Fu Yu lived a reclusive life in the small courtyard, occasionally venturing out to meet with Li Chang'an and others, maintaining a congenial demeanor that garnered admiration from them. Devoid of the arrogance typical of disciples from prominent sections, time passed swiftly, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. One day, Li Chang'an arrived in a flurry, and Fu Yu, without needing to guess, surmised that news of the 4 fiends of Mongshan had reached him. Indeed, Li Chang'an, with a hint of tension in his voice, relayed, the 2nd and 3rd leaders of the 4 fiends of Mongshan have set out with over 20 men toward the Qingyun Ridge in the west of Mongshan, likely intending to ambush passing cultivators. Having spent these 2 months cultivating his mind and spirit, Fu Yu had become intimately familiar with his various techniques and was in peak condition. He had also invested considerable effort in studying the terrain surrounding Mongshan, particularly the Qingyun Ridge. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "We must not delay. I shall proceed first. You all gather the others and follow closely." The Qingyun Ridge served as a vital passage into the Xiaoming kingdom from the west. Though not particularly high, it was strewn with treacherous rocks, interspersed with towering ancient trees and entwined vines, creating a narrow and winding path conducive for ambush. The 2nd leader of the 4 fiends, Fu Qizhou, and the 3rd leader, Niuzhendong, had received intelligence regarding a family from the neighboring Zhuyuan kingdom who were being pursued by enemies and had fled to the Xiaoming kingdom. Only the family head among them had reached the late stage of the condensed vein realm, while the others were below the 8th level. Moreover, the family head had sustained injuries and carried the entirety of their clan's treasures. In order to minimize attention, the 4 fiends sent only Fu Qizhou and Niuzhendong to ambush the fleeing family, confident that they could easily overpower them. As Fu Yu and his companions entered the Qingyun Ridge, they discovered that a battle had just concluded. Fu Yu employed his concealment technique, stealthily approaching the scene. From a distance, he observed 6 or 7 individuals clearing the battlefield, with 2 to 3 dozen corpses strewn across the ground. Among them was Fu Qiheo, the second leader, seated beneath a tree, seemingly recuperating from injuries. Meanwhile, Niu Zhendong was directing a group of henchmen as they counted the spoils. Niu Zhendong laughed heartily. Second brother, this transaction has proven lucrative. Alas, our brothers have suffered heavy casualties, yet we managed to ambush all those over a dozen individuals, securing 6,000 to 7,000 spirit stones, a spirit weapon, several manuals, and a haul of over several 100,000 taels in gold notes. What shall we do next? Damn it! Had it not been for that clan leader detonating dozens of talismans in desperation, I would not have been so grievously injured. Our brothers would not have suffered such heavy losses. Fu Qiheo retorted fiercely, his face contorted in pain as he inadvertently aggravated his wounds. Let us go? I can manage to move now. To the base. Fu Qiheo began to make his way toward Fu Yu's direction. All right, brothers, gather the gold and silver. We return to the base. Once there, we shall treat our brothers to fine wine and meat, and tonight we will celebrate. Good. Let's move. The men of Mongshan Hu Bajai prepared to depart. At that moment, Fu Qiheo smirked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What an opportune moment. Fu Yu felt a surge of excitement at this turn of events. The second leader was in the mid-phase of the condensed vein realm. The third was in the early phase, while Fu Yu himself was in the late phase of the spiritual vein realm. Although the henchmen were not particularly formidable, their numbers should not be underestimated. A direct confrontation could lead to victory, but at a considerable cost. Now, having just emerged from battle, they were likely fatigued, and the second leader was distanced from his companions. Thus, it was the perfect moment to strike when they were off guard. Resolute, Fu Yu quietly condensed his spiritual power into a needle, compressing it repeatedly before releasing it. The spiritual needle sped toward the second leader, seemingly destined to pierce his chest. However, Fu Yu's heart sank as he realized the second leader was no longer there. His attack had missed entirely. This is bad. These individuals, seasoned in robbery and murder, would certainly be on guard against ambushes, excelling in deception and reconnaissance. It was likely they had detected his presence long ago, and what he had witnessed was merely a ruse. Recognizing his inexperience, Fu Yu immediately retreated at great speed. Before he could retreat 50 paces, a chill suddenly crept down his spine, sending a shiver through him. Alarmed, he instinctively shifted to the right. A streak of light whizzed past his shoulder, leaving a thin gash in its wake. Fu Yu barely caught a glimpse of a small gray figure darting past him. A burly man at the 8th level of the condensed vein realm leaped forth, brandishing a spear that descended upon him with lethal intent. With no time to evade, Fu Yu hastily conjured an ice shield behind him, pouring his spiritual power into it fervently. The spear struck the ice shield with a thunderous impact, causing it to tremble and shatter into fragments. Though Fu Yu's cultivation was superior to that of the burly man, the latter's powerful strike was executed with precision, while Fu Yu's response was hasty. In the briefest of moments, the shield cracked. Fortunately, this pause allowed Fu Yu to regain his composure. He waved his hand, sending the Luyun sword soaring into the air, executing a spin as it lunged toward the burly man, forcing him to retract his spear for defense. Expanding his spiritual awareness, Fu Yu detected another figure lurking in the left side woods. A cold smile crept across his face as he pretended not to notice, guiding the Luyun sword to engage with the spear-wielding man. Seeing this, the concealed figure released a flying sword, silently aiming for Fu Yu. Swiftly, Fu Yu's fingers danced through his techniques, conjuring a searing fireball that rapidly coalesced at his fingertips. As the dark red flames ignited, Fu Qiheo and Niu Zhendong were immediately alarmed, exclaiming, "Spirit flame!" Fu Qiheo yelled, "Be careful!" Just as he uttered the warning, Fu Yu flicked his fingers, sending the fireball hurtling toward the concealed assailant on the left. Caught off guard, the assailant reacted quickly, summoning a shield before him. This was a fine defensive spirit tool. The assailant raised the shield, channeling his power into it, causing the shield to glow brightly and envelop him entirely. With a soft thud, the fireball struck the shield, causing the glow to flicker momentarily before fading away. The fireball then exploded upon contact, enveloping the assailant and the shield in a torrent of scorching energy. A piercing scream erupted from the left side figure as he collapsed to the ground, his body charred and twitching, rendered unable to survive. The spear-wielding man was taken aback, swiftly leaping toward where Fu Qiheo and Niu Zhendong stood. Fu Yu refrained from pursuing and stood still. That was close. He never expected this group to create a pocket for him, into which he foolishly wandered. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, those few surprise attacks could have cost him his life. A wave of fear washed over Fu Yu. Despite his possession of spiritual artifacts, powerful techniques, and profound spiritual awareness, he had overestimated his abilities. He believed he could triumph over any two of the four fiends of Qingmang Mountain, even in a head-on confrontation. Although he had approached stealthily, his concealment technique had only masked his presence from spiritual senses. The myriad means of the cultivation world could still expose him. It seemed that his recent rapid advancement had fostered a sense of recklessness, diminishing his usual caution. This incident served as a lesson for Fu Yu. Regardless of one's power, one must always engage with full vigilance. Otherwise, a moment of carelessness could leave one without the opportunity for regret. Friend, I am unaware of your esteemed name, but we bear no enmity. Why do you oppose us from Qingmang Mountain? Could it be that you have come for the sake of the Zhu Yuan kingdom? If so, we can share the spoils and become allies. The second chief, Fu Qizhou, said with a look of astonishment, having witnessed the power of Fu Yu's spiritual flame. The earlier ambush had even taken down those at the peak of the pulse refinement stage. He presumed that with himself and the third chief in the lead, the assailants would lower their guard and focus their attention on him, allowing him to retreat reflexively upon realizing they had been tricked, only to run into their ambush. Such a sequence of events demonstrated a profound understanding of human nature, making escape nearly impossible. However, Fu Yu had indeed fallen into their trap without anticipating his formidable strength. He had sustained only minor injuries and had even slain one of their number, which instilled great fear in Fu Qizhou and the others. Otherwise, they would not have so readily proposed to share the spoils. You need not know my name. I am merely here at the behest of Li Chang'an of the Li clan to take your lives. Fu Yu replied, his calm demeanor hiding his inner frustration at nearly falling victim to their scheme. What audacity! I wonder if you will live to claim such boldness, Fu Qizhou retorted. Recognizing that the situation could not be resolved peacefully, he called to his men and charged forward. Kill! Fu Yu bellowed, as the flowing cloud sword leaped from his hand just as Fu Qizhou closed the distance. Impressive speed. Yet, it pales in comparison to mine, Fu Yu mused. He did not engage him directly. Instead, he executed the wind step technique, swiftly moving to Fu Qizhou's flank, enveloping his sword tip in spiritual energy. With a swift thrust, the sword's brilliance surged forth, slicing through the neck of Fu Qizhou's subordinate, whose reflexes were too slow to react, resulting in a severed head rolling away. Without pausing, Fu Yu continued his assault, deftly evading the two chiefs while targeting their lackeys, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that swiftly claimed 5 lives. The Qingmang Mountain group was aghast. The second and third chiefs found themselves unable to catch up to Fu Yu, their furious shouts echoing, "Shameless brat! All you do is flee. Come face me in battle." Fu Yu paid no heed, his feet never faltering as he darted east and west, seizing every opportunity to eliminate an enemy. His formidable spiritual awareness and abundant spiritual energy became evident. With dual focus, the flowing cloud sword whirled through the air, ready to strike at any detected vulnerability, forcing the Qingmang Mountain group into a defensive frenzy. The fireballs he unleashed were uncontainable, causing chaos and instilling fear among them. In a matter of moments, only 5 members of the Qingmang Mountain group remained. Witnessing their comrades fall before Fu Yu, the second and third chiefs gnashed their teeth in rage, realizing their techniques were inferior and their spiritual energy disordered. Despite being at the 9th level of pulse refinement, they found themselves powerless against Fu Yu and were quickly exhausting their energy in pursuit. At this rate, we will be entirely annihilated by Fu Yu. Today we concede. Scatter and flee, Fu Qizhou shouted. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 subordinates dared not hesitate and bolted in 3 separate directions. Fu Yu moved swiftly, pursuing one of them and eliminating them with a fireball in an instant. Let us go. Fu Qizhou urged the third chief to hasten their escape in another direction. You think fleeing will be that easy? Fu Yu called out, his voice laced with a chilling intent. With a single motion, he summoned the flowing cloud sword and took to the air, employing his sword technique in pursuit. In mere moments, he caught up to the second chief, Niuzhendong. Realizing he could not escape, Niuzhendong turned to attack Fu Yu, shouting, "Second brother, quickly, go find the eldest brother to avenge me." Fu Yu's relentless pursuit ignited Niuzhendong's fighting spirit. He brandished his twin hammers, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy. The hammers spun in the air, creating an oppressive force that stirred the surrounding atmosphere, emanating a powerful pressure from the center of their rotation. Ah! Niuzhendong roared, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the hammers, infusing them with spiritual energy that surged into their cores. Wolf King break. The hammers swung towards Fuyu, and an ancient wolf spirit materialized between them. As the spirit appeared, Fuyu felt the air tremble, the pressure mounting as a wave of spiritual energy bore down upon him, seeking to bind him to the ground. The spirit let out a ferocious howl, pouncing towards Fuyu with outstretched claws. Secret technique. Fuyu's expression darkened at the sight. Secret techniques were exceedingly rare and powerful, consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy, focusing on singular effects, whether offensive or defensive. Once unleashed, they drained the caster's energy, blood, and even lifespan. Such techniques were rarely used, reserved as a last resort in life and death situations. Fuyu had not anticipated that the third chief, Niuzhendong, possessed such a card. Without delay, he activated the Leaf Fire 9 Flames technique, conjuring a fire dragon with immense speed, unleashing the golden melting dark flame without reservation. At that moment, Fuyu poured all his strength into the attack. The fire dragon emerged, its body dark golden, exuding an ancient and heavy aura that seemed to suppress the surrounding air, causing the flow of spiritual energy to stagnate. As Fuyu continued to channel the Leaf Fire 9 Flames technique, the fire dragon became increasingly animated, its eyes opening wide, a fierce light emanating from them. Upon seeing the wolf spirit charging at him, it let out a deafening roar and spiraled upwards. Its dragon claws aimed directly at the wolf's head with lethal intent. Boom! Thunderous explosions resounded as the wolf and dragon claws collided, unleashing waves of invisible energy that rippled through the air, turning stones and trees into dust. The fierce battle continued between the wolf spirit and the golden dragon, while Fuyu and Niuzhendong exchanged glances, both pouring their spiritual energy into the clash. In the midst of the standoff, blood began to stream from Niuzhendong's nose and mouth, the aftermath of forcing the secret technique taking its toll. This was a desperate strike, and once a stalemate ensued, he would be met with backlash. The wolf spirit trembled violently before it shattered under the might of the golden dragon. The dragon twisted in the air and charged at Niuzhendong, who, now exhausted, had no strength to retaliate. The golden dragon struck him fiercely, silencing him before he could utter a sound, tearing him to pieces, a death beyond recovery. Third brother, Fu Qizhou cried out in despair, no longer hesitating as he unleashed his speed to flee, though it may sound prolonged. From the moment Niuzhendong turned to attack until his demise at Fuyu's hands was merely a matter of breaths. In a single exchange, victory was determined. Even with the desperate use of his blood-consuming secret technique, he was overwhelmingly crushed to death, utterly powerless to resist. This demonstrated the immense power of Fuyu's Leaf Fire 9 Flames technique infused with the golden melting dark flame. This was Fuyu's first time fully unleashing the Leaf Fire 9 Flames technique, and its impressive effect left him in quiet astonishment. With a casual motion, he collected the storage bag of the third stronghold leader and, upon raising his gaze, he beheld the second stronghold leader, Fu Qizhou, fleeing in the distance. A glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The sword technique unfurled, resembling a shooting rainbow streaking across the sky, as he pursued Fu Qizhou. Despite Fu Qizhou's desperate flight, his agility paled in comparison to Fuyu's wind-whirling instant step. Moreover, as Fuyu commanded his sword, his speed surged to astonishing heights, closing the distance of several miles in an instant. Within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Fuyu caught up with Fu Qizhou. Exhausted and pale, Fu Qizhou collapsed to the ground, gasping, "Spare me, young hero. I will relinquish all my possessions to you. Please grant me my life." Although he uttered these words, his heart brimmed with regret, as he had anticipated that the third leader, Niuzhendong, would delay Fuyu long enough for him to escape by expending his spiritual power. He never imagined that not only would Niu fail to hold Fuyu for long, but that Fuyu's sword technique would allow him to follow so swiftly. Now, after his frantic flight and the depletion of his spiritual energy, he found himself utterly defenseless. Had he known, he would have joined forces with Niu to confront Fuyu, perhaps securing a slim chance of survival, rather than acting the coward. Reflecting on this, Fu Qizhou felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and boundless fear. Fuyu scoffed, "Your Mongshan four fiends have slain countless innocents. Their sins are beyond measure. and you still wish to live? Such a notion is nothing short of absurd. Fu Keheo's face turned an even ghastly white as he pleaded, "Please do not kill me. I can lead you to the tiger-dominant stronghold and help you draw out my elder brother and the fourth leader. If you kill them, all the riches of the tiger-dominant stronghold will be yours." Fu Yu regarded him with disdain, sneering, truly like a wolf, in a moment of crisis. "You would betray even your brethren." Before Fu Yu could finish his sentence, Fu Keheo unleashed a wind blade talisman from his sleeve, which expanded in the air, transforming into a slicing wind blade aimed at Fu Yu. A desperate struggle, indeed. Fu Yu had anticipated such a move, and with a cold smirk, he evaded the attack. Offering no further words, and with a single stroke of his sword, severed Fu Keheo's head. With Fu Keheo's demise, only two from the Mongshan party remained to escape. However, Fu Yu had no desire to pursue. With several stronghold leaders slain, the tiger-dominant stronghold would naturally dwindle, being absorbed by other forces of Mongshan. Allowing the two to escape would enable them to carry news back to the tiger-dominant stronghold, where the main leader, Zhou Taowu, and the fourth leader, Li Fengran, would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Fu Yu, along with the Li clan, could then ambush them en route, which would be far easier than assaulting the stronghold directly. Now, only the main leader Zhou Taowu and the fourth leader Li Fengran remained among the four fiends. When Li Chang'an and his companions arrived, Fu Yu had already concluded the battle. Seated cross-legged upon a blue stone, Fu Yu gradually replenished his depleted spiritual energy. Upon spotting him, Li Chang'an hurried over, inquiring, "Young hero Fu, what is the situation?" Fu Yu rose, replying, "As expected, I have slain both Fu Keheo and Nyojendo. Fu Keheo lies here. The others are over there. Please send someone to verify and dispose of the bodies." "Ah," Li Chang'an gasped, his voice trembling. "You killed them all?" His astonishment was warranted, for their group had only arrived slightly more than half an hour later, believing that Fu Yu would at most have tracked the movements of the Mongshan party, waiting for them to act together. Li Chang'an's gaze lifted, and indeed, he spotted a body lying 200 meters ahead. He signaled to the elder of the Li clan, who had attained the 9th level of Qi condensation, and the elder swiftly leaped to the corpse of Fu Keheo. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed the second leader of the Mongshan Four Fiends, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Clan leader, it is undoubtedly the infamous Fu Keheo." Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Chang'an and his party felt a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. Although they had held high hopes for this ambush, they had anticipated that overcoming the Mongshan forces would come at a considerable cost, and whether they could achieve any kills remained uncertain. Fu Yu, being at the later stage of the 9th level of Qi condensation, alongside two of his clan members at the early stage, held a significant advantage against the second and third leaders of Mongshan. Yet, the Mongshan forces were known for their brutality, and Fu Yu, as a sect disciple, lacked the ruthlessness often found in seasoned fighters. To leave no survivors among the Mongshan group would likely require a hefty price to pay. It was unexpected that they had barely arrived when Fu Yu had already concluded the battle, single-handedly dispatching two of the four fiends. This was nothing short of astonishing, and Fu Keheo's lifeless body lay there, rendering disbelief impossible. Fu Yu urged, "Clan leader Li, it is imperative to dispatch someone to clean up. There are still battles ahead." Yes, Li Chang'an stammered, snapping back to reality and demonstrating his capability as a clan leader by swiftly appointing two clan members at the 8th level of Qi condensation to head towards the direction Fu Yu indicated. Fu Yu continued, "Two have slipped through our net. I believe they will reach the tiger-dominant stronghold tonight. They will surely seek vengeance, which will lead them to the Li clan. We shall rest briefly and then head towards the tiger-dominant stronghold. Clan leader Li, you are familiar with the terrain. Please select a strategic location along their route for our ambush." After a little over an hour, the two clan members Li Chang'an sent to clean up the battlefield quickly returned, reporting their findings to him. Li Chang'an's expression shifted from solemnity to astonishment, then to shock. Before his eyes gleamed with excitement, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration. From the descriptions provided by the two clan members, Li Chang'an confirmed the deaths of the Mongshan forces, feeling a profound sense of awe at Fu Yu's formidable prowess. Given Li Chang'an's experience and understanding of the tiger-dominant stronghold, he quickly deduced the circumstances of Fu Yu's encounter and the ensuing battle with the Mongshan group. Fu Yu was indeed no ordinary cultivator at the later stage of the 9th level of Qi condensation. At such a tender age, he possessed immense strength. It was certain that he was a core disciple being cultivated by the Qingyun Sect, his status and identity far beyond that of an ordinary inner disciple. Furthermore, he likely held more than one trump card. Otherwise, the Qingyun Sect would not permit him to venture out alone for training. With Fu Yu's power combined with the Li clan, confronting the remaining main leader and fourth leader of the Mongshan tiger-dominant stronghold was not a matter of mere chance. They would have a considerable assurance of success. For Li Chang'an, annihilating the tiger-dominant stronghold was no longer the foremost concern. He privately resolved to cultivate a strong rapport with Fu Yu, even if it meant sacrificing everything his clan had. Gaining Fu Yu's favor could elevate the Li clan to a powerful status within the Qingyun Sect's influence. At that moment, Li Chang'an found himself somewhat grateful to the deceased third stronghold leader, Lu Zhendong. Had he not slain the Li clan's heir who was training outside, how could they have ever crossed paths with a prodigy like Fu Yu? After all, the rise of a clan and the loss of a single descendant were incomparable. While an heir could be nurtured anew, the opportunity for a clan's ascent was rare and invaluable. Within moments, Li Chang'an clarified these intricate relationships and, with a smile plastered on his face, almost in a tone of obsequiousness, addressed Fu Yu. Young hero Fu, it seems we have tidied up here. Is there anything else you would like us to do? Please, just command us. Fu Yu glanced at Li Chang'an, offering no further words, and simply stated, since the cleanup is complete, let us depart. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an readily responded, very well, allow me to guide you, young hero Fu. Let us set forth. Li Chang'an waved his hand, leading the members of the Li clan and Fu Yu as they swiftly departed. The Qiqiao Gorge, located merely 100 miles from Mongshan, stretches approximately 2 miles in width and over 20 miles in length. The gorge is flanked by towering rock walls, composed of exceptionally hard dark brown stone that has stood for countless years. The rocks are adorned with wild grasses and vines. Originally, Qiqiao Gorge served as a primary ancient waterway of Mongshan, sculpted by perennial water flow. However, due to tectonic shifts, the waterway dried up, transforming into a shortcut to and from Mongshan, now an indispensable route for entering the mountain. As dusk fell, numerous figures appeared at the entrance of Qiqiao Gorge. At that moment, on a peak in Mongshan abundant with spiritual energy, lay Hubazai. Within a spacious stone dwelling of the stronghold, 2 men were engaged in drinking, attended by several others. One of them remarked, considering the time, my second brother and third brother should be returning soon. This man, robust in stature with a ruddy complexion, deep-set cheeks, and piercing eyes, was Zhou Taowu, the chief of Hubazai. Having cultivated to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of pulse condensation for many years, Zhou Taowu, constrained by his methods and innate talent, had been unable to breach the foundational stage. Disheartened by his fruitless pursuits, he had abandoned the idea of advancing and descended into the chaotic realm of Mongshan. Despite his relatively modest prowess in the realm of cultivation, Zhou Taowu was a formidable force in the vicinity of Mongshan. With his perfected pulse condensation, he gathered a band of followers, assuming the role of a chieftain in this disorderly land, leading his men in plundering, specifically targeting loose cultivators and small families without backing. His strikes were calculated, avoiding entanglements with sect cultivators, allowing him to live a carefree life. The man drinking alongside him was Li Fangran, the 4th chief of the stronghold. Garbed in scholar's black robes, with a lean visage and a long beard that gave him an air of ethereal wisdom. Although he appeared around 40 and seemingly unthreatening, such appearances could be deceiving. Li Fangran was far more ruthless and cunning than Zhou Taowu, possessing a multitude of devious ideas, serving as the strategist for Hubazai, with many decisions resting in his hands. Upon hearing Zhou Taowu's words, Li Fangran replied, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they should be returning shortly. This time, we did not act ourselves, merely sending our second and third brothers along with over 20 men to create the impression of normality in our operations. The brothers stationed in other strongholds have reported no unusual movements from them. As long as they refrain from interference, there should be no trouble for our second and third brothers in this area of 1,000 miles. As you say, if this operation succeeds, our stronghold shall enjoy a prosperous period. The family of Zhu Yuanghua, now in flight, must have all their wealth with them. Should we acquire abundant spirit stones or perhaps a few secret techniques, the power of Hubazai will surely ascend to new heights, Zhou Taowu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Rest assured, elder brother, this operation is bound to succeed. Let us await the good news from our second and third brothers. Li Fangren replied. Indeed, we shall await their triumphant return and celebrate with drinks. Zhou Taowu laughed boisterously. At that moment, a signal from the distant stronghold gate caught their attention. Li Fangran's expression turned serious as he glanced at Zhou Taowu, saying, "It seems news has arrived." Zhou Taowu set down his cup, watching anxiously as someone rushed through the stronghold gate. "It is Chu Manshan. I wonder how the mission fared." Moments later, Chu Manshan hurriedly entered. A cultivator at the 8th layer of pulse condensation who had narrowly escaped from Fuyu. Upon entering the hall, he knelt and cried, "Chief, it is dire. Our brothers have been slain by a young man hired by the Li family." Zhou Taowu, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed angrily, "What did you say? Where are the second and third chiefs?" "I do not know. Our brothers were killed one by one, and in the end, only the second chief remained. He urged everyone to scatter and flee. When I escaped, that man pursued Zhang Qi and did not follow the second or third chiefs. What transpired afterward is beyond my knowledge," Chu Manshan hastily explained. Zhou Taowu slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into pieces, and leaped to his feet. With a furious roar, he declared, "Damn it, Li family. How detestable. Gather the brothers immediately. We shall descend the mountain to avenge our fallen comrades." The fourth chief, Li Fangran, quickly stood to halt Zhou Taowu, urgently stating, "Elder brother, hold on. We must first ascertain the situation." Turning to Chu Manshan, he urged, "Speak. Reveal every detail." Chu Manshan recounted how they had ambushed Zhu Yuingwa's party, discovered Fu Yu's presence, and how the second and third chiefs had set a trap for him. He described how Fu Yu had eliminated their ambushers, employing his agility and fireballs against his own brothers before making his escape. As he spoke, another returning brother confirmed Chu Manshan's account. Upon hearing their narratives, Zhou Taowu's rage intensified, his teeth gritting as he roared, shaking the stone dwelling and causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Li Fangran's expression grew increasingly grave, his brow furrowing deeper as he ignored Zhou Taowu's fury, his gaze flickering. The combat did not involve the second and third chiefs directly. Their cultivations should be at the late or perfected 9th layer of pulse condensation. Young and swift, with innate spiritual flames, they are likely disciples of a major sect. Only such disciples possess this level of talent and resources, and the influence of Qingyun Sect extends for thousands of miles. It is likely that they are inner disciples sent out for training. In a short while, Li Fangran pieced together the situation with remarkable accuracy. He silently lamented, pondering how the Li family had managed to enlist such a formidable individual. It seemed that Hubazai was in grave peril. He had repeatedly cautioned the chiefs against striking at families, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring they had no connections. Such families and sects were intertwined in numerous ways, and now they had indeed attracted significant trouble. Contemplating this, Li Fangran raised his head, his demeanor grave, and said, "Elder brother, we must act quickly. We should disperse our brothers and flee." "What?" Zhou Taowu, in a fit of rage, was taken aback by this suggestion. "Our brothers have perished in droves, with the second and third chiefs' fates unknown, and we have not avenged their deaths. You would have us abandon all we have built and scatter?" Had it not been for Li Fangran's words, he might have struck him in that moment. Yet Zhou Taowu, despite his emotional volatility, was a man of strategy. Upon hearing Li Fangran's counsel, he calmed himself. "Are you suggesting?" he inquired, gazing deeply at Li Fangran. Li Fangran nodded. Zhou Taowu waved his hand, instructing, "You all may leave." The assembled members of the stronghold bowed and exited the hall. At this juncture, Li Fangran added, "Elder brother, we may have stirred trouble we cannot handle." He proceeded to express his thoughts. "Even if we manage to kill that individual and obliterate the Li family, there will be no place for us in Mongshan." Zhou Taowu pondered for a moment, then remarked, "We do not know how our second and third brothers are faring. Given that young man's prowess combined with the Li brothers, their chances do not appear favorable." Li Fangran responded, "Even if they survive, they will likely be in hiding. Regardless of whether the second and third brothers are alive or dead, their return journey will undoubtedly be heavily guarded by the Li family. They will have laid ambushes to thwart our brothers' return, as well as to intercept those of us seeking vengeance." Zhou Taowu fumed, "How infuriating! Are we truly to disband Hubazai and flee in every direction?" Li Fangran's face turned grim, and he sighed softly, "We cannot afford to provoke the forces of the sects. If we do not descend the mountain, they will surely ascend by early morning at the latest. It seems that the two from Qingmang Mountain intentionally sent word to us." The chief of the band, his eyes glinting with malice, bellowed, I refuse to yield. Even if we must leave, we shall annihilate that wretched brat in the Li clan. He turned to Li Fengran and inquired, "Fourth brother, what do you propose?" Li Fengran, equally somber, replied, "Since elder brother has made his decision, we will eliminate that brat and the Li clan before departing. We shall venture elsewhere, as long as we are beyond the influence of the Qingyun Sect. They cannot harm us. Indeed, let us proceed." Zhou Taowu gritted his teeth. Li Fengran continued, "The Li clan and that brat must be lying in ambush at Qiqiao Gorge. We shall turn their scheme against them. We will promptly send word to our informant to relay the escape plans of the fleeing clan to Zhang Fuyun of the Mountain Wolf Stronghold. Once Zhang Fuyun descends the mountain, we will circumvent Qiqiao Gorge and ambush the Li clan from behind." Haha, Zhang Fuyun, being at the late stage of condensation realm, with another at the initial stage, will be ample to deal with the Li clan. I refuse to believe that we, alongside that brat and the Li clan, can escape from Qiqiao Gorge. The chief declared, "Excellent. Let us not delay any further. Furthermore, since the Li clan has made my life unbearable, I shall ensure they understand the consequences of provoking the tiger-dominant stronghold. At this moment, the Li clan will undoubtedly send out their forces, dispatching several brothers at the 8th level of condensation realm to obliterate the Li clan without mercy." Zhou Taowu commanded, "Bring me those who wait outside." Those waiting swiftly entered, and all arrangements were made. The chief gathered the spoils amassed by the tiger-dominant stronghold over the years into several storage bags, carrying them with him. The band divided into two groups, one led by Zhou Taowu, threading through a small path towards Qiqiao Gorge, the other led by Qingmang Mountain, secretly advancing towards the Li clan. Unbeknownst to anyone, the mightiest force in Mang Mountain, the tiger-dominant stronghold, was now eerily silent, devoid of any presence. As everything had been taken, not even a single spirit stone left behind for formations. Fu Yu and his companions lay in ambush at Qiqiao Gorge, unaware that their movements had been entirely anticipated by Li Fengran, the fourth chief of the tiger-dominant stronghold. A crisis was gradually encroaching. Meanwhile, the mountain wolf stronghold was ablaze with light. In the central hall, torches blazed fiercely, and the stronghold's leader, Zhang Fuyun, sat at the head, flanked by 2 rows of men. Observing the assembly, Zhang Fuyun's face gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, "Brothers, our opportunity for fortune has arrived. According to reliable sources, the fleeing clan will pass through Hengyan Ridge tonight. Their leader, being only at the 9th level of condensation realm and injured, carries with him the entire clan's wealth and resources. Soon, brothers, we shall descend the mountain and seize this bounty." As Zhang Fuyun's words echoed, cheers erupted in the hall. The crowd's faces illuminated with joy and anticipation. Zhang Fuyun rose, stepped out of the hall, and shouted, "Brothers, let us go." Instantly, the throng surged forth, racing down the mountain. At this juncture, the night was thick, clouds shrouding the sky, and Qiqiao Gorge lay in complete darkness. A fierce wind swept through the gorge, rustling against the rocks with a continuous, mournful sound, adding an air of foreboding. From the Mang Mountain side of Qiqiao Gorge, dozens of figures sliced through the air. Despite the inclement weather, for practitioners, as long as they were within the realm of their consciousness, the journey remained unaffected. As these figures drew near, Fu Yu and his companions, hidden in the midsection of Qiqiao Gorge, became aware of their approach. Li Chang'an, tinged with anxiety, whispered, "Fu Shaojian, they are coming." Fu Yu tightened his grip on the cloud-flowing sword, instructing, "Patience, let them approach within 50 zhang before we strike." Meanwhile, at the gorge's rear, a group of black-clad figures lay concealed in the darkness, led by the chief of tiger-dominant stronghold, Zhou Taowu, and fourth chief, Li Fengran. As a signal talisman flared to life, Zhou Taowu announced, "The mountain wolf stronghold has entered the gorge." Li Fengran urged, "Let us proceed." The group quietly advanced from the opposite end towards the gorge's center. Fu Yu and the Li clan found themselves ensnared in a perilous situation, caught between 2 attacking forces. The mountain wolf warriors, under Zhang Fuyun's command, swiftly traversed the gorge, blissfully unaware of the ambush. In their haste, several figures from the Li clan materialized in Zhang Fuyun's consciousness. Not everyone possessed the ability to conceal their presence like Fu Yu. Although the Li clan lay hidden in the foliage, Zhang Fuyun, a seasoned veteran, remained ever vigilant, having survived countless perils. Even as he approached Mang Mountain, he maintained his awareness, and upon nearing, he discerned the ambush. Zhang Fuyun halted abruptly, raising his right hand in the air, and shouted, "Stop!" Before his command could fade, Fu Yu roared, "Attack!" In an instant, wind blades, fireballs, and flashes of swords and blades surged towards the mountain wolf warriors. The unexpected assault caught them off guard, resulting in nearly one-third of Jiang Fuyun's men suffering casualties. Enraged, Jiang Fuyun realized that without an immediate counterattack, losses would mount, his eyes flashing with determination as he shouted, "Brothers, fight back!" The two factions clashed fiercely, and at that moment, a mile away, the tiger-dominant stronghold's members observed the battle unfold from a distance. Zhou Tao chuckled. "Fourth brother, your foresight is impeccable. The mountain wolf and the Li clan have engaged in combat." He questioned, "Should we not advance to aid the mountain wolf in eliminating the Li clan?" Li Fangran shook his head. "Not yet. Let us wait a moment longer until they unleash their full fury. Should we intervene now, the mountain wolf and the Li clan may cease their fighting upon seeing us. Jiang Fuyun is a clever man. If he realizes we have manipulated the mountain wolf, he may unite with the Li clan to retaliate against us." As the tiger dominant's stronghold deliberated, Fu Yu and his comrades were caught in the throes of battle. Li Chang'an discerned that their opponents were not members of the tiger dominant stronghold, yet the conflict could not be halted. The Li clan seized the initiative, while the mountain wolf, despite the initial chaos, soon regained their composure and, relying on their numbers, began to counterattack, encircling individual members of the Li clan. Li Chang'an and his brother, Li Changping, engaged Jiang Fuyun, while Fu Yu, utilizing his swift movements, darted through the battlefield, launching fireballs that felled the mountain wolf warriors one after another. However, amidst the chaos, Fu Yu was unable to provide timely assistance, and members of the Li clan continued to fall under relentless assault. Both sides suffered losses, yet it became evident that Fu Yu's group would ultimately prevail, nonetheless. The Li clan would also endure significant casualties. As the battle raged on, the carnage intensified. At this juncture, regardless of misunderstandings, both factions unleashed their hidden trump cards, employing talismans and potions as they fought with fervor, unleashing deadly attacks upon one another. Zhou Taowu and Li Fangran, observing the escalating conflict, felt a surge of satisfaction. With Zhou Taowu exclaiming, "Yes, let them kill," Li Fangran remarked, "Indeed, Fu Yu is merely at the late stage of condensation realm. However, his agility is remarkable, and he likely possesses numerous life-saving secrets. We should dispatch more men to corner him, forcing him into direct confrontation, and we should prevail." Seeing the Li clan and Fu Yu gaining the upper hand, Li Fangran realized that if they did not intervene soon, the mountain wolf might withdraw. Thus, he rose from his hiding place and shouted, "Charge! For the vengeance of our second and third chiefs." Zhou Taowu led the charge, rallying the tiger-dominant stronghold towards the fray, proclaiming, "The Mir Li clan dares to ambush our men from Mang Mountain. Mountain Wolf brothers, we come to your aid." Before Fu Yu and the Mountain Wolf warriors could react, Zhou Taowu and his group surged towards the Li clan, engaging them directly, while Li Fangran called out, "Jiang Zhaizhu, do not relent. Together, let us eradicate the Li clan." In a moment, the Li clan members found themselves encircled by several assailants, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. Li Chang'an and his brother were filled with anxiety. Upon witnessing the arrival of the tiger-dominant stronghold, Jiang Fuyun, although perplexed, recognized that they were allies in the midst of battle. This realization invigorated him, prompting him to exert himself further in his incantations, relentlessly forcing the Li brothers to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhou Taowu and Li Fangran engaged Fu Yu, restraining him from intervening, while the remaining members of the tiger-dominant stronghold surrounded the Li clan, preventing them from casting spells to assist their kin. Without Fu Yu's obstruction, another cultivator from the mountain wolf stronghold, at the initial stage of the 9th layer of pulse condensation, charged into the ranks of the Li clan, resulting in several deaths in mere moments. The intentions of the tiger-dominant stronghold were unmistakable. It was a blatant scheme. Fu Yu could attempt to break through, but it was evident that none of the Li clan would escape unscathed. If he chose to remain, he would have to engage in direct combat. Realizing he had fallen into the trap set by the tiger-dominant stronghold, Fu Yu inhaled deeply, contemplating that he must give his all. Fixing his gaze upon Zhou Taowu and Li Fangran, his expression turned icy. "You wish to force me into direct confrontation?" he declared. "Then, as you desire." He formed a hand seal, invoking the frostblade of the rainfall technique. At this moment, having reached the later stage of the 9th layer of pulse condensation and honed by the molten dark flames, His spiritual energy was exceptionally potent. Effortlessly, he unleashed the fully realized rainfall technique, torrents of spiritual energy surging from his dantian. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a dense layer of frost. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Fuyu sent forth the flowing cloud sword, tracing an arc through the frost-laden air. Kill! He bellowed as the flowing cloud sword raced towards Zhou Taowu, a colossal shadow of an ice blade forming in its wake. In a flash, the ice sword shrank rapidly, accumulating an intense chill, causing the surrounding air to thicken with cold. Zhou Taowu was struck with terror, a primal fear of death surging within him as the ice sword approached. The air grew increasingly frigid, frost accumulating on his brows, hair, and beard, as if he were on the verge of being frozen. In that moment of dread, Zhou Taowu dared not hesitate further. He unleashed his full spiritual power at the peak of the 9th layer of pulse condensation, brandishing a pair of rings in his hands, the tiger strangle rings. A low-grade spiritual artifact he had mastered over many years, which had claimed the lives of several cultivators. With a swift motion, he wielded the tiger strangle rings, creating a phantom of a black tiger that roared as it leaped into the air, its claws reaching for the ice sword. The collision between the ice sword and the tiger's paw erupted with a thunderous sound. Fuyu continued to weave intricate hand seals, pouring forth spiritual energy that amplified the might of the ice sword. With a mere thought, he directed the ice sword towards the black tiger's forehead, while Zhou Taowu roared in rage, commanding the black tiger to engage the ice sword. As Fuyu shifted his tactics, the flowing cloud sword soared past the ice sword, directly targeting Zhou Taowu. In a desperate maneuver, Zhou Taowu redirected the tiger's strangle rings to block the flowing cloud sword. Fuyu adeptly controlled both the ice sword and the flowing cloud sword, multitasking effectively in the heat of battle, forcing Zhou Taowu into a defensive position. Though Zhou Taowu had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of pulse condensation, his techniques paled in comparison to Fuyu's, whose spiritual energy was further refined by the essence of the spiritual flames. Additionally, Fuyu's consciousness was markedly superior, allowing him to dictate the pace of the duel, leaving Zhou Taowu flustered. Observing this, Li Fangran realized the precariousness of the situation. He quickly activated his spiritual artifact to attack Fuyu. Li Fangran wielded a cerulean long sword, also a low-grade spiritual artifact, which he maneuvered skillfully. The sword emitted a radiant aura, coalescing into a vine-like tendril that expanded rapidly with his spiritual energy. Go! Li Fangran commanded as the long sword shot forth, the tendril spiraling toward Fuyu in a constricting embrace. Having battled alongside the mountain's 4 fiends for years, their coordination was seamless. Li Fangran's spell, the green vine of soul devouring, was designed primarily for entrapment, and once ensnared, countless tendrils would emerge, piercing the enemy's body and draining their spiritual energy. Anticipating Li Fangran's move, Fuyu deftly flicked his left hand, summoning a fire dragon that surged into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the tendril. The sizzling sound filled the air as the tendril dissolved like snow before the fire, and the fire dragon continued its onslaught, crashing into Li Fangran's cerulean sword, engulfing it in flames. Ah! Li Fangran cried out, retreating several paces, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The green vine had been obliterated, and in a moment of carelessness, he suffered backlash from the destruction. The cerulean long sword fell from the sky, and though he barely managed to summon it back, his expression shifted dramatically upon inspection. The sword's spirit was severely diminished, its essence shattered beyond repair. The realization that the artifact he had painstakingly acquired was now ruined filled him with fury, causing him to spit another mouthful of blood. What kind of spiritual flame is this? Li Fangran exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at Fuyu, his voice laced with indignation. Although he had previously known of Fuyu's ability to refine spiritual flames, he had dismissed it, assuming that a cultivator at the pulse condensation stage could only wield the most ordinary flames, lacking in potency. He never anticipated that Fuyu, while engaged in combat with Zhou Taowu, could unleash such formidable spiritual flame attacks. Though the battle had lasted only a few breaths, the outcome was clear. With Li Fangran incapacitated, Fuyu no longer held back. The fire dragon surged once more, charging directly at Zhou Taowu. Witnessing Li Fangran's swift defeat and loss of fighting capability, Zhou Taowu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He recognized that he could not confront Fuyu head-on as the fire dragon approached, and his resolve to flee began to solidify. Zhou Taowu summoned his spiritual energy, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he splattered upon the tiger's strangle rings. He shouted, "Tiger King's absolute kill." Immediately, the wavering form of the black tiger solidified, its royal insignia on its forehead becoming more pronounced, its eyes no longer dull, exuding an aura that could command the mountains and forests. This was Zhou Taowu's trump card, a technique that required significant sacrifice of his own essence. As he released the blood, his face turned notably pale, indicating the heavy toll of such a powerful move. The black tiger roared and leaped forward, claws poised to strike the ice sword. Simultaneously, Zhou Taowu's hands flew through the air, casting spells with fervor. As he completed the incantation, his face grew ever more ashen, blood seeping from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Zhou Taowu was prepared to risk everything. Once he unleashed the final incantation, an invisible vibration materialized in the air, emanating a mysterious frequency directed at Fu Yu. This unseen attack aimed not at the physical body but at the very consciousness of its target, showcasing the true potency of this technique. In contrast to low-tier spells that typically targeted the physical form, this attack engaged the mind, a rarity among lower-tier techniques, which often focused on direct confrontation. Furthermore, techniques that targeted the mind were notoriously difficult to cultivate and execute, requiring immense sacrifice from lower-tier cultivators, who seldom employed them unless faced with life-and-death situations. The attack of the divine consciousness is elusive and insidious. If one does not possess prior knowledge, it is exceedingly difficult to guard against. Once the technique is unleashed, it is essentially a guaranteed kill among practitioners of the same rank. Fu Yu had not anticipated that Zhou Taowu possessed such a lethal maneuver. When the vibrational attack approached, Fu Yu felt a jolt in his mind, his surroundings momentarily blurring, and his spiritual energy became uncontrollable. The ice sword, devoid of a wielder, was immediately shattered by the black tiger, while the flowing cloud sword was sent flying by Zhou Taowu's tiger strangling ring. In a moment of panic, Fu Yu silently lamented his predicament, swiftly channeling his divine consciousness to stabilize his mind. His formidable spiritual awareness rapidly dispersed to resist the successive waves of vibration, fortuitously allowing him to regain control. Though it was but a fleeting instant, in the realm of cultivation, victory or defeat can hinge upon mere moments. At that juncture, the black tiger had lunged directly at Fu Yu, its powerful claws raised, imbued with a palpable intent to kill, aiming viciously at Fu Yu. As Fu Yu stood frozen, Zhou Taowu's pallid face betrayed a hint of cruel satisfaction, deeming his expenditure of spiritual energy and blood to have been worthwhile. Although he would require significant time to recuperate post-battle, the prospect of slaying Fu Yu made it all seem worthwhile. As Fu Yu teetered on the brink of demise beneath the black tiger's claws, Li Chang'an and the others felt an overwhelming despair. Even if they managed to escape this time, the wrath of the Qingyun Sect would spell the total ruin of the Li family. In a moment of urgency, Fu Yu could not afford the luxury of casting spells. Fortunately, the rainfall technique had reached a high level of mastery. A thought flickered, and an ice shield materialized just in time before him. With a resounding crash, the tiger's claw struck the ice shield. The Tiger King's lethal strike, the culmination of Zhou Taowu's entire spiritual energy and blood, was a devastating move. The hastily conjured ice shield was no match, shattering with a sharp crack, scattering icy shards everywhere. The momentum of the tiger's claw briefly faltered before it lunged again at Fu Yu. However, that brief pause afforded Fu Yu the opportunity to cast his spell. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, rushing towards the Yongquan acupoint in his feet. With a swift rotation of the wind rotation instant step, he narrowly evaded the deadly strike. Yet the ferocious spiritual energy grazed him, leaving several wounds along his right arm. A few quick incantations halted the bleeding. Fortunately, the injuries were merely superficial. For a cultivator, as long as the meridians, dantian, and vital organs remain unscathed, ordinary wounds heal swiftly. Having traversed the gates of death, Fu Yu was drenched in cold sweat, his heart ignited with fury. The 9 flames of Li fire erupted forth, molten golden flames surging out like a torrent, hurtling towards Zhou Taowu. Fu Yu unleashed his full strength. The dark golden flames, infused with an apocalyptic aura, charged directly at Zhou Taowu. At that moment, Zhou Taowu was still reeling from his earlier excitement. How could Fu Yu, having seemingly succumbed to the sonic attack, recover so rapidly and retaliate with such ferocity? Zhou Taowu, drained of spiritual energy, was in a state of disarray, unable to withstand Fu Yu's wrathful assault. Just as Zhou Taowu attempted to flee, the flames descended upon him. He hastily conjured a layer of spiritual energy to shield himself, but in the blink of an eye, the barrier flickered and was engulfed by the spiritual flames. A piercing scream echoed as Zhou Taowu collapsed to the ground, rolling a few times before lying motionless, his body reduced to a charred husk. Thus, the once mighty chieftain of the Mongshan Tiger stronghold met his tragic end. With a mere flick of his finger, Fu Yu seized Zhou Taowu's storage bag into his possession. The leader of the Tiger Dominance village and his companions, upon witnessing Zhou Taowu's demise, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. The fourth leader, Li Fengran, felt a sudden chill in his heart, realizing the dire situation. He understood that those congregated in Mongshan were desperate souls, with bonds between them being tenuous at best. Each stronghold relied solely on the martial prowess of its leader, and the villagers had merely sought refuge and support. Once a leader's strength waned, it was inevitable that someone would usurp their position. Now that the chief, Zhou Taowu, was dead and he himself was gravely injured, the morale of the entire stronghold would undoubtedly dissipate. Who would still be willing to fight, even with his presence? He could not uphold the structure of Tiger Dominance Village. Other villages had long been eyeing them hungrily, and if it weren't for the four of them, they might have already been attacked. It was best to escape amidst the chaos. He turned to a subordinate beside him and urged, "The chief has fallen. The enemy is formidable, and survival is paramount. Go summon everyone to flee." Li Fengran was unaware that Fu Yu had come specifically for the notorious Four of Mongshan. Fearing that calling out might attract Fu Yu's attention, he resolved to quietly slip away once the others scattered in confusion. With so many fleeing, surely his chances of being singled out by Fu Yu would diminish. As Li Fengran stealthily retreated, he waited for his subordinate's shout, prompting the villagers of Tiger Dominance to scatter in all directions. He dashed into the underbrush, hastily making his way towards the exit of the Qiqiao Gorge. There would be no returning to Mongshan. Once the villagers of Tiger Dominance fled, the mountain wolves lost their will to fight. Some members began to follow the retreating villagers. And Jiang Fuyun, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Brothers, retreat. Leave Li Chang'an behind and head back to Mongshan." The Li clan, too, was weary, having suffered significant losses in a short span of time during their assault and subsequent retreat. If they continued to fight, they risked total annihilation. Li Chang'an and his brother were also filled with dread upon witnessing Zhou Taowu's murder and the swift withdrawal of Tiger Dominance. They dared not rally their kin to pursue. As Li Chang'an approached, Fu Yu remarked, "Li Fengran has escaped. I shall pursue him while you tidy the battlefield." With that, he leapt onto his flowing cloud sword and soared after Li Fengran. Having eliminated Zhou Taowu, Fu Yu refrained from immediately pursuing Li Fengran, fearing that the mountain wolves might surround the Li clan in his absence. Now that the mountain wolves had retreated, he could confidently chase after Li Fengran. Though Fu Yu pursued, he remained vigilant of Li Fengran's movements. The latter had already fled several miles, beyond Fu Yu's perceptual reach. However, as long as Li Fengran remained within the confines of the Qiqiao Gorge, he was certain he would not escape. Fu Yu did not aggressively search for Li Fengran. Instead, he focused on guarding against aerial threats, flying directly to the mouth of the gorge. Indeed, he found no sign of Li Fengran. With a cold snort, Fu Yu mused, "Still playing hide-and-seek with me?" Given Fu Yu's speed, even an uninjured Li Fengran would be unable to outpace him. He must have been hiding somewhere. Fu Yu sent a message to Li Chang'an to maintain vigilance in the center, preventing Li Fengran from sneaking back, while he expanded his perception to sweep the gorge, leaving no rustle of grass or whisper of wind unchecked. As Fu Yu scoured the gorge, more villagers from Tiger Dominance fled outward. Upon seeing Fu Yu, they exhibited expressions of terror and dread, not daring to linger, hastily distancing themselves. Noticing they were not Li Fengran, Fu Yu did not pursue them. Even if he were to eliminate all the ruffians, it would not be long before Mongshan became a haven for desperate outlaws once more. Eventually, a diminutive figure, trembling and at the 7th layer of the pulse condensation stage, staggered out from the gorge. Seeing Fu Yu's in action, the villagers surged forth in a frenzied escape. Fu Yu's presence thus thwarted Li Fengran's plan to slip away amid the chaos. Concealed at a distance, Li Fengran felt a cold wave wash over him, realizing he could no longer advance. A profound sense of despair gripped him, leaving him trembling. He lamented his wasted intelligence. He had anticipated Fu Yu's ambush at the gorge, but had foolishly devised a scheme to ensnare him, only to find his cleverness had backfired. The irony lay in the fact that everything had unfolded according to his plan. Fu Yu and his associates had indeed fallen for his ploy, yet the outcome was far from his expectations. Despite extensive calculations, he had grossly misjudged Fu Yu's capabilities, a miscalculation of staggering proportions. Even had a mere foundational cultivator arrived, the results would hardly have been so disastrous. Fu Yu's terrifying flames promised death or injury. His profound spiritual power was one thing, but his abnormal perception was another. Even Zhou Taowu's ultimate attack had been ineffective against Fu Yu. What a monstrous anomaly. It was utterly unfair. The crafty strategist of tiger dominance, Li Fengran, found himself reduced to tears in the face of his predicament. Indeed, as Fu Yu searched further, he detected Li Fengran's presence amidst the underbrush along the rocky wall, 2 miles from the gorge's mouth. As Fu Yu approached, Li Fengran's face turned pale. He understood escape was futile. He resolved to stand tall, hands behind his back, chest out, adopting an air of heroic resignation. I, Li Fengran, have squandered my life in this wretched place. To die at the hands of a talent such as yours is a worthy end. Come forth. Li Fengran gazed at Fu Yu, his neck craned defiantly. Yet his trembling legs betrayed his fear of death. Fu Yu regarded Li Fengran with disdain. Despite his fear of death, Li Fengran feigned bravado, putting on an act. Did he think that would spare him? In Fu Yu's eyes, Li Fengran's theatrics were less appealing than those who simply begged for mercy. Do you think this charade will save you? Fu Yu asked calmly. Young hero, you are a celestial dragon. Why stoop to the level of these mere underground mudfish? Please, spare my insignificant life. Faced with Fu Yu's indifferent demeanor, Li Fengran realized he could no longer maintain his lofty facade. He quickly bowed his head and pleaded. Your honeyed words will not save you from death. As a bandit who has taken countless innocent lives, you have amassed a debt too great to repay. Fu Yu spoke no further, directing the flowing cloud sword straight toward Li Fengran. A flash of white light pierced through Li Fengran's chest, the blade spiraling back into Fu Yu's hand. Although Li Fengran was apprehensive, he had not anticipated Fu Yu's swift action. Severely injured, he had no time to react before the sword pierced his heart. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the wound, disbelief etched across his face. Raising his eyes to the sky, he ultimately turned to Fu Yu, letting out a hoarse growl that seemed more a sigh than anything else. So be it. May the entire Li clan accompany me in death. His legs buckled, and he fell back, lifeless. Though Li Fengran's voice was faint, a cultivator's keen senses allowed Fu Yu to hear his words clearly. Indeed, wicked to the core, 1,000 deaths cannot atone. Fu Yu's anger flared as he glared at Li Fengran's corpse, delivering a strike that shattered it into countless pieces. With a flick of his wrist, he seized the storage bag. Contemplating briefly, Fu Yu realized that tiger dominance had sent others to raid the Li clan's stronghold, revealing their sinister intentions. Had he not possessed profound reserves, the melting gold dark flame, the 9-flame method, and formidable perception, along with Li Chang'an and others restraining Jiang Fuyun of the Mountain Wolves, he might have indeed fallen victim to Li Fengran's scheme. Tiger dominance sought to eradicate both him and the Li clan entirely. Li Fengran's final utterance carried considerable weight. After all, a dying man had no need for deception, and his last words were merely a lament. Even if there were some trickery involved, the elite of tiger dominance had already perished here. What further ripples could arise? However, Fu Yu ultimately resolved to visit the Li family, even if it turned out to be a futile endeavor. With his adept swordsmanship, he believed he could still arrive in time. Although rescuing the Li family was not part of his mission, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of witnessing their annihilation. Moreover, the esteemed members of the Li clan had accompanied him, which made the situation somewhat personal. If his kin were to be exterminated, although figures like Li Chang'an might not dare to retaliate against him, the malice would likely linger. The adversaries threatening the Li family were merely at the 8th level of the condensation realm. If he arrived promptly, he could ensure their safety, thus rendering his task a success. Without further hesitation, Fu Yu sent a message to Li Chang'an, urging him to come at once. He mounted his sword, soaring into the air like a streak of light, racing towards the Li family. Upon receiving Fu Yu's message, Li Chang'an was taken aback and immediately summoned his kin who were still clearing the battlefield, hurrying them towards their family estate. In the vicinity of the Li family, several burly men, belonging to the Hu Ba Zhai, suddenly appeared above the town. Those at the 7th level of the condensation realm could manipulate spirit artifacts and fly using swords or other aerial devices. Yet such endeavors consumed substantial spiritual energy, making aerial combat and long-distance travel uncommon. Without advanced techniques or means of flight, lower-tier cultivators dared not remain airborne, as the lack of leverage rendered them vulnerable targets. Easily assaulted. As Qingmang Mountain and his group sped towards the Li family, they realized the clan's elites were absent, emboldening them to hover in the air, their intent solely to instill fear. Qingmang Mountain bellowed, "Li family members, come forth and meet your demise." His voice, infused with spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the town, creating a formidable echo. Families like the Li were abundant in Qizhou, most lacking deep foundations, residing in areas with only minor spiritual veins, insufficient for substantial cultivation. They could not afford the protective arrays and formidable barriers of sects, nor could they sustain such formations with spirit stones. This was why Qingmang Mountain and his cohorts felt secure in their brazen appearance in the town's skies. The townsfolk, mostly commoners reliant on the Li family, were astonished by the spectacle. Although the Li family was not particularly powerful, they had not provoked any formidable figures, making such open threats entirely unprecedented. The inhabitants ceased their activities, gazing up at the imposing figures of Qingmang Mountain and his companions, some trembling in fear, unable to maintain their composure. Observing the terror-stricken townsfolk, Qingmang Mountain and his allies erupted into boisterous laughter. In the heart of the town, the Li family estate buzzed with unrest. With the clan leader absent, only those of lower cultivation remained at home. 17 or 18 members at the 7th level of the condensation realm stirred from their meditative states, alarmed by the overwhelming presence of Qingmang Mountain's group. Such brazen provocation was rare in the realm of cultivation, typically reserved for irreconcilable enmities. The Li members exchanged glances, realizing that today would not end well. Finally, one member, Li Kupeng, stepped forward, clasping his hands in a formal gesture. "Who might you be? We are unaware of any transgressions committed by the Li family. Please enlighten us." Li Kupeng was astute and possessed a sense of responsibility, speaking with a tone that was neither submissive nor confrontational. Given the circumstances, there was no need for him to cower. A dark-clad, brooding member of the Hu Ba Zhai responded impassively, "You inquire our names. Do you intend to seek revenge later?" Another, a robust figure with bulging muscles, interjected, "Revenge? You shall have no opportunity for that." Li Kupeng's expression tightened as he gestured subtly to his kin behind him, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Though our clan may be humble, we possess over 10 members at the 8th level of the condensation realm, and our clan leader is at the 9th level. Are we not entitled to inquire about your identities? Is it merely based on the presence of a few at the 8th level that you presume to threaten us?" The laughter of Qingmang Mountain and his companions erupted at Li Kupeng's words. "Your 8th level cultivators and clan leader shall not return. Do not hold on to such hopes. You wish to know who we are? Very well. We are the Hu Ba Zhai of Mongshan." The dark-clad figure, maintaining a stoic expression, coldly declared, "After today, the Li family shall cease to exist." Li Kupeng and the other 7th level members felt a chill in their hearts. Had something befallen their clan leader and the others? Anxiety gnawed at them, for they were aware of the purpose behind their leader's outing. Was this an insidious trap laid by the Hu Ba Zhai? Gazing at the triumphant Qingmang Mountain, whose cultivation was merely at the 8th level, Li Kupeng could hardly fathom their audacity. Under normal circumstances, such strength would have been extinguished countless times over. Their brazen demeanor and complete lack of caution suggested something more sinister. Li Kupeng dared not dwell on the implications, but was certain that the odds of survival for their leader and kin were grim. The dread of losing his family surged within him, his vision turning crimson with rage and despair, a tempest of fury overwhelming his reason. With a primal scream akin to a mourning cuckoo, he could no longer contain himself. Though their clan was small, their unity surpassed that of larger sections. Upon hearing such grim tidings, Li Kupeng's composure shattered, and he became a whirlwind of madness. Drawing a long sword from his spatial pouch, he roared, "For the clan leader and our kin, we shall exact vengeance. Attack!" The sword whirled, aimed at Qingmang Mountain and his group hovering above. Witnessing this, the Li family members swiftly unsheathed their weapons, launching an all-out assault into the sky. A cacophony of blades, spears, and various elemental spells filled the air. Even mundane weapons were hurled skyward. Qingmang Mountain and his companions, already at a disadvantage with their mere 8th level cultivation, found themselves in a precarious position. They had taken to the air, expending significant spiritual energy, and their lack of advanced techniques rendered them vulnerable. They had assumed that the Li family members, given their apparent weakness, would cower in fear rather than retaliate. However, the news of their clan leader's fate ignited a fervor among the Li family, who defied all expectations and launched a fierce counterattack. In the chaos, Chu Manshan's group hastily conjured a protective barrier, only to be met with a barrage of relentless assaults. The sound of clashing echoed as they plummeted to the ground. When Chu Manshan finally activated his spirit artifact for protection and glanced back, his fury ignited. Among his companions, 3 had been caught unawares, bloodied and lifeless from the haphazard onslaught, while 2 others bore significant injuries. The brooding figure was the most severely afflicted, with iron spikes, mundane weapons, embedded in his face. A mocking testament to a cultivator of the 8th level falling to such an ignoble fate. Clearly, the Li family had focused their ire upon him, and his protective barrier had been breached, leading to his downfall. Chu Manshan, a seasoned bandit, had never encountered such a humiliating defeat. They had underestimated the Li family's resolve, mistaking them for mere mountain thieves, and had foolishly squandered their energy, hovering in the air, believing intimidation would yield submission. Little did they know that the Li family, pushed to the brink, would rise in defiance, even the commoners daring to strike against cultivators. Chu Manshan's long-held principles of banditry lay in disarray, unable to comprehend the audacity of those who would fight back with such fervor. Qingmang Mountain was utterly bewildered by the current situation. A wave of disdain surged through his mind, igniting a furious anger within him. Confronted by the emotionally charged Li clan members, Qingmang Mountain was consumed by a brutal rage. It was not the loss of his comrades that incensed him, but the blatant disregard for the code of conduct expected of a mountain bandit. The events were unfolding contrary to his expectations, and thus he was completely enraged. Eager to unleash his fury, the Li clan members before him became the perfect outlet for his wrath. With a beast-like howl, Qingmang Mountain struck his storage bag, grasping tightly as a heavy axe materialized in his grip. A surge of spiritual energy coursed into it, causing the axe to enlarge dramatically in the wind. He tossed the axe upwards, swiftly forming several hand seals, causing the axe to spin in midair, emanating sharp blades of wind that descended upon the gathering of Li clan members. Whirlwind slash! He roared, launching his most formidable attack with all his might. The other cultivators from Hubba village promptly drew their spiritual weapons and unleashed their spells towards the Li clan. Form a formation, bellowed Li Keping. The Li clan members, at the 7th layer of pulse condensation, executed intricate steps, wielding long swords as their spiritual weapons. While the Li clan lacked the grand protective formations of a sect, they had nonetheless practiced some formations in their daily training. The limitations of such formations are significant. The practitioners must possess highly consistent attributes in their spiritual energy to effectively merge their powers for a stronger attack. Essentially, they must share the same elemental affinity for the formation to succeed. This makes it simpler for families, as they share bloodlines and practice similar techniques, thus facilitating the amalgamation of their spiritual energies. In contrast, cultivators from sects, despite practicing the same techniques, face challenges due to their differing bloodlines and attributes, which complicates the merging of energies. Moreover, sect members are rarely willing to jeopardize their own cultivation for the collective good. The formation employed by the Li clan was known as the Celestial Star Formation. Its greatest advantage lay in its high compatibility for merging spiritual energy. Regardless of whether a practitioner was at the 1st or 9th layer of pulse condensation, their energy could be harnessed as a source for the formation. The more participants involved, the greater the power of the formation. However, a notable drawback existed. Once the spiritual energy was concentrated, only one individual could wield it against the enemy, placing immense pressure on that individual's capacity. If the enemy was singular and of comparable strength, utilizing this formation could yield a significant advantage. Conversely, if the enemy outnumbered them or was far stronger, the strain on the soul wielder's energy could lead to severe damage, potentially resulting in their demise. As the Li clan members continued to perform their hand seals, an inexplicable connection formed among them. Spiritual energy flowed through the air, some like fine threads, others resembling thick ropes, merging together and converging into Li Keping's body. Upon the influx of energy, Li Keping trembled, his aura swelling, as a powerful presence radiated from him. The sword in his hand, infused with this energy, manifested a colossal sword shadow that soared into the air, piercing towards the center of the spinning axe. The massive sword struck the center of the rotating axe, producing a series of cracking sounds as the axe gradually ceased its rotation, the wind blades dissipating, returning to its original size. Qingmang Mountain, recalling the axe, felt a chill of surprise. He had not anticipated such a counter from the Li clan, prompting him to regard them with newfound seriousness. It seemed that extinguishing the Li clan would not be an easy task. Having thwarted Qingmang Mountain's attack, Li Keping swiftly altered his spell, transforming the massive sword into multiple sword shadows that intercepted the assaults of the other Hubba village members. After the exchange, it appeared that neither side gained the upper hand. However, Li Keping was acutely aware that his current state could not sustain itself for long. Even this single use had taken a toll on his meridians. Yet, he concealed any sign of discomfort, boldly proclaiming, "Hubba village is hardly formidable. With your few numbers, extinguishing my Li clan is an impossibility." Beside Qingmang Mountain, a burly man scoffed, "Is a mere formation truly capable of stopping us?" Li Keping coldly retorted, "Let us put it to the test. I wonder how many of you will leave this battle unscathed." Qingmang Mountain's expression darkened. Li Keping's words struck at their vulnerability. To eliminate the Li clan, they first needed to dismantle the formation, particularly by taking down the pivotal figure, Li Keping. However, after their previous encounter, where he had exerted his full strength only to be effortlessly countered by Li Keping, they now found themselves with only 5 capable fighters left after the surprise attack from the Li clan. Moreover, these individuals were ruthless and devoid of loyalty, each possessing a cold-hearted disposition, yet none were willing to risk their lives. Should a critical moment arise, the potential for them to flee and abandon Qingmang Mountain was a detrimental thought. A shared glance among Qingmang Mountain and his companions revealed their hesitations. At that moment, Li Keping's complexion flushed, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Qingmang Mountain and his companions instantly rejoiced, realizing that Li Keping was struggling to maintain his composure. It appeared that the price of his earlier exertion had been steep. The backlash from his force spell was proving too much for him to suppress. If they could hold on for just a moment longer, victory would be theirs without further conflict. Li Keping felt an overwhelming flow of spiritual energy filling his meridians, his dantian swelling with intensity. A momentary lapse in his mental fortitude had exposed his vulnerabilities, as the pain in his meridians became unbearable. Observing that Qingmang Mountain and his cohorts were refraining from attacking, instead retreating several paces with seemingly calm dispositions, he understood that they were waiting for him to falter and dismantle the formation before launching their assault. Realizing that the uncontrollable energy within him could no longer be delayed, Li Keping bellowed, "Thieves, come forth and meet your end." He rapidly struck intricate seals with his hands before unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy into his sword, as if a mighty river converging into the sea. Li Keping momentarily hesitated, but soon displayed a resolute determination. Striking his fists against his chest, he spat a mouthful of vital energy onto the sword, infusing it with his essence. His complexion paled, and his spirit waned as he gathered his remaining strength, declaring, "Flowing light sword rain." The sword vibrated intensely, soaring skyward. As it reached a halt in midair, it shimmered with an ethereal glow, radiating an incomprehensible aura. Suddenly, the space around it began to ripple, and a cascade of 7-colored light formed at the sword's tip, swiftly enveloping the entire blade. When the sword was engulfed in this radiant luminescence, it erupted into countless streaks of light, launching indiscriminately towards Qingmang Mountain and his followers. Recognizing the immense cost of Li Keping's reckless spellcasting, Qingmang Mountain and his companions braced themselves, retreating rather than foolishly attempting to withstand the onslaught. As the streaks of light approached, they hastily countered with their own spells. The ensuing clash of magic erupted in a cacophony of sound, scattering the 7-colored light, revealing the figures of Qingmang Mountain and his allies. Though they had prepared for the attack, they had not anticipated its ferocity. This was truly Li Keping's desperate gamble. Despite wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon, the explosive force generated was formidable, far exceeding the typical power of a 9th-layer pulse condensation practitioner. By the time they recognized the impending danger, it was already too late to react. With that strike, only 3 remained from the group of Tiger-dominant stronghold. The other 2, slightly slower in their movements, were struck by a stream of light, their bodies riddled with countless small holes, resembling a sieve. Witnessing the tragic fate of those 2, The trio from Qingmang Mountain felt a chill run down their spines, a deep sense of dread enveloping them. All were cultivators at the 8th layer of the pulse condensation stage, and yet, with just a moment's hesitation, they had met such a gruesome end. Looking up, they noticed Li Kupeng could no longer hold on. Without his leadership, the Luo Bo Tian star formation could not function. They had not anticipated that their group of 10, all at the 8th layer of pulse condensation, would suffer such heavy losses against more than 10 adversaries at the 7th layer and a horde of the feeble Li clan members. Their arrogance and carelessness had resulted in the death of 7 without slaying a single member of the Li clan, a tale so absurd it would provoke laughter. Observing the despondent Li Kupeng and the group of Li clan members, the trio from Qingmang Mountain felt an unusual absence of rage. Instead, their faces flushed with humiliation, deeply ashamed of themselves. How could they face the world again? How could they continue to exist in the realm of cultivation after such disgrace? The shame had stripped them of their dignity, even making the faces of mountain bandits seem respectable in comparison. A thick veil of murderous intent surged within the three. If they did not eradicate the Li clan today, they would never forgive themselves. No more words were exchanged. They felt a profound embarrassment in uttering threats. Each remained silent, drawing forth their spiritual artifacts, launching an assault against the Li clan members. Though the trio was subdued, they unleashed their full strength. Qingmang Mountain executed his deadly move, the whirlwind slash. The robust figure of the man unleashed the mountain-splitting staff. Another cultivator of the 8th layer wielded the Hung Shui 9-kill sword. At that moment, the Li clan members, only at the 7th layer of pulse condensation, hastily retrieved their spiritual artifacts, attempting to counter the trio's onslaught. In the air, a massive axe descended with spiraling force, a sweeping staff shadow approached, and a cunning sword light pierced through. Before the attacks landed, a wave of oppressive dread engulfed the Li clan members. Li Kupeng collapsed on the ground, struggled to sit up under the immense pressure. With his keen insight, he realized that this assault could not be repelled. A deep sigh escaped his lips as sorrow filled his heart. Did the heavens truly wish to extinguish the Li clan? It seemed the clan members would not escape death today. He hoped that the clan leader and others could survive, allowing the Li clan to preserve a flicker of hope. As the attacks loomed closer, Li Kupeng, in anguish, shut his eyes, bracing for death. He, who had always been strong, could not bear to witness the annihilation of his kin. After a time, when the anticipated strikes had yet to arrive, curiosity stirred within him. Suddenly, he sensed an eerie silence, devoid of sound. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of all the Li clan members frozen in place, mouths agape, eyes wide with shock. What was happening? Had the forces of Tiger Dominant's stronghold employed some sinister sorcery, stealthily claiming the lives of his kin? As Li Kupeng pondered, he heard the clan members collectively inhale sharply, followed by an eruption of cheers, their faces alight with the thrill of survival. Turning around, Li Kupeng beheld a youth of 17 or 18 standing 2 yards away from the trio of Tiger Dominant stronghold, who lay lifeless on the ground, clearly beyond revival. Fuyu. Li Kupeng recognized him as an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sect. It seemed Fuyu had intervened to save them. The Li clan had been spared. A wave of warmth surged through Li Kupeng's heart, his eyes reddening as he staggered to rise. However, his injuries were too severe, and despite his efforts, he could not stand, exacerbating the damage to his internal meridians. A fleeting expression of pain crossed his face as he managed to utter, "Thank you. Thank you." His heart swelled with emotion, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Fuyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I arrived a moment too late, causing you all alarm." "It's nothing. It's nothing." Another Li clan member quickly interjected. Only then did the crowd regain their composure, rushing forward to express their gratitude, their eyes radiating warmth and sincerity, leaving Fuyu feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "There's no need for formality. We should focus on tending to the injured," Fuyu said, swiftly taking his leave, darting toward the Li clan's guest quarters. After sending a message to Li Chang'an, Fuyu had become increasingly certain that Tiger Dominant Stronghold would send someone to attack the Li clan. He traversed swiftly on his sword, not pausing for rest, and indeed, he arrived just in time to catch the trio from Qingmang Mountain in the act of launching their assault. Without hesitation, he unleashed the flowing cloud sword, initiating a counterattack. Caught up in their own spellcasting, the trio did not notice Fu Yu's approach until it was too late. He struck decisively, his superior cultivation allowing him to sever the heads of Chu Manshan and his companions with a mere flick of his sword. Now back in his quarters, Fu Yu took time to recuperate his spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Li Chang'an and others returned, frantically seeking news. Upon discovering that the Li clan was unharmed, a collective sigh of relief washed over them, joy illuminating their faces. After understanding the events, they could not express enough gratitude to Fu Yu and promptly set about organizing the clan, ensuring that everything was in order before visiting him in the guest quarters. Li Chang'an led the esteemed members of the family to the entrance of the guest house, standing respectfully. After the bloody confrontation with the tiger-dominant stronghold, every member of the Li clan was profoundly shaken by Fu Yu's display of power, especially when he had intervened at the brink of annihilation, showcasing his formidable cultivation and prowess. They were filled with gratitude, admiration, and trust in Fu Yu, casting aside any previous doubts or mistrust. Li Chang'an adjusted his robe, stepping forward respectfully, saying, "Senior Fu, I, Li Chang'an, come to pay my respects on behalf of the Li clan." Fu Yu, sensing the multitude of Li clan members outside, was momentarily taken aback. Having lived a tumultuous life and entered the sect with little fanfare, he had never experienced such deference before. Seeing the throng outside made him uneasy. He gently furrowed his brow and waved his sleeve, allowing the serene courtyard door to open slowly. "Please, clan leader, step inside. The rest may return," Fu Yu said. Li Chang'an hesitated, understanding Fu Yu's preference for fewer attendees. He turned to address the crowd. "Everyone, please return. You've all worked hard these past few days, and we must also attend to those who have perished. Please, take your rest." Upon hearing this, the group bowed respectfully and quietly departed. Li Chang'an entered the small courtyard, arriving at the doorway of the reception hall. He paused briefly, inhaling deeply before stepping into the room. There, he found Fu Yu standing tall, clad in a blue robe, his eyes clear and serene, exuding an aura of a true cultivator. Li Chang'an gazed at the youthful face of Fu Yu, his heart swelling with admiration. This was indeed the demeanor of a prodigy, a disciple of a prestigious sect. As Fu Yu met his gaze, Li Chang'an quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior Fu, for avenging the blood of the Li clan, and for rescuing us from the brink of slaughter." At that moment, Li Chang'an was entirely convinced of Fu Yu's strength, no longer daring to refer to him as a junior. "There is no need for such formalities, clan leader, having accepted a task from the sect. It is only natural to fulfill it," Fu Yu replied. "Indeed, much gratitude is owed. Without you, Senior Fu, the Li clan would likely have faced annihilation at the hands of the brigands of tiger-dominant stronghold," Li Chang'an asserted. Observing Li Chang'an's humble demeanor, Fu Yu found himself at a loss for words. Such was the nature of the cultivation world. Power dictated everything. Those weaker were often subjected to ridicule, while the strong commanded respect. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Now that the mission was successfully completed, and having been away from the sect for nearly a year, it was time to return and report back. With this in mind, Fu Yu retrieved his task token, stating, "Clan leader, the 4 fiends of Mang Mountain have been dealt with. My business here is concluded. I must return to the sect, and I ask that you verify the completion of my task. Please, Senior, rest for a few days. Allow me to settle the clan before we properly host you," Li Chang'an implored. Though he recognized Li Chang'an's sincere desire to keep him, Fu Yu felt remaining here served little purpose. It would be far more beneficial to return to the sect and dedicate time to further cultivation. Fu Yudao remarked, "Your family still has some fallen kin that require proper arrangements. Various matters cannot be resolved without your involvement. My presence here only adds to your troubles. I shall depart as soon as dawn breaks." Upon witnessing Fu Yu's resolute intention, Li Chang'an felt that further persuasion would be futile. After a day and night of fierce battle, his family indeed had numerous affairs demanding his attention. He accepted Fu Yu's task token, executed several incantations, and confirmed the task. The verification of sect tasks primarily occurs in 2 manners. One involves returning the task to the sect for validation, such as gathering herbs or capturing spirit beasts. The other involves direct verification by the task issuer, such as guarding a family. The fulfillment of a task necessitates specific methods and the presence of the issuer for validation. In the case of the task issued by Li Chang'an, Fu Yu could either bring back the heads of the 4 fiends from Mongshan for sect verification or allow Li Chang'an to validate it directly. Either way, completion of the task was acknowledged. Li Chang'an handed the task token to Fu Yu, then retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch. Upon opening it, they beheld a half-rectangular object that was neither metal nor jade, seemingly unremarkable. He presented it to Fu Yu, saying, "This has been passed down through my ancestors. It is said that while foraging for herbs, a sudden tempest arose, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if the heavens were about to collapse. A bolt of fiery lightning struck the earth, and when the storm subsided, my ancestor searched the site, but found nothing, only this object. Its purpose remains a mystery, as it is impervious to blades and fire. Generations of my family have failed to understand its nature, yet it has been passed down nonetheless. Perhaps it may serve some great purpose. I give it to you as a memento." Fu Yu accepted the object. It felt coarse in his palm, appearing exceedingly ordinary, heavier than wood yet lighter than metal. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it, and the surface bore no enigmatic patterns. For a moment, Fu Yu was at a loss regarding its identity, resolving to study it further later. He expressed his gratitude and casually stowed it in his storage pouch. A night passed without incident, and at dawn, Fu Yu bid farewell to Li Chang'an and soared towards the sect on his sword. 3 days later, a figure appeared at the gates of Qingyun Sect. It was Fu Yu. Passing through the sect's main entrance, he headed directly towards the inner door, not lingering in the outer sect area where he had spent 3 years. In a brief moment, Fu Yu arrived at the inner sect task issuance area, submitted his task, and collected the sect benefits for the past few months. Having accomplished nothing else, he returned directly to Taoran residence. The interior remained pristine and tidy, untouched by dust due to the existing wards. Nonetheless, Fu Yu performed several cleansing incantations to refresh the rooms. Exiting the residence, he realized that autumn had quietly arrived. However, due to the temperate climate, the lawn before his home remained lush and green. As he walked through it, listening to the gentle sound of cascading water, his spirit felt rejuvenated. By evening, Fu Yu returned indoors, foregoing any training. He collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. He had been preoccupied with cultivation, and although the final day of battle was brief, it was indeed an extraordinary day in Fu Yu's life. Regardless of how composed and calm he appeared during the fight, it was, after all, his first experience of taking lives, having dispatched more than 10 individuals in a single day. The impact on him was profound. Despite having witnessed the cycle of life and death during his tumultuous childhood, he managed to maintain his composure, albeit with difficulty. The accumulated emotional turmoil from the recent days had yet to surface, but it was gradually building up, influencing his state of mind significantly. If these emotions were not addressed promptly, they would accumulate over time, adversely affecting his cultivation. This could manifest as a decline in training speed, the emergence of bottlenecks, and pose challenges, especially during significant breakthroughs, ultimately leading to the rise of inner demons. Such emotions often accumulate unconsciously, and most individuals remain unaware of them. Only those with profound backgrounds within sects grasp this reality. Yet each person's negative emotions are unique and can arise under various circumstances. Thus, while it is acknowledged, there is no universally applicable method to resolve such adverse feelings. One must find their own way to address them. At present, Fu Yu was oblivious to these dynamics. However, he possessed a healthy mindset. Whenever fatigued or unwell, he would rest and relax, resuming cultivation only when he felt rejuvenated, allowing everything to unfold naturally. In this manner, he unwittingly aligned himself with the principles of Taoist naturalism. After a day of rest, the weariness of recent days dissipated entirely. Fu Yu sat in the training chamber, feeling invigorated yet not engaging in cultivation. The recent mission had profoundly impacted him, prompting a need for reflection and the summarization of insights to glean valuable lessons. The hunt for the 4 fiends of Mongshan had primarily been successful due to the advantages conferred by his cultivation techniques, which offered a distinct edge over ordinary rogue cultivators. Nonetheless, this advantage was not as significant as it seemed, as the cultivation world remained predominantly influenced by sect powers, and there were indeed rogue cultivators with commendable skills. The 4 fiends had not possessed any notable techniques, whereas Fu Yu had mastered the Linyu technique and the wind-swirling instant step, both of which proved effective against the Mongshan Tiger Bandit stronghold. However, these techniques were merely those of outer sect disciples. Even the finest among them would lack advantage against sect disciples. It was his integration of the golden melting dark flame and the Baihan Phoenix flame that represented his true trump cards. In truth, he had made several critical errors during this mission. Fortunately, his opponents were relatively weak, merely some inconsequential rogue cultivators. Even so, These rogues possessed considerably more combat experience than he did. In their initial encounter, he had fallen into an encirclement of 3. Had any among them matched his strength, escape would have been improbable. Moreover, his presumption led him to deliberately release 2 bandits from the Tiger Bandit stronghold and lay an ambush in the Qizhou Gorge. These were entirely based on his own assumptions. If he could conceive such a strategy, the seasoned bandits could surely do the same. Were it not for the advantages of being a sect disciple and superior spiritual sense, along with a stroke of fortune in the Qingmang Mountain range, the outcome of that ambush could have easily turned fatal, let alone achieving victory. Seated in the training chamber, Fu Yu furrowed his brows, repeatedly reflecting on the mission's events, analyzing gains and losses. After deliberation, he recognized his utter lack of experience in the cultivation world. Without first-hand experience, one cannot truly grasp the treachery of the cultivation realm. Without profound self-reflection, how could one comprehend the critical nature of survival? Fu Yu nodded inwardly, realizing that whether in cultivation, alchemy, or experiential learning, continual reflection and iteration are essential. Fortunately, he remained humble and calm, taking the time to contemplate. Had he been brash and overconfident, he would likely have suffered considerable losses while navigating the cultivation world. As noon approached, Fu Yu opened his half-closed eyes, a tranquil light shimmering within them. The restlessness in his heart had finally settled. He felt the several storage pouches at his side, remnants from the day he hunted the 4 fiends. Having collected their storage pouches, being young and somewhat bashful, he felt averse to counting his spoils in the presence of the Li family members. Nonetheless, Fu Yu exhibited a commendable sense of propriety. He refrained from claiming the storage pouches of other Mongshan cultivators, allowing the Li family to collect them instead. After all, they had accompanied him on this venture. It would be unjust for him to take all the spoils while leaving them empty-handed. Moreover, the most valuable items were indeed with the 4 fiends. He casually opened one storage pouch, casting an incantation that caused its contents to spill out. A heap of items appeared in the training chamber, approximately 200 spirit stones, a manual, some clothing, and daily necessities. Setting the spirit stones aside, he picked up the manual for a closer look. It was titled Wolf King's Break. This belonged to the 3rd fiend, Lu Zhendong. With a flick of his wrist, he incinerated the clothing and other useless items into ashes. Once again, a storage bag was produced, and with a resounding clatter, a multitude of items spilled forth, filling half of the training room. In a moment of distraction, Fu Yu found himself buried beneath these items, with only his head peeking out. Initially startled, he soon broke into a bemused smile, realizing he was indeed a novice. Only someone as inexperienced as he, a fledgling cultivator, could inadvertently create such a blunder by emptying an entire storage bag at once. Gathering his strength, Fu Yu leapt free from the pile, his face adorned with a wry grin. It seemed that the belongings of that fleeing family had been hastily stowed away in this storage bag by Mongshan's second-in-command. A sweep of his spiritual awareness revealed a staggering amount of gold, tens of thousands of taels, along with some precious antiques, calligraphy, and various valuable items from the mundane world. While these treasures held great value for Mongshan's tiger-dominant stronghold, they were utterly useless to him. After casting several spells, he meticulously stored all the superfluous items back into the bag, leaving behind a collection of spirit stones, dozens of jade boxes, and several manuals. Opening the jade boxes, Fu Yu smiled in satisfaction. These contained rare spiritual herbs, likely collected and preserved by the fleeing family over generations. Naturally, Fu Yu accepted them into his storage bag with glee. As he perused the manuals, he found them to be rather commonplace techniques of the family. Nevertheless, he decided to keep them, as they could either be exchanged for contribution points at the sect or sold for spirit stones in the market. He came across 2 more storage bags. Taking one in hand, Fu Yu refrained from emptying its contents this time. A quick scan revealed it was of a modest capacity, similar to his own, containing only a few items, several hundred spirit stones, 2 jade boxes, likely also filled with spiritual herbs, and a small, black object the size of a bowl. After securing the spirit stones, he opened the jade boxes to discover indeed 2 rare spiritual herbs. The final item he held was surprisingly heavy, requiring him to channel spiritual energy just to stabilize it. Its dark surface rendered it unidentifiable, but Fu Yu surmised it was likely some form of ore. He sighed inwardly, marveling at the myriad peculiarities within the cultivation realm. Merely relying on the texts available in the sect had proven insufficient for comprehending these items. In just one outing, He had already encountered two unfamiliar objects. Shaking his head slightly, Fuyu turned his attention to the last storage bag, which presumably belonged to the formidable leader of Mongshan's tiger dominance, Zhou Taowu. Upon scanning its contents, he found a chaotic assortment of miscellaneous items, carelessly tossed in as though in a hurry. After tidying it up a bit, he discovered two manuals, a jade slip, around 20 jade boxes, and approximately 1,000 spirit stones, all of which he accepted with a smile. Upon examining the manuals, Fuyu found them lacking in value, including one titled Tiger King's Kill, which he deemed unworthy and set aside, alongside the fleeing family's techniques. The jade boxes contained worthwhile spiritual herbs, including a rare clear spirit flower, an exceptional herb used for restoring spiritual energy during the foundation establishment stage. The last item, the jade slip, piqued Fuyu's interest immensely. He had a faint hope, for jade slips were typically used to record advanced techniques. With a flick of his wrist, he gently drew it closer. As his spiritual awareness penetrated the slip, he found it detailed the attack techniques of Zhou Taowu. Qinming Refining Spirit Technique. This was a relatively advanced technique, rare in its capacity to engage spiritual attacks, a true treasure. Fuyu could not suppress his joy, immersing his awareness within it. After a prolonged moment, he finally withdrew his consciousness, his expression a blend of intrigue and concern. It was astounding that such profound skill resided within the grasp of an ordinary mountain stronghold's leader. The Qinming Refining Spirit technique possessed 7 layers and demanded exceptionally high standards from its practitioners. Fuyu realized that with his current level of spiritual awareness, even mastering the first layer would be a formidable challenge. No wonder Zhou Taowu had suffered such severe injuries after its execution. Mastering this technique required immense willpower, as it necessitated the continuous transformation of one's awareness through extreme cold and heat while maintaining its integrity. The greater the temperature differential, the more effective the cultivation. This method of training was far more daunting than physical cultivation, which involved repeated impacts and injuries that could be remedied with elixirs or medicinal baths. In contrast, spiritual recovery elixirs were exceedingly rare in the cultivation realm. Even the Qingyun Sect likely lacked them. Damage to one's spiritual awareness could only be mended through prolonged rest, and the accompanying agony could drive one to madness, a burden few could endure. Moreover, while common temperatures were relatively easy to find, achieving success in this technique necessitated access to environments of extreme cold and heat. It was no wonder that despite having possessed this technique for years, Zhou Taowu had yet to master even the first layer. Fuyu pondered the difficulty he would face should he wish to pursue this path. After considerable reflection, Fuyu solemnly placed the jade slip into his storage bag. Observing the 2 spacious storage bags in his possession, he realized that the items within would need to be processed at the market. Stepping out from Taoran residence, Fuyu summoned his sword and flew directly towards the market. Upon entering, he wasted no time and headed straight for the Guangyuan shop. As he entered, a young attendant approached him. Fuyu glanced at him and said, "Please summon your shopkeeper, Zhangyu. I have items to sell." The attendant recognized Fuyu as the individual who had been warmly welcomed by the shopkeeper during his previous visit. He promptly replied, "Esteemed immortal, please follow me to the quiet room." The attendant led Fuyu to a tranquil chamber, served him fragrant tea, and said, "Please wait here. I shall fetch the shopkeeper at once." Moments later, the door to the quiet room swung open, and in hurriedly strode Zhangyu, the shopkeeper. Upon entering, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, it is Brother Fu. It has been far too long. I have missed you dearly." Fuyu rose with a smile, replying, "I have been preoccupied with my cultivation, and indeed, it has been quite a while." As Zhangyu approached, he was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. In such a short time, Fuyu's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 9th layer of pulse condensation. His face shifted, and he exclaimed, "So Brother Fu has reached the 9th layer of pulse condensation. Truly commendable." Internally, he marveled at Fuyu's astonishing pace of growth. Fuyu simply smiled, unperturbed by the accolades. "Let us dispense with formalities, Zhang brother. We are familiar enough. Please, have a seat." After exchanging pleasantries, Fuyu produced the 2 storage bags and handed them to Zhangyu, stating, "I recently ventured out and have some items I wish to process. I hope to trouble you, Zhang brother." Zhangyu extended his hand to accept the bags. However, as his cultivation was below the 7th layer of pulse condensation, he lacked the ability to extend his spiritual awareness outward. He pressed the storage bag to his forehead and inhaled sharply, glancing at Fu Yu in astonishment. Internally, he pondered. Could it be that this fellow has raided some cultivation family? The sheer volume of random items was overwhelming. As he examined the second storage bag, Zhang Yu was left speechless. Indeed, it seemed a family had been plundered, as there was a substantial amount of gold. With an awkward chuckle, he remarked, "Brother Fu, this collection is rather extensive. How about I have my attendants sort through it and convert it into spirit stones for you?" Fu Yu nodded in agreement. That sounds excellent. The contents of the 2 storage bags would fill an entire warehouse. Zhang Yu dispatched a dozen or so attendants to sort through everything, which took them the entire afternoon. As evening approached, Zhang Yu finally returned, presenting Fu Yu with a storage bag. "Brother Fu, we have completed the sorting of your items. Based on current market values, they amount to 2,001 spirit stones. However, since we need time to process them for sale, I propose giving you 2,000 spirit stones now. What do you think?" Fu Yu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. I agree with your proposal." To be honest, Fu Yu had not anticipated that these items would be worth 2,000 spirit stones. He recognized that Zhang Yu's generous offer stemmed from the potential future benefits he could bring. After all, the value of the items Fu Yu had brought was not particularly high, and their sheer quantity would demand considerable time and labor to process. If he were to quibble over every detail, it would be unreasonable. Mutual benefit was the key to lasting relationships. Seeing Fu Yu's agreeable nature, Zhang Yu felt a swell of satisfaction, understanding that Fu Yu was not one to possess a narrow perspective. He recognized the value of equitable sharing. Collaborating with Fu Yu would not only afford him protection, but also yield long-term benefits. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yu inquired if there were any further needs. Unconsciously, Fu Yu had amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Reflecting on his days in the outer sect, when he would have cherished a single spirit stone as if it were a treasure to be had for use, the contrast was indeed stark. With his current wealth, he possessed the means to acquire various spirit tools. Speaking of spirit tools, aside from the Liyun sword, he found himself lacking in possessions. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Yu asked, "Might your esteemed establishment offer any superior defensive spirit tools?" Haha. Although defensive spirit tools are notoriously difficult to forge and scarce in the marketplace, having operated here for many years, I have managed to gather a few, Zhang Yu replied. Fu Yu smiled. Then I humbly asked Brother Zhang to enlighten me. Very well. Zhang Yu rose and gestured for Fu Yu to follow. As they exited the quiet room, Zhang Yu led Fu Yu towards the courtyard behind the shop. Fu Yu, puzzled, asked, "Why not in the sales hall?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "Those are merely mediocre items, aimed at ordinary buyers. The truly fine goods are reserved for esteemed clients, a method employed by the store to maintain relationships." Understanding this, Fu Yu ceased his inquiries and followed Zhang Yu through a courtyard, turning down several corridors until they entered a modest room. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, with only a few chairs, which astonished Fu Yu. However, he refrained from voicing his surprise, sensing that there was more than met the eye. Zhang Yu approached a corner of the room, bent down, and lifted a blue brick from the ground. With a twist of his hand, a faint cracking sound emanated from the wall opposite them. Fu Yu looked up to see a gap forming in the wall. As the opening widened until it was nearly 2 persons wide, a sloped tunnel became visible, leading downwards. The ladder within was covered with a carpet, and the walls were inlaid with moonstone, casting a soft glow. Although the illumination was gentle, Fu Yu's keen sight as a cultivator allowed him to discern the tunnel's interior with clarity. Zhang Yu turned back to Fu Yu, saying, "Please follow me." He stepped into the tunnel first. Fu Yu pondered for a moment, then followed suit. The tunnel, tall enough for a person to stand upright, was dry and filled with refreshing air, leaving Fu Yu astonished at how such conditions were maintained. After walking approximately 10 paces, they arrived at the tunnel's end, which was marked by a large bronze door. Zhang Yu produced a key from his storage pouch, inserted it into the door's lock, and after several rotations and the casting of 2 incantations, the door rumbled open. Stepping inside revealed a chamber roughly 10 feet in diameter. Inside were 2 rows of shelves, one lined with jade boxes and the other displaying 2 to 3 dozen spirit tools, alongside several storage pouches, each enveloped in protective enchantments. In the center were a few chairs arranged for guests and hosts. With a smile, Zhang Yu addressed Fu Yu, "I apologize for the modesty. These are the items collected by my Guangyuan store over the years." He then performed a few incantations and retrieved a bell and a shield from the display of spirit tools. Offering the bell-shaped spirit tool to Fu Yu, Zhang Yu explained, "This is the Luohan bell, a mid-grade spirit tool. Its defensive capability is robust among mid-grade tools, capable of enveloping the user entirely. It is particularly useful in dire situations or when the source of an attack is unclear. However, it significantly impacts the user's own offensive capabilities when activated. Fu Yu accepted the Luohan bell and, upon infusing it with spiritual energy, watched as it expanded to envelop him completely. Scanning the surroundings through the barrier, he noticed that while his perception was hindered, it could also obscure him from others, making it advantageous for ambushes. Returning the bell to Zhang Yu, Fu Yu received the shield. Zhang Yu remarked, "This shield is called the Taihe Shield, a top-grade spirit tool crafted from Huiyuan purple gold. Its defensive power is remarkable, with the added benefit of generating a protective light barrier that diminishes incoming attacks, allowing the user to withstand less force." The Taihe Shield felt smooth and slick in Fu Yu's grasp, unlike other spirit tools, as if coated with a fine film. Its palm-sized, round form featured a red gem at its center, exuding elegance. The back of the shield was adorned with a silver ring, allowing it to open and close like a bracelet. As Fu Yu donned the shield on his left wrist, he sensed a profound connection. "Defend," he mused. Witnessing the Taihe Shield rotate and expand to 3 feet in diameter, its front shimmering with a bluish light. When Fu Yu thrust the Luyun sword toward the shield, he felt a significant resistance as the blade made contact with the luminous barrier, which intensified as he pushed deeper. Infusing more energy into the sword, Fu Yu realized the resistance had escalated, requiring considerable effort to breach the shield's defenses. "Indeed, this is a remarkable item. It shall be mine," he thought, a smile gracing his face. "Brother Fu possesses a discerning eye for treasures." Zhang Yu commented amiably from the side. "What is the price of this shield?" Fu Yu inquired, a hint of eagerness in his gaze. "Since it is Brother Fu's request, I shall part with it for 800 spirit stones." 800 spirit stones. This item is indeed pricey, Fu Yu mused, recalling that he had purchased the Luyun sword from Zhang Yu for less than 300 spirit stones. He understood that Zhang Yu was deliberately offering a favorable deal, as the Luyun sword, given its quality, should have been valued at around 500 spirit stones. Defensive spirit tools are inherently more expensive than ordinary ones, and the Taihe Shield was a premium specimen, so 800 was relatively reasonable. With merely around 3,000 spirit stones in his possession, of which 2,000 were acquired through opportunistic means from 2 families, Fu Yu realized that without a solid background and extensive connections, advancing in the realm of cultivation would be a daunting challenge. Relying solely on personal endeavors to seek spirit herbs and tools would only prolong his journey to higher realms. At that moment, Fu Yu resolved that once he attained mastery in his cultivation, he would strive to build his own influence. Although this aspiration seemed distant, it had already taken root in his heart. Without further ado, he completed the purchase of the Taihe Shield. With this shield in his possession, his security had significantly improved, bolstering his ability to navigate the challenges of the cultivation world. After acquiring the Taihe Shield, Fu Yu also purchased some spirit herbs suitable for the foundation establishment stage, leaving him with just over 500 spirit stones. While spirit herbs for the condensing vein stage could be exchanged for contribution points within the sect and were essentially unlimited, the same could not be said for the foundation establishment stage, where rare herbs were much harder to come by. Recognizing this, Fu Yu understood the necessity of preparing in advance to collect these herbs. As dusk approached, he exited Guanyuan's shop with a beaming smile. Returning to Taoran residence, Fu Yu did not venture out again, and the days slipped by swiftly. During this time, he diligently practiced the Qingyun technique while becoming acquainted with the Taihe Shield. Occasionally, Fu Yu would visit the alchemy hall to refine elixirs. At this juncture, his alchemical skills had progressed beyond the rapid enhancement phase. The process had become a means of solidifying his techniques and gradually perfecting his methods. Presently, Fu Yu was capable of concocting elixirs for all tiers below the foundation establishment stage, achieving a success rate exceeding 80%. However, he found himself unable to produce elixirs for the foundation establishment stage due to his insufficient cultivation level. The spiritual energy required for dividing and condensing elixirs was lacking. To forcefully attempt to refine such elixirs would be a waste of precious resources, for the spiritual herbs designated for foundation establishment could not afford such extravagance. On this particular day, Fu Yu was diligently honing his spiritual energy, when suddenly, a surge of energy began to roil within his dantian. A peculiar sensation ignited within him. The opportunity to break through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the condensation vessel had arrived. His cultivation had always advanced rapidly, with 2 instances of progress occurring outside the norm of regular training, leading to a certain lack of understanding and refinement. Given Fu Yu's current level, he could have easily forced his way to the 9th layer of the condensation vessel, but he refrained in order to establish a more robust foundation. Following his battle against the 4 fiends of Mongshan, and through several days of reflection and assimilation, he gradually rectified his previous shortcomings. Eventually, he reached a point where he could no longer contain the surge of energy, which began to push through on its own, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Fu Yu activated the final great cycle of the Qingyun decision at the condensation vessel stage, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate through his meridians with effortless ease. The energy completed a full circulation of the great cycle, and he felt a subtle tremor within his body before breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the condensation vessel. With a swift motion, Fu Yu struck a metal post in the training room with his palm, refraining from employing any techniques, yet the sound of slicing wind preceded his strike. A deep thud echoed as the post quivered, resonating with a low hum, revealing a palm print embedded 5 inches deep within the metal. Indeed, Fu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Although his spiritual energy had not seen a significant increase, it had become more refined and substantial. Now, the same output of spiritual energy possessed a potency equivalent to that of someone at the late stage of the condensation vessel, effectively increasing his attack power by 20%. One must not underestimate this increment. Should an adversary withstand his strike, an increase of 20% could very well determine the outcome of the confrontation. Having attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the condensation vessel, Fu Yu's next step would be to establish his foundation. A critical juncture in the path of cultivation. Only through successful foundation establishment could one be deemed to have truly entered the realm of cultivation, transcending the mundane. Yet, this very hurdle had thwarted countless cultivators. Even those with extraordinary talent dared not claim absolute confidence in their ability to succeed in this endeavor. However, the Tao is boundless, always leaving a glimmer of hope. Through prolonged exploration, practitioners in ancient times had devised the foundation establishment pill. This miraculous elixir proved invaluable during the tumultuous journey of foundation establishment, as consuming a foundation establishment pill could aid cultivators in overcoming numerous obstacles, thereby enhancing their success rate. Through generations of inheritance, the foundation establishment pill had become a strategic resource essential for various sects, with each sect maintaining a reserve, albeit in varying quantities. Yet, as the popularity of the foundation establishment pill grew, so too did the harvesting and refining of its requisite spiritual herbs by the major sects, leading to their current scarcity, making them a rare find. Even those venerable sects with millennia of lineage, possessing dedicated gardens for cultivating these herbs, could not yield the necessary materials without prolonged care, as these herbs required a maturation period of no less than 100 years to be suitable for pill refinement. Thus, ordinary sects placed immense value on foundation establishment pills, reserving them primarily for their most gifted disciples. However, the use of such pills was not without its drawbacks. The absence of rigorous trials during the foundation establishment process significantly impacted one's comprehension of the Tao and the transformation of spiritual energy. Those who relied on the foundation establishment pill often faced far greater challenges in their subsequent cultivation, requiring extensive time and effort to grasp the nuances, with results proving disheartening unless one encountered fortuitous insights that might lead to sudden enlightenment. This was precisely why Elder Xin urged Fu Yu to forge his path to foundation establishment through personal effort. Yet, the arduous nature of this journey loomed large. Fu Yu realized that the prospect of remaining within the sect to cultivate was nearly impossible. With only a year remaining until the inner disciple competition, Elder Xin envisioned Fu Yu claiming the top position. Fu Yu, driven by his character, prioritized foundation establishment above all else, viewing the competition's outcome with less concern. Nevertheless, given Elder Xion's directives, Fu Yu resolved to give his utmost effort. At present, Fu Yu's strength required considerable enhancement to secure first place among the inner disciples. This year must be devoted to further bolstering his abilities. The techniques he had learned in the outer sect had proven effective against the rogue cultivators of Mongshan. Yet relying solely on these methods would be insufficient for achieving a commendable standing within the sect. Even if he mastered them to perfection, they would offer no advantage against the inner disciples. Thus, he resolved to study 2 additional techniques, and embark on a journey of experience, seeking an opportunity for foundation establishment along the way. After dedicating 2 days to solidifying his cultivation, Fu Yu made his way to the scripture repository. Upon reaching the entrance, he exchanged greetings with the steward overseeing the repository before entering the first floor, where only a handful of individuals were engrossed in their reading of jade slips. He proceeded directly to the section displaying martial techniques, where a sign bearing the words ancient sword caught his eye. Each stroke of the characters radiated a sharpness, exuding a subtle yet formidable aura. Having acquired the Linyu sword, Fu Yu had regrettably not found the time to study sword techniques. A missed opportunity he aimed to rectify by selecting a sword technique this time. As he scanned the titles from left to right, he perused the descriptions of various techniques: Fire Cloud Sword Technique, Waterfall Sword Technique, 13 Swords of Hongfeng, and Qingmang Sword Technique, shaking his head in disappointment at each one. After reviewing a considerable number of techniques, impatience began to creep in as he pondered whether any of the remaining options would suit his taste. Just as he was about to set aside another technique in disappointment, his gaze suddenly brightened. Starry Sword Technique. The very name ignited a spark of affection within him. He grasped the summary and began to read. The Starry Sword Technique, once mastered, allows the practitioner to unleash attacks reminiscent of a sky full of stars. With each movement, every star could serve as a potential strike point or a mere illusion. The sword could dance freely, transforming the tangible into the intangible and vice versa, creating a dance of reality and illusion that would leave enemies grasping at shadows. Upon reaching mastery, the practitioner could form a sword net. Once ensnared, only those with overwhelming strength could hope to escape, making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries of equal cultivation to break free. Without hesitation, Fu Yu made his decision to select the Starry Sword Technique. Upon closer examination, he noted that it required 1,500 contribution points, a significant sum compared to other offensive techniques, which generally ranged from 800 to 1,000 points. Having spent a year completing the task of slaying the 4 fiends of Mongshan, he had only amassed 1,200 points, which was already considered substantial. Collecting spiritual herbs or acquiring lower-grade demon crystals typically yielded only a couple of hundred points at most. For an ordinary inner disciple, accumulating such a substantial number of contribution points generally required over a year. Yet, who among the inner disciples could afford to lose over a year's time? For those at the condensation vessel stage, wasting a year would mean falling far behind their peers. Once lagging behind, their standing within the sect would diminish, leading to fewer resources and making recovery exceedingly challenging. Although Fu Yu had earned a fair amount of contribution points through his previous alchemical endeavors, most had been exchanged for spiritual herbs, leaving him with little remaining. Coupled with the benefits of entering the inner sect, he now possessed around 700 to 800 contribution points. Fortunately, the completion of his recent task had granted him an additional 1,200 points, bringing his total to nearly 3,000 contribution points. Do not underestimate these 3,000 contribution points. Accumulating such a substantial amount in less than 2 years is no small feat. It is noteworthy that Fu Yu has never exchanged for pills or cultivation resources within the sect, nor has he procured any spiritual artifacts. After redeeming this sword technique, he should also be able to select a movement technique. Although surprised, Fu Yu found it exceptionally worthwhile, as this represents a significant benefit for inner disciples. In the outer sect, such techniques are scarcely seen. If one were to find them in the market, acquiring a technique of this caliber would require no less than several 100,000 spirit stones. As he pondered, Fu Yu approached the display rack for movement techniques, perusing them one by one until his gaze settled on a technique named Void Flash. Void Flash is a movement technique that necessitates an exquisite mastery of spiritual energy. Once successfully cultivated, it allows the practitioner to swiftly teleport within a certain range, enabling both offensive maneuvers against enemies and rapid disengagement from combat. If the practitioner possesses a profound understanding of their spiritual energy, they might even achieve continuous teleportation. The distance one can teleport correlates with the depth of their spiritual energy, while the frequency and agility depend on the practitioner's control over their own energy. In essence, to master Void Flash, one must have abundant spiritual energy, a strong consciousness, and diligent practice. Fu Yu found himself quite suited to this technique and decided to select it. However, upon seeing the required contribution points, Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Void Flash demanded a staggering 2,000 contribution points. While the benefits for inner disciples are indeed superior to those for outer disciples, With a monthly allowance of 100 contribution points and 200 spirit stones, Fu Yu had only accumulated 800 contribution points over the past 8 months of undertaking missions. Indeed, relying solely on the sect's benefits is merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, contribution points can also be exchanged for cultivation resources, albeit at an unfavorable rate. To obtain both techniques, Fu Yu gritted his teeth and accepted the terms. Upon exiting the scripture repository, Fu Yu hurried to the exchange office for mission rewards, reluctantly trading several foundational spirit herbs for 540 contribution points, although any cultivation resource can be exchanged for contribution points. After rummaging through the storage bags of the 4 fiends of Qingmang Mountain, Fu Yu discovered only 2 or 3 low-tier spiritual artifacts, which were too ordinary to yield significant contribution points, at most 1 or 200. He entrusted them all to Zhang Yu for processing. With a total of 3,500 contribution points gathered, Fu Yu returned to the scripture repository to redeem the Stellar Sword Technique and Void Flash. Though he had no contribution points left at that moment, the ability to present such a considerable sum for the exchange left several inner disciples in the repository astounded, as such extravagant exchanges are quite rare among inner sect members. The next task was to cultivate the 2 techniques to a minor completion. Fu Yu took out the Stellar Sword Technique and infused his consciousness into the jade slip. Waves of sword light flickered as he focused, the shadow gradually clarifying until it transformed into a figure wielding a long sword, adorned with countless red lines mirroring the human body as meridians. As the shadow wielded the sword, it began to demonstrate the Stellar Sword Technique, and as the silhouette moved, the red lines illustrated the flow of spiritual energy through the meridians. The techniques recorded in the jade slip were vivid, far surpassing the details found in written texts. To inscribe techniques onto a blank jade slip, one must reach at least the foundation establishment stage. If one attempts to inscribe their own cultivated techniques onto the jade slip without a pre-existing model, it becomes even more challenging, especially for advanced techniques, where even those at the early foundation establishment stage may find it beyond their capabilities. As the shadow within the jade slip demonstrated, the long sword would suddenly gather and disperse, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the sky. The sword light transforming into a multitude of celestial bodies, ensnaring the heavens, before converging into a single point and erupting forth like a flash of lightning, elusive and unfathomable. Fortunately, with Fu Yu's powerful consciousness and the comprehensive display of the jade slip, after 3 demonstrations by the shadow, all the moves and the routes of energy flow were firmly ingrained in Fu Yu's mind. Exiting the jade slip, Fu Yu's expression shifted, fatigue evident on his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. This sword technique was indeed sharp, validating the expenditure of those contribution points. After a silent hour of meditation to recover, Fu Yu felt rejuvenated. Following the jade slip's guidance, he began to deduce the technique, visualizing each move, every subtle change, the routes of energy flow, and the adjustments in intensity, each flashing vividly in his mind. Thus, he remained seated in meditation for a full 5 days before finally awakening from his reverie, exhaling deeply. The Stellar Sword Technique was indeed extraordinarily complex. Had it not been for his prior experience in deducing the Beifengian decision, he would have been at a complete loss. Initially, the process went smoothly, but as he progressed, the gathering and dispersing of sword light, along with variations in speed, proved to be quite challenging. This intricacy was the essence of the Stellar Sword Technique, to transform the sword into a myriad of sword shadows. One must reach a level of energy release that is imperceptible to the naked eye, necessitating a vast and intricate manipulation of spiritual energy, all to be executed within an exceedingly brief time frame. Any lapse in control would render the technique unattainable. To materialize any one of the myriad sword shadows into a tangible attack akin to a lightning strike requires not only rapid fluctuations in spiritual energy, but also a tremendous explosive force. This intricate control of energy, coupled with meticulous precision, led Fu Yu to encounter repeated failures, despite his formidable consciousness. Fortunately, his resilient nature, along with his experience from deducing the Beifengian decision, enabled him to complete the deduction of this technique within 5 short days, albeit at the cost of considerable mental exertion. Although completing the deduction did not equate to mastering the technique, the most arduous part had passed. What lay ahead was diligent practice to gradually familiarize his body with the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Much like a novice cook who learns the intricacies of seasoning and timing, yet must continually practice to create a delectable dish. Fu Yu took a day of rest before immersing himself in rigorous training, repeatedly validating and refining his understanding. Unbeknownst to him, a month had slipped by. At this point, the grass in the center of the Tinjiang lawn before Taoran residence had long been trampled into a hard surface. Fu Yu had spent several days in the training room, feeling increasingly awkward in his practice. One day, an epiphany struck him. Since the stellar sword technique is inspired by the transformations of countless stars, why not practice beneath the starlit sky? Thus, Fu Yu ventured outside the training room, practicing the stellar sword technique on the lawn. Every night, as he trained, he observed the stars above, and suddenly, many obscure and perplexing aspects began to resonate with him as he watched the flow of starlight, gradually leading to a deeper comprehension. On one such clear night, with the sky ablaze with stars, Fu Yu practiced tirelessly. Gradually, the sword light transformed into twinkling stars, harmonizing with the celestial bodies above. In a moment of enlightenment, Fu Yu felt his spirit merge with the cosmos, relinquishing the deliberate control of his meridian energy flow. Allowing everything to move in sync with the flickering stars, the sword technique seamlessly integrating into this rhythm. Should anyone have observed him at that moment, they would have noted the transformation of Fu Yu's stellar sword technique. It flowed and gathered with ease, at times resembling a sky full of stars, with an aura of impending danger, and at others converging like a meteor, obliterating all in its path. After a considerable time, Fu Yu emerged from his practice, unsheathing his long sword, which erupted into a multitude of sword lights. With a gentle motion, the flowing clouds of sword light returned to his hand, dissipating like fireworks in the air. The stellar sword technique had reached a minor completion. Next, Fu Yu turned his focus to the movement technique, Void Flash. This technique was even more enigmatic, demanding Fu Yu's full attention. After several days of deducing it, he felt at a loss, struggling to find a breakthrough. Certain aspects consumed an immense amount of his energy, yet he still could not grasp the essence. In a moment of desperation, Fu Yu decided to seek guidance from Elder Xian. Without fully comprehending this movement technique on his own, Fu Yu could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Observing the dejected expression on Fu Yu's face, Elder Xian could not help but chuckle softly. Practicing the Void Flash is indeed quite a challenge for you. The concept of void pertains to the profound mysteries of space. Although this Void Flash barely scratches the surface of those mysteries, it still holds a hint of significance. The mysteries of space. Fu Yu stared at Elder Xian, unable to suppress his curiosity. What exactly are these mysteries? Elder Xian raised his head, gazing into the boundless sky. His voice laced with a gentle sigh as he murmured, "The mysteries are the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. The universe is filled with boundless wonders. If one can comprehend even a single one, their every gesture could wield immense power, capable of reaching the heavens and traversing the earth, conjuring clouds with a flick of the wrist and summoning rain with a turn of the hand." Fu Yu was deeply astonished. Such mastery still existed in this world. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that his master? Noticing the expectation and confusion in Fu Yu's eyes, Elder Xian sighed, a hint of desolation in his tone. "Do not let your imagination run wild, my boy. I am still far from that realm. In this lifetime, I shall never attain it." Fu Yu sighed inwardly. So even someone as formidable as his master could not fully grasp the mysteries. Elder Xian, perceiving Fu Yu's thoughts, could not help but jest. "What? Do you think that just because I have not fully comprehended the mysteries, I cannot guide you?" Fu Yu quickly protested. "That is not what I meant." Yet, in his heart, he secretly mused, "My master seems to have become quite astute, knowing exactly what I think." Subsequently, Elder Xian meticulously explained the key points of practicing the Void Flash, and Fu Yu felt many of his doubts dissipate. Indeed, having someone to provide guidance made all the difference. Had he relied solely on his own understanding, he would have spent an inordinate amount of time and energy. After posing several more questions regarding his training, Fu Yu felt satisfied with the insights he had received. Following Elder Xian's guidance, he dedicated several days to mastering the Void Flash. The next step was to achieve rapid movement between 2 points, akin to leaping from one point to another. However, this leap required a novel method of manipulating spiritual energy, compressing the process into an incredibly brief moment. The shorter the duration, the more effective the Void Flash would be. Ideally, he aimed to achieve this within a fraction of a breath, thus attaining the desired flash effect. This first step was crucial and the most challenging. Fu Yu endeavored to channel his spiritual energy according to the method of the void flash, attempting to move from one point to another. Initially, the execution felt manageable, yet the duration of the movement proved too lengthy, resulting in a failure to achieve the desired flash effect. As Fu Yu increased his speed, he felt the resistance of space intensifying, rendering him incapable of accelerating. Standing upon the grassy expanse, he halted, deep in contemplation. The void flash had been thoroughly deduced. Logically, he should simply practice it, so why did it remain so difficult? Jumping, soaring, and dashing all left visible trails, making it impossible to achieve the element of surprise. The essence of the void flash lay in the instantaneous relocation from one point to another, achieving an unexpected outcome. Yet, utilizing conventional movement methods rendered this impossible. Fu Yu recalled Elder Xian's words repeatedly in his mind. This world comprises not only the tangible, but also countless inscrutable, yet real mysteries. Practicing the void flash necessitated harnessing these mysteries. Space itself was one such enigma. Each individual's understanding would differ. Yet mastering the void flash did not require a complete comprehension of spatial intricacies. It sufficed to connect one's intention with the mystique of space, and then to propel one's body through that intention. Consciousness is the manifestation of intention, though invisible. It can swiftly traverse space from one point to another, making intention-driven movement exceedingly rapid. Guiding the body through intention is akin to directing oneself with consciousness. Previously, he had manipulated spiritual artifacts through consciousness to attack. Now, it was merely a transformation of that control into self-movement. Fu Yu smacked his forehead in realization. How could I have been so foolish? A flash of insight struck him. He finally grasped the essence of practicing the void flash. By utilizing the profound manipulation of spiritual energy, he could counteract the gravitational pull of the earth and the resistance of the air. His consciousness would rapidly shift from one point to another, guiding his body to move accordingly. Wherever his intention went, his body would follow. This process required the practitioner to balance the operation of their Dantian's spiritual energy with the control of their consciousness. After the instantaneous movement, one must swiftly exit that state and revert to a combat-ready posture. This transition had to be executed with lightning speed, leaving no time for an enemy to react. Should he wish to execute consecutive flashes, this process would need to be even quicker. With the method discovered, what lay ahead was relentless practice. Days and nights blurred together, and 3 months swiftly passed. The grassy expanse outside Taoran residence had long been trampled bare by Fu Yu's relentless training. Each day, a solitary figure could be seen continuously moving. Just as this figure vanished from one spot, it would instantaneously reappear elsewhere. Fu Yu had finally honed the void flash to a successful degree, achieving a level of mastery where his body moved as his will commanded. After 3 consecutive months of ceaseless practice on that lawn, the monotony was overwhelming. Time and again, he drained his spiritual energy, only to find his consciousness faltering. Fu Yu had never experienced such arduous training. The relentless cycle of movement brought him to the brink of madness, often teetering on the edge of despair. Countless times, Fu Yu contemplated abandoning his training, yet through sheer willpower and determination, he persevered. The hardships and tedium he endured were beyond expression. There was no joy in success, only an overwhelming fatigue. Fu Yu lay on the ground, indifferent to the dirt covering him, exhaling deeply as if to expel the frustrations of the past 3 months with that single breath. After resting for a full 2 days, Fu Yu reappeared before Taoran residence. Invigorated, with more than half a year remaining until the internal sect competition, it was time for him to venture out and gain further experience. Gazing at the barren ground, Fu Yu flicked his right hand and invoked the rainstorm technique, enveloping the area in a misty rain. The spiritually infused rainwater nourished the earth, and before long, lush green grass would once again flourish. He contacted Zhao Beifeng, learning that Zhao was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 9th level of the condensation realm. Since entering the inner sect, both had been preoccupied with their respective pursuits, leaving little time to meet. Fu Yu had hoped to train together, but it seemed that would not be possible. Fu Yu arrived at the sect and casually accepted a task to collect spiritual herbs before departing in a somber mood. Half a month later, Fu Yu found himself in a cultivation market known as Luoqi Town, situated several thousand miles from the sect. His primary purpose for this journey was to broaden his horizons, with the collection of spiritual herbs being a secondary endeavor. As he entered Luoqi town, Fu Yu observed as he walked. The town's scale surpassed that of the sect's market, with a more diverse crowd comprising various sections. After wandering for a while, Fu Yu decided to gather some information and stepped into a tea house. The tea house was sparsely populated, with 4 or 5 tables occupied. A server led Fu Yu to a window-side table, serving him tea before bowing and retreating. As Fu Yu leisurely sipped his tea, he listened to the idle chatter of the patrons. After the passage of half an hour, 2 individuals entered the tea house. One was a tall, handsome young man, appearing no older than 20, garbed in a light blue robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. The other was a young woman, around 15 or 16, tall with fair, delicate skin, her oval face framed by clear, bright eyes. Dressed in a lotus-colored gown, she radiated an elegant aura, though a hint of youthful innocence lingered, marking her as a beautiful maiden. Fu Yu's gaze lingered briefly on the pair, noting that the young man was at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, while the young woman was at its early stage. Upon entering the tea house, the 3 individuals at one of the tables promptly stood to greet them. "Young master, miss." The young man nodded, looking towards a middle-aged man among them. "Uncle Xiao, there's no need for such formalities." Once seated, the young man inquired, "Uncle Xiao? You sent word for us to come. What is the matter?" The middle-aged man surnamed Xiao spoke. "It is as follows. Yesterday, a wandering cultivator attempted to exchange an exceedingly rare spiritual herb for spirit stones near Luoqi town. Inadvertently, he caught the attention of someone with ill intentions who pressed him for the source of the herb. This cultivator, possessing limited prowess and lacking any backing, found himself coerced into revealing the truth. It turns out he had ventured 50 miles west of Luoqi town into the mountains in search of medicinal materials. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled upon a hidden realm and gathered numerous rare spiritual herbs. However, he was injured by a demonic beast within the realm and sustained severe wounds. After escaping, he chose to keep this matter secret, but nearly a year of treatment had drained his savings without healing him. Now, he was left with hardly any spirit stones and resorted to trading the herbs he had collected for healing elixirs, which led to the news spreading rapidly throughout Luoqi town. "It has been several days. I fear we may be too late. Why hasn't anyone else ventured in to investigate?" a man inquired. Indeed. Upon receiving this news, the Zhang family stationed in Luoqi town immediately dispatched individuals to verify it. I heard their foundation-building cultivator even went to investigate personally, ultimately confirming it as a newly discovered secret realm. However, the restrictions within this realm are exceedingly formidable. Only those below the foundation-building stage may enter, and the entrance is uniquely timed, only open for 1 hour at noon on the 15th day of the 8th month. The Zhang family intended to claim this realm for themselves, but the public's fervor was overwhelming. Their strength was insufficient to take control without inviting disaster, so they relinquished it, allowing others to enter. Strange. Why haven't the major sects made a move to seize this opportunity? A young woman questioned, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. How could they not come? It is merely that this place is somewhat remote, and news has yet to reach them. Once the word spreads, those sects will undoubtedly arrive to exert their control. The middle-aged man replied, "Tomorrow marks the opening of the secret realm. Everyone should rest well. We will venture in together. Since only those below the foundation building stage can enter, it should not pose too much danger, making it an ideal opportunity for the young master and young lady to hone their skills," he continued. "Very well. Since we have nothing pressing, let us seize this chance to explore the secret realm," the man addressed as young master declared. Fu Yu's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he placed a spirit stone on the table and rose to leave the tea house. He sought out an inn to settle in, and within his room, he pondered the information he had overheard. The middle-aged man and the group referred to as young master and young lady had spoken without discretion. With a little attention, one could glean their words. It was uncertain whether their accounts were truthful, but their demeanor suggested no ulterior motives. However, in tea houses, discerning the truth from fiction is often fraught with peril. In the realm of cultivation, caution is paramount. While the majority of what was said likely held merit, Fu Yu, being inherently prudent, chose not to accept it all at face value. Since the middle-aged man claimed the news had spread throughout Luoqi town, Fu Yu resolved to verify it. Exiting his room, he approached the counter and beckoned the attendant. The attendant hurried over, inquiring, "Esteemed immortal, how may I assist you?" Fu Yu replied, "I seek information. Has anything noteworthy transpired in Luoqi town recently? Speak plainly, and if I find the information useful, you may keep this spirit stone. Although Fu Yu possessed only a few hundred spirit stones at present, his experiences had broadened his perspective. He no longer regarded spirit stones with the same reverence as before. With his current level of cultivation, he could easily earn several hundred spirit stones through simple tasks or alchemy. Even if that were not the case, the items within his storage bag could be exchanged for thousands of spirit stones, rendering 1 or 2 stones insignificant. Currently, Fu Yu carried 3 storage bags. One was issued by his sect, containing valuable items, while the other 2 belonged to Zhou Taowu, the chief of Mongshan Tiger's stronghold, and a fleeing family. After dealing with Zhang Yu, Fu Yu had reclaimed these 2 bags, as such capacious storage was indeed valuable. The attendant, a cultivator at the 3rd layer of condensation, beamed upon seeing the spirit stone in Fu Yu's hand. Esteemed immortal, you have come to the right person. In this marketplace, there is no one unaware of my name. Jiang Shaoling. I am well acquainted with all significant happenings here. Fu Yu waved his hand, interrupting Jiang Shaoling's self-praise. Get to the point. Jiang Shaoling, eager to continue boasting, faltered upon sensing Fu Yu's serious demeanor. He quickly collected his thoughts and said, regarding major events. There was one yesterday. A wandering cultivator astonishingly attempted to sell an immensely valuable spiritual herb at the Spirit Herb Pavilion. This herb is known as the renowned Qingfeng vine. Fu Yu, though new to the realm of alchemy, was well aware of the Qingfeng vine, a primary ingredient in the formulation of foundation establishment pills, which had become exceedingly rare. Jiang Shaoling then recounted in vivid detail what Fu Yu had overheard in the tea house, elaborating on the notable figures currently gathering in Luoqi town and the geographical features of Luoqi Mountain. Having ascertained the veracity of the matter, Fu Yu dismissed Jiang Shaoling's chatter, casually tossing him the spirit stone before returning to his room. Secret realm. Fu Yu murmured to himself, recalling the information he had read in the sect's texts. In this world, myriad secret realms exist, many of which are nestled in the vast expanse of the continent. It is said that the Qingyun Sect possesses 1 or 2 secret realms and jointly manages a colossal realm with several other major sections. The environments within these realms are diverse and peculiar. Some are singularly attributed to one element, presenting extreme hazards for exploration. Others may support life, while some are fraught with prohibitive restrictions, making navigation perilous. Certain realms may even have spatial rifts appearing at any moment, posing grave danger even to core formation cultivators. The exact number of secret realms remains a mystery, as many are discovered but kept hidden. The formation of these realms is attributed to 2 prevailing theories. One suggests that during the continent's formation, numerous fragmented plates scattered across its surface, with some remnants gradually forming small realms in the surrounding space, existing alongside the continent from its inception, allowing for a variety of life to thrive. The other theory posits that drifting plates amidst spatial turbulence were drawn to the continent, eventually becoming attached to it, resulting in realms that are often inhospitable for sustaining life. New secret realms are uncovered every few centuries, each previously untouched, yielding bountiful rare resources for cultivation. Once discovered, throngs of people rush to enter. However, since this secret realm harbors spiritual beasts, it should be conducive to human habitation as well. Having encountered such an opportunity, Fu Yu resolved to explore it. With his decision made, he set aside further contemplation and began practicing the Qingyun method. Though he had reached the 9th layer of condensation, he remained diligent, seizing every moment to cultivate. The following day, Fu Yu awoke from his practice, tidied himself, and stepped out of the inn. The streets were eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling scene of the previous day. He understood that many had already made their way to Luoqi Mountain. Exiting the marketplace, Fu Yu summoned his sword and soared towards Luoqi Mountain. In less than an hour, he arrived at the mountain, guided by the numerous figures flying toward a canyon within. Fu Yu followed suit, entering the canyon. The canyon was already teeming with people, at least 600 or 700, and this was despite the suddenness of the event. As the news had not spread far, otherwise, the crowd would have likely multiplied several times over. With no sect controlling access and being the first discovery of such a secret realm, even a fool would recognize the benefits of entering. Merely harvesting a single spiritual herb could fetch a substantial sum of spirit stones, making it akin to a windfall for those lacking resources for cultivation. Even those with ample resources could hardly resist the allure. Once inside, any modest gain would alleviate their cultivation needs for years to come. Fu Yu entered the canyon and found a spot to sit and await the activation of the secret realm. During this time, many others arrived, making the canyon even more vibrant. As noon approached, the atmosphere among the crowd grew increasingly fervent, with many gazing eagerly towards the canyon's end, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Moments later, the sun reached its zenith, and a beam of light descended from the crevices of the towering rock walls on either side of the canyon. A shimmering ripple of water-like hues began to emerge at the canyon's far end. As this transformation took place, someone exclaimed, "The secret realm has opened." A frenzy erupted. With fervent eyes fixated on the illuminated spot, and several individuals in the crowd could no longer contain their excitement, exhaling heavily. The ripple began to spin slowly, gradually expanding to envelop an area of about 20 feet, forming a vortex that eventually stabilized when it reached a diameter of 10 feet. Within the vortex, darkness prevailed, obscuring what lay beyond. This formation occurred in silence, devoid of any fluctuation of spiritual energy, appearing almost serenely. The canyon was rather remote, and no one had ever discovered rare treasures here, making it a place seldom trodden. No wonder no one had stumbled upon it for so many years. Seeing the vortex cease its transformation, some in the crowd could no longer restrain themselves and shouted, "Go!" They leaped into the vortex, disappearing in an instant. With someone taking the lead, others hurriedly followed suit, and soon only a handful remained in the canyon. Fu Yu stood up and looked at the remaining individuals, who all exuded a calm demeanor and were at the 9th layer of pulse condensation, each bearing an air of confidence. Like Fu Yu, they were unhurried as they soared towards the vortex, swiftly entering the secret realm. As Fu Yu entered the vortex, he felt a wave of dizziness, his body weightless. He relaxed and allowed himself to be drawn deeper into the vortex. With a soft thud, Fu Yu landed on the ground. Although feeling quite uncomfortable, he suppressed it and scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense, detecting no immediate danger, which eased his mind slightly. Concentrating his spiritual energy, he dispelled his discomfort and dizziness before taking stock of his environment. He found himself in a low-lying jungle, with dense shrubs growing on a gentle slope, and he had landed on a grassy patch at the forest's edge. The landscape was a sea of green, with distant mountain silhouettes barely visible. It was apparent that this secret realm was extensive, with hundreds entering. It was like tossing stones into a vast lake, barely making a ripple. The spiritual energy here was nearly double that of the outside world, and Fu Yu took a deep breath, feeling immensely comfortable. The sky was exceptionally bright, and he could not discern the source of the light. Directionless, he chose a path at random and sped forward, without riding his sword. As he was unfamiliar with this place and unsure of the creatures that might inhabit it, Fu Yu relied on the knowledge he had gained while training in the Qingmang Mountains. After crossing the gentle slope, he encountered a crystal-clear stream, and his eyes brightened at the sight of several delicate herbs growing by the water's edge. This secret realm indeed boasted an abundance of spiritual herbs. Having traveled only a few hundred meters, he had already discovered them. Fu Yu approached and harvested the herbs. Following the stream, he extended his spiritual sense. Given his current strength, he could cover the entire ravine, perceiving even the slightest disturbances in the environment. As he progressed, Fu Yu felt very satisfied. After traveling approximately 4 or 5 miles, he had collected over 10 spiritual herbs, a feat unimaginable outside. Moreover, these herbs were mature and of considerable age. For 2 consecutive days, Fu Yu, utilizing his keen perception, harvested a plethora of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, his storage bag was spacious, allowing him to collect any mature herbs regardless of quantity. Though common here, each herb held significant value outside. On the 3rd day, after crossing a ridge, Fu Yu continued deeper into the valley. Suddenly, he halted, suppressing his aura and accelerating its concealment, leaning against a tree to obscure his presence. Before him, approximately 400 or 500 feet away, lay a shimmering pond. Within the pond, he sensed a formidable presence lurking beneath the surface. With his awareness, Fu Yu recognized that he was still on the outskirts of the secret realm, having ventured along the path of concentrated spiritual energy, which still lay far ahead. Yet, even in this peripheral area, a beast of no less than the 9th layer of pulse condensation lurked. Fu Yu became increasingly cautious about his expedition into the secret realm. Though unafraid of the beast, Fu Yu was wise enough not to launch a direct attack. Instead, he opted to assess the surroundings first. He began to circle the pond, ensuring no other beasts or cultivators were present within a 500-foot radius before cautiously approaching the water's edge. As he drew nearer, he caught a glimpse of the beast's form, confirming it to be a second-tier creature, roughly equivalent to the 9th layer of pulse condensation. However, Fuyu's continued use of aura suppression kept him undetected. Typically, beasts possess a far superior sense of their environment compared to humans. Fuyu marveled at the effectiveness of the aura suppression technique imparted by Master Xian. It truly proved to be a highly practical skill. When he was about 100 feet from the pond, Fuyu released his aura, and the creature within the water immediately detected him. Knowing the beast would have the advantage in combat by the water's edge, Fuyu refused to grant it such an opportunity. Engaging on solid ground was the prudent choice. Moreover, the aura Fuyu displayed was merely that of the perfected 8th layer of pulse condensation, ensuring he would not alarm the creature. As anticipated, upon noticing Fuyu, the beast leaped from the pond. It resembled a crocodile, albeit significantly larger, with a thick layer of phosphorescent scales, limbs as thick as a bowl, and sharp claws glinting menacingly. Its mouth opened to reveal a set of fangs extending a full foot in length, a stone-armored tiger crocodile. Fuyu immediately recognized the demonic beast before him. This creature, covered in a tough layer of phosphorescent armor, transformed into solid plates during battle, resembling chunks of stone that shielded it. One should not underestimate these stone-like defenses. Typically, cultivators in the condensation phase would find them nearly impenetrable without special means. For an ordinary cultivator of the same phase, encountering the stone armor tiger crocodile would mean fleeing at all costs. However, Fuyu was no ordinary practitioner. With a fierce roar, the stone armor tiger crocodile emerged from the water, its malevolent eyes fixated on Fuyu. It propelled itself forward with its powerful hind legs, exuding a menacing aura. Although this intruder differed in appearance from the usual demonic beasts, the creature's instinct remained the same. It would tear apart any living thing that dared to trespass. In an instant, the beast lunged at Fuyu, its muscular body arching as its formidable right claw swiped towards him with astonishing speed, the stench of blood overwhelming the air. A round shield appeared before Fuyu, absorbing the impact of the claw. Sparks flew as the two collided, and Fuyu staggered back several steps, having successfully deflected the blow. With his keen eyesight and agility, Fuyu managed to evade the creature's attack. However, in the time leading up to this moment, he had not only mastered two techniques, but also acquired a Taiha shield from the Guangyuan store, which he was eager to test against this formidable foe. Gazing at the Taiha shield, which bore no marks from the encounter, Fuyu had not activated its protective barrier, but rather utilized the shield itself for defense. He was confident that, when fully activated, it could withstand even the assaults of a foundational cultivator. Satisfied with its performance, he turned his attention back to the beast. Seeing Fuyu retreat, the stone armor tiger crocodile pursued him relentlessly, its massive jaws agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth that instilled a sense of dread. The creature charged with incredible speed, the air around it compressing as it moved. As it swung its colossal head, it aimed to bite at Fuyu's neck. Feeling the constricting force around him, Fuyu raised an eyebrow. Had his cultivation been slightly weaker, this fleeting moment of restraint could have proven fatal. Nonetheless, he smiled slightly, finding the pressure exerted by the beast to be a perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired techniques. With a focused thought, he called out, "Void Step." In an instant, Fuyu vanished from sight, reappearing 2 yards to the right of the stone armor tiger crocodile. The beast snapped its jaws shut, momentarily bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its prey. Instinctively, it twisted its body, its long tail shooting towards Fuyu like a comet. This combination attack was executed with such seamless precision that countless opponents had met their demise under its assault. Fuyu marveled at the inherent combat prowess of demonic beasts. Their reflexes often outpaced their cognitive commands, and this rapid response had become an instinct ingrained deep within their being. He remained undistracted, focusing intently as he employed the Void Step repeatedly to evade the creature's relentless assault. At times, he utilized the Taiha shield to deflect attacks. As his mastery of the Void Step, while considerable, had yet to be tested in battle, he found himself occasionally sluggish and unaccustomed, necessitating reliance on the shield. As the skirmish continued, Fuyu began to use the Taiha shield less frequently, swiftly gaining proficiency with the Void Step under the duress of the stone armor tiger crocodile's aggression. The beast grew increasingly frustrated. Initially, it could land strikes on the elusive human, even feeling the impact against its shield. Yet, after repeated misses, its fury escalated, and it roared with rage, baffled by the peculiar techniques of this human who could evade its every move. The beast had never encountered such a situation before, as its past battles had always involved direct confrontations with flesh and blood. Suddenly, the stone armor tiger crocodile noticed Fu Yu standing still, and a surge of delight coursed through it. The wretched human had finally ceased its flight. With a mighty roar, it lunged forward, its massive form crashing toward Fu Yu, its claws tearing through the air, creating phantasmal afterimages. It was determined to capture this detestable human and rip it apart, grinding the pieces into dust to relieve its pent-up frustration. At that moment, the creature sensed its rapidly flailing claws being deflected by an unseen force. With every swipe, it felt an uncomfortable sting in its palms. Although the pain was minor, it was enough to hinder its speed, forcing it to halt. The beast froze, realizing that Fu Yu had drawn a long sword, emanating a dangerous sharpness that instilled a profound sense of peril in the stone armor tiger crocodile. At this juncture, Fu Yu had become adept at employing the void step and was intimately familiar with the beast's attack patterns. However, practicing sword techniques against the stone armor tiger crocodile was not a reliable strategy. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle. He tossed the flowing cloud's sword into the air, and in an instant, it transformed into a cascade of shooting stars. The tiger crocodile, initially curious about this phenomenon, was taken aback as the sword flashed before its eyes, the starry light expanding rapidly. What began as a pinprick of light soon engulfed its vision. A piercing, anguished scream echoed as the flowing cloud sword penetrated the creature's right eye, driving straight into its brain, resulting in its instant demise. Had Fu Yu employed this technique from the outset, he might not have been able to dispatch the stone armor tiger crocodile with such ease. However, after enduring prolonged combat, he had thoroughly studied its attack patterns and movements. Since the beast had been relentlessly pursuing Fu Yu, it was caught off guard by the sudden change, unable to react in time to defend its vulnerable spot. After cleaving the creature's skull, Fu Yu extracted a dark, gray demon core, placing it into a small storage pouch. He had no desire to further dissect the corpse, casually storing it in a larger storage bag, which had ample space for such trophies. Having dealt with the stone armor tiger crocodile, Fu Yu lifted his gaze towards the water pool. With such a formidable beast guarding this area, it was likely that rare spiritual herbs thrived nearby. Filled with anticipation, he made his way toward the pool. Upon reaching the edge, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and indeed, at the foot of the rocky slope near the water, he spotted a 2-foot-tall spiritual herb. This herb, resembling a curved scoop, had a light brown stem adorned with 4 or 5 slender leaves, and a translucent white fruit hung in its midst, exuding a faint, ethereal glow that signaled its ripeness. Silver sea apricot grass. Fu Yu's heart soared with joy, trembling with excitement at this unexpected discovery of a mature spiritual herb. He was momentarily perplexed as to why the stone armor tiger crocodile had not consumed the fruit. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and carefully harvested the entire plant. He retrieved a jade box, placed the herb inside, and enacted several sealing spells before securing the box within his storage pouch. Fu Yu was no longer the naive individual who had encountered mysterious spiritual fruits in the past. Since that time, he had dedicated considerable effort to understanding how to preserve spiritual herbs and fruits. The spells he employed ensured that the spiritual essence of the herb would remain intact. After carefully securing the silver sea apricot sandgrass, Fu Yu gradually calmed down from his elation by subtly circulating the Qingyun decision. The silver sea apricot sandgrass is an exceptionally rare spiritual herb in the outside world. When a small portion of its leaves is added during alchemy, it significantly enhances the success rate of potion crafting. It is well known that no alchemist can guarantee a 100% success rate, especially when concocting particularly rare elixirs. The inclusion of even a trace of silver sea apricot sandgrass greatly increases the likelihood of success. This herb is something every alchemist ardently desires. The fruit of this herb is even more precious, as it can enhance the vitality of spiritual energy without the side effects typically associated with elixirs. When consumed while breaking through a bottleneck, the fruit allows for a smoother and more controlled flow of spiritual energy, enabling practitioners to perceive the subtle changes in their spiritual essence during the process. This heightened awareness facilitates a clearer understanding of their cultivation path. Essentially, Both the increased success rate in alchemy and the enhanced vitality of spiritual energy stem from the same principle, activation. With the activation of elixirs increased, the success rate improves. Likewise, with heightened spiritual vitality, breakthroughs become more attainable. It can be said that acquiring this silver sea apricot sand grass holds immense significance for Fuyu. Should he consume this spiritual fruit while attempting to establish his foundation, his success rate would rise by at least 30%. Such an enhancement is unparalleled, surpassing even the efficacy of foundation-building pills, and without the associated drawbacks. Moreover, the heightened sensitivity during the breakthrough allows Fuyu to gain profound insights into his own cultivation, facilitating a swifter progression. Fuyu had no desire to rely on foundation-building pills for his advancement. Although his cultivation had been progressing smoothly, the challenge of establishing a foundation without external aids was considerable, and neither he nor Elder Xin held much confidence in it. Now, with the silver sea apricot sand grass in hand, the door to establishing his foundation had undeniably swung open. This journey had proven to be exceptionally rewarding. No wonder Fuyu, with his calm and composed demeanor, found it difficult to suppress his delight. Once the fruit of the silver sea apricot sand grass matures, it can remain viable on the plant for up to a month. It seems that the stone-armored crocodile was also waiting to consume this spiritual fruit during its breakthrough. But fate intervened with the discovery of this secret realm, allowing Fuyu to benefit instead. After searching the vicinity of the pond, he found nothing further of interest. Sitting by the pond, Fuyu began his meditation, focusing on refining his spiritual energy. He dared not delve deeply into a state of cultivation here. The primary goal was to calm his emotions. Despite his efforts to suppress his joy, Fuyu recognized that he had not yet achieved true tranquility. Exploring with such a mindset would yield more harm than good. Instability could lead to peril, especially in this realm where one must contend not only with beasts but also with fellow cultivators. In the world of cultivation, one must always strive to maintain their optimal state, a lesson Fuyu had gleaned from the experiences of his sect's elders. After 2 hours, Fuyu rose, his eyes regaining their sharpness and serenity. The turmoil within him had settled, and his expression revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. It was time to embark on a new exploration. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, he ventured towards the area of intensified aura. The following days were fruitful. He gathered an abundance of spiritual herbs and dispatched several demonic beasts. However, none were as precious as the silver sea apricot sandgrass. Though these herbs were still exceedingly rare, sought after, and of considerable age. In his exploration, Fuyu felt his body increasingly repelled by the spatial environment, estimating that, at this rate, he would be expelled from this realm in approximately 3 months. One day, following the fluctuations of spiritual energy, Fuyu arrived at the edge of a valley where the aura was noticeably richer than elsewhere. Based on his experiences over the past few days, he anticipated a rewarding find. However, before he could enter the valley, he detected the unmistakable signs of a battle. Immediately, Fuyu employed the concealment technique, minimizing his presence, and stealthily approached the source of the conflict. After traversing a distance of more than 2 miles, he peered forward to witness 2 individuals locked in combat within the valley. Among them, he recognized the young man referred to as Young Master by the middle-aged man surnamed Xiao at the tea house. The young man wielded a spear, while his opponent, a stocky figure clad in black robes, brandished a pair of short hooks. With a swift motion, the young man unleashed a fierce gust of wind with his spear, thrusting it forward and creating a spectral image of the weapon that absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, rapidly expanding into a formidable force aimed directly at the black-robed man. The stocky figure responded with a cold snort, rotating his short hook outward. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into it, transforming the hook into a crescent-shaped streak of light, aimed at the intersection of the spear and Oppo's tip and shaft. A sharp, piercing sound erupted as the spear quivered slightly, yet continued its advance, though its trajectory was slightly altered by the impact. The black-robed man remained motionless, allowing the spear to narrowly pass him by. Then, in a gravelly voice, he declared, "If you have any other tricks, reveal them all. With such feeble skills, you dare to challenge me? Hand over the spiritual fire ginseng you just obtained, or this place shall become your grave." So it was the spiritual fire ginseng. No wonder the two were fighting. Fuyu mused. While ordinary ginseng may hold some value for the average person, it is of little use to cultivators. Even a ginseng aged for hundreds of years would garner no interest. However, the value of spiritual fire ginseng is entirely different. It is a fire-attributed spiritual herb of unparalleled purity. For those practicing fire-related techniques, it serves to purify and enhance their spiritual energy, allowing for swift advancements, a rare treasure in the realm of cultivation. The young man, seeing the black-robed figure effortlessly neutralize his attack, grew increasingly agitated. Yet he retorted defiantly, "This fire ginseng was discovered by me, and I defeated the guardian beast to obtain it. Why should I give it to you?" The black-robed man replied coldly, "It seems you are obstinate. Why? Because of the hooks in my hands. Do you value your life or the fire ginseng more? You. Do you have no sense of reason? Reason? The one with the bigger fist dictates reason. Are you unaware of that? If you want the fire ginseng, it depends on whether you can take it." The young man, filled with resentment, produced a jade box and opened it to reveal the fire ginseng within. "Let me go, or I shall destroy this fire ginseng. Step back 50 paces, and I will place the box on the ground. Once I have left, you may retrieve it." The black-robed man, eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of the fire ginseng, responded, "Since you are so agreeable, I shall step back 50 paces. But do not attempt any tricks, or I shall have you torn to pieces." With that, the black-robed man retreated 50 paces, commanding, "Place the jade box down. You may leave." The young man, eyes darting, tossed the jade box towards the right rear, sending it arcing swiftly toward Fu Yu's position. Simultaneously, he leaped into the air, darting like a shooting star into the nearby forest, disappearing from sight. "What a clever lad, diverting danger my way." Fu Yu cursed silently, not particularly concerned about the jade box being thrown in his direction, but rather annoyed that he had been discovered once again. After the battle at Mongshan, he had absorbed valuable experience. His consciousness remained vigilant, and his breath control techniques were in full operation. Despite his utmost caution, he was still detected by the young man. The short, black-robed figure roared, "Indeed, you have ulterior motives." He leapt into the air, pursuing the jade box, and within a few breaths, he had reached Fu Yu's side. Fu Yu forced a bitter smile, realizing he could no longer hide, and stepped out of his concealment. As soon as Fu Yu moved, the short black-robed man noticed him. Abruptly halting, his expression dark and cold, he demanded, "Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Come forth." Fu Yu gestured, holding the jade box in his hand, and replied nonchalantly, "I am merely a passerby who noticed a skirmish and came to see what was happening. Is that not permissible, my good sir?" "Humph, a mere observer? It seems you plan to play the role of a yellow bird, but you appear to be disappointed. That fellow could not withstand the fight and has already fled. I wonder if you, the yellow bird, can still return." "That depends on your capabilities," Fu Yu responded with calm composure. Observing Fu Yu's nonchalance, the short black-robed man felt a flicker of doubt. Could this young man possess a hidden trump card? Confident in his own strength, the short black-robed man had reached a consummate level of pulse condensation for several years. Though he had not yet attempted to establish a foundation, he had diligently honed his spiritual power, rendering it exceptionally robust, supplemented by several powerful techniques. He was a formidable opponent within the pulse condensation stage. However, he was aware that many elite disciples from prominent families and sects were equipped with life-saving techniques, which could pose a threat even to those in the foundation establishment stage. Unwilling to relinquish his aspirations, the short black-robed man recognized that the fire spirit ginseng perfectly aligned with his cultivation techniques. If acquired, it would permit him to attempt foundation establishment, and given his current state, the likelihood of success was substantial. The thought of foundation establishment filled him with excitement, and he resolved that he must obtain the fire spirit ginseng today, regardless of any powerful backing the young man might possess. "Youth, let us speak plainly. The fire spirit ginseng pertains to my future cultivation. No matter the circumstances, I must have it. If you are wise, surrender it, and we shall part ways amicably. If you refuse..." The short black-robed man inhaled deeply, his voice low and deliberate. "Then today, it shall be your demise or mine." With this declaration, a fierce determination surged within him, an aura of deadly resolve emanating from his being. Since his debut, Fu Yu had never encountered someone radiating such a palpable killing intent. Not even the notorious Mongshan Four Fiends. This individual was not only mentally resilient, but also a seasoned warrior. Upon witnessing such prowess, Fu Yu dared not underestimate him, instantly focusing all his attention. The pressure from the black-robed man's aura ignited a fervor within Fu Yu as well. Opponents of this caliber were indeed rare. "If you seek the fire spirit ginseng, first you must best my sword." Fu Yu declared, drawing the flowing cloud sword from his storage pouch with a swift motion. Let me see your true capabilities. The short, black-robed man retorted, his voice cutting through the air as he brandished a short hook that gleamed ominously. His fingers rubbed together, causing the hook to spin rapidly, transforming into a silver-white orb of light infused with spiritual energy. He executed several hand seals, imbuing the orb with power. With a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, "Silver Hook Whirlwind." He flicked his hand, sending the orb hurtling towards Fu Yu at a speed almost imperceptible to the eye, slicing through the air with an eerie silence. Fu Yu, refusing to be caught off guard, thrust the flowing cloud sword forward, which transformed into a streak of light aimed directly at the center of the orb. "Humph, fool," the short, black-robed man scoffed, realizing that this young man was indeed inexperienced. Despite witnessing the numerous seals he had inscribed upon the orb, Fu Yu dared to attack its center. While conventional rotating attacks have their weaknesses at the core, the Silver Hook Whirlwind was far more intricate. As Fu Yu's sword approached the orb's center, the orb suddenly morphed back into the short hook without losing momentum, accelerating toward Fu Yu's neck. The change was so swift that it caught Fu Yu unawares. In that moment, the black-robed man reveled in his triumph, thinking, "You have sealed your own fate." At the same time, he launched the other short hook to intercept Fu Yu's flowing cloud sword. Just as the right-hand hook was about to slice Fu Yu's neck, the black-robed man's expression shifted suddenly as he turned to the left, noticing Fu Yu had already evaded to that side. What an astonishing technique, he thought, realizing this young man was indeed exceptional. Despite his shock, he felt no fear. Relying solely on agility would not suffice against him. With a twist of his body, the black-robed man executed an intricate footwork, pursuing Fu Yu while launching the short hook from the side. He hurled the left-hand hook like a dart, aiming for Fu Yu's left flank. The coordination of his dual hooks was masterful, effectively blocking Fu Yu's escape routes. Fu Yu inwardly lamented that against a typical technique, escape would be impossible. However, even with a multi-directional assault, he could still evade using his void escape technique. Determined not to merely evade, Fu Yu resolved, if that is the case, let me test my sword techniques. He altered his technique, causing the flowing cloud sword to vanish into a multitude of star-like points which rained down upon the black-robed man. Following that, he summoned the Taiha shield from his storage pouch, encasing himself in protection. The black-robed man's expression shifted as he retracted his hooks, crossing his arms in front of him to form a protective barrier. A cross-shaped wave of light surged forth, crashing violently toward the oncoming star points, disregarding the flowing cloud sword entirely as it barreled through. Faced with the relentless assault from the black-robed man, Fu Yu's scattered star points were forcefully dispersed, and the shadow of the black-robed man surged forward, distancing himself from Fu Yu. With a serious expression, he declared, "Starry Cascade's sword technique. You are a disciple of the Qingyun Sect." Fu Yu glanced at him and replied, "Indeed, I am a disciple of the Qingyun Sect." "Humph, wherever you go, there are those from your grand sections. The moment there is profit, you swarm like flies drawn to carrion. Can't you leave some resources for us loose cultivators and families?" As his words fell, he brushed his waist, producing a tripod-shaped spiritual weapon that zoomed forth, spinning menacingly toward Fu Yu. The tripod expanded as it flew, exuding a heavy pressure aimed at ensnaring Fu Yu. It was the Mountain River Tripod, a spiritual artifact available for sale in Zhang Yu's Guangyuan Trading Hall. Primarily designed for trapping enemies, if utilized effectively, it could be quite advantageous in combat. This short black-robed man proved to be quite remarkable, employing an unusual weapon while simultaneously controlling two spiritual artifacts to attack. He was no less formidable than Fu Yu at the late pulse condensation stage. Excellent, Fu Yu thought, invigorated by the challenge. The flowing cloud sword transformed once more, slashing through the air to create a massive sword shadow that radiated a sharp aura, drawing in surrounding spiritual energy as it struck down toward the tripod. A piercing sound echoed as the air crackled with spiritual light. Although the tripod remained intact, it was deflected to one side. "Humph, what nonsense sword technique is this? Such a fine sword treated so carelessly is an utter waste," the black-robed man exclaimed, both scornful and secretly envious of the luxury afforded to sect disciples. In his mind, if he could obtain a spiritual weapon like the flowing cloud sword, it would be invaluable. How could one dare to clash with such an artifact head-on? Although he felt a sense of frustration within, his hands were ceaselessly busy. He simultaneously wielded a short hook to attack, while manipulating a large cauldron to strike at Fu Yu. Coupled with his commendable footwork, his attacks and evasions were executed with precision, conjuring waves of spiritual energy that incessantly assailed Fu Yu. The cauldron's onslaught was grand and overwhelming, crashing forth like a surging tide, while the short hooks danced in a serpentine manner, akin to venomous snakes emerging from their lairs. The diminutive figure in the black robe unleashed his full might, launching wave after wave of attacks that rose higher than the last. Fu Yu found himself cornered by the black-robed man time and again. Even with the Tai he shield in hand, he struggled to defend himself, nearly overwhelmed. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Fu Yu steeled himself, refusing to be distracted. It was evident that the black-robed man possessed far more combat experience than Fu Yu. Despite being inferior in spiritual tools and agility, he remained calm and relentless, his assault relentless as the tide. This was Fu Yu's first encounter with such a tenacious adversary. Fu Yu continuously employed the starry sword technique against his foe, both engaging in a balanced exchange of blows, though he had yet to reveal any hidden cards. However, it was possible that the black-robed man also harbored a trump card of his own. Encountering such a worthy opponent served as an excellent opportunity for Fu Yu, whose combat experience was relatively modest. Fortunately, he had previously mastered the Void Flash technique, allowing him to evade attacks with remarkable agility, infuriating the black-robed man, who found himself powerless against Fu Yu. As the battle progressed, the black-robed man's unexpected assaults broadened Fu Yu's horizons, and he became increasingly adept with the starry sword technique. Unbeknownst to the black-robed man, Fu Yu was using him as a sharpening stone, fueling his growing ire. Suddenly, the black-robed man retracted his hooks and cauldron. "You force my hand," he bellowed, his eyes flaring crimson, his expression transforming into a mask of rage. His arm spun rapidly before his chest as countless incantations flowed forth, the hooks swirling violently. With a surge of his essence, he spat forth a mouthful of blood onto the hooks, causing them to swell dramatically. As they spun, the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn into their vortex. Fu Yu could not comprehend the black-robed man's deep-seated hatred for him, yet he sensed a chilling danger emanating from the swirling hooks. Given the blood he had ejected, it was evident that this was some forbidden technique. However, it was too late to interrupt the black-robed man's attack. There was no need to confront him head-on. Realizing this, Fu Yu prepared to employ the Void Flash to escape, only to discover an unknown force within the space that prevented him from utilizing it. Alarmed, his expression darkened for the first time. "You think escaping will be that easy? Now that I have begun to wield the blood-burning soul hooks, there is no chance for evasion." The black-robed man waved his hands, and the whirling hooks transformed into a gigantic blood-red crescent, crashing down toward Fu Yu. The overwhelming force bound the surrounding space for dozens of feet, the crescent descending like a colossal meteor. Feeling the lethal intent of the blood-red crescent looming above him, Fu Yu let out a thunderous roar, activating the Tai He shield to its maximum defensive state. Meanwhile, the flowing cloud sword soared into the sky, striking the crescent in an attempt to dismantle it. Yet, the crescent seemed to disregard the flowing cloud sword's assault, though its rotational speed diminished. It continued its rapid descent toward Fu Yu. The starry sword technique emphasized finesse, rendering it largely ineffective against this brute force. With that realization, Fu Yu gritted his teeth, unleashing a series of hand seals and shouting, "Li Hui Jiu Yanju!" A blast of dark red flames infused with molten gold ignited at the crescent's center, producing a resounding explosion that halted the blood-red crescent in midair. Undeterred, Fu Yu channeled more spiritual energy into the flames, which surged, engulfing the crescent. As he exerted all his strength in the Li Hui Jiu Yanju, he observed the blood-red crescent gradually diminish, instilling a sense of calm within him. Seeing this, the black-robed man spat another mouthful of blood, channeling his energy into the crescent, causing it to swell once more, slowly bearing down on Fu Yu. However, when the blood-red crescent made contact with the Tai He shield's barrier, no amount of urging from the black-robed man could push it further. They were now in a stalemate, and it was clear that the black-robed man would be the first to falter, as such a blood-consuming attack would inevitably weaken after its initial surge. The black-robed man's face contorted with ferocity, and after a moment's hesitation, he revealed a cruel expression, swiftly producing a dagger and plunging it into his own chest, blood gushing forth. His complexion paled as he executed a series of hand seals, bellowing, "Die!" The blood transformed into a crimson line, cascading onto the blood-red crescent, which suddenly erupted with a blinding light, tearing through the Tai He shield's barrier and enveloping Fu Yu. In that instant, it felt as though death itself had descended upon Fu Yu, the profound murderous intent surging toward him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, narrowing his eyes and calling out, "By Han Feng Yin Ju now." A torrent of flames surged forth, striking the crescent. It was akin to a searing iron brand plunging into a mound of snow, as the crescent was immediately halted, rapidly shrinking until, with a resounding boom, it shattered into two short hooks that plummeted from the sky, utterly spent. Upon witnessing the damaged hooks, Fu Yu, pale-faced, finally sighed in relief, astonished by the black-robed man's formidable strike. It had taken the full force of his by Han Feng Yin Ju to withstand it, leaving him nearly depleted of spiritual energy. What kind of technique is this? The black-robed man murmured in despair. At that moment, he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, his forbidden technique having backfired, leaving him in a state of weakness. Fu Yu said nothing further. At this point, there was no room for restraint. It was a matter of survival. Either he or the black-robed man would perish, for the struggles within the realm of cultivation were invariably brutal. He circled the flowing cloud sword around the black-robed man's neck, severing his head cleanly. With a casual motion, he collected the man's storage pouch. His gaze shifted slightly to the left, addressing the surrounding forest with a cool demeanor. "You possess skill, sir. Not only diverting the trouble, but also preparing to reap the benefits. Why do you not step forth?" His calm voice bore an undercurrent of menace. Anyone caught in such a trap would be understandably irate, particularly since this young man had not retreated but lingered in the forest, poised to take advantage. A voice emerged from the thicket. "Please, esteemed friend, temper your wrath. I had no choice. I meant no harm." As soon as the words were spoken, the young man stepped from the foliage, bowing deeply. "I apologize for my earlier recklessness. Please forgive my transgressions. Allow me to make amends." Observing the man's unguarded demeanor and sincere apology, Fu Yu refrained from escalating the situation, coldly retorting, "I shall let this pass this time, but should there be a next, I will claim your head." The young man hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare. Such circumstances will not arise again." Fu Yu, uninterested in further discourse, stated flatly, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Turning to depart, he felt significantly drained, although he was not afraid of this man. A confrontation could yield unpredictable results. "Wait," the young man implored urgently. Fu Yu grunted, his tone weighted with suspicion. "What is it you desire?" He spoke with an edge of menace, ready to respond should the young man harbor ill intentions. The young man's heart raced as he quickly said, "Might I inquire if you could part with the spirit fire ginseng? I am willing to exchange something of value." Fu Yu's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the young man. Though his expression revealed a hint of anxiety, it did not seem feigned. "What do you propose to offer? Are you aware of the spirit fire ginseng's worth?" "Indeed, I am fully aware." Upon hearing Fu Yu's concession, the young man's face brightened with joy, and he promptly replied, "I am Mu Quan, hailing from the Mu clan of the Zhu Yuan kingdom. I possess a piece of falling star raw ore, sufficient to forge a long sword. Given your profound cultivation, entering the foundation establishment stage should be no challenge for you. This ore is an excellent material for crafting weapons at that stage, and is indeed a rare treasure." Fu Yu, intrigued, considered the situation. The spirit fire ginseng held little value for him, but if what Mu Quan claimed about the raw ore was true, it could be a worthwhile exchange. The value of falling star raw ore was not inferior to that of the spirit fire ginseng. Mu Quan likely practiced a fire attribute technique, making the ginseng significantly beneficial for him, whereas for those cultivating fire techniques, there were numerous alternative ores for weapon forging. While the spirit fire ginseng had few substitutes, Fu Yu pondered for a moment and introduced himself. "I am Fu Yu, a disciple of the inner sect of Qingyun Sect. An exchange is indeed possible, but I am curious, how did you discover me?" After consuming the mysterious spirit fruit, Fu Yu had expanded his mental domain considerably. Despite his extensive inquiries, he remained unaware of the fruit's true nature. Additionally, his arduous training with elixirs had bolstered his mental acuity, allowing him to perceive further than the average cultivator at the condensation stage. Observing that Mu Quan did not possess particularly formidable mental strength, he wondered how he had been detected and manipulated. Mu Quan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and produced a black iron piece the size of a walnut. "This is the item I found in a desolate cave years ago. When worn, It slightly trembles if someone approaches within 500 meters, though it only occasionally emits a faint glow. It just so happened to react this time, allowing me to locate you. Beyond that, it has little other utility. If Brother Fu desires it, I can offer it in exchange for the falling star raw or... Very well. Had the spirit fire ginseng been of greater utility to me, I would not have considered this exchange, Fu Yu replied reluctantly. Ah, thank you, Brother Fu. Upon hearing Fu Yu's agreement, Mu Quan quickly produced a piece of blue speckled iron ore along with the iron piece and handed them to Fu Yu. Fu Yu received the items, glanced at them, and placed the falling star raw ore into his storage bag, tucking the iron piece into his robe. As the iron piece came close to Fu Yu, it trembled slightly, and a mysterious aura seemed to enter his sea of consciousness. Momentarily pausing, Fu Yu sensed no harm and discreetly presented the jade box containing the spirit fire ginseng to Mu Quan, saying, "Please check if this is what you seek." Mu Quan carefully opened the jade box, revealing a delighted expression. "Indeed, this is it. Thank you, Brother Fu." With the transaction confirmed, Fu Yu urged, "Mu brother, please take your leave." He was eager to focus on restoring his spiritual energy. Mu Quan hastily replied, "Farewell. Brother Fu, do visit me in Zhuyuan Kingdom when you have the opportunity." He turned and swiftly departed. Fu Yu looked up at the valley and flew off to the right. After traveling for about 10 miles, he paused beneath a large tree, cautiously scanning the surroundings. He leaped into the dense foliage and settled on a branch, beginning to circulate the Qingyun decision to recover his spiritual energy. After several hours, Fu Yu gradually regained his energy. The iron piece had the ability to detect his presence, and he was curious about its potential. He retrieved the iron piece from his robe, observing its pitch-black surface, devoid of any metallic sheen, and remarkably lightweight. Such a metal was unfamiliar to him. He recalled the slight tremor it emitted upon his initial grasp, which seemed to impart a mysterious energy into his sea of consciousness. This sensation was unmistakably vivid, not an illusion. However, upon introspecting his sea of consciousness, he found nothing amiss. The iron piece was indeed peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yu decided to channel his spiritual energy into the iron piece. Initially, it remained unchanged, but as he infused more energy, a faint black luminescence began to emanate from it, revealing subtle patterns that were nearly imperceptible, even to Fu Yu's heightened senses. Realizing he might not uncover anything further, he concluded it could merely be an unusual piece of metal. Shaking his head, he placed the iron piece back into his robe, preparing to inspect the spoils from the black-robed figure's storage bag. Suddenly, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed from afar, a terrifying sound that reverberated like thunder, relentless and imposing. The source of the noise emanated from a direction rich in spiritual energy. Had someone ventured deep into the secret realm, provoking a formidable presence? Ascending to the treetops, Fu Yu gazed into the distance. There, amidst the layered mountains and swirling clouds, the sound originated, hinting that the most perilous region of the secret realm lay therein. Having spent nearly a month navigating the secret realm, although he had been progressing inward, his search for spiritual herbs had slowed his pace. Observing the center still lay nearly halfway ahead, he calculated that if he pressed forward directly, it would take him 5 or 6 days at his current speed. However, such reckless advancement could easily result in being besieged by demonic beasts. With time still on his side, he felt no urgency. Reaching the center would bring many unknowns, thus a cautious approach was prudent. Redirecting his gaze, Fu Yu returned to the ground and opened the storage bag of the short black-robed figure. Inside, he found numerous spiritual herbs and over a dozen second-tier monster cores, indicating the figure had slain many beasts. These items held considerable value, and Fu Yu accepted them all with a smile. Although the quantity of spiritual stones was limited to several hundred, there were various miscellaneous items that Fu Yu chose not to organize, simply tossing everything into his larger storage bag. As he continued on his journey, another month swiftly passed. Approaching the center, encounters with fierce beasts became increasingly frequent, all exhibiting formidable power, prompting Fu Yu to remain vigilant. While cautiously traversing the forest, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in spiritual energy, accompanied by the roars and sounds of combat from nearby, a sign of human presence. It was unclear who was battling the beasts, but in this environment, prolonged engagements were inadvisable. Such conflicts could easily attract more beasts, and although each possessed their territory, excessive noise could rouse formidable foes, posing significant danger. Slightly altering his course, Fu Yu intended to circumvent the commotion, preferring to avoid unnecessary confrontation in this perilous area. However, fate had other plans. Two figures, one clad in blue and the other in purple, burst forth from the thicket, and upon seeing Fu Yu, they momentarily paused before one exclaimed with delight, "Friend, please lend us your strength. We are eternally grateful." Behind them were two enormous beasts in relentless pursuit, which Fu Yu instantly recognized as the treacherous howling blood wolves. These creatures were notoriously vicious and cunning, typically operating in packs of 4 or 5. Though each was comparable to cultivators at the late condensation stage, their frenzied attacks could intimidate even those at the peak of that stage. Cursing under his breath at the recklessness of these two, Fu Yu realized escape was unlikely. Indeed, he could sense 3 more howling blood wolves flanking them. With a grim expression, he understood the necessity of collaborating with these unexpectedly appearing individuals. With a flick of his wrist, the flowing cloud's sword leapt into action. His swordplay had significantly improved since his battle against the 4 fiends of Qingmang Mountain. As the stellar sword technique was unleashed, it transformed into a sharp beam of light, targeting the approaching howling blood wolves. "Quickly strike. Focus your power to eliminate these 2 first, or we shall be overwhelmed," Fu Yu called out. Seeing Fu Yu's attack, the 2 men exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. Without hesitation, they darted past Fu Yu, transforming into blurs as they fled at breakneck speed. In the true sense, Fu Yu had only engaged in 2 battles utilizing his spells since the commencement of the grand competition. However, due to the inadequacy of his opponent's strength, he faced no pressure whatsoever, rendering these encounters fruitless in terms of enhancing his own prowess. In the face of this particular match, Fu Yu remained rather cautious. Suddenly, Shun Liuqi advanced a few paces, executing a downward strike imbued with a profound sense of weight, aimed directly at Fu Yu. This downward strike was a technique from the Luo Shan Ji2 martial art, which was reportedly developed by an elder of the sect while journeying. Upon reaching a mountain known as Luo Shan, recognized for its strong earth attributes, the elder resided there for a time, observing the interplay of day and night, absorbing the rhythms of the earth's essence. Inspired, he created the Luo Shan Ji2 technique. This earth attribute martial art centers on heaviness, control, suppression, and defense, from which 8 moves have been derived. When executed, it slows the movements of opponents of equal cultivation, establishing an earth-dominant aura that suppresses and controls other attribute techniques, making it arduous for adversaries to harness spiritual energy for their spells. Even when confronting opponents of superior cultivation, it can gather earth attributes for defense, forming a formidable protective layer around the user akin to a turtle shell, leaving opponents at a loss for how to proceed. Fu Yu immediately sensed the shift in the surrounding aura, feeling a compressive force emanating from all sides. Not daring to underestimate this, he activated the Linyu Jue, swiftly forming several hand seals. A water dragon, as thick as a bowl, soared into the air, charging directly towards the downward strike. Boom, boom, boom. The resonating sound of their clash reverberated throughout the arena, rich with deep bass, causing even the disciples in other matches to feel a tremor. The man in blue extended his right hand toward the storage bag, extracting a talisman. A fleeting expression of sorrow crossed his face. Gritting his teeth, he declared fiercely, "Since you beasts are seeking death, then let it be." With a decisive gesture, he unleashed a spell, causing the talisman to swell in the wind and explode with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a tempest arose, and spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive fireball in the sky. A wave of searing heat suddenly emerged, and as more spiritual power surged in, a terrifying pressure emanated from the fireball, as if it concealed cataclysmic energy within. Feeling such a violent aura, the chafing blood wolves halted, low growls escaping their throats. These creatures possessed an acute sensitivity to danger, and the aura radiating from the fireball instilled a profound sense of dread, urging them to flee from the impending doom. Suddenly, the fireball emitted a piercing cry, and with a resounding explosion, transformed into a colossal bird engulfed in flames. The avian creature spread its wings, trailing endless fire as it dove ferociously toward the chafing blood wolves. This was the Firebird technique, a powerful offensive spell only achievable in the middle stages of Foundation establishment. From a distance, Fu Yu observed, feeling the brutal energy contained within the Firebird. Even at several hundred zhang away, its intensity was palpable. Faced with such formidable might, Fu Yu realized that he would not escape unscathed. This was the power of a foundation establishment spell. The mere act of crafting a talisman held such immense power. If a foundation establishment cultivator were to cast it, the devastation would be unimaginable. A surge of fervor ignited within Fu Yu, for he knew he was not far from reaching the foundation establishment stage himself, intensifying his desire for that power. As anguished screams echoed, the chafing blood wolves vanished amidst the flames, leaving only 4 charred corpses behind. Xia Jie and his companion barely escaped with their lives, their energies severely depleted. The man in blue had expended his trump card for survival, rendering his mood exceedingly sour. With grim expressions, they quickly collected the demon cores of the chafing blood wolves and retreated hastily. The turmoil of the battle could attract unwanted attention, and the corpses of the wolves would undoubtedly lure other beasts. Both men, weary from the fight, were eager to distance themselves from the scene. Fu Yu watched from afar as they departed, choosing not to exploit their vulnerability. He understood that, after nearly 2 months in this secret realm, they must have amassed considerable treasures. Now was their weakest moment, and he could easily eliminate them. Yet Fu Yu was not one to engage in such merciless acts of robbery. Regaining his composure after the shock of the Firebird technique, Fu Yu turned to venture deeper into the secret realm. This place was vast, and with countless celestial materials waiting to be discovered, he was determined to explore further. As days passed, the realm's repulsive force grew stronger, prompting Fu Yu to frown. It seemed his time here was limited. Approaching a central area of the realm, Fu Yu had already amassed numerous rare spiritual herbs, and even unearthed 2 pieces of Qingyun Xian, or from a cave 100 zhang underground, discovered after vanquishing 2 blazing sun tigers. This bounty filled Fu Yu with immense joy, for Qingyun Xian, or was an exceptional material for crafting flying swords. The battle against the blazing sun tigers had come at a significant cost. They were impervious to Fu Yu's Li Hua Jiu Yin technique, and even the molten gold dark flame inflicted minimal damage. These fire element beasts not only resisted Fu Yu's fiery assaults, but also absorbed portions of the flames, retaliating with their own fiery onslaughts. It was through the use of the Void Break Flash and the Star Shining Sword technique that Fu Yu ultimately prevailed against the 2 blazing sun tigers. As he delved deeper, he encountered more cultivators, and with his formidable consciousness, Fu Yu could detect their movements in advance, allowing him to evade many unnecessary confrontations. He had witnessed multiple skirmishes between cultivators from a distance, silently searching for spiritual treasures on his own. However, despite his desire to avoid conflict, trouble found him nonetheless. One day, after slaying a beast, 2 men clad in black emerged from the thicket. "Haha, a little brat dares to venture here. Hand over your storage bag and scram," boomed the larger of the 2, his voice resonant and thunderous, his expression fierce. "What? Is this place reserved for you 2? Fu Yu retorted coldly, displeased by the audacity of such brigands. Upon hearing Fu Yu's words, the leaner, more sinister-looking man responded darkly, "I had intended to spare your life. But since you're so obstinate, you shall not leave." With the flowing cloud sword in hand, Fu Yu calmly replied, "Let us see if you possess the capability to take it." Those who dared to commit murder and theft often had commendable skills. However, after 2 months of hunting powerful beasts, Fu Yu had slain at least 20 or 30 second-tier beasts, significantly enhancing his combat skills. Though still at the 9th layer of the spiritual pulse, his strength had doubled since entering the secret realm. Faced with opponents of comparable cultivation, Fu Yu felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated, a testament to his absolute confidence in his abilities. The burly man, witnessing Fu Yu's lack of trepidation and eagerness to engage, felt a surge of indignation rise within him. Having unleashed his full power with that thunderous command, he was astonished that Fu Yu did not cower before his imposing presence, and instead dared to brandish his sword defiantly. "Enough of this," roared the hulking man, brandishing an axe and stepping forward, swinging it down with brute force. This strike lacked finesse, yet to Fu Yu, it felt perilously dangerous. The axe imbued with tremendous spiritual energy that stirred the surrounding air, descending upon him like a mountain. At that moment, the shadowy man drew forth a lengthy whip from his waist, unleashing a flurry of whip strikes that encircled Fu Yu. Stunned, Fu Yu had expected a verbal spar before the physical confrontation, but these 2 wasted no time, launching a vicious assault from the outset. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this was a life-or-death struggle. Fu Yu swiftly rotated his wrist, transforming the flowing cloud sword into a protective barrier around him. He then summoned the Tai He shield, which glimmered with spiritual light, placing it before himself just in time. The axe struck the Tai He shield with a resounding crash, shattering its protective aura and slamming into the shield itself, causing it to tremble violently before ultimately failing and returning to Fu Yu's side. Seeing this, Fu Yu quickly swung his right hand, sending the flowing cloud sword, now transformed into a massive blade, to intercept the axe's blow, finally blocking the hulking man's strike. However, the shadowy man's whip had already coiled around Fu Yu, the lash striking him fiercely. Fu Yu barely managed to conjure a spiritual barrier, but the force of the whip shattered it. As he felt the whip tear into his back, blood flowed freely, and intense pain coursed through him. Clenching the flowing cloud sword tightly, Fu Yu resolved not to underestimate his opponents any further. The young man's movements were enigmatic. Be sure not to let him escape. The brooding man exclaimed in astonishment to the burly figure. Escape? How could that be possible? Unless I take your lives, there is no way I would leave. Fu Yu, with a fierce fighting spirit, wiped the blood from his body and clenched his fist. Rain of the spirit. Instantly, the forest was enveloped in a misty rain. Although this would not significantly affect a perfected practitioner who could sense everything with their awareness, it was still advantageous for Fu Yu in the dense woods. Haha, this fool has lost his mind. Using the rain of the spirit. Are you offering a shower to me? The burly man laughed heartily at the sight. In such thick mist, it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to discern anything, but cultivators could easily substitute their awareness for sight, rendering their investigations nearly unaffected. At that moment, the fog in the forest thickened further. Where did that brat go? Has he truly fled? Suddenly, Fu Yu vanished from the awareness of the two men. Do not speak. Be cautious, the brooding man hissed. The rain of the spirit was conjured by this young lad. It could not be without purpose. He must be planning a stealthy attack. The brooding man, experienced, immediately deciphered Fu Yu's intentions. Fu Yu, employing the concealment technique, quietly shifted his position, edging closer to the brooding man. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the brooding man gathered his spiritual energy, intent on dispersing the mist. As the rain and fog began to dissipate around him, a brilliant sword light suddenly surged forth, piercing straight toward his heart. Ah! The brooding man gasped in shock, retreating at high speed. However, the sword light was swifter still, and a spray of blood erupted as the long sword stabbed into his chest, pinning him against a nearby tree. The starry sword technique. As the brooding man dispersed the mist, Fu Yu seized the moment and struck. The burly man, who had just noticed Fu Yu, was left dumbfounded as he witnessed Fu Yu slay the brooding man right before his eyes. Ah, I will kill you. The burly man swung his axe toward Fu Yu. Fu Yu smirked coldly. With a whoosh, he vanished into the mist once more, disappearing from the burly man's awareness. The burly man swung his axe repeatedly, shouting, "Despicable coward! You only know how to sneak attack. Come out and fight me like a man." Silence enveloped the forest. Not a sound could be heard. Only the dense mist remained. The burly man continued to shout, his heart steeped in growing fear, as if at any moment a sharp blade might emerge from the fog to claim his life. Fu Yu, employing the concealment technique, stood not far from the burly man, coldly observing him without uttering a word. Finally, unable to withstand his fear any longer, the burly man turned to flee, believing that only by escaping the mist could he find safety. Trying to leave? No chance. Fu Yu launched a sword strike. The burly man abruptly turned, swinging his axe. Bellowing, "You finally revealed yourself. Prepare to pay with your life." Damn it, I've been fooled. Fu Yu cursed inwardly. This burly man, seemingly foolish, had unwittingly drawn him out. Fu Yu could not resist the urge to strike back. However, in this one-on-one confrontation, would I truly fear you? The burly man's attacks were powerful and forceful, each move filled with immense strength. Fu Yu, receiving 2 strikes, felt the blood surge within him, forcing him to circle around the burly man. Fu Yu's movements were erratic, sometimes swirling like a gust of wind, other times vanishing in an instant, leaving the burly man unable to even grasp his shadow, his roars echoing in frustration. Half an hour passed, and the burly man finally found himself drained of spiritual energy, the openings in his attacks growing ever more pronounced. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yu thrust his sword, and although it did not end the burly man with one blow, he was now covered in wounds. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Indeed, moments later, the burly man was worn down by Fu Yu's relentless assault. Dying with wide-open eyes, filled with frustration and resentment, a visage of unfulfilled rage. Quickly tidying up the battlefield, Fu Yu hastily departed. 2 hours later, he appeared in a cave, retrieving a jade vial from his storage bag. He poured out a healing pill and swallowed it. It was a concoction he had personally crafted for healing. He took another pill, crushed it in his hand, and applied the powder to his back. After completing these tasks, Fu Yu began to channel his energy to heal. A day later, Fu Yu emerged from the cave. Although the wound on his back was significant for cultivators, as long as it did not injure vital organs, superficial wounds healed relatively quickly. Continuing toward the center, he encountered more and more people over the next 2 days, all seemingly converging toward the central region. Boom. Ahead, another battle erupted. As more people flocked toward the central area, the frequency of skirmishes increased. Along the way, Fu Yu had already witnessed 6 or 7 confrontations. Just as he intended to slip away as before, a voice rang out from the ongoing fight. "Brother Fu, please help me. Save my sister." Fu Yu looked closely and recognized Mu Quan amidst the battle, struggling against 2 men in blue robes. While a woman lay incapacitated on the ground, Mu Quan's sister. Fu Yu hesitated briefly but then flew forward, saying, "Gentlemen, please cease hostilities. Let us discuss this calmly." "Who are you, brat? Step aside, or we'll kill you too." One of the blue-robed men barked viciously, glancing at the girl lying on the ground. Fu Yu sighed. "If that is the case, then I shall not hold back." The flowing cloud sword shot forth, transforming into a beam of sword light aimed at one of the blue-robed men. Mu Quan, seeing Fu Yu come to his aid, rejoiced, "Thank you, Brother Fu, for your assistance." Having witnessed Fu Yu's prowess before, he knew Fu Yu was remarkably strong, with his formidable abilities contrasting sharply with his youthful appearance. Anyone who underestimated him due to his age would surely regret it. His subordinates also launched their attacks, blocking one of the blue-robed men. Yet Fu Yu did not hold back, knowing that once he intervened, he must give his all, lest he suffer the consequences. The sword light flickered, illuminating the surroundings like stars in the sky, enveloping the blue-robed man in its brilliance. Initially dismissive of Fu Yu's youth, the blue-robed man soon felt an overwhelming sense of danger as Fu Yu made his move. "This kid is formidable, do not hold back." With a powerful thrust of his arms, the blue-robed man unleashed a fierce strike, shouting, "Heavenly Breaker." A shadow surged forth from his fist, transforming into a razor-sharp wave of energy that hurtled toward Fu Yu. The surrounding debris was sent flying as a violent wind swept through, causing Fu Yu's protective spiritual energy to flicker. The fierce momentum was overwhelming, followed closely by the mighty punch crashing down upon him. Mu Quan realized that the blue-robed man was finally using his full strength and understood that neither had exerted their utmost effort previously. Watching the merciless attack, his complexion paled. Even though he knew Fu Yu was no ordinary foe, he still could not be certain that Fu Yu could withstand this blow. His heart raced in anxiety as he glanced at his sister lying on the ground. If Fu Yu could not block it, the consequences would be dire. His own demise would be inconsequential, but his sister would likely face a tragic fate. "Humph, you dare to fight me and remain distracted." A second blue-robed man's eyes glinted with malice as he swung his sword towards Mu Quan's side. Startled, Mu Quan turned to evade. But the blue-robed man did not grant him the opportunity. With a swift hand gesture, he unleashed a spell aimed directly at Mu Quan's face. Though this strike was not particularly strong, it was incredibly fast, targeting a crucial moment, primarily intended to disrupt him. Of course, if ignored, it would be a lethal attack. In his haste, Mu Quan could only muster his energy to raise a protective shield, swinging his sword to intercept the blow aimed at his face. But he still suffered a cut from the blue-robed man's sword. The sword light pierced through the protective barrier, striking Mu Quan's waist. However, a shimmering shield of energy appeared, causing the sword to bounce back with a clang. It turned out he was wearing a protective artifact. No wonder he dared to take my strike. The expression on the young man's face shifted, his eyes igniting with a fervent greed. The value of a protective spiritual artifact is undoubtedly significant. Defensive artifacts such as bells, cauldrons, and shields are already quite expensive, but protective artifacts are even more precious. The process of refining materials into garments is inherently challenging. Not only are the materials difficult to procure, but the skill required for crafting is also exceedingly high. The function of a protective artifact is akin to adding an extra layer of defense, effectively granting one an additional life in combat. Should the quality of the protective artifact be exceptionally high, Wearing it is akin to donning a tortoise shell, allowing the wearer to disregard their own defenses and attack their adversary with reckless abandon. Unless the opponent possesses a significantly higher cultivation level, defeat is inevitable. It is no wonder that the young man in blue displayed such avarice. Clearly, Mu Quan is of remarkable origin. Mu Quan unveiled his protective artifact, yet a stalemate ensued. On the other side, Fu Yu appeared to be at the center of a cataclysmic strike. He spun his body and unleashed a flurry of over 10 punches, retreating a step with each blow. Although Fu Yu had not practiced any formal martial arts, he had dabbled in the mundane forms of boxing. At this moment, he was executing the 9-yang divine fist, albeit in a somewhat unorthodox manner. Each punch was imbued with a layer of dark red flame, derived from the Li Hui Jiu Yen Ju. Fu Yu, exhilarated by the hunt, ignited the flames upon his fists, and with each strike, he briefly collided with the cataclysmic attack. The Li Hui Jiu Yen Ju served as Fu Yu's most formidable weapon, and after dozens of punches, the molten dark flames gradually corroded the young man's fists. As time passed, the young man in blue suddenly realized that the spiritual glow of his gauntlets had dimmed. No matter how he urged his spiritual energy, his attacks continually weakened. Fu Yu landed several more punches, ultimately shattering the already faltering cataclysmic strike. When the young man retracted his hand, he discovered that his cherished gauntlets were utterly ruined. He had scarcely noticed the dark red flames as they were nearly imperceptible amidst his overwhelming assault. Devastated by the destruction of his prized weapon, the young man was consumed by fury. "You!" he exclaimed, pointing at Fu Yu. "What sorcery is this?" Mu Quan, equally astonished, was unaware of Fu Yu's capabilities. Having not only thwarted the young man's ferocious attack, but also rendered his gauntlets useless, akin to severing an arm. Fu Yu let out a cold chuckle. "Sorcery? Foolish wretch." With a swift motion, a chilling aura emanated from his sword. Starry sword technique. The tip of the sword abruptly appeared at the young man's chest. Caught off guard in a moment of distraction, the young man was unprepared. A splash of blood erupted as he clutched his chest and stumbled back, glancing down to see blood gushing through his fingers. His face turned pale as he looked up at Fu Yu, seemingly trying to utter something, but only managed a few murmurs before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Another young man in blue, witnessing this, cried out the name of his fallen comrade and shot Fu Yu a venomous glare, as if vowing to remember him. He then lunged at Mu Quan with a fierce strike, retreating swiftly. Attempting to flee, Fu Yu narrowed his eyes, vanishing from his position in an instant, reappearing behind the young man. With his growing combat experience, he had anticipated this young man's actions. With the speed of his void-breaking flash, he quickly closed the distance. A sword thrust aimed directly at the young man's back. Devoid of any finesse, the blade surged forward, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air, an ominous harbinger of death. To avoid it was to perish. To defend against it required a halt. The young man had no choice but to stop, turning to parry Fu Yu's incoming sword. The clash of their blades resounded sharply as Fu Yu's sword transformed into a cascade of starlight, each spark radiating a menacing aura. To the young man, it seemed that in the next moment, each point of starlight would become a lethal threat. "Why must you pursue total annihilation?" the young man rasped. Fu Yu replied icily. "What would you do in my place?" The young man faltered, rendered momentarily speechless, yet a glimmer of malice and madness flickered in his eyes. He swiftly produced a storage pouch, unleashing a torrent of jade boxes, spiritual stones, and ores that scattered like confetti towards Fu Yu. These items were the fruits of his labor in the secret realm, many obtained through theft, numbering in the thousands. With a swift motion, he charged at Fu Yu like a nimble leopard. Faced with such an onslaught, Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the deluge of valuable spiritual herbs and stones. He had never encountered such a tactic before. As he stood astonished, the young man launched his attack, the sword hidden among the myriad treasures, preparing a desperate strike against Fu Yu. In a state of alarm, Fu Yu instinctively retreated while conjuring the Tai He shield before him. Suddenly, a blade of light pierced from his left side, fierce and unyielding, imbued with a murderous intent. Fu Yu had no time to evade. A sense of dread enveloped him, igniting every hair on his body. Fu Yu's eyes widened, his expression contorted in fear. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he unleashed the Baihan Feng Yen Ju, flooding the area with a brilliant flame that shimmered red with hints of blue. The sound of sizzling filled the air, followed by a brief, desperate cry, after which silence reigned. Fu Yu trembled, his complexion drained of color, retreating several steps before collapsing to the ground. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he longed to succumb to sleep. Yet, in this perilous secret realm, who could say what consequences awaited him if he did? Struggling against overwhelming fatigue and weakness, Fu Yu retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch, consuming 4 or 5 pills to restore his spiritual energy. He then sat cross-legged to circulate the Qingyun Jue for refining. This was the most precarious moment. He felt utterly defenseless. And even Mu Quan could not be trusted. After all, their relationship was tenuous, and one could never be certain of another's intentions. Had Fu Yu foreseen such danger, he would have surely refrained from getting involved. As he refined the pills, Fu Yu grasped several spiritual stones, one in each hand, drawing energy from both simultaneously. After a quarter of an hour, his spiritual energy had finally recovered to 1/10 of its capacity. Feeling somewhat reassured, he rose to survey the battlefield. Apart from the scattered spiritual herbs and stones, there lay a charred pile of ashes, the remains of the young man, who had been incinerated by the Baihan Feng Yanju. This time, Fu Yu had unleashed the Baihan Feng Yanju without reservation, explaining the young man's swift demise. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the scattered treasures into his storage pouch and departed hastily. An hour later, Mu Quan arrived with his sister. By this time, she had regained consciousness, and Mu Quan led her to the scene. The two surveyed the chaotic aftermath and the charred remains, exchanging bewildered glances. What kind of technique could produce such devastating flames? Mu Quan racked his brain in vain to decipher it. Meanwhile, Fu Yu had already retreated to a concealed location to restore his spiritual energy. After more than 2 hours, his energy was finally replenished, but he did not emerge. His complete exertion of the Baihan Feng Yanju for survival had been vastly different from his previous encounter with the man in black. It had evidently caused some damage to his meridians. As Fu Yu worked to mend his injuries, he reflected on the battle. After each confrontation, he meticulously examined his experience, distilling wisdom from it to enhance his prowess. Yet, despite all his efforts to glean insights, he had never anticipated such an outcome. In that fleeting moment, he was genuinely stunned when the deluge of treasures and spiritual stones flew toward him. If confronted with withered branches and scattered leaves, would one remain idle? Certainly not. It appears that my cultivation still requires considerable refinement. Fu Yu, in his continuous self-reflection, gradually gains insight into himself and strives to enhance his character. Upon emerging once more, Fu Yu has fully restored his cultivation, and his spiritual energy has become even more profound. Not long after he sets out, he senses a gathering of numerous individuals ahead. Seemingly, all the cultivators within this secret realm have converged here. Observing from a distance for a moment, Fu Yu swiftly glides towards them. This area is a broad, low-lying terrain, surrounded by 2 or 3 gorges from which streams flow into this spot, subsequently meandering away into the distance. Aside from a pond at the center, the remaining landscape consists of gentle slopes and lush grassland. At first glance, it resembles a picturesque scenery, yet the presence of nearly 100 cultivators disrupts its tranquility. As Fu Yu approaches, a voice calls out from the crowd, "Brother Fu, over here." The speaker is Mu Quan, who stands beside him, a graceful young woman, with 4 middle-aged men nearby, those whom Fu Yu had encountered at the tea house. It appears they possess some means of communication, finally gathering together. Despite having entered this place randomly without special means to connect, Fu Yu hesitates, yet Mu Quan has already come forth from the crowd. With a resigned smile, Fu Yu joins him. The nearly 100 individuals cluster in small groups, occasionally glancing toward one of the gorges. Once Fu Yu and Mu Quan settle, Mu Quan whispers, "Thank you for rescuing us, Brother Fu." His face is filled with sincerity, and he then introduces his sister. "This is Brother Fu Yu, and we owe him our gratitude for his timely intervention." Mu Quan's sister steps forward, performing a slight bow. "Thank you for saving us, Brother Fu. I am immensely grateful." Her voice is melodious, resonating with an enchanting clarity. Fu Yu quickly responds, "No need for such formality. I have some acquaintance with Brother Mu, and it was only right to lend assistance." Faced with such a beautiful young woman expressing her thanks, Fu Yu feels somewhat uneasy. Nearby, a middle-aged man named Xiao steps forward, clasping his fists in salute. "We genuinely appreciate your help in saving our young master and young lady." He then produces a small box from his robe, presenting it with both hands. "This is a token of our gratitude. Please accept it, young Master Fu." Fu Yu gently pushes it away, politely declining. There is no need for such courtesy. It is merely the good fortune of your young master and young lady. Seeing this, Mu Quan chuckles warmly. Brother Fu, do not be hasty in your refusal. First, see what lies within. Fu Yu glances at Mu Quan, noting his earnest expression, and thus graciously accepts the item from the middle-aged man, saying, then I shall thank you all. He casually places the box into his storage pouch. Mu Quan appears momentarily astonished. Brother Fu, want you open it to see what it is? Fu Yu smiles, since Brother Mu insists. I trust it must be something valuable. However, with so many people around, it would be prudent to examine it later. Mu Quan, after a brief pause, nods in agreement. The middle-aged man, Xiao, glances at Fu Yu with a flash of admiration in his eyes, saying nothing as he steps back. He feels immense gratitude towards Fu Yu. As Mu Quan's protector, the thought of any mishap befalling those he has watched over since childhood weighs heavily on him. At this moment, Mu Quan introduces his sister and the others to Fu Yu. Mu Quan's sister is named Mu Zixian, and the middle-aged man is Xiao Qizhou. Fu Yu inquires, Brother Mu, what is the situation here? He has sensed the unusual atmosphere and can no longer contain his curiosity. Mu Quan gestures toward a gorge. This is the center of the secret realm. Within that gorge resides a group of golden dragon-tailed lions, alongside countless rare spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs. Fu Yu's expression becomes one of indifference. Having gathered thousands of spiritual herbs during his time here, the mere mention of them has dulled his senses. Observing Fu Yu's demeanor, Mu Quan nods knowingly and continues. The crucial point is that within the gorge, there is a dragon's saliva divine herb, which will mature in just 2 days. Hearing this, Fu Yu's countenance shifts dramatically. The dragon's saliva divine herb is a legendary spiritual herb, essential for refining the mind-strengthening pill. Although the name seems modest, the pill is incredibly sought after, with a singular benefit. It enhances the sea of consciousness. It is essential to understand that a cultivator's sea of consciousness can only expand in tandem with their cultivation level. While there are countless methods for cultivating spiritual energy, no known technique exists specifically for enhancing one's consciousness, aside from the mind-strengthening pill. According to Fu Yu's knowledge, no other pill has been reported to augment the sea of consciousness. The strength of the sea of consciousness primarily depends on innate talent. However, possessing the mind-strengthening pill would allow for its expansion and a more potent mental acuity. Fu Yu genuinely comprehends the advantages of a robust mental acuity. His heart races with excitement. If he acquires the dragon's saliva divine herb, augmenting his sea of consciousness will pave a smoother path ahead in his cultivation journey. Taking a deep breath, he suppresses his exhilaration. Xiao Qizhou has been observing Fu Yu closely, and upon witnessing his immediate reaction to the mention of the dragon's saliva divine herb, he realizes Fu Yu is well aware of its rarity. Seeing Fu Yu quickly regain his composure, Xiao nods in approval, acknowledging Fu Yu's capabilities. A person who associates with his young master cannot be of trivial stature. There are approximately 40 golden dragon-tailed lions residing within the gorge, while it would be feasible to vanquish them if everyone united. The individuals here are a mix of independent cultivators and family members, alongside disciples like Fu Yu, who are out honing their skills. Achieving coordinated efforts seems nearly impossible. Avoiding internal strife would be a victory in itself. Faced with such a complex situation, Fu Yu feels considerable pressure. After nearly 3 months of struggle, those who stand here are all formidable individuals, and without foundational cultivators, none can guarantee their possession of the dragon's saliva divine herb. It appears that they must take it one step at a time. As time passes, the atmosphere among the crowd grows increasingly tense. Some individuals begin to pace restlessly, while others engage in hushed conversations. The majority wear serious expressions, lips pressed tightly, suppressing their anxiety. Hours pass, turning into a night, and as dawn breaks with the first light, the atmosphere becomes more charged with anticipation. A heavy, oppressive air envelopes the grassland, as everyone knows the dragon's saliva divine herb will mature in just 2 hours. If they do not advance toward the gorge soon, the herb will slip from their grasp. Yet, it is clear to all that the first to act may reap no rewards, likely becoming fodder for others, or even losing their lives. Considering the 40 golden dragon-tailed lions lurking within the gorge, at this moment, the majority of cultivators rise, converging toward the gorge's mouth. Some stand at its entrance, gazing inside, exhibiting a restless anticipation. However, even among this throng, mutual wariness prevails. Aside from a few who form alliances, most maintain a cautious distance from one another. Each individual understands that relying solely on their own strength will not suffice to conquer the golden dragon-tailed lions. Only through collective effort can they hope to succeed. Yet, faced with the allure of the dragon's saliva divine herb, everyone desires to claim it for themselves. Even if they manage to slay the lion horde together, fierce disputes will likely ensue afterward. In the face of such mutual distrust, confronting the ferocious golden dragon-tailed lions in the gorge becomes a daunting challenge. Fu Yu shakes his head in contemplation. Just then, a faint spiritual glow flickers within the gorge, followed by a subtle fragrance of herbs wafting through the air. The crowd inhales deeply, feeling an unprecedented comfort in their sea of consciousness. The dragon's saliva divine herb is on the verge of maturity. A stir arose within the crowd, as pairs of fervent gazes were directed towards the valley, fixated on a spot where a glimmer of light had flashed. At that moment, a figure finally stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. "I am Zhao Zongque of the Zhao family from the Lingyang Kingdom. Esteemed friends, we all comprehend the current predicament. To acquire the dragon's saliva divine herb, we must first vanquish the golden dragon-tailed lions that guard it. The spiritual herb is on the brink of maturation. Let us unite our efforts to eliminate the golden dragon-tailed lions first." From the crowd, a voice interjected, "So it is Zhao Daoyu. But tell me, once we slay the golden dragon-tailed lions, who shall claim the spiritual herb?" Zhao Zongque replied, "There is but a single dragon's saliva divine herb. No division will satisfy all. However, apart from this herb, there are countless rare spiritual medicines to be found, and the golden dragon-tailed lions themselves are treasures. In the end, it shall be a matter of merit. Indeed, it shall be based on merit. Those with strength shall take their share," echoed a voice from the gathering. As confidence surged among the assembled cultivators, Zhao Zongque continued, "Yet I must urge everyone to hold nothing back. The golden dragon-tailed lions are formidable foes. Should any grievances arise amidst the chaos, let us unite against those who would strike under such circumstances." "Agreed. Any personal disputes can be settled outside this realm. Those who strike first shall become our common enemy," came the reply. "Then let us not delay further. We shall advance and eliminate the golden dragon-tailed lions." With a grand gesture, Zhao Zongque signaled to his kin, "Let us proceed." He strode boldly into the canyon, and seeing his lead, the others followed suit. Surging into the valley, Mu Quan called out, "Fu Xiong, there is no time to lose. Let us move as well." Fu Yu nodded, agreed. "We will assess the situation upon entering." Their group swiftly entered the canyon, which stretched approximately 2 miles in width, flanked by towering cliffs that narrowed further as they ventured deeper, eventually converging into a singular point. At the juncture of the cliffs, numerous massive rocks hung precariously, with small stones continuously tumbling down. Fu Yu's concern grew. If the battle became too intense, would the vibrations cause those rocks to collapse? At the end of the canyon, in a recess of the cliff, lay a small spring, where the golden dragon-tailed lions were coiled. Beside the spring, a spiritual herb approximately 2 feet tall, adorned in a pale purple hue and resembling a coiling dragon, radiated a mystical glow, exuding a captivating fragrance. Mu Quan explained to Fu Yu, "This dragon's saliva divine herb has an extraordinary origin. It is no wonder it is so highly coveted." Fu Yu was astonished and puzzled. How did Mu Quan possess such knowledge? Nearly 100 individuals surged into the canyon with an impressive momentum, sweeping through effortlessly. The golden dragon-tailed lions did not charge from the canyon's entrance, but instead concentrated around the dragon's saliva divine herb, emitting low growls in response to the crowd. As the group advanced, they began to recklessly gather the spiritual herbs, leaving none behind. Although these herbs were indeed valuable, prior collections had left no room for conflict among the cultivators. The depth of the canyon posed no challenge to cultivators at the 9th stage of pulse condensation, who reached the vicinity of the golden dragon-tailed lions in no time. As they approached, one large golden dragon-tailed lion let out a piercing roar, prompting the others to join in a thunderous chorus that reverberated throughout the canyon, causing loose stones to rain down from the cliffs. A ferocious aura surged from the pride as over 40 golden dragon-tailed lions lunged forward. Faced with such a tumultuous assault, the cultivators erupted into chaos, each unwilling to confront the frenzied golden dragon-tailed lions directly, scattering to either side in a desperate attempt to evade. Yet the lions were relentless, pursuing their quarry with ferocity. And soon, some cultivators found themselves surrounded and slain. Witnessing the overwhelming charge of the lion pride, Fu Yu was alarmed. It was indeed a matter of survival for those who stood against them. In their desperation, several cultivators took to the skies to escape the onslaught. A middle-aged man beside Mu Quan narrowed his eyes, coldly remarking, "These fools are courting death." With a sharp cry, a cacophony of monstrous birds erupted from the cliff summit, swooping down upon the fleeing cultivators. Those at the pulse condensation stage were no match for the aerial assault. In their frantic retreat, the cultivators hastily descended, only to be met with a stream of flames from the golden dragon-tailed lions, engulfing them in a fiery blast. As red lights flickered, the unfortunate cultivators plummeted to the ground, where the lions' claws awaited, tearing them apart regardless of their fate. In an instant, chaos reigned as everyone scattered. The canyon filled with the frantic figures of cultivators fleeing, interspersed with cries of despair. As the cultivators dispersed, the lion pride also fractured in pursuit. An opportunity presents itself. Mu Quan exclaimed to Fuyu, "Let us take action." The group surged forward, confronting 2 or 3 of the golden dragon-tailed lions, launching a series of spell attacks. Each member of Fuyu's party, possessing considerable strength, swiftly dispatched several lions. Zhao Zongqua and his companions, similarly fortified, seized the moment to eliminate a few more golden dragon-tailed lions. As the lions fell under the relentless assault of the cultivators, the Lion King, guarding the dragon's saliva divine herb, let out a furious roar, and the remaining lions regrouped, retreating momentarily. Despite their efforts, more than 10 golden dragon-tailed lions had been slain. But the cultivators suffered losses as well, with around 40 casualties. Faced with the reformed pride, the remaining cultivators hesitated to approach too closely, opting instead for a distant standoff. Yet time was of the essence for the dragon's saliva divine herb, which was rapidly approaching maturity, emanating a divine light. It would be ready within half an hour. The thought of watching it mature only to be consumed by the golden dragon-tailed lions filled everyone with anxiety. Friends, do not hesitate. The dragon's saliva divine herb is on the verge of ripening. If we do not act now, it will be too late. If we join forces, we possess the strength to vanquish these beasts, urged a man in a blue robe, his voice laced with urgency. A silence fell over the crowd. While each individual yearned for the herb, the fear of being the first to charge forward lingered, knowing that even a moment's delay could lead to their demise. Observing the reluctance, a smaller cultivator stepped forward. "Esteemed friends, I possess a smoke bomb. If deployed, it will generate a dense cloud, obscuring the vision and scent of the beasts while leaving our senses unaffected. They lack awareness, and I shall launch it at the golden dragon-tailed lions. We can then attack with full force." "Excellent idea." The crowd responded, their spirits lifted, voices of approval echoing. "However, this smoke bomb is a rare item I acquired at great cost. Should I use it, I may not have the opportunity to claim the dragon's saliva divine herb. If each of you could provide me with a spiritual herb in compensation, I will contribute the smoke bomb," he added. The crowd fell silent, some inwardly cursing. The smoke bomb was worth only a few hundred spirit stones, while the herbs in their possession could fetch thousands. Was this extortion? Yet, given the circumstances, the smoke bomb could indeed prove invaluable. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zongqua declared, "In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. I hope your smoke bomb performs as promised." With a hint of menace in his tone, he tossed a spiritual herb to the individual. Upon witnessing someone offering a mystical elixir, the crowd, albeit reluctantly, each presented a vial of the precious substance to the diminutive figure. The small man appeared oblivious to the veiled threat embedded in Zhao Zongqua's words, his heart brimming with joy as he collected the elixirs into his storage pouch. He then clasped his fists together in a gesture of camaraderie, proclaiming, "Esteemed friends, behold my marvel." From within his pouch, he retrieved a wooden box, gently unsealing its clasp. Inside lay a pitch-black orb, roughly the size of an egg, devoid of any sheen, as if it absorbed all light that fell upon it. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the dark sphere, exhaling a breath of vital energy upon it, and commanded, swiftly, with a flick of his wrist. He hurled the orb towards the group of golden dragon-tailed lions. Upon impact, a resounding explosion echoed, and a thick cloud of black smoke rapidly enveloped the lions and the surrounding area, obscuring all sight. As the onlookers gazed upward, they confirmed that the smoke was dense enough to completely obstruct their vision. A collective sweep of their consciousness revealed chaos erupting among the lions, who began to roar in confusion. The effectiveness of the ploy filled the crowd with delight. Without needing further urging, they surged forward. A melee erupted within the shroud of smoke, filled with the agonized cries of the golden dragon-tailed lions. Amidst the turmoil, some individuals lunged for the coveted Longxian Shenhua grass. Yet anyone who dared to approach it was met with a barrage of fierce attacks. First, slay the golden dragon-tailed lions. No one is to touch the Longxian Shenhua grass. One voice bellowed from the smoke. Others attempted to sneak past, only to be repelled by the onslaught. Under the watchful gaze of their collective awareness, such furtive maneuvers could not escape notice. Realizing the futility of their efforts, the crowd redirected their focus to vanquishing the lions. Fu Yu, alongside Mu Quan and the others, charged into the smoke, swiftly dispatching several golden dragon-tailed lions. He gradually distanced himself from Mu Quan while engaged in battle with one of the lions. Suddenly, Mu Quan froze in surprise. Fu Yu had vanished from his perception. In the ensuing chaos, he did not give it much thought. Meanwhile, Fu Yu unleashed the full extent of his concealment technique, eluding detection as he stealthily approached the Longxian Shenhua grass. In mere moments, he concealed himself beside the prized herb. Just then, the Longxian Shenhua grass emitted a peculiar fragrance, causing the onlookers' consciousnesses to stir as gentle breezes seemed to ripple through their minds, soothing their thoughts and revitalizing their spirits. Behold, the Longxian Shenhua grass has ripened, one individual exclaimed, and before the words had fully left his mouth, the crowd abandoned their battles with the golden dragon-tailed lions, racing towards the spring where the grass grew. At that moment, no one had any desire to continue fighting the lions. The remaining lions, agitated and roaring fiercely, charged through the smoke, also aiming for the Longxian Shenhua grass, plunging the scene into disarray. A cacophony of collisions erupted near the spring, where both humans and lions clashed in a chaotic frenzy. Suddenly, a voice shrieked, "The Longxian Shenhua grass is gone." This was followed by an uproar of accusations. Who took the Longxian Shenhua grass? Amidst the turmoil, the crowd shouted in rage while fending off the attacks of the golden dragon-tailed lions, their cries echoing like a hellish symphony. As the chaos subsided slightly, several individuals had already perished at the hands of the ferocious beasts. Faced with such madness, the struggle for the mystical herb was fraught with peril. The crowd redirected their fury towards the lions, and after a grueling half-hour, they finally exterminated the remaining golden dragon-tailed lions. By this time, the smoke had dissipated. The survivors exchanged glances filled with suspicion, each pondering who had claimed the Longxian Shenhua grass. In that fleeting moment when the grass had ripened, Fu Yu, lurking nearby, swiftly seized it and stowed it away, then blended into the throng. In the ensuing chaos, no one noticed his acquisition of the herb, though Mu Quan harbored doubts. Uncertain as to how Fu Yu had vanished from his awareness, Mu Quan cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yu but chose to remain silent. Moments later, the group began to scour the battlefield, collecting the valuable remains of both the fallen cultivators and the golden dragon-tailed lions. Fu Yu, maintaining his composure, joined the others in their efforts, successfully acquiring 2 storage pouches and the corpses of 4 lions. As the battlefield was being cleared, Zhao Zongqua suddenly called out, "Esteemed friends, please hold on." At his words, tension enveloped the gorge. Was he about to resort to violence to seize their treasures? All eyes turned towards Zhao Zongqua and his entourage. Surrounded by 5 or 6 formidable companions, Zhao Zongqua stood to prevent anyone from departing. Those of lesser strength hesitated to leave for fear of incurring his wrath, while the more powerful remained, aggrieved by the mysterious disappearance of the Longxian Shenhua grass and eager to find a reason to confront him. Thus, choosing to linger out of curiosity, Zhao Zongqua clasped his fists, asserting, "I harbor no ill will. The Longxian Shenhua grass is of great importance to me. If any of you have acquired it, I am willing to exchange it for a handsome reward." The crowd murmured among themselves, contemplating the value of the Longxian Shenhua grass. What could be more precious than this? They thought, eyeing him with skepticism. Those of considerable strength regarded him with disdain, while the weaker ones remained silent in trepidation. "Oh, I see some of you harbor doubts. Behold this." Zhao Zongqua produced a jade vial from his pouch, raising it for all to see. This vial contains 3 foundation establishment pills. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their gazes fixating on the vial in Zhao Zongqua's hand. Even Fu Yu, although familiar with the name, had never encountered such a legendary elixir. Zhao Zongqua's display of wealth was staggering. With these 3 pills, any one of them present could likely succeed in their foundation establishment. The foundation establishment pill was the coveted treasure of cultivators at the meridian formation stage. Possessing one meant hope was within reach. Success in establishing a foundation would not only elevate their cultivation, but also enhance their status and extend their lifespan to 300 years. Faced with such temptation, none could remain unmoved. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Except for a few individuals, the crowd breathed heavily with excitement, eager to snatch the vial from his grasp. As the throng stirred with anticipation, Zhao Zongqua's companion stepped forward, and he coldly declared, "If anyone values their life, they should think twice about approaching." Taking a bold step forward, his aura surged, his hair billowing, exuding an unyielding and formidable presence. The crowd hesitated, awakening from their fervor. Zhao Zongqua's willingness to reveal the foundation establishment pills demonstrated his confidence in his group's strength, suggesting he had little fear of being robbed. Once the crowd regained their composure, Zhao Zongqua continued, "If the friend who obtained the Longxian Shenhua grass is willing to exchange it, these 3 foundation establishment pills shall be yours. I trust that those still present possess commendable talents and skills, likely having reached the peak of the meridian formation stage. With these pills, your path to foundation establishment is assured." The crowd exchanged glances, each seeking to discern the identity of the one who had claimed the Longxian Shenhua grass. If I can't contend with Zhao Zongqua, perhaps the one who possesses the grass can be swayed to trade for the pills before any conflict arises, some schemed silently. Others scoffed at the notion, confident in their own formidable abilities, equal to Zhao Zongqua's. Mu Quan, glancing at Fu Yu, scoffed, "Zhao Zongqua is indeed a nefarious character. Anyone who dares to trade with him is likely to become a target for others, for there are few paths to acquire foundation establishment pills, and those lacking strength will surely be unable to safeguard them." After waiting for a while, and seeing no one step forward, Zhao Zongqua continued, "Friends who have obtained the dragon's whisker grass, if you are willing to exchange it with me, I owe you a favor. Zhao's family is willing to assist you in one matter of your choosing." Such words indicate the immense importance Zhao Zongqua holds within his family. Offering to use the family's influence to aid another is no small proposition. The others present silently admired Zhao Zongqua's boldness. It was no wonder he could produce 3 foundation establishment pills so readily. If given to individuals with exceptional talents, it could potentially cultivate 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Zhao Zongqua's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, but to his disappointment, no one stepped forward. Could it be that the other formidable individuals had claimed it? He turned his attention to Mu Quan and other groups, pondering how to ascertain who had acquired the dragon's whisker grass. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Mu Quan's group, the strongest among them. "Ah, it seems Brother Mu has obtained the dragon's whisker grass. Congratulations." Mu Quan replied nonchalantly, "Brother Zhao, there is no need to pry. To be honest, I too wish to know who has acquired the dragon's whisker grass." To his dismay, Mu Quan had not obtained it either. Zhao Zongqua felt an unusual frustration. Given Mu Quan's status, his claim of not having acquired it must be true. Yet who had it? He could not afford to use his previous method of inquiry repeatedly, as that would be an affront. Directly asking the other groups if they possessed the dragon's whisker grass was also out of the question. The other groups were equally unafraid of Zhao Zongqua. Realizing that clarity on the matter was unattainable, it was unlikely they could inspect other storage bags, and it would be more feasible to eliminate all cultivators present than to attempt that. However, who possessed such capability? Recognizing the futility of the situation, the stronger groups began to withdraw from the valley. The repulsive force within the valley was growing stronger, and in a day or two, they would be expelled from this space. They decided to seize the final opportunity to gather rare materials and treasures, as such chances might never arise again. The crowd began to disperse, and Mu Quan bid farewell to Fu Yu, stating, "Brother Fu, we must take advantage of this last moment to search for more items. After all, our family has a significant demand for these spiritual herbs. We shall meet again after exiting the secret realm." "Very well, I shall continue my search as well," Fu Yu responded. In a moment, the valley was left empty. After the crowd departed, Fu Yu turned back into the valley. He returned to the spring, which was now a chaotic mess of rocks and soil, devastated by the earlier battle. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind swept aside the debris, revealing the spring. As he probed into the spring with his consciousness, he sensed an increasingly familiar aura, akin to that of the golden dragon-tailed lion. Something peculiar indeed lay within. Fu Yu drew out the flowing cloud sword and, with a few swift strikes, opened up a space large enough to enter the spring. Steeling himself, He dove into the spring. The flowing cloud sword slicing through the surrounding rocks as he descended. The exquisite flowing cloud sword became an instrument for excavation in Fu Yu's hands. Should any outer sect cultivators witness this, they would undoubtedly scold him for mistreating his weapon. However, for Fu Yu, any object that could serve a purpose was deemed appropriate, regardless of its application. Yet, this was not the first time he had used the flowing cloud sword for such a task. With no other suitable tools at his disposal, its remarkable sharpness, enhanced by his spiritual energy, made breaking through the stones effortless. After delving for several dozen yards, the cave within the spring began to expand. Fu Yu paused, prepared to plunge deeper. The underground cavern grew larger, filled with water, and upon entering, the familiar aura intensified. Suddenly, Fu Yu's consciousness detected an object, a massive white skeleton quietly resting at the bottom of the water. An ancient, majestic aura surged forth, emanating from the skeleton, which measured several dozen yards in length and towered like a two-story building. Even after years of decay, the pressure it exuded left Fu Yu in awe. What immense power must this skeleton's owner have possessed in life? Fu Yu marveled inwardly. The aura radiating from the skeleton bore a resemblance to that of the golden dragon-tailed lion, yet it was infinitely more noble. Just a trace of its presence was enough to weigh heavily on Fu Yu. Was this the remains of a true golden dragon? A shiver coursed through him. For true dragons are incredibly powerful beings. Even a single bone would be worth a fortune. Before him lay an entire skeleton of a golden true dragon, a treasure of unimaginable value. Fu Yu had never felt such exhilaration in his life, his heart racing wildly. Battling against the oppressive aura that sought to pin him down, he approached the skeleton with great difficulty. Finally, he stood before it, exclaiming internally, "This is it. This is it. If I acquire this colossal skeleton, I shall never worry about resources for cultivation again." Tentatively, he extended his hand towards the skeleton. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against it, the tranquil waters erupted into chaos. Without a sound, the entire skeleton disintegrated into dust, scattering throughout the water, causing the murkiness. Fu Yu was momentarily stunned, utterly at a loss for words. This was an absurd situation. It felt as if he had stumbled upon a mountain of gold, only for it to turn to ash before his eyes, leaving no trace. How could fate be so cruel? He stood in shock for a long while before shifting his gaze back to where the skeleton had been. As the waters gradually cleared, a white object emerged where the skeleton once lay, igniting a glimmer of hope in Fu Yu. Perhaps there was still a remnant left behind. He hurried forward to investigate, discovering a large egg-like object about the size of a basin. Fu Yu examined it closely, pondering its nature. Could it be a dragon egg? That seemed improbable. If the skeleton had turned to dust, the egg should have hatched long ago or decayed into mud. Beside the egg, he found a palm-sized piece of phosphorescent armor, and nothing else. After searching the cavern for a while longer, Fu Yu confirmed that there was nothing more of interest. Though he could persist, the water was uncomfortable. He retraced his steps back to the valley. With a sweep of his sleeve, he blocked the cave entrance with a pile of debris and strode out of the valley. Another day passed, and finally, the space emitted a tremendous force. In a moment of disorientation, Fu Yu realized he was no longer within the secret realm. Shaking his head slightly, he discovered he was at the entrance. Looking around, he saw that everyone from the secret realm had emerged. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted Mu Quan and his companions, who had just exited as well. As he was about to greet them, a voice exclaimed in excitement, "They've come out. The ones who entered the secret realm are back." Fu Yu looked up to see 3 or 4 young men in uniform attire, clearly from a sect. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that their sleeves were embroidered with a cloud pattern, above which was depicted a red sun. They were indeed from the Qingyun Sect. One of them called out, "Zhang Quanfeng, hurry and report to Elder Zhou. Inform him that those who entered the secret realm have emerged and await his decision." Before his words faded, a powerful voice resonated, "No need. I have arrived. Do not let these individuals leave. They must surrender their storage bags. Those who comply voluntarily will receive 2,000 spirit stones. Those who refuse will remain here." A man, around 50 years of age, with a rosy complexion, black hair, and a blue beard, clad in a purple robe, appeared instantly beside the young men. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, bearing down on the crowd. The youths quickly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We greet Elder Hao." The hearts of the crowd surged like turbulent waves. A cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage. The people were astounded. The newcomer was indeed a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, fresh from the secret realm, still reveling in their abundant gains. They suddenly heard this voice, and their spirits plummeted. They exchanged glances, and Fu Yu was equally astonished. How could this sect be so brazenly tyrannical, acting so despicably that even the possessions of those in the meridian condensation stage were not spared? What difference was there between them and bandits? Despicable. A burly man voiced his resentment. Yet, many others could only seethe in silence, their fury unspoken. One disciple of the Qingyun Sect declared, "Did you hear that? Hand over your storage bags and quickly leave with your spirit stones." The crowd's anger flared, their eyes ablaze with indignation. If looks could kill, that disciple would have been slain countless times. After toiling in the secret realm, enduring countless life and death struggles, they had finally emerged alive, only to be met with a meager demand of 2,000 spirit stones. In normal times, 2,000 spirit stones would be a considerable fortune, but now, within their storage bags lay hundreds of medicinal herbs and monster cores, worth at least 10 million spirit stones. 2,000 spirit stones? Was this a mere pittance to dismiss a beggar? Mu Quan, also filled with rage, was about to confront the situation when the burly man named Xiao pulled him back. Shaking his head and whispering a few words, Mu Quan halted, though his face still bore the mark of fury. Xiao approached Elder Hao directly, slightly cupping his hands in respect. Elder Hao's gaze sharpened, an aura of coldness emanating from him. A mere practitioner of the meridian condensation stage dared to be so rude before him. His expression shifted as he prepared to erupt, but upon seeing the item in Zhao's hand, he immediately stood up in alarm. It turns out to be Xiao raised his hand to silence Elder Hao, who paused and quickly said, "Please." The crowd gasped. Who was this Xiao that even a foundation establishment cultivator treated him with such deference? Xiao turned to Mu Quan. Bowing slightly, "Young master, let us depart." Mu Quan then turned to Fu Yu, saying, "Brother Fu, come with us." Fu Yu hesitated for a moment and replied, "I appreciate it greatly, Brother Mu." The group departed under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Elder Hao glanced at Fu Yu, hesitated briefly, but did not attempt to obstruct them. After walking several miles, Mu Quan stopped and said to Fu Yu, "Brother Fu, our journey in the secret realm has concluded. What are your plans? Shall we travel the world together?" Fu Yu smiled helplessly. "I fear I must decline your kind offer. It is almost time for me to return to the sect and submit my mission report." Mu Quan was taken aback. I almost forgot you are a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. The inter-sect competition is about to begin, so I shall not keep you. I wish you great success in the competition. Thank you for your well wishes, Brother Mu." The young lady musician and others also came forward to bid farewell to Fu Yu. After parting from Mu Quan's group, Fu Yu made his way back to the sect, which was at least half a month's journey away. After a long afternoon, just as Fu Yu intended to rest, he suddenly sensed someone rapidly approaching from behind, moving with the speed of a shooting star. Before the person arrived, a voice called out, "Hey, you there! Stop immediately. I have matters to discuss with you." Fu Yu's expression changed dramatically. It was Elder Hao from the Qingyun Sect, a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage. A sense of foreboding surged within him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to flee. Evading a foundation establishment cultivator was not a wise course of action, though he had reached the pinnacle of the meridian condensation stage and possessed some hidden cards. Fu Yu was self-aware enough to know that these would be insufficient in the eyes of a foundation establishment cultivator. In mere breaths, Elder Hao stood before him. Fu Yu stepped back a few paces and bowed. "May I ask what business you have with me, senior?" "Humph. I have heard that a dragon's saliva divine herb appeared in the secret realm, only to vanish without a trace. Speak honestly, did you take it?" Fu Yu's heart sank at the accusation. "Why do you say that, senior? While I was present, the chaos was overwhelming, and many were there. Why am I the one you accuse? What? You dare question me?" Elder Hao's voice turned harsh. "All those who emerged from the secret realm, except for you few, I have searched thoroughly." Mu Quan claimed he did not obtain the dragon's saliva divine herb. Given his status, he had no reason to lie. "Therefore, you are the prime suspect." Elder Hao felt a surge of anger. Had he not been uncertain about Fu Yu's relationship with Mu Quan, he would have simply struck him down and inspected his storage bag. Is this truly your basis?" Fu Yu's mind raced, realizing that being targeted by Elder Hao would spell trouble for him. For Mu Quan's sake, he thought, "If you hand over the dragon's saliva divine herb, I will let you keep the treasures you acquired in the secret realm." Fu Yu felt a surge of indignation. "You think you can just demand what I have worked hard to obtain? Is the secret realm your personal domain? He struggled to suppress his anger, deeply understanding the feelings of those who had emerged from the secret realm. Facing a Foundation establishment cultivator, one's life and death could be whimsically decided at another's pleasure. Such a sensation was truly unbearable. Seeing Fu Yu's changing expression, Elder Hao barked, "Hand it over now, or shall I have to retrieve it myself?" Realizing that refusing to yield the dragon's saliva divine herb today would likely lead to dire consequences, Fu Yu steeled himself and bowed in trepidation. "Elder Hao, please calm your anger." Seeing Fu Yu's terrified expression, Elder Hao's demeanor softened slightly. This youth still held some respect for him. Fu Yu then produced an item from his storage bag, saying, "Though I did not acquire the dragon's saliva divine herb, I did find something valuable. Please allow Elder Hao to appraise it." Upon hearing that Fu Yu had not obtained the coveted herb, Elder Hao's mood soured, ready to erupt. Yet, when Fu Yu mentioned presenting a precious item for appraisal, his interest peaked. As Elder Hao focused on the object in Fu Yu's hand, it suddenly shot toward him. In an instant, Fu Yu had executed a swift maneuver, appearing dozens of feet away, drawing his Luyun sword, and unleashing a spell to flee at breakneck speed. This swift action unfolded in a heartbeat. Elder Hao, caught off guard by Fu Yu's audacity, had just begun to summon a layer of spiritual energy for protection when the object struck him. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded, accompanied by Elder Hao's anguished cries, as the surrounding area was thrown into chaos. At the center of the explosion, Elder Hao was disheveled, his hair singed, and his clothes in tatters, blood gushing from his severed left arm. Had Fu Yu been present, he would have been astounded by the effectiveness of his ambush. He had not expected that his attack would leave Elder Hao in such a dire state. The item Fu Yu had used for his surprise attack was a burst pill gifted to him by Elder Xian during his first departure from the sect, proving to be a formidable weapon. Even with some forewarning, Elder Hao had nearly been killed on the spot. "You little bastard! I will tear you to shreds." Elder Hao's furious and wrathful shouts resonated across the distance. His eyes, filled with malice, fixated on the direction in which Fu Yu had fled, and he activated his escape technique to pursue directly. Sensing the relentless chase of Elder Hao behind him, Fu Yu exerted himself to the utmost, wielding his sword. The shimmering sword light flickered as his speed increased, yet he refrained from employing the void flash consecutively, aware of its considerable consumption of spiritual energy. In this long-distance flight, riding the sword was indeed the preferable choice. Nonetheless, Elder Hao, despite his injuries from the explosive talismans, was a foundational stage cultivator, and his speed remained remarkably swift, gradually closing the gap. After half an hour, Fu Yu could clearly see Elder Hao pursuing him. At this distance, with foundational stage cultivation, a mere dash would allow Elder Hao to catch up in the blink of an eye. The sight of the approaching Elder Hao filled Fu Yu with a mounting sense of urgency. It seemed that mere flight would not suffice to shake off Elder Hao's pursuit. Ahead, a dense forest loomed, and Fu Yu executed a void flash, transforming into a streak of light as he shot into the thicket. Within the forest, he utilized the void flash multiple times, and in an instant, Elder Hao vanished from Fu Yu's perception, given the strength of his spiritual sense. If Fu Yu could no longer detect Elder Hao, it was likely that Elder Hao could not sense him either. Nevertheless, Fu Yu remained cautious, channeling his dwindling spiritual energy to execute 3 more void flashes deeper into the woods. Upon halting, Fu Yu fully employed his concealment technique, completely suppressing his aura and hiding deep within a thicket. He retrieved a medicinal pill and hastily consumed it, clutching 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands as he fervently began to absorb spiritual energy to restore his strength. Only through such reckless measures could Fu Yu swiftly regain his condition. He understood that it would not be long before Elder Hao would come searching for him. Although he had suppressed his aura, Elder Hao, with his foundational stage cultivation, would undoubtedly deduce that Fu Yu had vanished within the forest and would systematically eliminate potential hiding spots. He needed to restore his strength before Elder Hao located him. As Fu Yu had anticipated, half an hour later, a probing spiritual sense swept through the area. Although it failed to detect Fu Yu, the traces he had left behind would inevitably be uncovered. Elder Hao, following the clues, would eventually discover Fu Yu. At this moment, Fu Yu dared not make any sudden movements and instead focused entirely on replenishing his spiritual energy. After another half an incense stick's worth of time, Fu Yu had nearly restored his spiritual power, just as Elder Hao approached his location. Fu Yu ceased his Qingyun technique, casually picked up a small stone, and with a surge of energy, flicked it toward a withered branch several yards away, striking it down. Upon hearing the noise, Elder Hao's spiritual energy surged as he lunged toward the source of the sound. "This cunning brat, I've finally caught you." Elder Hao, previously outsmarted by Fu Yu and severely injured, felt his fury blaze within him. After tirelessly searching for so long, he was now on the verge of capturing this young man. "Once I seize him, I will not rest until he is utterly obliterated." However, as he lunged forward, he found nothing but emptiness before him, quickly realizing that he had been tricked once more. Elder Hao threw his head back in a primal scream, desperate to vent the anger boiling within him. Failing to release this pent-up rage would surely drive him to madness. He struck down upon a nearby tree with great force, and the massive trunk splintered into fragments. Suddenly, a cold beam of sword light shot toward him from behind. In his fury, Elder Hao sensed the murderous intent emanating from the blade. In a frantic moment, he gathered his spiritual energy, sweeping his sleeve to deflect the incoming strike. Though severely injured and having expended much of his strength, Elder Hao's foundational stage cultivation still possessed significant power. As his sleeve brushed against the sword light, it was deflected. Yet Fu Yu's strike was executed with all his might, causing the powerful clash to shatter into countless fragments. Elder Hao's recently donned garments were once again torn, exposing his remaining right arm. Fu Yu, relentless in his pursuit of justice, swiftly redirected his sword light and struck once more at Elder Hao's chest. At this moment, Elder Hao had turned around, his once ethereal demeanor now marred. His hair had dwindled to a few strands of scorched yellow, his brows were bare, and the once majestic beard on his chin was now but a mere stub. His face, contorted with rage, had become a terrifying sight. This was no longer the image of a foundational master, but rather that of a coal worker, disheveled and wretched. Witnessing Elder Hao's pitiful state, even Fu Yu, despite his own tension, could not suppress a chuckle. His heart momentarily steadied, realizing that the explosive pill had indeed worked wonders, thoroughly incapacitating Elder Hao. Yet, he did not dare relax his offensive, continuing to press the assault on the elder. Elder Hao's countenance was now fierce and terrifying, his voice a low growl as he declared, "If I do not extract your soul today, I shall not bear the surname Hao." His fury had distorted his voice, sending a chill down Fu Yu's spine. Fu Yu understood that he had irreparably offended the elder of the Qingyun Sect, leaving no room for reconciliation. No one could intervene to stop Elder Hao from retaliating against him. It was a matter of life and death. Resolving to this aspect, Fu Yu unleashed all his strength. Elder Hao narrowly evaded Fu Yu's strike, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a long spear flew from his storage bag, ready to unleash a ferocious attack. Suddenly, he halted, realizing that his left arm had been torn away. In a reflexive motion, he instinctively reached for the spear, only to find that his arm was no longer there, leaving the spear suspended in midair, poised to fall. With his remaining right hand, he hastily extended it to grasp the spear, all the while letting out a furious roar. "You little brat." Elder Hao, a master of the spear, had few rivals even among foundational cultivators. With one arm obliterated by Fu Yu's explosive assault, his once skillful spear techniques were rendered nearly impossible to execute. It was no wonder he was so enraged, hurling insults at Fu Yu without restraint. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yu dared not hesitate, unleashing a burst of spiritual light from his flowing cloud sword, aiming for the elder's wrist holding the spear. Should Elder Hao persist in grasping the spear, he would undoubtedly be struck by Fu Yu's sword. Even as a foundational practitioner, without any defense, it was folly to attempt to withstand the full force of a sword imbued with spiritual energy. If he withdrew, the spear would be lost. Even for one as battle-hardened as Elder Hao, having faced countless adversities, he had never encountered such a dire circumstance. Momentarily stunned, Fu Yu's flowing cloud sword sliced cleanly through his wrist. Elder Hao cried out in agony, instinctively retracting his hand to see the grim state of his injury. His palm was now merely a layer of skin attached to his wrist, blood gushing forth without his awareness. Even with his foundational cultivation, a severed limb could not regenerate, leaving Elder Hao utterly crippled. Had he retained even one arm, he might have still trained in a sword technique or another skill, albeit with diminished strength, preserving his status within the sect. Now, with both hands rendered useless, even if he clung to life, he would be left as a mere shell, a fate unbearable for someone as proud as Elder Hao. In an instant, Elder Hao's thoughts swirled, leaving him momentarily frozen. With a sudden thrust, The flowing cloud sword, shimmering with starlight, struck the unguarded elder house squarely in the chest, piercing through. As he looked down at his own wound, the fury in his eyes faded into clarity, his once twisted visage now serene. He gazed at Fuyu, who had retreated several dozen feet away, and managed a bitter smile. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. He had contemplated the possibility of his demise, yet never imagined it would come at the hands of a mere pulse condensation youth. No sooner had he spoken than Elder Hao collapsed, lifeless. What a pitiful end for a foundational master, defeated without ever showcasing his true powers at the hands of Fuyu. Fuyu approached and retrieved Elder Hao's spear, marveling at its craftsmanship. The spear, forged from ancient ice bamboo, was extraordinarily resilient, impervious to magical attacks, and remarkably flexible, producing beautiful flourishes with a mere flick. Its tip, crafted from a rare alloy, was not only sharp and durable, but also adept at focusing spiritual energy, granting it formidable piercing capabilities. Fuyu's heart raced with excitement. Had he not been so enamored with swordsmanship, he would have surely pursued spear techniques instead. It appeared he would have to gift this treasure to Zhao Beifeng. That rascal sits at home and receives such a boon. I must find a way to extort him. The thought of Zhao Beifeng brought a tinge of melancholy to Fuyu. Since entering the inner sect, they had barely crossed paths, and he wondered how his friend fared. Under his mentor's guidance, he was likely at the 9th level of pulse condensation by now. Remembering Zhao Beifeng's master sent a shiver down Fuyu's spine. He had been oblivious in the outer sect, but upon entering the inner sect, he learned of the master's notorious reputation, tales that made the hearers tremble with fear. When Fuyu had seen Zhao Beifeng in the sect, he was always injured, bearing wounds from head to toe. Alas, poor Zhao Beifeng. Shaking off his reverie, Fuyu searched Elder Hao's body, uncovering several storage bags. Upon opening them, he was immediately struck with dread, cold sweat trickling down his back. These bags were filled to the brim with spiritual herbs, beast corpses, demon cores, and mineral treasures, the spoils taken from those who entered the secret realm. Fuyu recognized that these were the fruits of many months of struggle, the collective efforts of many cultivators within the secret realm. His heart raced, and his mind blanked at the realization. The color drained from his face. He had stirred up a great deal of trouble. Fuyu's identity was not a secret. A simple inquiry would reveal everything. Killing Elder Hao might lead the Qingyun Sect to investigate, but acquiring the entirety of the secret realm's spoils would invite relentless pursuit from any sect. Most of the treasures within the realm had been claimed by those who ventured inside, leaving scant resources behind. Even the next time the realm opened, few would find anything of worth, and it could take years for the herbs to mature again. With nearly half a month's journey remaining to the sect, the Qingyun Sect would likely discover Elder Hao's absence within a day or two. Given their strength, they would uncover the truth within hours. The road back to the sect would be perilous. What to do? Fuyu fell into deep contemplation, yet no clever plan emerged. It appeared he had no choice but to flee. However, he needed to carefully consider his escape route. Heading toward the Qingyun Sect was tantamount to walking into a trap. Directly returning to the sect would surely lead to a heavy pursuit. Thus, he had only two options: either head east toward the Huashua sect or north toward the Qingmi sect. The eastern route would lead him further from the sect, making the northern route seem more viable, entering the territory of the Qingmi sect, then circling back to the Qingyun sect. However, the Qingyun sect was not foolish. They would surely anticipate his thoughts and send experts to pursue him in the direction of the Qingmi sect as well. If only he could contact the sect. He rummaged through the storage bags for a communication talisman, shaking his head in resignation. The talismans at hand were rudimentary, capable of transmitting messages only within a few miles. Even those held by foundational cultivators had a range of merely 100 miles, far too distant from the sect to be of any use. Setting a fireball ablaze, he incinerated Elder Hao's corpse, scattering fragments of stone and earth to conceal the scene. Determined, he set forth in the direction of the sect. Since no route seemed safe, he resolved to return directly to the sect. As Fuyu wielded his sword, he held a piece of mid-grade spirit stone in each hand, ensuring his spiritual energy remained at its peak. Whenever his energy dwindled excessively, he would toss a rejuvenation pill into his mouth. Naturally, Fuyu dared not unleash his full power. To traverse long distances, he had to maintain a balance of energy intake and expenditure, or he would soon deplete his reserves. Thus, for days passed without any sign of pursuers, indicating that the Qingyun Sect had not yet dispatched anyone after him. Perhaps Elder Hao was rather stern with his disciples, often refraining from disclosing his whereabouts. Hence, his absence for a day or two might not have elicited any concern among them. Fu Yu felt a surge of relief and continued his flight. Unbeknownst to Fu Yu, at the site where he had slain Elder Hao, several figures emerged, led by a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. This individual, appearing to be in his 60s, donned the Elder-S robes of the Qingyun Sect, his hair styled in a bun, his face pale and round, and his chin clean-shaven without a trace of beard. Standing resolutely, he gestured with his right hand, causing a wisp of air to enter a circular disc held in his left hand. Upon casting a spell, the disc emitted a faint red glow. This is the place. Conduct a thorough investigation. Yes, Elder Luo. The disciples quickly moved forward, clearing away debris and revealing some charred powder mixed in the soil. With a swift motion of his right hand, Elder Luo gathered some of the black powder and sent it to the disc. As the powder neared the disc, it suddenly radiated a brilliant red light. Elder Hao was indeed killed here. The disciples gasped in unison. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator left nothing behind but a handful of ash, prompting a wave of lamentations among the group. With an impassive expression, Elder Luo instructed, "Collect this ash and soil, and send it back to the sect along with the fragments of the arm found at the explosion site for a proper burial." He added, "There's another aura present. It appears to belong to Elder Hao's murderer." At that moment, Elder Luo's expression shifted as he produced a communication talisman, infusing it with his spiritual sense and retracting it moments later. "The murderer has been identified. Fu Yu, an inner disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Elder Hao was pursuing him when he met his demise. Issue a sect-wide manhunt. Pursue the murderer in all directions from this point. I will personally head towards the Qingyun Sect and reinforce efforts towards the Qingming Sect as well." I never expected that Elder Hao, with his cultivation, could be slain by a mere novice. Elder Luo murmured, "That lad must possess explosive pills, a formidable weapon. It is only natural that Elder Hao fell victim to such an ambush. Even when facing someone significantly weaker, one must exert their full strength and never lower their guard," interjected a youth of about 17 or 18 years, speaking freely before Elder Luo. Hearing this, Elder Luo's face revealed a hint of satisfaction. Kaier speaks wisely. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must employ full force. In the realm of cultivation, unexpected events can arise at any moment. One must always remain vigilant. 2 days later, at the location where Fu Yu had rested, Elder Luo and his party arrived. One disciple reported, "Elder Luo, the murderer of Elder Hao lingered here. The aura left behind is identical to that at the site of Elder Hao's demise." Elder Luo nodded and remarked, "It appears the murderer fled toward the Qingyun Sect. Continue the pursuit." He then retrieved a talisman from his storage bag, breathed upon it, and as his spiritual energy infused it, the talisman gradually expanded, transforming into a giant crane that flapped its wings in the air. "Let us go." Elder Luo leaped atop the crane, followed by the other disciples. With the disc in hand and spiritual energy circulating beneath him, the crane soared swiftly towards the Qingyun Sect, heading directly along Fu Yu's path. The pursuit continued for 8 days, during which Elder Luo grew increasingly astonished. Were it not for the unmistakable aura of a novice, he might have doubted Fu Yu's status as a mere novice cultivator. Foundation establishment practitioners, even when riding a crane with several disciples, could not match the speed of a novice in the condensed pulse stage. Having tracked Fu Yu for several days, and judging by the residual aura he left behind, Elder Luo concluded that at the current pace, it would take at least 2 more days to catch up with him. With each passing day, Elder Luo's concern mounted. From the present circumstances, Fu Yu's identity seemed far from ordinary. He was undoubtedly a core disciple within the inner sect. Such a robust reservoir of spiritual energy could only support such a lengthy escape. A figure of this caliber would be nurtured as a core member of the next generation within the Qingyun Sect, their status far surpassing that of an ordinary Foundation establishment elder like Hao. Should he be slain, the Qingyun Sect would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Nevertheless, it was imperative to capture Fu Yu. If all else failed, he must be eliminated to thwart the future of the Qingyun Sect. Allowing such a prodigy to flourish would spell disaster for the Qingyun Sect. 2 more days passed, and Fu Yu was utterly fatigued. After 10 consecutive days of sword flight, he had scarcely dared to pause, his complexion pale and bearing the signs of exhaustion. While this was of little concern to him, The continuous consumption of pills without sufficient time to dissipate their residual effects was troubling. The impurities within these remnants were gradually accumulating, subtly damaging his meridians. If only he could return to the sect within a few days, taking the time to properly resolve these effects would mitigate any serious harm. This was the very reason Fu Yu had dared to swallow pills and flee recklessly over long distances. Now at the edge of the Qingmang Mountain range, he was nearing the sect. At this speed, he could hold out for one more day before returning to safety. His relentless journey over the past half-month had saved him nearly half the time. Yet, unease crept into Fu Yu's heart. He felt a looming danger approaching. Though such feelings could be deemed unreliable, practitioners often experienced fleeting intuitions grounded in some truth. Presently, apart from the Qingyun Sect's pursuit, there seemed to be no other pressing danger that could evoke such feelings. Gazing at the sprawling Qingmang Mountain range, Fu Yu hesitated for a moment before abruptly altering his course towards the mountains. 2 hours later, Elder Luo and his party halted at the spot where Fu Yu had changed direction. Strange. Why did this lad suddenly shift his route? Could he have detected our pursuit? Given his cultivation, that seems implausible, mused Elder Luo, studying the disc in his hand. He headed towards the Qingmang Mountains. Does he have elders from his sect there? Or is there some other reason? With so many precious items on him, he should be returning to the sect directly. If he enters the depths of the Qingmang Mountains, we could face significant trouble. One disciple interjected. Regardless, we must follow him. Move. Elder Luo commanded, and the group resumed their pursuit. By then, Fu Yu had reached the foot of the Qingmang Mountains, plunging into the dense forest without hesitation. After another hour of frantic flight, utterly exhausted, he settled on a ridge that offered a broad view of the path behind him. Sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate the Qingyun technique. The past days of fleeing had posed a formidable challenge for Fu Yu. He had dared to sleep only half an hour each night, spending the remainder of his rest recovering his energy. After all, relying solely on the consumption of pills and drawing energy from spirit stones could not sustain prolonged flight. Until now, everything appeared normal, as though nothing was amiss. Were he an ordinary person, he might not have suspected he was being hunted under normal circumstances. He would have returned to the sect and likely been caught long ago. Fu Yu surmised that the Qingyun Sect would not relent in their pursuit. Within the Qingmang Mountains, he felt a measure of tranquility. Venturing deeper would lead him to the central region, where even Foundation establishment practitioners dared not fly, ensuring that speeds would not differ significantly from those outside. Suddenly, within Fu Yu's line of sight, a soaring crane emerged, upon which stood several individuals. Fu Yu's gaze swiftly fell upon the circular disc held by Elder Luo, and he inwardly cursed. To pursue a mere disciple of the condensation pulse stage, they have resorted to using the spirit-sensing celestial disc. No wonder they were able to follow him into the Qingmang Mountain range. The spirit-sensing celestial disc is not primarily designed for tracking individuals. Rather, it is employed to survey the Earth's veins, seek out spiritual treasures, or investigate spiritual pulses. Thus, the disc is exceedingly sensitive to fluctuations in aura, capable of detecting even the faintest traces. Occasionally, it is also utilized for locating individuals or demonic beasts. The crafting of the spirit-sensing celestial disc is exceptionally arduous, requiring significant resources with a remarkably low success rate. Most sects possess only one or two, typically safeguarded by the sect leader or esteemed elders. Yet now, this extraordinary artifact has inexplicably fallen into the hands of someone in the mid-foundation establishment stage, utilized to pursue Fu Yu. It is quite unfortunate for Fu Yu to be hunted in such a manner. Only those of greater standing should wield the spirit-sensing celestial disc. However, Elder Luo had been commissioned to explore the nearby mountains for the Earth's veins, tracing a spiritual pulse following Elder Hao's sudden disappearance. With the disc conveniently in his possession, he naturally intended to make full use of it. Fu Yu's heart quivered. No wonder he had exerted every effort to conceal his presence, yet was still pursued by those from the Qingyun Sect. It seemed that even with his utmost endeavor to master the concealment technique, he could not escape the tracking of the celestial divination disc. The situation grew increasingly dire. Fleeing without hesitation, Fu Yu darted towards the central region of the Qingmang Mountain range. "Over there!" exclaimed one of the pursuers atop the flying crane. After chasing for 7 or 8 days, they were quite exhausted. If it weren't for the celestial divination disc in hand, which could pinpoint Fu Yu's whereabouts, they would have never guessed he would head to the central area of the Qingmang Mountain range. "Chase!" Do not let him enter the central region. Once he does, catching him will become exceedingly difficult, Elder Luo admonished. The Qingyun Sect, positioned in the southeast of the Qingmang Mountain range, frequently ventured into these mountains for training and was well acquainted with the terrain. It was imperative to apprehend Fu Yu before he reached the central area, otherwise, the pursuit would become significantly more challenging. Finally, spotting Fu Yu's figure, Elder Luo felt a surge of excitement, reflecting on the countless rare spiritual herbs Fu Yu possessed. Although most would have to be surrendered to the sect, seizing a few precious herbs for himself would go unnoticed, as the sect rarely inquired too deeply. This was an unspoken rule among the major sects. Otherwise, who would exert themselves so diligently? Elder Luo summoned a fierce surge of spiritual energy, channeling it into the flying crane beneath him. The crane shuddered violently, its speed nearly doubling as it surged forward, causing the disciples to nearly lose their balance. With the crane's rapid flight, they drew ever closer to Fu Yu. 10 miles. 5 miles. 1 mile. Fu Yu, wielding his sword in frantic flight, realized that although he was near the central region, given his current state, it would be challenging to reach it before being caught. Nevertheless, he had to continue escaping. As Elder Luo pushed the flying crane to its limits, the turbulence intensified. Father, if this continues, the crane won't withstand it. Elder Luo's son, Luo Kai, struggled against the fierce winds. There's no time for that. If we endure just a moment longer, we will catch up to that boy, Elder Luo replied. In that instant, the crane emitted a cracking sound. Elder Luo's expression shifted as he inwardly cursed his misfortune, hastily withdrawing the energy he had infused into the crane. Yet, the cracking sounds persisted. Ultimately, the crane shattered midair. Aside from Elder Luo, who managed to maintain his balance, the other disciples were sent plummeting towards the ground due to the intense inertia. Elder Luo swiftly grasped his son's hand, while the remaining disciples, like discarded objects, screamed as they fell into the thicket below. Fortunately, being cultivators, their reflexes were sharp, and they managed to employ protective measures, thus escaping injury. Seizing the moment of chaos, Fu Yu made his escape, covering several miles. As the group regrouped, Elder Luo glanced at his disciples and instructed, "You all follow closely behind. I will pursue him first." With a flick of his hand, a long sword flew forth, and he took to the skies. Though Fu Yu also employed sword flight, Elder Luo's speed was markedly superior, nearly matching that of the flying crane moments prior. Half an hour later, Elder Luo found himself 100 yards behind Fu Yu. "Stop! If you run any further, I will not show mercy," Elder Luo bellowed. "Do you take me for a fool? Stand still, and you'll be the one showing mercy," Fu Yu muttered under his breath, lamenting his misfortune as he realized he was mere miles from safety and had ultimately been caught. Aware that remaining in the air was perilous, he gritted his teeth and descended into the thicket. How reckless! Elder Luo sheathed his sword and followed him into the forest. Utilizing his foundational cultivation technique, he moved with incredible speed, quickly closing in on Fu Yu by several dozen yards, leaping to intercept him. The long sword shot directly towards Fu Yu, who swiftly turned, wielding the flowing cloud sword to block the strike, forcing him back several paces. A casual strike from a foundational cultivator could repel him this far, leaving Fu Yu astonished. How am I to contend with this? Humph, you possess some strength, but ultimately, you are merely at the condensation stage, Elder Luo remarked with a hint of disdain upon witnessing Fu Yu's defense. What do you intend to do? Fu Yu inquired, feigning indifference while contemplating his escape. Stop pretending and hand over all your storage bags. I will grant you a swift end. And if I refuse? Haha, refusal is not an option. Elder Luo swung his sword again, this time seemingly with minimal effort, yet the strike was incredibly swift, imbued with a tremendous force that surged towards Fu Yu. The unmistakable aura of impending death enveloped Fu Yu, and he sensed an overwhelming danger, as if he would be torn apart in the next moment. In a reflexive motion, he drew the Tai He shield from his waist, enveloping himself in a barrier of spiritual light, while the Li Huojiu Yanju ignited in his hands. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Starry sword technique." Countless stars coalesced into a singular strike aimed at Elder Luo's sword. Clang! The two swords collided in midair, causing the light of the flowing cloud sword to dim and be sent spiraling back. Elder Luo's sword momentarily faltered, but then struck the Tai He shield's protective barrier. Despite Fu Yu's best efforts to channel energy into the shield, it crumpled like parchment beneath the force of the attack. Bang! The long sword struck the Tai He shield, igniting a layer of dark golden flame that flickered incessantly. The sword's energy was swiftly devoured by the flames, which then adhered to the blade. "Ah!" Elder Luo exclaimed in surprise. The sword's aura suddenly expanded, exploding with a thunderous roar that cast the flames aside. The dispersed energy crashed against the Tai-He shield, a powerful force laced with a sharpness that struck Fu Yu directly, causing his countenance to change and his heart to race painfully. In a mere exchange, Fu Yu was already injured. "Melted gold dark flame." Elder Luo cried out, recognizing the spiritual fire Fu Yu had barely managed to unleash. Though Fu Yu had not fully harnessed the power of the melted gold dark flame, Elder Luo, with his keen perception, instantly identified it. The audacity of this boy to refine such a high-tier spiritual fire at the condensation stage was unfathomable. Even as a mid-foundational cultivator, he would not dare claim the ability to refine the melted gold dark flame. Yet, here was Fu Yu, unscathed, not reduced to ashes. The corrosive effect of the spiritual fire on his energy and the dissolution of his spiritual weapon was unmistakable. If Fu Yu were truly at the foundational level, taken by surprise like this, his cherished sword would likely have met its demise. Once the spiritual fire was refined, even killing him would yield no benefit. Consumed by envy, Elder Luo pondered the boy's undeserved fortune in possessing and refining the melted gold dark flame. Recalling his long sword, Elder Luo unleashed a palm strike. As he did so, a tempest arose, twisting into a dragon-like form that spiraled through the air, carrying with it a torrent of spiritual energy that descended upon Fu Yu. The surrounding air was whipped into a frenzy, and Fu Yu felt as though he were caught in a tumultuous sea, swaying precariously. The melted gold dark flame upon the Tai-He shield was swept away as if it were mere sparks scattered by the wind. Fu Yu retracted the Tai-He shield and retreated hastily, sending the flowing cloud sword forth once more, transforming it into a constellation of stars aimed at Elder Luo. "You dare to challenge the light of fireflies?" Elder Luo scoffed at Fu Yu's counterattack, dismissing it with contempt. Channeling his spiritual energy, his long sword expanded into a massive blade that descended with great force toward the flowing cloud sword. Great sword technique. Fu Yu barely had time to exclaim before the flowing cloud sword was cleaved away, evidently damaged. Without ample time for recovery, it would be rendered unusable. As the spiritual weapon shattered, Fu Yu was struck by a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Elder Luo gazed at the bloodied Fu Yu, he wasted no time and leaped forward, his long sword shimmering with spiritual energy, poised to launch a series of relentless attacks. Fu Yu swiftly reached for an object at his waist, shouting, "Explosive pill." With a flick of his hand, it transformed into a shadow, hurtling towards Elder Luo. Upon hearing the name Explosive Pill, Elder Luo was taken aback, remembering how this young man had previously injured Elder Hao with such a devastating weapon, severing his arm. Instantly, Elder Luo halted and retreated at breakneck speed. The lethality of the explosive pill could even injure those at the Foundation establishment's later stages. Its might far too great to withstand head-on. True to his mid-Foundation establishment prowess, he halted and retreated without the slightest delay, and in the blink of an eye, Elder Luo was already 100 meters away. As Fu Yu hurled the object, he darted away with several swift flashes toward the central district. Elder Luo, having flown back, waited momentarily, only to witness the object roll on the ground without any further action. A trick. This boy dares to toy with me. A surge of fury ignited in Elder Luo's eyes, his countenance dark and brooding. "Let's see where you run." He unleashed his movement technique, pursuing Fu Yu. In no time, Elder Luo caught up with Fu Yu, but just as he drew near, another object shot towards him, and Fu Yu called out, "Explosive pill." Uncertain if it was indeed an explosive pill, Elder Luo could only retreat hastily, only to realize it was merely a common stone, allowing Fu Yu to gain further distance. Glaring at the rolling stone on the ground, Elder Luo's expression darkened, his rage palpable, his entire being trembling with fury, starkly contrasting with his earlier calm and graceful demeanor. A dignified elder of the mid-Foundation establishment being repeatedly toyed with by a mere Qi condensation stage cultivator pushed Elder Luo past the brink of restraint. "Once I capture this brat, I shall shatter his bones into pieces, so he understands the consequences of mocking me." The murderous intent within Elder Luo surged. As he hurriedly pursued, Elder Luo suddenly halted, sensing two distinct auras emanating from Fu Yu. Staring at his spirit-seeking disc in disbelief, he observed one aura strong and the other weak. After a brief contemplation, he decided to follow the stronger aura. Unbeknownst to him, in his frantic escape, Fu Yu had seized 2 wild rabbits, smearing blood on one and releasing it while using a cleansing technique to wash himself clean, then employing a concealment technique to flee in another direction. After running for 2 miles, Fu Yu tore a piece from his sleeve, binding it to the other rabbit, then resumed his frantic escape. At that moment, Elder Luo was seething, having already reduced one of the rabbits to mere fragments. Returning to the location where the auras diverged, he chased after the faint aura, only to find it had split again 2 miles later. Enraged, Elder Luo rushed towards the weaker aura without a second thought. Moments later, a thunderous crash echoed through the dense forest, followed by Elder Luo's resonant voice. Fu Yu, I shall tear you limb from limb. A formidable wave of murderous intent radiated from him, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and showering down leaves. More than 10 miles away, Fu Yu finally entered the central region of the Qingmang Mountain range. After setting up a warning barrier, he ventured deeper into the mountains. Knowing Elder Luo possessed the spirit-seeking disc, Fu Yu realized that no matter how he tried to evade or alter his path, he would ultimately be tracked down. Since escape was futile, he resolved to delve deeper into the Qingmang Mountains, where dangers loomed infinitely. Yet it offered a glimmer of hope compared to being captured by Elder Luo. Confronting Elder Luo head-on would lead to certain demise. Thus, he pondered how to eliminate this threat. Could he lure powerful beasts to attack him? Fu Yu shook his head, recognizing his unfamiliarity with the terrain of Qingmang Mountain, fearing he might lead the beasts to himself instead. Traps? Alas, he had only one explosive pill. If only he had 10 or 8. He could devise a trap to eliminate Elder Luo. Fu Yu felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Traps. Yes. With renewed determination, Fu Yu activated his concealment technique, propelling himself forward until he discovered a hidden cave. Once inside, he cleared away debris to create the illusion of a person having been there, hung a set of clothes on a branch deep within, and bit his tongue to smear his blood on them, thus tainting them with his aura. Retreating outside, he stood at the cave's entrance, peering inside to confirm his setup, then drew a circle at his standing position. Digging out the dirt within the circle, he formed a pit over 1 meter deep. Fu Yu jumped into the pit, mimicking a hasty retreat, and once settled, he excavated another pit nearby, slightly larger, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters and a depth of half a meter. Within this pit, Fu Yu continuously cast sealing spells, forming a sealed space with numerous enchantments. When they were completed, he ignited a flicker of bluish flame in his right hand, infusing it into the sealed space, the Baihan Phoenix Flame. Employing the Baihan Phoenix Flame technique drained his spiritual energy considerably, so after casting one flame, he swiftly consumed a recovery pill and spirit stones to restore his energy. After regaining some strength, he unleashed another Baihan Phoenix Flame into the seal. This continued until he had cast 5 flames in total. Covering the pit with a layer of dirt to restore its original appearance, he also obscured the cave entrance with dry branches, though it was not very concealed. The entrance was propped up with branches, layered with soil, and covered with leaves, easily discernible if one stood over it. Once everything was in place, Fu Yu retrieved the corpse of a beast from his storage pouch, skinned it without concern for the stench, and wrapped himself tightly in the beast's hide. Activating his concealment technique, with all preparations complete, he concealed himself at a distance. Moments later, Elder Luo, guided by the spirit-seeking disc, arrived at the scene. True to form, he quickly spotted the cave obscured by dry branches, the aura from the spirit-seeking disc pointing directly to it. Yet he overlooked a faint change in the surroundings. Nowhere to run, are you? Elder Luo rejoiced, thinking this young man, despite his crafty schemes, was ultimately too weak, having exhausted himself after days of fleeing. Finally, he had nowhere to escape, hiding in this cave. With the spirit-seeking disc in hand, no matter how cunning the boy was, he could not evade his grasp. Elder Luo stepped forward, ready to clear the branches concealing the entrance to see what the boy was up to when suddenly, he felt the ground beneath his feet give way. A trap. He swiftly retreated, executing the movement smoothly and effortlessly, evading the pit at the cave's entrance. Humph. A mere trick, attempting to ambush me? Truly delusional. Elder Luo scoffed. Having distanced himself from the entrance, gazing at the slightly sunken ground, he was about to exert his strength to uncover the branches and leaves when, boom. From his concealed position, Fu Yu called out softly, flicking his fingers to unleash a spell. With a thunderous roar, a burst of spiritual energy erupted beneath Elder Luo's feet. The sealing enchantments suddenly dispersing, unleashing an ancient, wild, and scorching energy, overwhelming him with a sense of dread. In an instant, the azure flames engulfed Elder Luo. At this moment, Fuyu sprang into action, unleashing a long-prepared attack of the azure cold phoenix flame, which surged into the engulfing azure fire that consumed Elder Luo. This flame was far more potent than the traps he had previously set, equivalent to 2 flames combined. As a result, Elder Luo was subjected to the full force of Fuyu's 3.5 azure cold phoenix flame attacks. Elder Luo reacted swiftly, instantly erecting a protective barrier of spiritual energy around himself. By the time one reaches the foundation establishment stage, such a barrier becomes almost instinctual, capable of being summoned in an instant. He then quickly retrieved a bell-shaped defensive spirit tool from his storage pouch, encasing himself within it for added protection. However, the azure cold phoenix flame was formidable. Even a single strike could match the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone 3.5. The bell-shaped spirit tool flickered with light before being flung away with a resounding clang, and Elder Luo's protective barrier rippled like water, only to be melted away by the flames, which then descended upon him. Despite being at the mid-foundation establishment stage, Elder Luo cried out in shock as the flames scorched him. These flames were unlike ordinary fire. Upon contact, they rapidly burrowed into his flesh. Elder Luo summoned his spiritual energy to dissipate the flames, only to discover that they absorbed his energy and grew stronger, regenerating a portion of their power, as if they possessed an unending vitality. Fortunately, not too much of the flame had entered his body, and he managed to expel the flames within using several times his spiritual energy. However, before he could revel in his small victory, more flames invaded his being. He hadn't anticipated the flames to be so tenacious. Elder Luo's face turned pale with fear. If he did not extinguish the flames quickly, he would undoubtedly perish. Gathering all his spiritual energy, he activated a secret technique to unleash his latent potential, erupting a surge of energy from his dantian. This reckless application of magic finally succeeded in countering the relentless flame attack. Fuyu, do you truly believe you can outsmart a mid-foundation establishment cultivator with such trivial tricks? Are you overly ambitious or simply foolish? Feel free to unleash whatever tricks you have left. Elder Luo's voice rang out, laced with disdain, contempt, and unwavering confidence. Fuyu was taken aback. He had deployed his most formidable cards in this attack, and he could feel its power rivaling that of an explosive pill. Yet, Elder Luo appeared unscathed. Was the strength of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator truly so formidable? In truth, Elder Luo was running low on spiritual energy, and due to the secret technique's activation, he felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, a sensation both painful and unbearable, making even movement difficult. Yet, with his vast experience, he knew he could not reveal any signs of weakness. Otherwise, Fuyu would surely seize the opportunity. Little did he know, Fuyu was also depleting his spiritual energy. Although he was in a better state than Elder Luo, he too was hesitant to advance. Fuyu's expression shifted. He sensed something amiss. Despite Elder Luo's calm demeanor, he stood motionless at the epicenter of the explosion, and the spirit-catching sky plate lay abandoned 2 meters behind him, left uncollected. Had Elder Luo sustained severe injuries, or was he intentionally luring him closer? Fuyu's gaze fixated on Elder Luo's trembling hands, which betrayed his condition. Elder Luo was certainly injured, Fuyu surmised, yet he could not ascertain if Elder Luo still possessed the strength to retaliate. Observing the spirit-catching sky plate on the ground, Fuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Let me test this. With a surge of spiritual energy, he formed a great hand to grasp the spirit-catching sky plate. Seeing Fuyu make a move, Elder Luo's heart raced with urgency. He realized his condition could no longer be concealed. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to suppress the discomfort within. Summoning the last remnants of his spiritual energy, he exerted himself once more. With this effort, sweat poured down his brow, and he felt excruciating pain all over his body, cursing Fuyu in his heart while enduring the spellcasting. At this moment, Fuyu had little fighting strength left. Just as he grasped the spirit-catching sky plate, he noticed Elder Luo and Appo's face contorted in rage, his eyes bloodshot, staring at him with a ferocity that seemed to wish to devour him whole. Taken aback by the malice in Elder Luo's gaze, Fuyu froze momentarily. Elder Luo's spiritual light flickered as he launched an attack toward Fuyu. With his spiritual energy already in short supply and startled by Elder Luo's furious expression, Fu Yu's reaction was slightly delayed, allowing Elder Luo's palm to strike him with great force. Fu Yu tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Though Elder Luo was nearly spent, this strike was still a desperate blow from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, inflicting severe damage on Fu Yu. He raised his left arm in a feeble attempt to block, but it shattered upon impact, bones fracturing into several pieces. The shock wave coursed through his body, causing significant injury to his internal organs. Were he an ordinary person, he would have perished instantly. Fortunately, as a cultivator, Fu Yu's constitution was robust, and with the protection of his internal energy, he did not succumb immediately. Uncertain if Elder Luo had any strength left, Fu Yu dared not linger. Gritting his teeth against the agony in his left arm and body, he summoned his remaining spiritual energy and fled swiftly into the distance. As Fu Yu vanished from view, Elder Luo finally collapsed, unable to sustain himself, and fell unconscious. After fleeing for 5 or 6 miles, Fu Yu could no longer hold on and sought refuge in a hidden spot. He hastily set up 2 warning barriers and sat down, retrieving 2 jade vials from his storage pouch. He opened one and swallowed a healing pill, channeling the Qingyun technique to mend his injuries. Fortunately, Fu Yu had previously crafted a substantial quantity of pills, and the materials required for the condensation pill were not particularly rare. He had prepared a good supply, which proved invaluable at this moment. After a brief period, he managed to stabilize the internal injuries. He then opened the second jade vial, poured a healing pill into his palm, and pressed it against the fractured area of his left arm, channeling the Qingyun technique. He drew forth a stream of spiritual energy to repair his left arm, while simultaneously utilizing the pill's medicinal properties to nourish the broken bones. 2 hours passed, and he finally stabilized his injuries. Fu Yu let out a sigh of relief. In just a few more hours, he would be fully healed. However, he dared not tarry. Elder Luo had not pursued him, likely due to his own severe injuries. Yet, he was accompanied by several disciples, all at the 9th layer of condensation. Given Fu Yu's current state, encountering them would likely spell disaster. It was prudent to depart swiftly. Just as he prepared to rise, Fu Yu sat back down, producing a circular disc in his hand, the spirit-catching sky plate, a treasure acquired at great risk. After a moment of contemplation, he infused it with a surge of spiritual energy, beginning to ponder its usage. Moments later, he lifted his head, a smile gracing his face. The method of using the spirit-catching sky plate was remarkably simple. It merely required a small amount of spiritual energy to designate the aura he wished to track. If such an aura was nearby, the plate would reveal it. Whether it be spiritual objects, ley lines, beasts, or cultivators, each emanated a unique aura. If the aura was particularly faint, most would fail to detect it. Yet the spirit-catching sky plate could amplify these auras, rendering them visible. In essence, the spirit-catching sky plate was a specialized tool for amplifying auras. As with all spirit tools, there were various grades, with the effectiveness of aura amplification determining their rank. The one in Fu Yu's possession was merely of ordinary grade. However, this did not diminish the value of the spirit-catching sky plate. In Qizhou, few could craft such an item, and its effectiveness was already significant. Even Fu Yu's utmost effort in concealing his aura could be detected. One can envision the immense advantages of possessing a spirit-detecting celestial disc while traversing the realm of cultivation. It allows one to anticipate the presence of cultivators and demonic beasts, thereby averting ambushes, as well as aiding in the search for spiritual treasures. Indeed, the benefits are boundless. Had Fu Yu possessed such a disc within the secret realm, his gains would have undoubtedly multiplied. With this precious artifact in his possession, Fu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The disc still bore the lingering aura of Elder Luo, which provided an opportune moment to ascertain his current whereabouts. As Fu Yu infused his spiritual energy into the disc and concentrated his thoughts, he beheld a flickering red light at its center, which pulsated slightly before directing him towards a specific location. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. Previously, Elder Luo had utilized this very disc to track him, forcing Fu Yu into a desperate flight, akin to a headless chicken. Now that the spirit-detecting celestial disc was in his hands, it was time for the pursuers to experience the taste of their own medicine. With the passage of time, Fu Yu pondered Elder Luo's recovery, noting that the absence of pursuit indicated a severe injury on the elder's part. If he had not been gravely wounded, A precious artifact like the spirit-detecting celestial disc would have compelled him to follow closely. Fu Yu realized that he had initially succumbed to Elder Luo's intimidation. Had the elder not been incapacitated, how could a mid-foundation cultivator remain in the vicinity of the explosion and engage in lengthy dialogue with a mere nascent cultivator like himself? He should have swiftly struck him down instead. In his previous state of fear and vulnerability, Fu Yu hesitated to attack, thus squandering a prime opportunity for a counterattack. Now, having regained some strength and equipped with the spirit-detecting celestial disc, he resolved to stealthily investigate. A fierce glint flickered in Fu Yu's eyes. Should the opportunity arise, he would surely avenge the torment he had suffered. Employing his concealment technique and gripping the spirit-detecting celestial disc, Fu Yu quietly approached the site of the explosion. Covering the distance of 5 or 6 miles in mere moments, he appeared atop a grand tree within the forest. Gazing down at the very spot where the trap had been laid, what unfolded before his eyes was utterly unexpected. Several disciples of the Qingyun Sect stood amidst the remnants of the explosion, one of whom was wailing inconsolably, while the others appeared utterly at a loss. The ground bore the carcasses of 2 first-tier demonic beasts, the mountain-snaring boars, while Elder Luo's body lay in a horrifying state. Half of him was missing, with his right arm and left leg gone, and his head barely clinging to his neck by a thin layer of skin. He had met a truly tragic end. It seemed that after Fu Yu's escape, the 2 boars had discovered the unconscious Elder Luo and had proceeded to feast upon him. Witnessing the elder's pitiful fate sent a chill through Fu Yu's heart. A glance at the disciples of Qingyun Sect ignited a desire within him to confront them. Especially the weeping individual, clearly a junior of Elder Luo. An enmity of considerable magnitude had been forged. However, recognizing that his current state was unsuitable for combat, Fu Yu deliberated for a moment before stealthily retreating. Many disciples, in their fervent pursuit of the top 20 and top 50, have exhausted their reserves, deploying talismans, elixirs, and spiritual artifacts without restraint. Lu Quan dared not challenge for the top 10, opting instead to secure his place by only contending against the 12th-ranked. Zhao Beifeng, having faced 3 challenges, managed to maintain his position with ease, thanks to the formidable prowess of the Golden Spear's 18 techniques. Feng Changshan, observing that Fu Yu had not expended much energy, lost all desire to challenge further. Entering the top 10 was assured, and there was no need to risk everything for the first place. At last, the outer disciples' competition concluded, with Fu Yu, Yin Xiaoye, Feng Changshan, Zhang Chong, Jiang Lanqing, Shun Liuqiang, Jiang Shihuai, Mo Mingyuan, Yin Huan, and Han Suzhen claiming the top 10 spots. As the event came to a close, the elders in the stands exchanged satisfied remarks, rising with smiles to converse. An attendant promptly approached, bowing respectfully, and said, "Please, esteemed elders, allow me to serve tea in the Star Source Hall." After seeing the elders off, the attendant announced the conclusion of the triennial outer disciples competition. While the top 50 disciples awaited their summons with excitement, those ranked 51 to 100 felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain if any elder had taken notice of them. The elders did not return to their respective peaks, but instead entered the Star Source Hall, where attendants awaited to greet them. One attendant respectfully guided the elders to the foremost seats in the hall, offering them spiritual fruits and tea, then stood quietly to the side. Elder Ji, seeing everyone settled, laughed heartily and said, "Having witnessed the competition, I trust each of you has your favored disciples in mind. Let us discuss, to avoid any unnecessary disputes before the disciples." The elders fell into a moment of silence. Elder Ji glanced around, realizing that with Elder Qin present, none of them wished to offend this esteemed individual. It was apparent that as long as Elder Qin remained silent, the other elders were unlikely to make the first move. Elder Ji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In previous years, the elders had often contended fiercely over the allocation of disciples, their faces flushed with fervor. Thus, after the competition, they had agreed to discuss and select disciples amongst themselves before admitting them to the sect, to avoid any disputes before their apprentices that might tarnish their venerable images. Unexpectedly, with Elder Qin's presence this time, everyone was reticent. Elder Ji turned his gaze towards Elder Qin and chuckled softly. "Elder Qin, may I inquire which disciples have caught your eye this time?" The other elders looked on with keen interest, wondering if the disciples they favored were also favored by Elder Qin. Elder Qin replied, "I have always been rather laid back and truly did not wish to recruit any disciples. However, since it is the sect's custom, I shall make an exception and select 3. A tremor of apprehension coursed through the hearts of the elders as they thought, surely he won't choose all from the top 10. According to tradition, typically, for the top 20 disciples, each elder would select one from the top 10, while those ranked 10 to 20 would also have one selection each. The remainder depended on the elders' preferences, with most choosing around 7 or 8 disciples, and occasionally selecting 10 or more. However, Elder Qin's eccentric and volatile nature, coupled with his formidable strength, meant he acted according to his whims, disregarding reason. Anyone who crossed him, be they elder or disciple, would find themselves at his mercy, suffering his wrath without regard for face-saving, earning him a notorious reputation for being exceedingly difficult to deal with within the sect. Elder Qin has always demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the sect, having resolved numerous crises for them. The members hold him in high regard, yet they are also somewhat helpless in his presence. Should he deviate from the norm, there is little they could do. Elder Qin then continued, "Let us first select that disciple who wields the spear, the one who has mastered the golden spear 18 techniques. Ah, what is his name?" The other elders were momentarily speechless. Typically, cultivators possess exceptional memories and can recall everything at a glance. The fact that Elder Qin could not even remember this disciple's name speaks volumes about his lackadaisical nature. Nonetheless, the others felt a slight sense of relief. As he wasn't among the top 10, Elder Lu chuckled. That disciple is named Zhao Beifeng. He has reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer and possesses commendable comprehension, having perfected the golden spear 18 techniques. Elder Ji secretly scoffed. Your eagerness suggests you fear Elder Qin might choose a disciple with a wood physique. Under the gaze of the assembly, Elder Qin declared, "Next, we shall consider the disciple ranked 45th, known as Qian Fengxing, and another." He turned his attention to Elder Xia. I had initially intended to select the top disciple, Fu Yu, but observing his cultivation of the rainfall technique, it seems that Fairy Xia holds him in high esteem. A gentleman does not usurp what others cherish, so I shall instead choose the one ranked 69th, Yi Xiangting. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Elder Qin was not, after all, the aloof cultivator that legends had portrayed. Especially for Elder Lu, Elder Xia's smile radiated even more brightly. After careful selection, Elder Ji chose Feng Changshan, Elder Zhao selected Yun Xiaoya, while Elders Lu and Xia were equally pleased to choose Zhang Chong and Fu Yu. After a thorough discussion, the remaining disciples numbered 87, all chosen by the elders. Meanwhile, outside the hall, the waiting disciples were abuzz with excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. Some were congratulating one another, while others exchanged insights. The 50 disciples beyond the selected ones appeared anxious, awaiting the verdict of fate. Among the onlookers, a few bore expressions of sorrow. Fu Yu was with Zhao Beifeng, who was brimming with pride, his face flushed with excitement as he chattered incessantly to Fu Yu. His strength had surged, propelling him to the 16th rank, securing his place in the inner sect. Yet, for him, the greatest joy lay in entering the inner sect alongside Fu Yu. At that moment, the steward's voice rang out. The first 50 disciples may enter the hall. The 51st, Zhao Lu, 52nd, Lu Ziyuan.